Now that everything is ready, Jiang Cheng can finally start his Martian plan. Today was the time for the official departure. Jiang Cheng sat in the beautiful bridge of the Trailblazer early and sat in the position dedicated to the captain. And the captain of the Blazer once again stood beside Jiang Cheng and gave up his position. But this time, he didn't have to worry about the captain's power being taken away by Jiang Cheng, because Jiang Cheng had already stated his position. This time, he was just a special passenger, and he would not interfere in the command of the spacecraft. The reason Jiang Cheng stayed on the Trailblazer now was only because he was going to Mars with Ruo, not because he wanted to live a long life. Originally, Jiang Cheng hadn't planned to go to Mars with the Blazers, so he was planning to conduct remote command on Earth. But later, Jiang Cheng discovered that building a Martian city would really not work without him. To build a giant city on Mars is technically a big battle. The city must ensure the safety of the decision. The Martian environment outside cannot survive. There can be countless Martian immigrants living in the city. If there is any accident in the Martian city, the residents of the city will have nowhere to run. Therefore, this domain city must be absolutely safe, and no accidents can occur on Mars. However, the environment on Mars is much more complicated than that on Earth, and the climate is not known how many times worse. To build a safe city on Mars, the technical factors that need to be considered are too complicated. This city must be able to cope with all unexpected situations and also ensure the supply of living materials for the residents in the city. Overall, the construction of this city is the most difficult project Jiang Cheng has ever encountered. Compared with the construction of Silver Mars City, the previous complicated technologies are not worth mentioning. Although Jiang Cheng had studied many difficult technologies before, all those technologies were just a single project. What Jiang Cheng needs to carry out this time is a comprehensive large-scale project that involves non-technical and difficult plans. He really can't rest assured of remote command of such a huge comprehensive project like Mars City. There are many problems in remote command that cannot be discovered, and there is no way to immediately understand an accident on the construction site. So in the end, Jiang Cheng decided to go to Mars with Ruo Pioneer. Anyway, there are not many things to worry about on the Earth right now, and it is not a big deal to go to Mars for a while. Are the astronauts ready? Let's set off when we are ready, Jiang Cheng asked Ruo's Chief Kai. Jiang Cheng's question immediately moved the captain, because he finally felt that he was a long one. At least this time, Jiang Cheng will ask for his advice, instead of skipping him and directing the crew below as he did last time. Jiang Cheng was able to do this, which made the captain very satisfied. This time, he was finally able to travel the duties of his captain. So the captain ran to the side and began to help Jiang Cheng inquire about the crews. The supplies and equipment are all installed long ago, so you can start without checking. And all the astronauts boarded the spacecraft today, so I have to ask if you are ready. The astronauts were arranged in the cabin in the Pioneer and followed the spacecraft to the fire. Now, as long as the astronauts are ready, the Pioneer can set off. That's why Jiang Cheng just asked such a question, but he couldn't wait to leave. Seeing that the captain was still checking the situation of the astronauts, Jiang Cheng turned his head and said to other people around him, "Zhao Peng, how are you feeling now? We can set off later. The first time you go to space, you can go to Mars to have a look. It is estimated that only you have this kind of treatment. Are you excited now?" The other person standing next to Jiang Cheng is Zhao, looking forward to his first space trip. This time, Jiang Cheng also brought Zhao Peng, his right-hand man, to Mars to preside over the construction of the immigrant city. Among all Jiang Cheng's subordinates, if it is a matter of company management, it is inseparable from the help of Zhang Manlin, the CEO. If it was a technical matter, Jiang Cheng couldn't do without Zhao Peng's assistance. Especially for such extremely complex and comprehensive projects, Jiang Cheng really needs Zhao Peng's help. Zhao Peng can manage astronauts for him on Mars and specify all technical construction projects, so Zhao Peng was called in by Jiang Cheng this time and went to Mars to build an immigrant city together. Speaking of this was Zhao Y's first time in space. Although the person in charge of technology could go to space to experience it at any time, he never found a suitable opportunity. This time, I just had the opportunity to follow Jiang Cheng to Mars, which is considered to have fulfilled his dream for many years. Standing on the bridge of the Trailblazer, Tong was filled with emotion. As soon as he heard Jiang Chengsun's feelings with him, he couldn't help but say it. Of course, it feels good. To say that the first change is very moving, Bai is the first time to leave the Earth. Don't stop thinking that you are going to Mars. You can't help but feel the unquenchable love period in your heart. But people who have dedicated themselves to the aerospace industry, can they not move when they have the opportunity to go to Mars? The most important thing about Tian is that going to Mars this time is not just a visit. He also has a great work on Mars. Establishing a huge immigrant city on Mars was simply the business he wanted. For the entire human civilization, 107 to build a city on other planets is a very symbolic thing. Human beings can have their own immigrant cities on other planets, which means that if human beings have officially stepped into the universe, they can leave the Earth, their hometown, and move towards the place of election. It can be said that the Mars Region City construction project this time is a great project that can enter history. There are so many things behind this project. No matter what the words are used to be beautiful, it seems to be extremely white. It is no exaggeration to say that such a great project has changed the process of human civilization. In the future, people can use this Martian city to develop and utilize the abundant resources on Mars. When the Martian city is completed, humans will no longer have to worry about resources. It doesn't matter if the resources on the Earth are dry, the resources on Mars can still support the continued development of mankind. This person who has spent his entire life in the aerospace industry can participate in such a great work, and it is almost impossible to describe his feelings in words. Perhaps it is the most appropriate adjective to refer to the present painting with dream realization. President Jiang, according to the news from various rooms of Faye, all the astronauts are ready. Now that everything is ready, do you think we can set off now? While still feeling the low rock, the leader of the Trailblazer walked back and began to report to Jiang Cheng about the riders, and asked if he could set off. Xing Ran Jiang Cheng did say that he would not participate in the command of the flight this time, but the chief still did not let Jiang Cheng make his own decision. Jiang Cheng is still sitting here now, and it is not his turn to decide whether to set off or not. Ready? Let's go, Jiang Cheng faintly said to the long next to him, and he asked for the spacecraft to set off. When Jiang Cheng agreed to set off, the leader became popular in his own station responsibilities. The spacecraft officially entered the startup procedure, and all units were in place immediately after hearing the long order. All crew members entered the state of Zhaijiang, ready to begin the first official mission of the Pioneer. Speaking of which, except for the last trial voyage, the Pioneer has been parked on the Earth, let alone going to other planets. Even the ground has not left. The main reason is that I have never been able to find a mission that requires the Pioneer to go out. The small mission of a server simply does not use this spaceship, so the Blazer has been on standby on Earth until this mission to Mars. After waiting for such a long time, the Blazer can finally go to mid-space. Every crew member is very excited now. This is caused by feeling so long on the Earth. Zai Zhufei should be in space and stop on the ground. As for the crews on board the Pioneer, their final destination should also be in the universe. This is their fate that they have long identified. So when they got the order to start, the crew on the opener seemed to have been beaten up and started their work excitedly. Let the people on the reactor side move, start energy supply immediately, and prepare the powerhouse Longline and Ruo issued follow-up orders to activate the energy supply on the spacecraft. A huge variable reactor, as energy continued to be transmitted to all parts of the spacecraft, the entire Trailblazer began to operate. Start all engines immediately and start outputting power to the propeller. Soon the Blazer has run through all the startup procedures and is ready to rush out of the Earth and fly into the universe. Go to Mars. Following the last command issued by the captain, the Blazer started slowly. When the driving force of flying meets the requirements, we will begin this journey to Mars. This time the Blazer will take all the supplies, equipment, and personnel to fly to the far-reaching planet of Mars. Just as the blazer was about to take off, Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at the island standing beside him and said something that was extremely exciting. "Our journey is about to begin. Please follow me to start this journey. On Mars, we are about to start a great project of when Yiking has set the future project of humanity." As soon as I heard Jiang Cheng's words, I knew what box thinking he was talking about. Jiang is asking him whether he is determined to go to court. Of course, this work is full of determination, and no country can stop him. So Guo slowly pointed his head and firmly said, "I will always be allied Jiang Cheng. No matter where in the future I want mankind to go west, I will always keep struggling. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are in front of me, everlasting will not shrink back." The two of them were in such a sacred and full of conviction dialogue. The beginning of our journey to Mars this time, I don't know how many countries they will encounter on Mars, and whether the Mars city can be turned back to court. But no matter what the situation is, the two of them will go on holy, and they will not be able to heal their heads with blood flow. Because if they hold their beliefs in their hearts, this belief will make them lucky until they turn mankind into a better future. The Trailblazer was loaded slowly with materials and equipment, with Jiang Cheng and thousands of astronauts, slowly expanded into space, and then separated from the Earth's path and began to accelerate toward Mars. The speed of the Trailblazer is undoubtedly very good. Even if it is full of mine, its high speed does not affect its acceleration. Soon the Blazer's speed continued to increase, and it didn't take long for it to reach its limit speed. Due to the shadow of gravity in the star system, the Trailblazer cannot use curvature, so half of the speed of light is its maximum speed. Although this speed is only half the speed of light, it is not as fast as the speed of light, but it is quite sufficient for flying in the star system. It took only a few hours for the Blazer to go to Neptune at this speed last time. Neptune is the farthest planet in the solar system, while Mars is the closest planet to the Earth. The distance from the Earth to Mars is a negligible distance compared with the rumor of Neptune. With the extreme speed of the Trailblazer, as long as it accelerates to the highest speed, going to Mars is faster than going out for dinner. It takes half an hour to go out to eat, but it doesn't take that long to go to the Trailblazer to Mars. Considering that the Blazer can reach half the speed of light, if you exclude the time it takes to accelerate, you can reach Mars in at most 20 minutes. Jiang Cheng, who was on the bridge, only sat there for more than 20 minutes, and he passed the transparent part of the front section of the bridge and saw the red planet far away. When the Blazer arrived on Mars, it began to decelerate early. The spacecraft that had been flying at high speed suddenly moved, and then the speed began to slow down. Jiang Cheng, who was originally sitting on the long seat, got up and walked to the front section of the bridge after feeling the spacecraft began to slow down. He looked through the transparent part of the ship in the front of the ant bridge and saw if the sparks in front of him were constantly growing in sight. To be honest, although Jiang Cheng has carried out many Mars plans, he has explored data on the entire planet of Mars. He also established a permanent base on Mars and started small-scale mining on Mars. According to the theory of hindrance, he should be very impressed with this planet. But now Jiang Cheng seeing Mars is like seeing this red planet for the first time. This was indeed the first time Jiang Cheng saw Mars with his own eyes, and it was only that distance away from Mars. Jiang Cheng doesn't know how many times he has seen the photos of Mars. Even the surface of Mars is almost boring to watch through videos. But seeing this bright red planet with my own eyes is completely different from seeing through photos or videos. Only by seeing Mars with your own eyes can you feel this kind of shock crater. This is what photos and seeing the water can't bring Jiang Cheng. Especially when Jiang Cheng saw the huge membranous pits on Mars, that kind of dazzling was beyond words to describe. Those huge membrane stones are like scars of Mars, telling the past that Mars has encountered before. Except for the meteorite resistance, the whole light red planet, the feeling it brings to people is completely different. The red planet may seem depressing at first, but when you observe it, you can feel the cordial feeling. Now Jiang Cheng felt the planet. as if beckoning to him, silently welcoming his alien visitor. Maybe Mars also knows that Jiang Cheng is here to live and develop for him, so he will welcome Jiang Cheng's arrival. As the trailblazer gets closer to Mars, the red planet in Jiang Cheng's eyes is coming to Landa. When the red planet became huge, it was when the blazer arrived on Mars. The travelers on the trailblazer have only experienced a short trip and have reached the end of this trip, Mars. This speed makes people feel that Mars is very close. At least it feels closer than going to the other side of the city. There is a traffic jam in the city. It takes more than 20 minutes to go to a super Mars, which sounds like a very magical thing. Now I have this strange feeling. I have just arrived on Mars not long after my journey to Mars. His first space trip was over before he could enjoy it. It's so fast, I haven't reacted yet. This has reached Mars. Hua found that her journey in space was about to end and said with applause over there. He is actually very clear about the specific performance of the trailblazer, and he also knows how fast it is. Mayan Yi naturally understood that Kayak Ruo would appear so fast when he arrived on Mars, but he just couldn't adapt to it all at once. The image in his mind is still the previous rocket era, and it takes months or even longer to go to Mars. The spacecraft that appeared next time changed the state of interstellar travel, and going to aliens has now become extremely fast. As an astronaut who has experienced the old age, it is normal to have this wish. I believe that as long as he frequently travels between various planets in the future, this feeling will soon disappear. It is really convenient to have the Pioneer. The spacecraft is really a weapon for the space program. As long as we ride on the Ruo Pioneer, we can move around in the solar system. After feeling the changes of the times, I began to praise the spacecraft I was riding in. Although he participated in the construction of the Pioneer throughout the process, he also contributed a lot of strength in it. But he still wanted a spacecraft like this, because this spacecraft made the distance within the solar system much closer. This feeling of wanting to go anywhere in the solar system made him happy for future development. When he was alone, Jiang Cheng walked to his side and just heard the words. It's not just the solar system. Sooner or later, our footsteps will go out of the solar system and move toward Ruo's wetter and farther places. Jiang Cheng said with a slight smile. When Jiang Cheng said that he wanted to leave the solar system, he had a very confident smile on his face. Jiang Cheng is confident that he will lead mankind to control this solar system and then move on to other star systems, then slowly gain a foothold in other galaxies and eventually develop into a cosmic civilization. In the future, human beings will have countless colonized planets, and their footprints will spread across the entire galaxy and even step out of the galaxy to reach other river systems. At that time, human beings are the greatest cosmic civilization and the most advanced cosmic civilization. His strength also has the confidence to do all this, and he is able to show what he has said. The former weak who stood beside him had always believed in this, otherwise he would not have been behind Jiang Cheng. Just as Jiang Cheng looked forward to the future of mankind, the Pioneer began to land on the surface of Mars. When the incomparably huge hull of the Blazer approached the surface of Mars, it covered a large part of the surface of Mars, forming a huge shadow on the pale red ground. When the spacecraft landed, a large air current was produced, which raised countless dust and gravel on Mars and suddenly formed a small dust star nearby. Dust and sand covered the body of the trailblazer, making it impossible to see the specific situation inside. I only heard a dull crash sound from the dust, which should be the sound of the spacecraft when it landed. When this small dust county slowly stopped, the huge hull of the Pioneer appeared. At this time, the Pioneer had landed on the surface of Mars steadily. This journey ended in this way. Jiang Cheng has now arrived on Mars. After landing, no one on the spacecraft was anxious to get out, nor did the Blazer's door open. If you want to go out, you have to put on a spacesuit first. Otherwise, there is no difference between going out like this and looking for death. While wearing Ruo's own spacesuit, Jiang joked, "Don't be too nervous when you get to Mars. There were quite a few people who followed us this time. If you wait until you make a fool of yourself, you will be ashamed of everyone." Fan was also busy wearing Y's spacesuit, and after hearing Jiang Cheng's words, a different expression appeared. Mr. Jiang, you should take care of yourself. Being active on Mars is not that simple. If you, the big boss, make a fool of yourself, I can't help you get back. Xiao Peng fought Jiang Cheng without showing weakness, not worrying that it was the first time he came to Mars. Although he has never performed a space mission before, he still has basic common sense. Even if he has not received astronaut training, he does not know how many times he has commanded astronauts to move on Mars. He is very familiar with everything on Mars and knows how to move on Mars. So I don't worry about waiting for the meeting at all, but at most, I feel some pressure. But even if Gangju had some nervousness just after the drama, after taking care of each other with Zinni, the final nervousness has long been forgotten. Jiang Cheng looked at the relaxed expression on Zin's face, and the last worry in his heart disappeared. Originally, he was worried that this was the first time he had come to Mars before, and it was difficult for him to feel the pressure. Xiao is his most profitable assistant on Mars and can help him a lot when building Martian cities. If you can't adapt to the environment on Mars, the entire project will be delayed for a long time. So he just made a joke just to let him relax. As a result, the psychological quality was very good. Now that there is no tension at all, Jiang Cheng can naturally feel relieved. As for whether Jiang Cheng himself can adapt to life on Mars, this is simply the most inconsequential question. Jiang Cheng's physical fitness is not a joke, and his adaptability is not what a person can be beautiful. The little Mars couldn't trouble Jiang Cheng at all, and he hadn't seen anything bigger than this. When Jiang Cheng was in his last life, the alien planets he had visited were hard to count. The civilization of Jiang Cheng's last life was much more advanced than that of humans, and there were many more places to go. At that time, for his own research career, Jiang Cheng didn't know how many planets. Among them, Jiang Cheng has been to many planets that are countless times worse than the Mars environment. The pressure on some planets is thousands of times that of the Earth. Even the iron will be crushed into pieces. Some planets can reach a high temperature of thousands of degrees during the day, but the temperature will drop to more than 200 degrees below zero at night. Some planetary powers have reached a suction limit, and even moving without borrowing tools is very difficult for the country, and that link is unbearable. It can be said that Jiang Cheng has seen too many planets in his previous life. He has not seen any big scenes, and he has visited many planets more advanced than Mars. Even a terrible celestial body such as a black hole has been approached with the help of a special spacecraft, just to study the nature of this celestial body. In the face of terrifying celestial bodies like black holes, planets like Mars really count as nothing. Jiang Cheng hadn't even been afraid of being close to a black hole. How could a little Mars make him foolish? Maybe on this spacecraft. Jiang Cheng is the person who can adapt to the Martian environment best. Perhaps only those astronauts who have been on Mars for a long time can compare with Jiang Cheng on this point. When everyone put on the spacesuit, they came to the isolation cabin on the spacecraft. If you want to go outside, you must pass through this isolated area, because it is impossible for the spacecraft to open the hatch directly. Open the cabin door directly, and the entire spacecraft's interior is finished, and the rest of the people inside are probably dead. Therefore, the personnel must first stay in the isolation cabin, and then close the door to the isolation layer inside the spacecraft, and then be able to open the isolation layer to the outside door. The first people to disembark the spacecraft were Jiang Cheng and some managers, and everyone on board had to disembark in batches. When the hatch of the blazer slowly opened, Jiang Cheng finally saw the scenery on Mars. The first thing that caught Jiang Cheng's eyes was the countless grit on Mars. The surface of Mars is like a huge desert, full of dust and rubble. Mars was originally a desert planet, and it is not surprising that it has such a landform. There are dunes and rocks everywhere here, just like sand with no boundaries. The pale red ground looks very dazzling, and if you accidentally see it, will be blurred. Except for the red gravel, the surface is uneven. The difference between Mars and the desert is that there is no life here. It seems that Mars is extremely desolate, without a trace of anger or crowds. No matter how harsh the environment is in the Sandman, there will still be some life in it. There will be some plants or animals. But there is no life on Mars, and this planet is a barren dead star. Of course, this was the situation before humans arrived on Mars. Now this place has changed. There is now a long-lived base on Mars, and there are many mines under development. There is even an ecological park in the Mars base, where countless crops are planted. At least in this area where humans are currently active, it is still full of life. Now the blazer has brought thousands of people to Mars, and it will soon become hot. There will be a city on Mars in the future, and it won't look so desolate anymore. When Jiang Cheng got off the spacecraft, the first thing he felt was that the gravity here was lower than that of the Earth. The gravity of Mars is only 2/5 of that of the Earth, so walking on Mars is very easy. If you don't pay attention to controlling your body, you will walk one by one. If you jump in place on Mars, the altitude is several times that of the Earth. If judging from the performance on Mars, many astronauts can go to play basketball. Just this bounce is not a problem, at least in the NBA. Jiang Cheng didn't feel any discomfort in this low-gravity environment. He has experienced too many different gravitational environments in his last life, so adapted to the gravity conditions here at once. Jiang Cheng adapts quickly to the Martian environment, but the others around him are completely different. Don't look at what Zio just said on Duanba, but he almost showed up on Mars. He followed Jiang Cheng just now and almost fell down before taking a few steps. This is because the discomfort caused by the change of gravity requires the human body to adjust to adapt. Not bad adaptability is not bad. It didn't take long to adjust. Those who had adapted well immediately began to be dishonest, walking around in Feiyang, full of curiosity about everything. His current behavior is quite normal. This is the first time he has left the Earth and came to a strange alien planet. It's normal to be a little curious about this place. Just wait for his current freshness to pass. The other people who came out with Jiang Cheng after the initial discomfort have also adapted to the Martian environment and started to walk around. When everyone was in the surrounding environment, suddenly a cloud of smoke appeared in everyone's sight. The smoke looked like something was moving, so it brought up the dust on the surface of Mars. The smoke and dust in the distance moved very fast, and it was constantly approaching the spacecraft. It is estimated that it will not be long before it will reach the spacecraft. At first, Jiang Cheng was shocked when he saw the smoke and dust. He thought it was an alien on Mars. It took him a while to realize that there were aliens on Mars. If there are aliens on Mars, it is probably the humans in the Mars base. Humans are really aliens to the planet Mars. Jiang Cheng estimated that the dust should be the astronauts in the Mars base. After seeing them arrived, he sent someone over to meet them. The trailblazer, which soon approached the smoke, also let everyone see what was under the smoke. Several unusually shaped cars approached the trailblazer at high speed, and the people sitting on the rocks were all humans wearing astronauts. It seems that what Jiang Chengju just guessed was not wrong. These are the Yuhengye who came to welcome them. Speaking of the special vehicles used by these astronauts, the rover designed by Jiang Cheng himself can adapt to the complex surface environment of Mars and can maintain a high speed. Soon several rovers drove in front of Jiang Cheng and the others, and several astronauts jumped directly from the rover. If they do this on the Earth, even if they don't imitate, they will fall violently. But here is Mars, whose gravity is much smaller than that of the Earth, so they jumped down and nothing happened. As soon as one of the leading astronauts saw Jiang Cheng and the others, he first greeted them. "Welcome everyone to Mars. Hello, I am the person in charge of the Mars base. This time I am here to welcome everyone." It seems that this time the Mars base also knew that Jiang Cheng had personally come, so they sent out their leaders to greet them. "You are the person in charge here, Ma Shun. You came to pick us up. Let's go. Take us to the Mars base to see. I haven't been here yet, so I may have to rely on your introduction." Jiang Cheng didn't talk too much nonsense and let him lead the way. "Please get in the car. The base is still a few kilometers away from here." The person in charge of the base invited Jiang Cheng and the others to the rover and began to move in the direction of the Mars base. The place where the spacecraft landed this time was still a short distance from the Mars base. This is mainly due to the safety of the spacecraft landing, so this space-time place was chosen. The Martian city will carry out construction around the base, and the spacecraft will not affect the subsequent construction if the spacecraft stops here. But it's not far from here to the Mars base, just a few minutes' drive. The Mars rover brought up countless smoke and dust, the trailblazer far away from Zhejiang. Jiang Cheng and the others just looked like the rover had gone, heading towards the Mars base not far away. And the astronauts behind didn't have to worry about Jiang Cheng. They naturally had a way to leave the spacecraft and go to the base. There are countless equipment and supplies on the trailblazer, among which there are naturally countless rover. These rover are all tools needed to build a suitable Martian city later, and naturally they have to be transported to Mars with Ruo Pioneer. The astronauts in the back will drive back by themselves as a rover. Anyway, there is an automatic navigation device on the rover, so you don't have to be afraid that people behind will send you away. After that, batch after batch of aviators came down on the Pioneer, and at first they were pretending to be supplies and equipment. The aviators have another task, which is to bring the materials and equipment to the base. The base is the location for this mission, and related things must of course be transported. Under the command of some veterans, these Kwu astronauts started their first mission. The vicinity of the Pioneer suddenly became busy, and Zhuguo was filled with countless supplies. Countless materials and equipment piled up into a hill, all of which had to be transported to the base county. It seems that some of the astronauts are busy today, and transporting supplies is not a short-term job. Even with the help of efficient Mars rover and transport robots, these astronauts will be too busy. As soon as the astronauts arrive on Mars, they have to face a dual difficult task, but these astronauts are not afraid. They are already prepared to face the national crisis. This task cannot scare them. These materials are all needed to build the city next, and not all the materials. After the trailblazer put down all the supplies and personnel, it would return to Earth to install the things behind me. It is estimated that it will take about a dozen times to go back and forth, and Japanese letter can transport everything to Mars. It is necessary to know that the trailblazer can transport hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo at a time, and from this, we can see how much it takes to build a Martian city. When the aviators were busy transporting things, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Zheng were sitting in the rover with joyous views. This time, Jiang Cheng came to Mars for the first time, so he was still very curious about Zhu's environment. The topography on Mars is very different from that of the Earth. It is like a completely different world. Jiang Cheng looked at the strange phoenix sceneries on Mars, and sighed that the ghosts of nature have created completely different natural rings because Mars is completely different from the Earth. What makes Jiang Cheng's reflection the most profound is the huge mountains on Mars. Because Mars is green because of its low gravity, the mountains will appear huge. Goodbye is the mountain range that Jiang Cheng saw from a distance. It was almost endless. The distance seemed so huge, exceeding the height of any mountain range on the Earth. The mountain range that Jiang Cheng saw was very famous. It was very famous before the human path to Mars, because this mountain range is the highest mountain range in the solar system. Lianglinpasi Mountain is a volcanic pile. The bottom of the mountain has a diameter of 600 kilometers and a height of more than 27 kilometers. It is 3 times higher than Mount Zhulianglangma. A super mountain range of this size seems to be full of shocks just by looking. Jiang Cheng was sitting on the rover, and it was difficult not to notice what Lin Pass was doing. The main reason is that this mountain range is so conspicuous that it can be seen clearly for several kilometers in Zhou Dynasty. The base selected by Jiang Chengdengren is located in the Zhou Kingdom of Olympus Mountain, and future Martian cities will also be built here. Of course, I chose here not because I can see the scenery of Mount Olympus, but because of more realistic considerations. Violent sandstars are often blown on Mars, and the force of sandstorms is countless times stronger than that of the Earth. If the sandstar is placed on the Earth, it is estimated that even houses can fly. If you don't take precautions against these sandstorms, no matter the current Mars base or is the future Martian city, they will be threatened by these sandstorms. And this is because of the existence of Mount Olympus, so there has not been a large sandstar. There is only this kind of small sand, and it will not have much impact at all. Mount Olympus blocked countless sandstorms and formed a stable area nearby. The surrounding area of thousands of kilometers, all under the protection of Olympus Mountain, will not have too bad weather. Jiangcheng values the good natural conditions here and is more suitable for building a city, so he chose to start his development on Mars here. Lianglinpa Broken Mountain will become a unique scenery here in the future. Its huge body can be clearly seen from the lower corner. After a short journey, Jiangcheng and his party finally arrived at the Mars base. Jiangcheng saw the houses on the Mars base from a distance, and the huge buildings made of all-pot iron, and he seemed to be magnificent. The rover stopped near the base, and several people got off the rover. The person in charge of the base walked to the door of the base and pressed the switch of the control gate. Soon the door to the base opened slowly, and Jiangcheng and the others also entered the base after entering the isolation zone. After entering the Mars base, Jiangcheng and the others took off their spacesuits. The spacesuits they were wearing were countless times lighter than the previous space segments. However, the spacesuit is still slightly thicker than ordinary clothes, and it is far more inconvenient to wear. After talking about the spacesuit, Jiangcheng began to make a lot of the environment inside the base. At this time, the person in charge of the base also began to entertain them. Welcome to the Mars base, and everyone will live here in the next time. Let me introduce it to everyone. The Mars base is still very large, and I need to show you about it. Under the leadership of the person in charge of the Mars base, Jiangcheng and his team walked into the base. This permanent Mars base covers a huge area, and all the buildings are made of walk iron, so that it can withstand the extreme climate on Mars. In order to build this permanent base, Jiangcheng invested a lot of resources on Mars. However, these invested resources have not been squandered. Now this huge base is the best proof. Since the base is a fully enclosed structure, the entire base is connected by one building after another. Each building is connected by a channel, which can lead directly to any place in the base. The entire base is actually a huge building, but from the outside, it looks like a group of buildings connected by passages. This kind of design makes the internal structure of the base extremely resumed. If no one is leading the way, it is really easy for people who come for the first time to get away. That's why the person in charge of the Mars base volunteered to become a tour guide, just to let Jiangcheng and the others get the environment here as soon as possible. Next here is the command center built by the Martian city, where all astronauts will live and live. Jiangcheng and the others will also be here to direct the entire project and issue countless orders and demands here. It can be said that the future Martian city will be built on the basis of the entire base. This Mars base is where they will stay for a long time, and it is also the main brain work site for the Martian city construction project. If they don't even know where they will work in the future, how will Jiangcheng and the others carry out their work next? Therefore, familiarizing with the internal environment of Zhang Mars base was Jiangcheng and the others' first mission after they came to Mars. The person in charge of the base took Jiangcheng and the others through building after building of different sizes. When passing by these buildings, the person in charge of the base will brief Jiangcheng and others about the situation here and tell them what the equipment here is. Different manufacturers have their own functions, and equipment and machinery that are not provided are installed inside. Some buildings are responsible for providing breathing air inside the base, and some air circulation evolution equipment is installed inside. Some buildings are responsible for the energy supply inside the base, and there is a fusion reaction man in the middle of the building, which is always outputting electrical energy. In addition, there are other buildings, each with different functions. These buildings have different, but they all serve the base. Of course, indispensable is the largest building in the base, the huge hemisphere-shaped building. This bright hemispherical building can be said to be the most conspicuous building in the entire Mars base, and it is also the most important building in the base. Because this building is called an ecological plantation zone, it is responsible for supplying food sources throughout the base. Now Jiangcheng and the others have come to this ecological planting park to see its operation. As soon as Jiangcheng walked into this transparent building, he saw the scenery on Mars outside. The transparent design is to use the sunlight on Mars to provide the necessary insight for plants. Of course, the sunshine on Mars is still not enough, and it needs to be supplemented manually. The huge light bulbs installed on the top of the ecological plantation park exist for this purpose. Jiang Cheng and the others have been in the base for a long time, and they just ate in the hall meal. Since this base is really too big, they learned that it was a waste of their time. Now the time on Mars has arrived at night, and the starry sky on Mars can already be seen outside. Shisu saw the bright stars in the sky through the transparent walls of the ecological plantation park. The starry sky on Mars looks completely different from that on the Earth. Because Mars is located at a different location from the Earth, the starry sky is of course completely different. In addition to the obvious changes in the positions of the painted stars, the starry sky on Mars looks significantly brighter than the Earth. Since the atmosphere of Mars is countless times thinner than that of the Earth, and there is no industrial pollution on Mars, the stars on Mars look particularly bright under the shining of the bright starry sky outside. The entire ecological planting area inside Dupo was dyed with a silvery white layer, which looked absolutely beautiful. With such a beautiful starlight, Jiang Chengxian walked to the center of the plantation and went down to take a look at the crops grown in the ground. After watching the growth of the crops here, Jiang Cheng stood up and began to inquire about the specific situation here. What is the yield of crops here? How many kinds of food are produced, and how many people can provide daily needs? Jiang Cheng asked about the cultivation of crops here. Food is always the most concerned issue for people. The base bearer standing next to Jiang Cheng heard that his master band Jiang Cheng had asked questions, and he hurriedly recalled the recent record here. After he recalled the plantation data, he quickly replied. The crop yield here was not very high at the beginning, but after several years of development, the star production is now very impressive. Now here can provide several staple foods and more than a dozen non-staple foods, and the varieties are quite abundant. After he said this, he reached out to a few guys on the side of the planting country, and then continued to say to Ruo Jiangcheng, the livestock breeding over there can provide a certain amount of meat. Now this ecological plantation can provide 500 people with the daily dietary needs, which can basically meet the needs of the internal personnel of the base. After listening to the introduction by the person in charge of the base, Jiang Cheng nodded and said that he already knew that he could provide food for 500 people, and the results made here were pretty good. The food consumed by 500 people every day is a huge number. It is a good thing that the base can be self-sufficient. Of course, the food produced here cannot satisfy the subsequent consumption. Because he brought over thousands of astronauts this time, he has far exceeded the supply limit here. Although the ecological planting country in the base cannot meet their needs for building a Martian city, but Jiang Cheng just made the coming astronauts hungry, and related supplies were already prepared. If the hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo carried on the Trailblazer are not beautifully placed there, they contain the materials they will consume next on Mars. Regardless of whether it is food or food, even daily necessities, Jiang Cheng has prepared a lot, and this time he used the Pioneer to ship it. The astronauts responsible for building the Martian city, this time, don't have to worry about life matters at all. Jiang Cheng has already prepared everything for them. They only need to work hard to carry out the mission and build a Martian city. The management of the ecological plantation park here is pretty good, and you can see that you are working it. Jiang Cheng finally gave an award to the head of the base and showed his performance. This is what we should do. If we don't take good care of these crops, we will have a stomach. The person in charge of the base replied embarrassedly. What he said was indeed a big truth. 27. Of course, he took care of Song to manage his food. What is provided here are the ingredients for their daily diet, and it is their only source of food. If they are not taken care of, they will have nothing to eat. Jiang Cheng took a good look at this fully enclosed ecological planting park, and after a long period of detailed understanding, he left with someone. The situation here is generally satisfactory to him. The variety and output of crops can meet the needs of the base. The reason Jiang Cheng cares about the situation here is that he wants to learn about the management experience here. Mars cities will also build ecological planting parks on a large scale, which can be used as a model for future planting parks. In the future, the Martian city must be self-sufficient. The source of food for so many people is a very important issue. If the food needs of the residents in the city are guaranteed, it is the top priority after the construction of the Martian city. Therefore, the management experience of this ecological planting area is worth learning and promoting. When you have time, you can summarize the management experience here, and then pass on the experience here after the Mars city is built. Before leaving the ecological planting area, Jiang Cheng turned his head back to the base and gave an explanation. Let him sort out the experience of managing here and use it as a model for similar projects in the future. After visiting the ecological plantation zone, today Jiang Cheng and the others have finished their visit to the Mars base. Jiang Cheng still feels very good about this Mars base. After visiting such a large area, no major problems were found. The construction of the entire base was almost the same as he expected, and the management was very well done. The interior of the base is neat and clean, and everything looks in order. Although there are a lot of equipment and machines in the base, it does not seem to be messy. This shows that there is still a lot of management work done here, and there is no quick care. From this management ability, we can see that the person in charge of this base is still very capable. Jiang Chengmo played down the name of the person in charge and planned to find a chance to hold him. It seems that this makes this person in charge manage a Mars base as an overkill, and he has more room for development in the future. Such capable talents should be reused. This is a concept that Jiang Cheng has always followed. Recruitment is the right way to employ people, and Jiang Cheng has always attached great importance to this aspect. After finishing their visit to the Mars base, Jiang Cheng and the others are ready to go back to rest. Now those astronauts who brought them to Mars have basically completed their work. The massive amounts of materials and equipment on the Trailblazer have now all been transported to the base and can be easily accessed at any time. The astronauts can complete the mission now, thanks to the good performance of the aid robots and the Mars rover. Otherwise, with so many cargo on the Pioneer, they might not finish it in a month. Now the astronauts have returned to the base, and the materials needed to build a suitable Martian city are already in place. The next step is the formal construction of the Martian territory city, and tomorrow is the time to officially start. After a day of fatigue, all the astronauts have entered their dreams, ready to replenish their spirits and start work tomorrow. Thousands of astronauts are sleeping very sweetly now, and Jiang Cheng and the others are ready to take a breath. Tomorrow is not only the astronauts who have to start work, they cannot come down tomorrow. As the commander-in-chief of this project, Jiang Cheng and Zhao are still very bold. To direct such a large engineering project is not an easy task. The arrangement of personnel, the use of technology, and the use of equipment are all these two people worry about. Whether the city can be built perfectly in the future depends on the ability of the Center Association. In the task of taking on the construction of the Martian city, the two of them may be the most tiring, so it is necessary to have enough rest before starting the construction. By the way, Zhao, after seeing the situation in the planting area just now, our party decided that our construction plan should be revised. Before separating from Zhao, Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something, so he hurriedly said to Zhao Week, mainly about the construction of the planting area. There are some places that can be adjusted. It seems that after Jiang Cheng had just visited the planting area in the base, he had some new ideas about the construction of Mars City. The original design of the planting area in the Mars City was based on the Mars base. But after just visiting, Jiang Cheng discovered that the original plan now needs to be revised because the planting area often required in Mars City is completely different from a base. First of all, this is 2 orders of magnitude in terms of scale. There must be a big difference between a place that provides food for 500 people and a place that provides food for 100,000 people. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted to expand the scale, but the enthusiasm just now changed his view, because he found that the planting area is still more profitable by refined management If it is only an enlarged version of the planting area, the waste of production efficiency will be too great. Therefore, the original planting construction plan needs to be adjusted to be more in line with the actual situation of the planting area. After Jiang Cheng mentioned this matter to Zhao, he remembered that it was not early. So Jiang Cheng patted his head. Look at my memory. If I patronize, if I think about work, I forget that it's already late. Let's talk about this matter tomorrow. It's too late to talk about anything. You should have a good rest tonight. We will be busy tomorrow. Good night. In the end, Jiang Cheng decided to discuss this matter tomorrow, and it would be better to go and feel better now. Tomorrow they still have a lot of things to deal with. It won't work if they don't take a good rest. Besides, the construction of the ecological plantation park is a relatively late project in the entire project. She does not need to modify the plan in a hurry. Good night, President Jiang. Qian Peng saw that Jiang Cheng was going to discuss this issue tomorrow, so he said goodbye and walked towards his room. Looking at Ruoqian's back, Jiang Cheng chuckled and turned and left. After returning to his room, it didn't take long before Jiang Cheng slowly fell asleep. In his dream, the beautiful Martian domain has been completed, and his aunt is in the middle of the city, enjoying the beauty of the entire city. At the same time, many people in the Mars base had dreams like Jiang Cheng thought. Perhaps because Mars City is everyone's dream, so many people will dream of the scene after completion. Of course, their dreams will not be long before they can be realized, and then they will be able to see the scenes in their dreams. This is the first night Jiang Cheng and the others have spent on Mars. Maybe they have been on Mars for a long time. Wanting to build a Martian city is not something that can be done in a short time. During this time, they will all stay in the barren land of Mars. Everyone got up early in the morning of the next day, and everyone was fully engaged in work. The originally calm Mars immediately became hot, and thousands of people manipulated a large number of machines and began to work on Mars. After being calm for billions of years, Mars, the red primitive planet, finally ushered in its first change. When this change is completed, Mars is no longer a forbidden zone for life, but a planet in the development stage. In the future, there will be countless cities and mines on Mars, providing countless resources for mankind in Jiang Cheng's plan. The entire Mars is a huge resource planet that can support him to carry out those huge space programs. Of course, these are all things for the future. What Jiang Cheng has to do now is to build the first immigrant city on Mars. In this way, thousands of astronauts, led by Jiang Cheng, started construction in the nearby area with the original Mars base as the center. First thing they have to do is to clean up the nearby districts, level out the entire city, and lay a good foundation for future construction. Originally, this area was a plain area, so the cleanup and leveling work didn't take much effort. Especially when they used a huge construction equipment, the speed of leveling the ground was countless times faster. This equipment integrates the functions of all construction equipment, can be used for excavation or as a bulldozer. After simple modification, it can even be used as a drilling equipment. This device is not only fully functional and capable of doing many different tasks, but also extremely powerful in performance. A small mountain bag with a height of more than 10 meters, this machine flattened directly. Jiang Cheng specially designed this new type of machine for the construction of Mars City. With this powerful equipment, the leveling of the land was quickly completed, and it didn't take much time at all. Now, the entire base area has become a huge flat ground, and even a small sand dune is invisible. Leveling the land didn't waste much of Jiang Cheng's time, but digging the foundation later would be more regressive. In trouble, Mars is a desert planet, and the land on the surface is relatively soft, so if you want to build a city here, the foundation must be dug deep. If the foundation is not laid down a little more solidly, on the sandy soil like Mars, buildings are at risk of dumping at any time. Therefore, to build a Martian city this time, Jiang Cheng needs to dig the foundation at least 10 meters deep. If the foundation is not so deep, Jiang Cheng is really afraid that houses in the city will be cultivated in the future. But if you lay such a deep foundation, it would be a bit difficult to construct. Although sandy land is easier to dig and catch, the amount of excavation at a depth of more than 10 meters is still a bit too large. You must know that this foundation is not just 2 buildings. Whether there are buildings in the entire city, these buildings all need to dig such a deep foundation. If this amount of work is added together, I really don't know when Jiang Cheng and the others will dig it. Fortunately, this time Jiang Cheng also brought a large number of robots to help them with data mining work. If Jiang Chengguang relied on them to operate the machine to dig the data, all the astronauts would come to dig the soil, and the digging would not be possible for a year. These construction robots are all installed with basic artificial intelligence programs and can perform some simple tasks. Now the astronauts only need to assist on one side and see if the robot digs the foundation. With the help of countless construction robots, the foundation was useless and quickly dug out. When the excavation of the base was completed, a large mountain of sand and soil appeared beside the construction site. This big mountain is all sand dug out by Jiang Cheng and the others, which shows how much construction has been needed to dig the foundation. Had it not been for the help of robots, Jiang Cheng and the others would not have been able to dig so much sand. After completing the construction of the foundation part, the next step is the construction of the ground building. The first thing to build is not the houses in the city, but if the air on Mars, the huge palace of the city, cannot be breathed, and the temperature of Mars is not suitable for human survival. Therefore, this immigrant city on Mars, Jiang Cheng designed a fully enclosed structure. Only a fully enclosed urban structure can withstand the extreme environment on Mars and protect the safety of residents in the city. The roof of the palace exists to ensure the safety of the city and isolate the environment outside Mars. To put it bluntly, the whole word is a big semicircular bowl, which is directly buckled on the top of the city to form a safe space and protect the entire city. Originally, when designing the city before, Jiang Cheng also planned to adopt the same design as the Mars base. The buildings in the entire city are designed to be closed, and then all the buildings are connected through some passages. This design is undoubtedly the most convenient choice, and the construction difficulty is countless times lower. But in the end, Jiang Cheng abandoned this design plan and decided to adopt the conventional urban layout instead of the design of the Mars base. The reason why Jiang Cheng didn't adopt the design idea of Mars base was because of the living considerations of the residents in the city. Living in a fully enclosed building, people will feel depressed over time, which is very detrimental to mental health. The Mars base can be designed in this way because all the astronauts living in it have their own missions on Mars, and the astronauts are in rotation at any time, and the well will not stay on Mars for a long time. The inhabitants of Martian cities are completely different. If they are allowed to live in closed buildings in the future, it is estimated that some people will go crazy soon. Therefore, at the very least, a Martian city needs to use a certain amount of external space for residents in the city to move around. In the end, Jiang Cheng chose the current design plan, and all the buildings are in an open-air environment. This Martian city, Jiang Cheng, is going to arrange ordinary buildings in the city, which are exactly the same as the buildings on the water polo. The well does not allow all the buildings to be enclosed, but such a design mode requires a protective layer in the outer area to isolate the entire city from the outside environment. So Jiang Cheng came up with a way to protect the whole city by building a dome. Jiang Cheng plans to build a huge roof in the outer area of the city, enclosing the entire city. In this way, the low temperature outside and the air that is not suitable for humans to breathe cannot affect the humans in the city. The whole writing is like a protective take, protecting the humans inside. Although such a design is much better for the residents inside, it adds countless difficulties to the construction. The huge palace roof that can encircle the entire city is a difficult job just thinking about it. It is just to build the roof of a gymnasium on the water polo zone, and I don't know how much work it takes. Now Jiang Cheng wants to build the roof of a city in Bao District, which is simply a super project. It can be said that the construction of the roof is the most difficult part of the whole project. Jiang Cheng is busy with this aspect now, and now he has encountered the biggest difficulty in the project. How to build this giant roof is a question Jiang Cheng is thinking about recently. The construction materials for the roof of the palace have all arrived. I don't want to see the lack of materials during construction. Jiang Cheng was in the engineering command center, asking Ruo about materials. For such a large palace roof, the materials needed are simply an astronomical number. It is estimated that all the materials needed to build the roof of the palace add up more than the materials needed for the entire city. From the perspective of engineering volume, the construction of the palace roof accounted for more than half of the entire project. It is no wonder that Jiang Cheng is concerned about this issue. The construction of Hengding is about to begin now. If so many materials are insufficient, the progress of the entire project will be greatly slowed down. The last batch of materials has been produced and can be shipped from the water polo ball immediately. You don't have to worry about material problems, Mr. Jiang. You will definitely be able to keep up with our construction progress. Tong confirmed this to Shui Polo yesterday, so he is very clear about it. The materials used to build the roof are quite special and cannot be produced on Mars, so they can only be manufactured on the water ball and then transported to Mars for installation. Many of the materials used to build Martian cities are taken on-site on Mars. After several years of development, the mining industry on Mars has been very developed and can provide them for construction operations. However, because of the difficulty of production, many materials still have to be transported from the water polo, and the top construction material is one of them. The roof of the palace designed by Jiang Cheng is made of transparent material, and its sturdiness is far stronger than steel. It can withstand the harsh climate on Mars. Such an advanced material must not be produced on Mars, so it has to be shipped. The dome built with transparent materials is of course also transparent, so the city will have a transparent roof in the future. Imagine that the residents of this city in the future can see the starry sky on Mars when they look up. This feels so great. If the top is not transparent, then the residents of this city will live in a large stadium. This feels that no one will leave Huanhuan, which is not much different from a closed building. Jiang Cheng was prepared to use transparent materials to build the entire palace roof because of similar considerations. Of course, after using transparent materials, the difficulty of construction has once again increased a lot. The transportation of these materials is a big problem. In order to transport the materials on the roof of the palace, the blazers have been running back and forth much better recently. Basically, the materials shipped from the water polo side, the materials from the palace roof accounted for most of the transportation. After all the qualitative modules are prefabricated, transport these prefabricated blocks from the water ball to Mars. Then these prefabricated blocks are assembled on Mars and assembled into a finished dome. This kind of process seems very troublesome, and there are several more processes than direct construction. The transportation of these prefabricated blocks alone is a big problem. The transportation of the molded modules is many times more difficult than the raw material area, and the production on the water polo is also a lot numb. In order to transport the prefabricated blocks on the roof of the palace, the blazer has been running a lot better recently. Basically, the materials shipped from the water polo side. The palace top accounted for most of the transportation. That's why Jiang Cheng is so concerned about this issue, because he is afraid that the prefabricated blocks will not be transported to Mars on time. Although this kind of construction technology is very numb in transportation, and in advanced manufacturing, it is not without its advantages. This technology can show its advantages during construction, and it is many times more convenient than ordinary methods during construction. Since all the top modules are prefabricated, Jiang Cheng and the others only need to assemble them. Just pay attention to the serial number of the module when assembling. The shape of each module is different. If it is installed in the wrong place, it will be very smooth. This kind of roof construction method will reduce the difficulty of the construction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build such a big roof on Mars. It is very difficult to build such a huge roof on a water ball, let alone in such a harsh environment as Mars. Fortunately, now Jiang Cheng doesn't have to worry about these difficulties. just arrange the assembly work. He has already numbered all the modules in advance anyway, and the astronauts only need to assemble the dome according to the number. Although the entire roof has a large amount of engineering, there are robots to help it assemble, so this work can still be completed. As long as Jiang Cheng commands properly, a transparent giant palace roof will appear on Mars. And after completing the construction of the dome, the subsequent construction will become much easier. With the word top to protect all astronauts, you don't have to worry about the influence of the external environment during construction, and you only need to concentrate on your work. When the Blazer arrived on Mars with the last batch of modules, the transparent dome was still under construction. As soon as the last batch of palace roof modules were transported to the construction site, Jiang Cheng gathered all the management personnel and held an engineering meeting in the engineering headquarters. Now that the prefab modules for the top are all ready, we will start to build the top. Go down and notify the astronauts of each unit, and then concentrate on completing the top project. Let us quickly finish this part of the most difficult work, and everyone can relax a little. Standing in the middle of the engineering headquarters, Jiang Cheng issued follow-up orders to all the surrounding managers. The next work is the focus of the entire project. I hope everyone will cheer up, and as long as we can finish the construction of the roof, the whole project will be half completed. The most difficult part of the whole project is about to begin, and now even Jiang Cheng is a little nervous. That's why he emphasized this matter repeatedly in the engineering headquarters, hoping to attract everyone's attention. Judging from the construction time of the entire city, the construction of the roof will take up half of the time. From this, we can see the importance of this project, and it is no wonder that Jiang Cheng is so nervous. After the construction meeting was over, everyone went away and started different tasks. In the top brain work industry, everyone has their own responsibility, and only everyone can work together to complete this super project. In Zhutian, at the construction site, there is a quadruple structure. This huge circle is the foundation of the roof, which bears the weight of the entire palace roof. Now that the foundation of the entire dome has been built, the construction of the ground part will begin next. I saw huge hoisting robots, hoisting blocks of huge oblique modules from the stacking location to the predetermined place. Each prefabricated block of the palace roof has a number, and that long series of numbers represents where it should be placed. This hoisting work is not that simple. It requires good overall planning to make the entire dome consist of countless prefabricated blocks. Because the number of prefabricated blocks is too much, I want to put every prefabricated block in it. Where? This is a huge problem. There are so many prefabricated blocks piled up on site, and if you don't pay attention, you will put them wrong, and the subsequent assembly work will be put aside. Jiang Cheng commanded the management personnel under him, and it took a few days to put all the modules in the predetermined location. Just the preliminary preparations will waste so much time, and the difficulty of the palace roof construction is reflected here. Placing the prefabricated blocks is only the beginning, and the subsequent assembly work is the real difficulty. The construction technology of this kind of prefabrication installation, although the construction is much simpler than the monolithic construction. But this is simple, and relatively speaking, don't look at just the assembly work. There are many issues to consider. This top is not the kind of top on the water ball. It is the top to be used as a protective layer on Mars. Therefore, this transparent dome must be absolutely airtight. If there is a gap between the prefabricated blocks, even a small gap will cause a huge disaster. When Jiang Cheng built the entire palace roof, he had to ensure that each prefabricated block was tightly connected, and then he had to use special techniques to weld them together to form a solid whole. Each prefabricated block is calculated in advance before being produced, and one block cannot be installed incorrectly. Therefore, during the installation and construction, it is also necessary to ensure that each prefabricated block has no installation errors, and that they are all installed in the planned place. There are too many places to pay attention to in the whole project. Even Jiang Cheng, the general guide, had to work on site during construction. After more than 2 months of construction, the construction of shading is still going on. Jiang Cheng stood on the construction site and watched the astronauts install the prefabricated blocks. One of the prefabricated blocks was not hung in the air and began to be joined with other prefabricated blocks. Yiming's prefabricated blocks shone dazzlingly under the reflection of sunlight. Had it not been for the helmets on the spacesuits to have its own glare filtering function, the eyes of the people at the scene might not be able to open. Countless transparent modules move in the air and are hoisted to a predetermined assembly position. The most difficult thing is that when several prefabricated blocks are close, they have to repeatedly adjust their positions to be able to join them together. After the installation of several prefabricated blocks in the vicinity is completed, strict inspection and testing are required. There is no gap between each 0-20 prefabricated blocks before the next step can be carried out. After the splicing is completed, astronauts will use special equipment to connect the transparent prefabricated blocks together. This kind of welding equipment is specially made by Jiang Cheng, which can make the welding traces invisible while ensuring the welding is firm. This special welding method guarantees the transparency of the entire palace roof and will not cause problems due to welding. After the entire roof is assembled, it looks like a whole, not even the slightest gap. When the time comes, standing inside the city and looking up to the sky, it is as if you are outside of Mars, completely unaware of the existence of the transparent dome. Perhaps only after repeatedly adjusting the angle can you barely see the chakra at the top of the palace. This kind of design is what Jiang Cheng wants to achieve most. It can make people in the city feel free from any constraints, just like staying on the surface of Mars. While Jiang Cheng was inspecting the construction site, Xiao Peng walked to Jiang Cheng's side and said, "The prefabricated blocks in the A37 area are about to be hoisted. Do you want to go and take a look?" The construction of the entire roof is divided into countless districts, and each area has a dedicated person to install it. Many areas are under construction at the same time, so as to ensure that the project is so effective. If they are installed slowly, Jiang Cheng and others may not be able to complete the installation in a few years. So in the end, they adopted a segmented installation mode. Each area first installed a part of the palace roof, and finally connected the different areas. However, in this way, coordination with each other is very important. If the two areas cannot be connected in the end, the two areas must be dismantled and reassembled. In order to prevent this from happening, Jiang Cheng and the others must inspect the scene at any time and coordinate the progress between different areas so that they can finally assemble the palace roof completely. Since the entire Martian city covers too much area, Jiang Cheng does not know the situation in other areas. After hearing the news reported by Xiao Peng, Jiang Cheng decided to take a look. "The progress over there is pretty good. Let's go over and take a look." After speaking, Jiang Cheng took the lead and walked onto the Mars rover next to him, ready to go and take a look with Xiao Peng. The area of Mars City is very large. The A37 area is at the other end. It would be too much time wasted if you didn't take a car. Mars drove Jiang Cheng and Kaoru through the entire construction site and reached the other end. This is the area numbered A37. When Jiang Cheng got off the car, he saw the huge transparent wall in front of him. The roof of this part of the palace is almost finished, so the big wheel fan can be seen clearly. The entire dome is several hundred meters high, towering into the clouds, and it is very spectacular at first glance. The height of the dome designed by Jiang Cheng is more than 500 meters, so that the internal space can be maximized. If the dome is only tens of meters high, the tallest building inside can only be as high as the building. The future development of this city is very unfavorable, so Jiang Cheng will make the official roof as high as possible. Of course, this increased height still has a great impact on the construction, especially the assembly of the highest part, which tests the psychological quality of the astronauts the most. Construction at an altitude of a few hundred meters is good for ordinary people not to be scared, and the astronauts have to assemble the prefabricated blocks of the dome. The top part, Jiang Cheng, is to send the most courageous astronauts to work. If the astronauts are a little bit smaller, they really don't go to such a high place with the equipment. Because the material of the dome is very special, the luminosity is several times higher than that of glass. And the whole dome can't see any traces of connection. Just like a complete product, such a transparent whole palace roof is really not easy for people with bad eyes to spot. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's eyesight was not comparable to that of ordinary people, so he saw the huge palace roof at a glance. Jiang Cheng inspected the area around A37 for a while and found no problems. However, he still approached the management staff of this area and asked Ruo what he was most concerned about. Is the connection between the roof of the palace and several areas in the surrounding area well coordinated? Pay special attention to the connection with the A36 area. There are too many joints between these two areas. If you are not careful, you cannot connect. If there is a connection problem with other places, the entire area will have to be reassembled, which is a waste of time. Jiang Cheng is now concerned with the issue of connection. If this area is completed, it will not be able to connect with other areas. Then all the work done here is in vain. All have to be dismantled and started again. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. The relevant data has been counted many times by Lotus, and the error is within an acceptable range. There is no problem connecting our side to the adjacent area. As long as they are assembled there, the connection between the areas can be started. The person in charge of the A37 area quickly reported to Jiang Cheng. After hearing the report, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Supervising on-site construction is now the work that needs to be completed. Only by ensuring that there are no problems in the construction of the dome can the construction efficiency of the Martian city be improved. Recently, Jiang Cheng has completely turned into a supervisor, patrolling various areas. The life on Mars in the past few months has exhausted Jiang Cheng. In order to ensure the smooth construction of the dome, Jiang Cheng did not know how much effort was spent. He not only has to coordinate the overall situation and arrange construction plans for all areas, but also coordinate the construction progress of different areas. Even the quality of construction in each area requires him to worry about it. Jiang Cheng has almost become a Superman on Mars, and he has to take care of everything before he can rest assured. Had it not been for his body had already exceeded the limit of human beings, it might have been exhausted to death. It's not that Jiang Cheng has no one to help. This time, he not only brought Xiao Peng to Mars, but also Gu brought a large number of management personnel. But there are too many things on the construction site, and there is simply not enough manpower. It's like Xiao Peng's daily affairs are not less than Jiang Cheng's, and the feeling of sudden death if he is busy. Shisu has no choice but to persevere. Who makes him the supreme leader here? If he doesn't set a good example, how can he make his people work hard? Work hard. You have been working hard during this time. After the construction of the city is completed, I will give everyone a celebration banquet. Jiang Cheng encouraged the astronauts at the scene and affirmed their work. These astronauts are also very hard during this period, and there are countless tasks to do every day. Jiang Cheng is now using an astronaut as a construction worker and doesn't look at the precious astronaut at all. There is no way for him. Although their current job is no different from that of construction workers, it is totally impossible to let construction workers come over. This is construction on Mars. How can construction workers be able to do this kind of work? Therefore, Jiang Cheng had to hold the precious astronauts and use them as the construction workers. Fortunately, these astronauts also knew that their job was extremely important to the aerospace industry, so there was no resistance. Of course, as their boss, Jiang Cheng needs appropriate encouragement. The celebration banquet was also planned by Jiang Cheng long ago. When the construction of Mars City is completed, Jiang Cheng will hold a grand celebration banquet here to celebrate all those who participated in this project. Perhaps the first event ushered in this Martian city, which is slowly taking shape, is this celebration banquet. Everyone, including Jiang Cheng, is looking forward to the day when the celebration party will be held, because it means that their work has been completed and a city has been successfully built on Mars. Let's continue to the next area. There seems to be a problem in the V09 area. We went to see what the problem was. After inspecting the A37 area, we were ready to go to the next area. His daily schedule is very full, basically not much free time. He rarely goes back to the water polo side now, and even the literati around him don't have much time to accompany him. Fortunately, they still have one day off every week, so that Jiang Cheng can return to the water polo to take a look. This is also thanks to the Blazer's super high speed, which allows Jiang Cheng to travel back and forth between the water polo and Mars very quickly. Otherwise, there is only one day's body time, which is not enough for him to mention it on the road. Now, when it comes to Sundays for holidays, it is the happiest time for Jiang Cheng. Every Sunday, Jiang Cheng would fly back to the water polo from distant Mars on the Trailblazer, then return home to enjoy a delicious meal and taste Xia Xiaowe's cooking skills. Every Sunday is when he reunites with Xia Xiaowe, sisters Lin Ziying and Lin Zai. At this time, Jiang Cheng didn't think about anything and concentrated on staying with her. Of course, when it is indescribable at night, a 4-entry fight is definitely indispensable. The next day, Jiang Cheng would embark on a journey to Mars again and start his busy week again. In fact, Jiang Cheng is not unable to go home every day anyway. It takes less than half an hour for the Blazer to go from Mars to the water polo. The time for this route to go home from get-off work is almost the same, and he will not miss his work the next day. As for the flight cost of the Trailblazer, that is not a problem for Jiang Cheng. Although every time the Pioneer was launched, it had to spend a huge amount of money, but for Jiang Cheng, this huge amount was nothing more than a small amount of money. But in the end, Jiang Cheng gave up this idea, only returning to the fairway every week. This is mainly because of other people's feelings. Jiang Cheng made this decision. The other people on Mars have not returned home for several months. He is the only one who has the privilege of returning to the water polo. If Jiang Cheng took the spacecraft back to the water polo every day, it would be strange that others would not be jealous after seeing it. Although no one can control him, he still has to take care of his feelings. It would be no more than 370 to return to the water polo once a week. It would be too much to go home every day. Jiang Cheng couldn't build a Martian city alone, so he still had to worry about the feelings of his subordinates. Anyway, it's almost enough to go back once a week, as long as you stick to this time. The city of Mars will not be built forever. The domes in many areas are close to completion, and it will not be long before the entire roof will be completed. After the construction of the transparent dome is completed, the whole project is about half completed. The next step is the construction of the interior of the city, all the building construction, and the construction of nature and landscape. Of course, the construction of supporting facilities is indispensable, such as large-scale wireless power transmission equipment and growing areas, which are all necessary facilities. When all the facilities are completed, this Martian city can be officially put into use. With the efforts of Jiang Cheng and other astronauts, Mars City was built little by little. Finally, after a whole year of hard work, the construction of the entire city was finally completed. There is already a city named Hope Domain that has appeared on the land of Mars. Mars, the desolate red planet, finally has the first immigrant city. Hope City is the name of this Martian city. This is the name Jiang Cheng specifically named for this city. Jiang Cheng felt that hope was the most appropriate thing to describe this city. Because this city contains the hope of the entire mankind, whether or not we can obtain the resources we need on Mars in the future depends on this city. In the future, whether human beings can step into space and become a cosmic civilization depends entirely on the development of this city. That's why Jiang Cheng gave this Martian city a name like Hope City. This name has Jiang Cheng's expectation and Ruo Jiang Cheng's deepest desire. The City of Hope is located on the plain next to Mount Olympus, covering an area of about 10 kilometers. The huge mountain range of Mount Olympus can help Hope City shield countless violent sands and ensure the safety of the city. If the whole city is seen from the outside, it is like being wrapped in a transparent glass cover. This transparent cover is the unique transparent dome of Hope City. This palace roof can protect the entire city from the harsh weather on Mars. It can also isolate the space inside and outside the city, so that the oxygen in the city will not be exposed. If you overlook the City of Hope in midair, you can clearly see the whole dome due to the angle of light refraction. If it happens to be sunny, you can still see the sunlight emitted from the top. Under the sunlight, the roof of the palace will emit a dazzling light, and the whole city looks like a gem, so dazzling and charming. But if you look out from the city, you can find the transparent roof. Standing on a city street and looking outside, you can directly see the scenery on Mars, and your sight will not be affected by the top of the word. If you don't know that the people on the roof of the palace are in the city, you will think that the city does not have any protection and is just exposed to the atmosphere of Mars. Maybe that person would still feel bad about it, or maybe he would want to get in and out of here in fear. Because humans cannot survive in the Martian atmosphere, unprotected exposure on Mars is an act of seeking death. This design makes use of the blind zone of human eyes and makes the transparent roof disappear in the eyes of Renguin through the refraction effect of light. Of course, Ding will always be there. There is no disappearing situation, and he is performing his duty to protect the humans in Ryucheng. In addition to the most iconic transparent dome, Hope City has a very good internal environment. The buildings and structures inside the city are beautifully constructed. Each building is so special and full of different styles. If the buildings in the entire city are square and square, then this area city would be too lifeless. Jiangcheng certainly wouldn't let his Martian city become a lifeless city. When designing these buildings, each building designed by Jiangcheng has a different style. Looking at the whole city, there are no two buildings of the same type. Different styles of buildings have brought a bit of vitality to the city. Unlike modern cities, the atmosphere of the whole city is a lot more active. In addition to the characteristics of the buildings, the streets in the city are also very beautiful. The resulting neat and uniform streets look very good. Various plants are everywhere on both sides of the street, making the whole city into a giant garden. These plants were all transplanted by Jiangcheng from the water polo. At that time, it took Jiangcheng a lot of effort to transport them to Mars with the Trailblazer. Finally, the plants took root in the city. You can see all kinds of landscapes everywhere in the city, with fountains, statues, and flowers everywhere. These different landscapes turn Hope City into an art capital, full of literary and artistic atmosphere everywhere. While this city has such a beautiful environment, it also contains high-tech products everywhere. First of all, the city can save the internal temperature because the transparent roof has strong thermal insulation. Therefore, a giant air conditioner was installed in the city to adjust the temperature in the city at will. In other words, Zilli City can be like spring all year round, regardless of how the outside climate is. In addition to controlling the temperature, Jiangcheng also used a lot of new technologies in this city for wireless power transmission. Needless to say, this is because Jiangcheng had planned to use it here. In Hope City, there is no socket at all because the air here is full of electricity. It can be charged anywhere in the city, and there is no need for plugs and chargers. I hope that there are many robots placed in the city. These robots can help the residents in the city to do whatever they want. Residents in the city do not need to buy food by themselves or pass dogs by themselves. Naturally, there will be robots to help them with these trivial tasks. The degree of automation in the entire Hope City is also quite high, and the control of this city is an advanced artificial intelligence service. As for the floating vehicles that have just entered everyone's sight, they are all very common vehicles here. Even the rainfall here can be artificially created, allowing Nuo Zhao Zhao people to experience the feeling of rain. This city is like an alien city in a sci-fi movie, full of technological products that transcend the times. Hope City is such a magical city, which is full of modern sensation while having a literary atmosphere. These two very contradictory different styles are perfectly unified in Hope City, and there is no discordance at all. Generally speaking, this is a dream city, a city that only exists in people's fantasy. In order to build this fantasy city, Jiangcheng did not know how much sweat he put in. In order to build such a city on Mars, Jiang Chengguang spent hundreds of billions of dollars. Now Jiangcheng is worth all his efforts, because the city is finally completed in the middle of Hope City. there is a huge square. This huge square is the central square of the entire city, dedicated to hosting major events. Today, it finally ushered in the first use in this central square, and it was also the first event held in the city. The square is now full of people, thousands of people standing on the huge square. All of a sudden, the square is filled. In addition to the crowd on the square, there are also many tables. These tables are all filled with various flavors of food, as well as all kinds of drinks. People in the square can take these foods and drinks at will, and just go up and grab whatever they want. Everyone let go of their stomachs and prepared to have a good meal. They don't have to worry about eating up these foods at all, because robots are always carrying all kinds of delicacies, constantly replenishing the food on the table. It seems that a buffet is being held on the square, which is a buffet-style banquet. Participating in this banquet are the astronauts responsible for building Hope City, and of course Jiang Cheng, who is in charge of this project, is indispensable. Jiang Cheng is now standing in the middle of the square, chatting casually with people around him, and the atmosphere is relaxed and harmonious. It seems that everyone is very happy. Everyone is enjoying today's banquet at the same time because everyone present is the protagonist of this banquet. The banquet tonight is for everyone. After Jiang Cheng completed the construction of Hope City, he held this grand banquet to celebrate all those who participated in the project. Today's banquet is a celebration banquet, and the protagonist is everyone present. Everyone on the square has worked hard for the construction of Hope City, and the city can be successfully completed without the credit of everyone present. If there were no such characters on the scene and nearly a year of hard work, Jiang Cheng would not be able to build this dream city. That's why it is said that everyone in today's banquet is the protagonist, because the appearance of this city has every credit in it. Everyone can build a city out of thin air on Mars within a year. I don't know how many people have put in a lot of sweat and are busy at the construction site day and night. Zilla Cheng was able to complete the work on time. Everyone here is a hero, so everyone is qualified to celebrate for themselves. Everyone is the protagonist of today's banquet. Long ago, when Hope City was still under construction, Jiang Cheng had already promised this celebration banquet. At the beginning, he said that he would celebrate for everyone and celebrate everyone's participation in this great project. And now that the City of Hope has been fully constructed, it is time for Jiang Cheng to fulfill his original promise. Jiang Cheng has been preparing for this banquet since this morning, in order to make this celebration banquet better. In order to let everyone eat better food, Jiang Cheng also specially raised a large number of fresh ingredients on the water polo, and then transported them to Mars by spacecraft, so that everyone can enjoy the most delicious food. It's not the cooking robots in the city that are in charge of cooking the food at this banquet. Although the cooking robot is also very good, it can satisfy many people. But how can this kind of automatically produced food be comparable to the food carefully cooked by a chef? That's right. This time Jiang Cheng also found a bunch of chefs from the water polo to prepare food for the celebration banquet. These encyclopedias are the size of some 5-star hotels, or else they are the chefs of the 3-star Michelin Hall, and there is no better person than them in the skills this group of real chefs. It is not easy for ordinary people to eat their cooking. As a result, Jiang Cheng gathered them all together to cook the food needed for any banquet. This is simply the use of the chef who took the big pot of dishes, and only Jiang Cheng did this kind of thing. Only Jiang Cheng has the ability to gather so many chefs together at the same time and invite them to a place as far away as Mars just to cook a meal. It is estimated that the diners on the water polo today will be in tragedy because the group of people with the most delicious dishes are now on faraway Mars, and there is no way to cook for them. For Jiang Cheng's banquet, many Michelin 3-star halls are closed today. Who made their chefs all run to Mars, and only she closed the door. In order to get these chefs to agree to come to Mars, Jiang Cheng helped them prepare food for the celebration banquet with great effort. Which one of these top chefs is not a person with a higher eye? It is very difficult to want to be affectionate, let alone invite them at the same time. If Jiang Cheng's status among humans is not high enough, this time the chef would not agree to such a request. Maybe Mars is also a certain attraction for these chefs, and it is also a good choice to come to Mars, by the way. So in the end, these top chefs agreed to Jiang Cheng's invitation, and they sat on the Trailblazer to Mars. Jiang Cheng paid such a big price, and the effect is still very good. Just look at the eating photos of the astronauts who are eating, and you will know how delicious the food is. The top ingredients and the best chefs gave everyone a top-notch banquet. In addition to the delicious food in this celebration banquet, the drinks and the like were also top-notch. These top wines of La Filetu can be seen everywhere at the banquet, just as much as the beer at the general banquet. As long as you drink enough to die, no one will care for you. Jiang Cheng looked at the astronauts enjoying this banquet with a satisfied smile on his face. As long as everyone can enjoy this celebration banquet, he will feel very happy. After all, this banquet was something he had promised long ago, and of course he had to satisfy everyone. Today, the starry sky on Mars is extremely bright, and the little starlight is spread over every part of Hope City. At this time, in Hope City, watching the starry sky on Mars is the most suitable. There is no thick atmosphere on the water polo, and there is no industrial pollution on the water polo. Therefore, the starry sky on Mars is more beautiful than the water polo. There are even 2 moons on Mars, one more than the moon on the water ball. The 2 moons are Phobos and Phobos, and they are now in different positions in the sky. The 2 moons hung high in the sky at the same time, giving people a completely different feeling from the water polo. At the same time, if there are 2 moons in the sky, this feeling is really different from that on the water polo, and there is a completely different strange feeling. But now the beautiful starry sky in the sky, people on Mars don't have the time to appreciate it because a grand celebration banquet is being held in Zisheng City. No one will look up at this time to care about the stars and moon in the sky. Today's City of Hope has become a city that never sleeps, and it is still a scene of bright lights and fires. Farewell is near the middle square of Hope City, which is even more brilliantly lit. The lights here are shining like colorful rays, and the surrounding area is dyed with a dreamy feeling. Everyone was in this dreamy atmosphere, enjoying this banquet. The celebration banquet in the square is still going on, and a lot of food and drinks have been consumed. However, no one is worried that there is not enough food and drinks, because there are robots coming up with new wine and delicacies at any time. At the celebration banquet held tonight, everyone who participated played and enjoyed their banquet. From the empty wine bottles on the ground now, you know how happy everyone is. A lot of people who can't drink enough are already drunk, singing loudly in the square, almost before they get under the table. Today's banquet was held very open, so it was the way it is now. As early as the beginning of the banquet, Jiang Cheng let everyone open up to play without worrying that his boss is still here. The people attending the banquet heard Jiang Cheng say so, of course, there would be no restrictions, and they all played casually. These astronauts have been working hard for a year. They have already been mentally exhausted, and they are about to reach the limit that they can bear. Now that I finally have such a good opportunity to relax, everyone is naturally playing a bit crazy. Letting everyone relax to the full is also the purpose of Jiang Cheng's banquet. These people have been busy for a year, and they haven't even been back to water polo. Now that all of their tasks have been completed, it is time for them to relax, otherwise others should say that he abused employees. Now the time on Mars is almost midnight, and this celebration party has lasted all night. Although it is late, no one wants to leave and is still playing in the square. Some astronauts who have a better relationship are even holding each other directly, not knowing what they are saying there. They may be making the final farewell, because now that the Hope City has been built, it is time for them to part with each other. These astronauts are all for the purpose of building the City of Hope, so they gathered together and worked towards the same goal. Now that everyone's goals have been achieved, it's time for everyone to say goodbye. In the future, these astronauts will have to take their own paths to complete their different missions. Perhaps this is the last time they met, so everyone will cherish this moment so much. Jiang Cheng saw that everyone was almost full, so he walked to the platform in the middle of the square. He is going to say a few words to everyone and thank everyone present for their contributions. Without everyone's efforts, his dream could not be fulfilled. So what Jiang Cheng wants to thank most now is the men present. Please be quiet and listen to me first. After hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, the people in the square stopped their movements and turned to look at Jiang Cheng, who was standing on the stage. Jiang Cheng saw that everyone turned their attention to himself, and then he said, "Please rest assured, my speech this time will be very brief, and it will definitely not delay everyone's playing time." Just as Jiang Cheng said this, there was a burst of laughter on the square. Everyone was amused by Jiang Cheng's words. Even Jiang Cheng himself was no exception. I saw Jiang Cheng smiling while continuing to say, "The name of the place where we stand now is called Hope City. This city built on Mars is a miracle. Being able to build such a large city on Mars is something that has not appeared in science fiction movies. Even those imaginative film screenwriters do not imagine that someone can build a city on Mars. So I would say this is a miracle, and it is also a miracle created by everyone. Everyone can feel doing it for themselves, because you have participated in this great project." After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the astronauts in the square all showed proud expressions. Just like Jiang Cheng just said, they, as the builders of the City of Hope, the City of Miracles, are qualified enough to be proud of themselves. So now let us toast to everyone's pride. Jiang Cheng said, raising the wine glass in his hand, and took the lead in drinking the wine in the glass. Cheers. Cheers. At this time, everyone drank stubbornly, enjoying this rare moment. To commemorate this important moment today, let's enjoy everything. The last thing I want to say is that everyone is not going home today. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he walked off the stage and joined the ocean of celebration. Tonight, for them, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, next year, in a room in Hope City, Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed with messy hair and tired face and was falling asleep deeply. Seeing how he is sleeping now, you know that he was not less dark last night, so he made himself like this. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's eyelids moved slightly, and he seemed to be about to wake up. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes and began to escape from the original state of sleep. Jiang Cheng, who had just arrived, had not yet adapted to the light in the room and raised his hand to block his eyes. After a while, Jiang Cheng was overwhelmed and slowly got up from the bed. Yeah, head hurts. When Shisu came together, he felt that his head was about to split, and he hurriedly gave it twice with his hands. 60-0. After a long time, Makoto Jiang recovered from the hangover and ran to wash his head with cold water. The cold water suddenly made Jiang Cheng sober and began to recall what happened last night. I drank too much yesterday, and my head started to hurt when I slept. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't think of the last thing, only that he really drank a lot of wine yesterday. Jiang Cheng only remembered that after he spoke yesterday, he began to be toasted by everyone. At first, Jiang Cheng didn't feel anything, and he always refused to those who came to toast. As a result, even after drinking it, he couldn't hold it anymore, and his thoughts became confused because of the influence of alcohol. Jiang Cheng rarely gets drunk like this and doesn't want to continue drinking later. But how could that group of astronauts let him go easily? Holding Jiang Cheng was just a meal. At the end of the drink, everyone in the square was drunk, and it was not until this morning that the banquet ended. In the end, if it weren't for the presence of robots, they could send everyone back to their room, and these people would fall asleep in the square. After finishing yesterday's banquet, a robot sent Jiang Cheng back to his room, and then it was the situation when Jiang Cheng got up now. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out what happened in the end, so he gave up remembering his behavior last night. Anyway, as long as you are okay, it is normal that you can't remember things after drinking too much. It seems that I can't drink so much in the future. The feeling of a hangover is really uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng used his head vigorously and said in fear. Now Jiang Cheng's whole person is still in a trance state, even unable to concentrate. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, as if he could not control his thinking. People like Jiang Cheng have always had a strong desire to control, and of course they would feel uncomfortable with the current state. To be honest, I was able to drink Jiang Cheng to pieces last night, so I really don't know how much wine Yang and Su drank. It seems that Jiang Cheng and the others played really well yesterday, and the wine is definitely not bad. Otherwise, it won't be what it is now. You have to know that Jiang Cheng's physique is simply a humanoid beast, and he doesn't respond to any amount of alcohol. Now that even Jiang Cheng is old, I really don't know how much alcohol they drank yesterday. It is estimated that the drinks Jiang Cheng prepared for this banquet were basically all given to Huo by them. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not become like this. It is estimated that other people have not got up yet, and there will be those who look good when they get up. The feeling of old speech is not so wonderful. That kind of feeling can only be experienced by drunk people. After Jiang Cheng was a little sober, he walked out of his room slowly. After going out, Jiang Cheng found that the entire domain of hope was now quiet, and he was the only one moving outside. Seeing the current situation in Hope City, Jiang Cheng knew that the others were also older last night, so he still hadn't gotten up by this time. This situation is quite normal now, and it is almost impossible for someone like Jiang Cheng to be able to clear the scriptures after being instilled. It is estimated that the current situation of other people is more serious than Jiang Cheng, and I am afraid that they will not be able to reach the level in the past few days. It is impossible to verbalize Jiang Cheng without paying the price. The person who grabbed Jiang Cheng's wine yesterday was also irritated by Jiang Cheng himself. Seeing the deserted look on the street, Jiang Cheng didn't know that he could do it right now. Jiang Cheng found that it was useless to wake up alone. The others were still feeling that, so Jiang Cheng went around the street to find a place. After eating, he walked back to his room and continued to fall on the bed to sleep. Anyway, there is nothing to do during the day, and there is no need for others to be busy. It might as well just let it go, let everyone get a good night's sleep. Hope Domain fell into silence again like this. Only those competent robots were busy in the city. These robots never need to rest and are always performing their duties faithfully. Hope that the quiet situation in the city has changed until the evening. At night, the robots in Yucheng started calling everyone to get up from their bed. Everyone was suddenly awakened by the robot and began to experience the feeling of drunkenness. The reason why these robots wake up everyone is because they have to get up now. In the plan, these astronauts will set off to return to the water polo tonight, and the program has been set up long ago before the robot can pick up everyone. Everyone who woke up suddenly didn't even want to move at first, mainly because the feeling was really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the water polo after a while, they really wanted to just keep sleeping. In the end, the desire to go home defeated the discomfort of a hangover. Everyone lifted their things and slowly began to embark on the Trailblazer. Everyone has been mining on Mars for a whole year, and now they can finally go home. Everyone is very excited now. With a hint of glassy while moving, this mixed experience is very wonderful. But Jiang Cheng's situation was completely different from theirs and went back to sleep again next year. Now Jiang Cheng has fully recovered, sitting on the bridge with good spirits. Jiang Cheng saw that if the group of depressed people around him almost couldn't help laughing. Especially Weak now looks the most funny. As if he is not sleeping, he has to fall to the ground at any time. Xiao Peng was one of the most active people who poured Jiang Chengju yesterday, and of course he was also poured a lot by Jiang Cheng. When Jiang Cheng saw Xiao's fate now, let alone the joy in his heart, who made him want to quit himself so much yesterday, and ended up putting himself in Peng Qi, didn't have the recovery ability as well as Jiang Cheng, so he could only slowly endure the feeling of lingering dignity. This feeling of gloating for misfortune made Jiang Cheng feel very good, and he couldn't wait to jump up and celebrate. Of course, he had to hold back now, and he couldn't lose his temper in front of those many subordinates. After everyone boarded the Trailblazer, they were ready to go back to the water polo after a year, and now they can finally go home. This allowed all the crew to cheer up and start this return journey. Go, heading to the water polo, we go home. Under Jiang Cheng's order, the Blazer slowly took off from Mars. Slowly accelerate a little bit and start flying in the direction of the water polo. This time, the astronauts who participated in the construction of Hope City, except for a small number of personnel to be stationed for a long time, are all on the Trailblazer now, waiting for the moment Ryuo goes home. After more than a year of missions this time, they all became very homesick. Although the conditions on Mars are not bad, none of them feel good at home. Now everyone is looking forward to it abnormally, looking forward to the moment of seeing their family. Everyone on the spaceship has become a wandering home. Of course, those astronauts who stay in Hope City don't have to worry about not being able to go home. Because Hope Po will be their home in the future, they will be the first permanent residents of Hope City and will always stay on Mars. These astronauts will be the permanent astronauts of Hope City in the future, responsible for dealing with the problems of concentration. The family members of these pilots will then set off to Mars and settle with them in Zilli City. In order to allow these astronauts to work in Hope City at ease, Jiang Cheng directly assisted their families on Mars. Jizhai also arranged a job for everyone, so that these astronauts will not be idle on Mars. Jiang Cheng's arrangement was so considerate, and it relieved all their worries. At the same time, it can make these astronauts work at ease and take root on Mars honestly. In the future, Jiang Cheng will gradually immigrate to Mars until there are enough manpower here. Those rich minerals on Mars can now be developed. Hope City, a city on Mars, will be the center of Mars development in the future. In the future, this city will be surrounded by a series of development plans. In Jiang Cheng's plan, Mars can provide most of the rare metals he needs in the future and carry out preliminary processing of these resources. The resource planet is Jiang Cheng's positioning of Mars, and it is also the future development direction of this planet. After Mars is truly developed, it is time for Jiang Cheng to reach out to the solar system. However, it is too early for the future. What Jiang Cheng has to do now is to arrange the first immigrants to Mars. Now, the first batch of people who signed up for the Mars immigration program have already completed their training. But Hope City has never been completed, so they waited on the water polo. Now that Po has been completely completed, it is time for these immigrants to set off. After less than half an hour's flight, the Blazer finally arrived outside the Badao of water polo. When the crew members saw the bright blue planet of the water polo, all of them wept with joy. When he saw the water polo at the front of the bridge, even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but cheer, let alone other people's current performance. Although Jiang Cheng could return to the water polo once a week, it was a short break. During the year of building the Domain of Hope, Jiang Cheng spent most of his time on Mars. Now I can finally go home and take a good breath. Of course, Jiang Cheng can't calm down this long mission on Mars away from the water polo, but Jiang Cheng is really exhausted. Jiang Cheng made up his mind in his heart and said that he would do everything like this time. In the future, even if there is an important space program, he will go to the site from time to time at most. He stayed at the scene for a long time like this time and stopped working after he was killed. In the future, Jiang Cheng will stay in the water polo honestly. Jiang Cheng personally sent out to Mars to stay for a year, and it is estimated that this will not happen in the future. Anyway, Jiang Cheng now has so many capable subordinates. Wherever they are not needed, Lang Jiangcheng has decided to leave it to Zio to take care of things like the on-site commander in the future. With the previous experience in the construction of Hope City, one person can be responsible for this kind of project next time. The current Cayenne Peng was in a state of excitement about going home, and he didn't even notice Jiang Cheng's thoughts. If he knew that Jiang Cheng had already hit his head with attention, what kind of expression would he look like? But now there is no time to care about this kind of thing, because he can't wait to go home. The return of the pioneer has attracted the attention of all human beings and spontaneously held welcoming ceremonies for them. Humans finally have a city on other planets, which is a big event for the entire human civilization. It can be said that with this city, mankind has a foothold outside the water polo. So many people ran over, ready to thank Jiang Cheng for their work on Mars. This allowed all the astronauts to enjoy a grand welcome ceremony, and all those who participated in this project were treated by Hero 1. Every astronaut received the warmest welcome. Now this kind of treatment has moved them all. At least the hard work of this year has not been in vain. All the first immigrants are ready, and when they are ready, they can set off to Mars. Jiang Cheng is now staying in the group headquarters building, discussing immigration matters with his CEO. After returning to the water polo on the Trailblazer, Jiang Cheng did nothing else and stayed at home for several days. In the past few days, Jiang Cheng has been with the women next to him to make up for the inability to conceal their legacy during this period. These few days have made Jiang Cheng comfortable, and there is no need to think about anything above, and it is many times cooler than the days on Mars. On Mars, he was busy with Hope City affairs every day, and he didn't even have any time to rest. The surrounding life is as comfortable as the past few days, and I can do it when I have nothing to do. Zia Ziaoe and the three. Jiang Cheng's life in the past few days was quite corrupt. The four of them stayed at home and sang songs every night, doing indescribable things every day. Jiang Cheng doesn't want to come out of home in such days, but wants to live like this forever. Had it not been necessary to deal with the immigration of Mars, Jiang Cheng would really not be ready to move. In the end, Jiang Cheng had to leave his warm home and go busy with the first immigrants to Mars. Now, I hope that the city is ready, just waiting for the immigration to pass. There are still many actions behind Jiang Cheng on Mars, and the first batch of Martian immigrants must leave as soon as possible. That's why Jiang Cheng went to the company and started discussing with Zhang Manlin, who was in charge of this matter. As early as half a year ago, all the training had been done, but I hope that the city has not been repaired, so this is stuck in the water polo. Now that the projects in Hope City have ended, they can indeed set off to Mars. Zhang Manlin stood opposite Jiang Cheng and reported to him the situation of those Martian immigrants. Zhang Manlin was responsible for the management of Martian immigration from the beginning. The personnel statistics and the handling of the property of these people on the water polo are all handled by Zhang Manlin. The first batch of Martian immigrants are basically all dragging their families, and the family is preparing to immigrate to Mars together. So these people's original houses and cars will be useless in the future. It is impossible for them to take a car and a house to Mars. At most, they can bring some valuable things and basically give up the things that cannot be brought. Since Jiang Cheng wants people like them to immigrate to Mars, of course they must help deal with these things that cannot be taken away. The Cosmos Umbrella Group basically accepted these properties in their entirety, transformed them into properties on Mars according to the immigration, and then asked them to go directly to the domain of Hope. All these tasks are done by Zhang Manlin, so she understands the immigration situation. All the immigrants' property has been processed, and they can set off to Mars at any time. Some people even wanted to go to Mars a little eagerly and asked several times about the specific time of departure. Now it seems that all the immigrants are ready, and the whole family is waiting to go to Mars. After listening to the first batch of Martian immigration, Jiang Cheng made up his mind to start the follow-up plan. Now that everything is ready, start the Martian immigration plan. I hope that the city is already ready to accept immigrants, and Martian immigrants can move in at any time. Following Jiang Cheng's decision to start the Mars immigration plan, the entire Cosmos Umbrella Group began to get busy. The Martian immigration plan is not as simple as it seems. It is not enough to send immigrants to Mars. The follow-up of the specific work of these immigrants on Mars and the life arrangements on Mars, all these things must be prepared by Jiang Cheng in advance. Jiang Cheng wants these immigrants to go to Mars for major development, but he can't just leave them alone on Mars. How to make use of these immigrants is what Jiang Cheng is busy now. What kind of people are suitable for what kind of job, and what position should those immigrants be better at? These are all issues that Jiang Cheng needs to consider clearly. And whether the follow-up Martian immigrants should start recruiting, how many people will be recruited by the first immigrants, and when will they set off to Mars? If all the problems are not considered, it is impossible to start the Martian immigration plan rashly. The Martian immigration plan is a holistic project, and every step Jiang Cheng takes must be thought out in advance. Because the work before and after are interrelated, there must be an overall plan for this long-term plan to be implemented smoothly. Jiang Cheng stayed at the group headquarters for several days before finishing the whole plan smoothly. How to develop Mars in the future, and how to deal with the preparation of immigration. These things are considered to be planned by him. After completing the entire plan, Jiang Cheng officially launched the Martian immigration plan. Jiang Cheng began to prepare the first batch of Martian immigrants. They will cross the far starry sky to reach the bright red planet and become the first immigrants to survive on Mars. The Trailblazer is already in place, waiting to load all Martian immigrants to Mars, and hope that everything is ready in the city, just waiting for the first immigrants to pass. Soon all the immigrants completed the boarding work, and the Blazer slowly lifted off and began to accelerate towards the destination. When the Pioneer slowly disappeared near the water polo, it was the first Martian immigrants who also began their space journey. The journey in space is always so attractive, full of fantasy and expectations. The immigrants on the Pioneer are in a state of excitement and confusion. What they are excited about is that they can finally go to Mars in their dreams, and hope that they can't wait to live in the beautiful environment of the city. What they are confused about is that they don't know what life will be like on Mars. Nubuat is a remote and unfamiliar planet. The Martian immigrants embarked on a journey to Mars, and what awaited them was a whole new environment. They are going to start a new life on the strange planet Mars. When the first batch of Martian immigrants came down from the Trailblazer, they couldn't believe what they saw, because they saw the huge transparent dome and the City of Hope underneath it was protected. First of all, the transparent dome overturned their cognition. None of these people thought that Jingren could actually build such a building. The huge transparent roof that is several hundred meters high looks like a creation in mythology, and it is simply not something that should appear in reality. In their world of Martian immigrants, this transparent roof has far surpassed the current level of human technology, and it is something that a highly developed alien civilization can build. Some people in Jizhai began to think that Jiang Cheng had the help of the aliens. Otherwise, how could it be possible to build such a palace roof? These Martian immigrants had just arrived on Mars, and they were shocked by the transparent dome of Hope City. Some people have begun to doubt their lives after breastfeeding, wondering if they have traveled to the future to see such a great creation. Of course, the guess of some of them is actually correct. That is, the judgment about the level of human technology. With the current technological means of human civilization, it is true that such a thing cannot be created. If human civilization develops as it is now, it will not be possible to create something like a transparent dome even decades later. However, this only excludes human civilization other than Jiang Cheng, and does not consider Jiang Cheng's role in this. What these people think wrong is that Jiang Cheng, a genius at the level of monsters, is not included in ordinary humans. Jiang Cheng's existence completely surpassed the level of human science and technology, and was completely capable of doing such things. Without Jiang Cheng, humans would probably still be on the water polo, and even Mars would not be able to board once. But now with Jiang Cheng, it's completely different. Humans can now not only go to Mars, but also build immigrant cities on Mars, but also build all kinds of incredible creations. This is the impact of a sky on the entire human civilization, driving the development speed of unknown times. It can be said that this huge transparent roof could be built precisely because of Jiang Cheng. The design, technology, and materials of the entire palace roof were all provided by Jiang Cheng. Even the specific construction work was completed under Jiang Cheng's guidance. Jiang Cheng almost took care of the most district work, making this impossible thing happen. Without Jiang Cheng, there would be no way for this kind of architecture to appear. Therefore, the current level of human science and technology, whether there is Jiang Cheng, is really 2 yards. If Jiang Cheng does not exist, human civilization is indeed unable to build this transparent roof. But after adding Jiang Cheng, it's completely different, and anything more crooked than this may be created. From this point, it can be seen that Jiang Cheng's role in the promotion of the entire human civilization. Whether there is Jiang Cheng's human civilization is simply the existence of 2 different grades. The gap between this one is really too big. The first immigrants on Mars were surprised and doubted by the transparent dome outside as soon as they arrived on Mars, before entering the City of Hope. But what they still don't know is that there are invalid magic things waiting for them. I hope that the beautiful and high-tech landscapes in the city will never be worse than this transparency. Soon these people really knew how bad their own knowledge was. When they entered the City of Hope, they realized that they were really surprised too early. I hope that the environment and style inside the city will make their brains that have not yet calmed down once again suffer a huge impact. Because I hope the environment in the city is so beautiful, it is beyond the scope of reality and makes people feel a little unrealistic. This magnificent feeling made all Martian immigrants behold. Everything in the city is so beautiful, it makes them feel that they can't get through with only 2 eyes, and they hate to have 2 pairs of eyes. Originally, when these Martian immigrants saw the promotional video at that time, they thought that the Martian city inside was enough to make them amazing. What they thought at the time was that as long as the city had half of the video, it wouldn't be in vain that they rushed to Mars so far. As a result, I now hope that the city will look 3 points better than the city in the promotional video. This feeling far exceeding expectations makes them very satisfied now, and they can't wait to start a new life here right away. Thinking that this is the city where they live for a long time, these Martian immigrants cannot bear the joy of their hearts. To be able to live in such a dream city, this is simply their lifetime luck. Now they all began to thank Jiang Cheng for giving them such a good opportunity to start their new life here. Just when they were all looking forward to the good life in the future, a group of robots walked up to them and began to guide them to the pre-allocated house. The next step is the stage for them to adapt here. After they have adapted to the environment on Mars, it is time for them to officially start working here. Jiang Cheng arranged different jobs for them, and basically every individual has his own responsibility. The first batch of Martian immigrants will soon settle down in Hope City, and then begin their work on Mars. But Jiang Cheng is still waiting for them to help him develop Mars. Just as the first batch of Martian immigrants had just arrived in Zilli City, Jiang Cheng had a major event that he had to pay attention to. At that time, during the trial voyage of the Pioneer, Neptune, the most distant planet in the sky, was the target. After arriving at the Blazers and arriving at Neptune, Jiang Chengshun dropped a probe on it, looking for some special resources on Neptune. As a result, the detector now sent back some special discoveries, and these discoveries made Jiang Cheng pay attention to it. The probe on Neptune has been detecting Neptune since it was dropped on Neptune. It is well known that Neptune receives very little heat because it is too far away from the water ball. These colorful planets are at more than 200 degrees below zero all year round, and there is no liquid water at such a low temperature. Therefore, the entire surface of Neptune is covered by a thick layer of ice. What Jiang Cheng wants to know is whether there are any rare resources he wants under the ice of Neptune. The super-sensing device carried on this detector emits super-detection signals all the time. These over-frequency detection signals can penetrate the thick ice and detect what is underneath. The detector on Neptune will transmit all the detected data back to the water polo. Then the analysis is processed in the Space Mission Center, and finally some valuable results are obtained. This time, a very valuable result was discovered, so even Jiang Cheng was alarmed by the discovery of a set of abnormal data by the Space Mission Center today. This set of data may represent a huge discovery. At that time, Jiang Cheng told the person in charge of analyzing the data, and if he found anything, he would be notified immediately. As a result, after the technician discovered the abnormal situation, he immediately notified Jiang Cheng as soon as he got the news, and rushed to the Space Mission Center to confirm the authenticity of the discovery. The main reason is that this discovery is too important for him, and it is a major issue related to his future space program. As soon as Jiang Cheng arrived at the Space Mission Center, he went directly to the department responsible for analyzing the detection data and immediately couldn't help asking, can a special substance be confirmed? Are there errors in the results of the analysis? Has that group of abnormal data been checked again? Can it be confirmed that the special substance was found? Supervisor Jiang Cheng is all in focus now, and wants to get the final confirmation result from the technicians as soon as possible. From Jiang Cheng's current state, we can know how much he cares about this matter. The discovery that Jiang Cheng values so much must be a very important discovery. After seeing Jiang Cheng's attitude, the technician responsible for data analysis became serious. My boss is so caring about this matter. He has to do a little better. If this matter is messed up, I don't know how angry Jiang Cheng will be. So the technician said in a serious tone, the preliminary analysis results have come out, and it can be confirmed that it is the special substance mentioned before. Now the computer is performing the second analysis of the complex lotus, and the result should come out soon after answering Jiang Cheng's question. The technician stared nervously at the screen in front of him, waiting for the final analysis result. This technician is completely different now, completely in a different state from before Jiang Cheng's arrival. He had never thought that Jiang Cheng would attach such importance to this matter before, thinking that Jiang Cheng just arranged a task randomly. As a result, I was caught off guard now, and I could only immediately adjust my state to deal with this task with the highest level attitude. After Jiang Cheng listened to the report of the technicians, his eyelid color was relieved a lot. In the first preliminary analysis and calculation, there will be no mistakes in an acid condition. The reason why they will conduct the second lotus calculation analysis is just an act of insurance. Basically, the result of the first analysis and calculation is the final correct result. The result of preliminary analysis now is that if that kind of special matter does exist on Neptune. As long as this substance exists on Neptune, Jiang Cheng's worry can be put down in half. Now he only needs to wait for the result of the second lotus calculation analysis, and then he can completely discard the other half of his worry. Jiang Cheng stayed in the Space Mission Center like this, not planning to go anywhere, and wanted to wait here until the final result came out. 00 Shi Jiang Cheng is in this posture, but he won't leave if he doesn't come out. This special substance is too important for Jiang Cheng, so he will force I can't wait to confirm the final result, not even worry about leaving here for a while. Fortunately, the results of the second analysis and calculation came out immediately, and Jiang Cheng did not wait too long here. Mr. Jiang, the final result has come out. It is exactly the same as the result of the first analysis and calculation. The two calculation results are exactly the same. We can confirm that there is indeed an alpha knot on Neptune. It turns out that this special substance that Jiang Cheng attaches great importance to is the alpha knot that Jiang Cheng has always wanted. Alpha knots, a very special substance, will only be born in a very cold environment. That's why Jiang Cheng was on the cold planet of Neptune, looking for a special substance like alpha knot. In environments such as water polo and Mars, it is impossible for alpha crystals to exist. Jiang Cheng has already searched many planets in the solar system, but he has not found this special substance. At the beginning, Jiang Cheng felt that in an environment like Neptune, it was possible that a rare resource such as the Tongrapha knot would appear. But he didn't have the certainty that he would be able to find it because Tongrapha crystals were too rare. Perhaps on 1,000 planets like Neptune, there is not even a little alpha knot. Therefore, Jiang Cheng did not hold much hope for this exploration on Neptune. He just wanted to try his luck, but in the end, he didn't expect to actually let him be on Neptune and find evidence of the existence of alpha knot. This unexpected surprise made Jiang Cheng very happy because he no longer had to worry about this substance. It can be said that after finding the alpha knot, his entire space program was greatly advanced. Originally, if Jiang Cheng couldn't find alpha knots in the solar system, he had planned many plans. Jiang Cheng is prepared to wait until mankind continues to develop for a period of time, and then go to other star systems to search for this special material, and then start those plans after finding it. But now everything is different, and alpha knots can no longer limit Jiang Cheng's plan. Let me take a look at all the data and see if it is alpha junction. As soon as Jiang Cheng heard the report from the technician, he immediately moved his head to the front of the display, ready to confirm the result himself. This is not to say that he does not trust his subordinates, but he simply doesn't believe that his luck will be so good. The distribution of 64-0 in the universe has always been erratic, and the probability of existence is extremely rare. It is possible that no such special matter can be found in any star system in Schengen. Even Jiang Cheng doesn't believe that there are products of the same type in the solar system where he lives. It is this extremely rare probability that makes Jiang Cheng unable to believe that there will be alpha knots in the solar system, not to believe in the results of this exploration. So Japanese letter can't help himself to confirm that if there is really an alpha knot on Neptune, then I have to say that Jiang Cheng's luck is really against the sky. Thousands of things that don't necessarily exist in the star system have made Jiang Cheng magnetized so easily, and they are still in his own solar system. This kind of illusory thing may have been encountered by Jiang Cheng, who made his luck always so good. The one that is straight is the net's knot. These abnormal data all show that the detector is on Neptune and found the existence of the alpha knot. It is impossible for me to recognize this unique data arrangement. This is the data fed back after the overclocking detection signal hits the ERFA result. After Jiang Cheng put the realization on the monitor, he left the meaning behind that special set of data. He is very familiar with this kind of data because he had participated in the search for ERFA results in his previous life. At that time, Jiang Cheng took the Ruo spacecraft and spent several years traveling in the universe just to find the special substance of Tongrapha knot. You must know that the spacecraft he was riding in was not a primary spacecraft such as the Trailblazer. The top speed was only 20 times the speed of light. The spacecraft that Jiang Cheng was riding on at that time had reached a speed of thousands of times the speed of light and was already the top spacecraft. Such a fast speed allowed Jiang Cheng to catch up with the star system within a few years. As a result, he did not find any signs of the existence of the ERFA knots and could only give up the job he was looking for without a tie. Therefore, Jiang Cheng is very aware of this kind of data and has even reached the level of in-depth follow-up. During those years of searching, Jiang Cheng saw the emergence of this kind of data more than once in his dream, hoping to find the existence of alpha knots. But in the end, Jiang Cheng ended in failure, and in the end he didn't find such special detection evidence. It can be said that no alpha knot was found, which was Jiang Cheng's greatest grievance in his previous life. As a result, in this life, he unexpectedly saw the kind of detection evidence in his dreams. How could this not make Jiang Cheng excited? Let the detector continue to detect immediately and find out all the follow-up details. The technical staff under Jiang Chengzhai's opponent issued the next action order to let the detector continue to figure out the situation. How much are the reserves of alpha crystal? Where is it? And what is the surrounding situation? Don't let these things go and detect them for me immediately. Jiang Cheng almost gave the order, which shocked the technician. Now Jiang Cheng's performance has already started to get a little out of control, so this is what happened. Jiang Cheng couldn't calm down at all now because of the Tongrapha knot found on Neptune. This is something that he couldn't find after a few years in his previous life, and he has even reached the point of reading it very much. Now that Jiang Cheng finally found the existence of the net ERFA knot product, if this is changed by someone else, he still doesn't know what he will be excited about. Jiang Cheng was able to control himself now, but his voice was louder. This kind of performance was already very good. After allowing the detector to continue its detection, Jiang Chengqian stayed here at the Space Mission Center. The main reason is that Jiang Cheng wanted to know the follow-up situation so much that he wouldn't worry about not waiting here. Jiang Cheng estimated that even if he left here, he would still be thinking about the alpha knots in his heart. Primitiveness is here waiting for the results to come out. Anyway, there are all living facilities here. Even the living conditions are very low, and staying here is not a big deal. Jiang Cheng thought so much about finding the Tongrapha knot. This is already a thought left over from the previous life. The grievances left over from the last life now finally have hope of completion. How could this make Jiang Cheng calm down? Whether the grievances he has left over from his last life can be realized, It depends on the final result. Jiang Cheng stayed here to personally wait for the outcome of this matter, which immediately shocked the entire Space Mission Center. Jai Jillian, the technical person in charge, rushed here to wait with Jiang Cheng after hearing about this incident. Since Jiang Cheng values this matter so much, as Jiang Cheng's right and left, of course he has to come and help Jiang Cheng at this time. After the detailed results come out, I plan to go to Neptune mining. How could he be less of doing mission planning? So he stayed in the Space Mission Center like Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, the big boss and the technical person in charge, are waiting together for the result of one thing. Such things rarely happen, and all arouse the curiosity of all the staff present. Everyone is guessing why they value the lake so much, this kind of substance called Tongrapha Jai product. The curiosity of these people is only because they don't understand the substance of alpha knot. If they know what the alpha knots are, they won't be surprised why Jiang Cheng pays so much attention to it. Alpha knots are a very important rare substance for all cosmic civilizations, because this kind of thing is a necessary material for the manufacture of mechas. Only after possessing the Urfa knot can a real mecha be produced. Now the humanoid armors manufactured by Jiang Cheng, including the Xingtian type, are all reduced versions of mechas. So Japanese letter can only be called humanoid armors, not mechas, the highest-end weapon in the universe. The humanoid armor currently possessed by humans simply cannot do what real mecha can do. Measure whether a humanoid armor reaches the level of mecha. One of the most important indicators of street volume is the ability to fight under the space environment. Only by maintaining sufficient fighting power in space can Japanese letter be called a real mech. Because if you want to fight in space, the performance of the mecha must reach a certain level. This 03 is a test of the overall performance of the mecha. If you want to fight freely in space, you first need a lot of horsepower to drive. Unlike being on the ground in space, you can take advantage of your footing to act. Therefore, under the weightless environment in space, it is very difficult for mechas with insufficient power to even move, let alone fighting. If you want the mecha to have enough power, you must use a special kind of guide to provide a lot of power for the mecha. This kind of lead is called alpha lead, and it must be produced with the same type of lead. Although each tong fa yin requires very few tong fa knots, it cannot be cut out without a net fa knot. The driving force of yin is far from comparable to other causes, and the volume and weight of the entire yin-hao are very small. This kind of special lead is only as big as a human head, but it can output very powerful power. The output power ratio per unit weight of the Yue Urfa sighted is the highest in the entire universe, and it is not comparable to any other type of sighted. This is the reason why alpha is the most suitable power for mecha. It's not that only this kind of lead can provide the power the mecha needs. It's just that the volume and weight of the other guides are too large to be installed on the mecha. For example, the non-working mass galaxy-level engine used on the Pioneer, the output power can reach the level of Netterfa. However, the size of a Galaxy-class engine simply cannot fit in a mecha. The Galaxy-class engine on the Trailblazer is larger than a normal house. It is impossible to install on the mecha. With the same output horsepower, the nets are only the size of a human head, while the others are the size of a house. Interfacial method cited this irreplaceable position because of this extremely high performance ratio. If you want mecha, the ultimate combat weapon, to exert the most powerful fighting power, it is indispensable for Tong Urfa to lead the palm. And alpha lead cannot be manufactured without alpha knot, so this special substance is so important. You know that mecha is the ultimate power of a civilization, and it can even reflect the strength of a cosmic civilization. In the fighting between two cosmic civilizations, basically all fighting will occur in space. In space, it is the mecha power of both sides that determines the outcome. Mecha can move flexibly in the universe, which is far more powerful than a heavy spaceship. It can be said that a real mecha can single out a space battleship, and from this, we can see the importance of mecha. If a cosmic civilization does not have its own mech, It will be attacked by other civilizations at any time. The universe is not a peaceful place. It is full of conflicts of all kinds at any time. Therefore, if human civilization wants to make a difference in the universe in the future, network is the most important material. The luckiest thing about human civilization is that there is a rare substance, like tonggrapha, not in the original star system. It can be said that because of this, human beings have avoided a lot of sound paths, and future development will be thoroughly qualitatively beneficial. Even if there are few alpha crystals on Neptune, Jiang Cheng is quite satisfied with this discovery. Because a tonggrapha citation is needed, very few tonggrapha results are needed. That is to say, to make a real mecha, it would not use many synergistic products at all. As long as there is a little alpha knot on Neptune, it is enough for Jiang Cheng to create a mecha unit. With the protection of this mecha unit, mankind will not be afraid of encountering other cosmic civilizations in the future. In the end, the 73 results of the detailed detection above far exceeded Jiang Cheng's expectations, because the alpha knots discovered this time far met Jiang Cheng's needs. Originally, Jiang Cheng only needed tens of kilograms of alpha knots, which was enough to satisfy him. A few dozen kilograms of alpha results are enough for Jiang Cheng to make a few dry mechas. Thousands of mechas are enough for a cosmic civilization to protect its own safety. As a result, the alpha knot found on Neptune this time weighed several tons. A few tons of tonggrapha knots can already produce hundreds of thousands of mechas. Regardless of the number of hundreds of thousands, it seems a bit small, which is nothing to the civilization of the universe. But things like mechas are very precious in the sense. A cosmic civilization with a long history may not have so many mechas. It is because of the scarcity of tonggrapha knots that mechas are so rare. The general cosmic civilization is pretty good if you have tens of thousands of mechas. Now Jiang Cheng has discovered the tonggrapha knot that is enough to cut hundreds of thousands of mechas. In the future, human civilization will no longer have to feel about this rare substance. In terms of acidity, the number of net urfa knots found at one time is dozens of kilograms, and that's why Jiang Cheng felt that he was satisfied with a few dozen kilograms. After Jiang Cheng knew the number of alpha knots, he was happy as if he had picked up a lot of money. This time I was really lucky, but I found so many alpha knots. A few tons of alpha knots, so many alpha knots. It was the first time that I saw Jiang Cheng yelling happily while calculating in my heart. Due to the extreme scarcity of nets, alpha knots are extremely valuable in the civilization of the universe. The few tons of alpha knots discovered this time are a fortune in the universe. The wealth mentioned here is relative to a cosmic civilization. That's why Jiang Cheng feels that he is in control of the feces this time. If Jiang Cheng took these few tons of nets and magic knots and sold them on the trading planets in the universe, no one could imagine anything that could be obtained. Now, the market price of the Milky Way galaxy, a few tons of alpha knots, can already be exchanged for the entire universe civilization. That is to say, if Jiang Cheng takes these tonggrapha knots, he can be exchanged for a real UU civilization. That's a real cosmic civilization, which can be exchanged with just a few tons of materials, but a cosmic civilization can exist as Jiang Cheng's slave. That is to say, with a few tons of alpha knots, it can be exchanged. Ownership of the entire universe now only needs Jiang Cheng to mine the network on Neptune, and then take the Pioneer to find a trading planet, and then he can be the master of a cosmic civilization. Of course, there are also great differences between different cosmic civilizations. There are many factors to distinguish the degree of development of different cosmic civilizations. The level of technology, the number of populations, and the number of colonial planets in the base are all indicators to measure the degree of development of a civilization. A few tons of tonggrapha knots can be exchanged for nothing more than elementary cosmic civilization. However, this is also an extremely astonishing wealth, enough to make Jiang Cheng, who have seen the world, not calm down. We must know that, with the current level of development of mankind, whether it is technology or population who is a leader, it is far from reaching the level of cosmic civilization. If we proceed according to the current development speed of human beings, It will take hundreds of years to become a primary cosmic civilization if all goes well. Of course, this is not to say that it will take hundreds of years for human beings to become a true cosmic civilization. This is the final development timetable calculated without considering special factors like Jiang Cheng. And with Jiang Cheng's demon-level Tian Japanese letter behind the promotion of the development of human civilization, it may be less than 100 years for human beings to become a cosmic civilization. From here, we can see how high the value of a few tons of homologous products is. Even the price of a few tons of homologous products cannot be sold by human beings. It will take some time to develop. In other words, the value of the entire human civilization is not as high as the Tongrapha crystallization discovered this time. This fact is really small for Jiang Cheng. The special material that I discovered this time is more valuable than the entire human civilization. Now Jiang Cheng has the impulse to immediately mine these nets, then take these Tongrapha knots and exchange for a cosmic civilization to play. Being able to be the master of an entire civilization, this kind of thing just thinks about it. I don't know how many beauties there are in a civilization, and then it's not just how you want to play. But Jiang Cheng finally resisted this thought and did it without impulse. The Kerfa knot product is a zilli of civilization and development, and it is also the key to human beings to enter the universe. It can be said that with these alpha knots, the development time of mankind will be shortened a lot, and there will be a lot less Ma Shun when entering the universe in the future. Jiang Cheng would not ruin the hope of mankind for his momentary happiness. His goal has never changed, that is, to bring humans to a sufficient height. Let human civilization stand in the entire universe. This is what he really wants to do. That's why Jiang Cheng wouldn't be so stupid. It's too rare to sell these alpha knot badges and alpha knot badges. After missing this time, humans might be able to find this special material. If there is no alpha crystal, what else can I use to make mechas? Without the protection of the ultimate weapon like mecha, human beings are like a lamb to be slaughtered and can only give their destiny to other civilizations. Maybe it hasn't waited for human beings to develop before being wiped out by other civilizations. Jiang Cheng would not let this happen, so in the end he had to give up this idea. With so many alpha knots, humans will no longer have to worry about mechas. As long as a mecha unit is established in the future, no matter which civilization wants to deal with humans, it must first ask Jiang Cheng's mecha to answer. But even if Jiang Cheng was not going to sell the Tongrapha knots, he had to dig out those special materials quickly. Putting such a high-value thing on Neptune, Jiang Cheng would not rest assured anyway. If any civilization passed by Neptune and found the alpha knot on it, and finally poached it away, Jiang Cheng might not even be able to cry. It's not that this kind of thing won't happen. Jiang Cheng had done things like searching for Tongrapha knots. Who knows whether the solar system will be the target of any civilization exploration? This kind of thing is unclear. Letter 3005 start to make a detailed mining plan based on the situation collected now in order to avoid long nights and dreams. Jiang Cheng explained to Ruo Peng what they would do next. The place of Neptune is very dangerous, and this mining mission is also an extremely dangerous mission. If you don't prepare properly in advance, Jiang Cheng is not sure that the alpha knot can be successfully mined. The blue planet of Neptune, beneath its seemingly beautiful appearance, hides infinite dangers. First, because Neptune orbits too far away from the Sun, it receives very little heat from the Sun. The average temperature of this blue planet is only -200 degrees below zero, which is far beyond human imagination. In this extremely cold and low-temperature environment, mining alpha products will become extremely difficult. You must know that even steel will undergo property changes at such low temperatures, and it will be weakened by the cold. When the low temperature is -70 or 80 degrees, the steel will undergo a change in the quality, not to mention the low temperature of more than 200 degrees below zero on Neptune. It can be said that even steel on Neptune will be more frozen than glass. If you put a piece of steel on Neptune, it will not take a few seconds at all, and the piece of steel will become as weak as glass. A magnet will become a pile of fragments. Therefore, first landing on Neptune needs to solve the problem of low temperature, which is the most difficult part of the entire action plan. Jiang Cheng is going to challenge a very difficult task this time, to mine the network in the extremely cold environment. In addition to the effects of low temperature, Neptune's environment is not very good in other aspects. Gravity is still barely acceptable. The gravity on Neptune is about 2 times that of a water ball, which is not a number that humans cannot accept. In a gravitational environment like Neptune, human beings are just a little less inconvenient to move than water polo, and it will not cause Jiang Cheng and the others too much trouble. But conditions other than gravity are a thorny issue for Jiang Cheng. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere on Neptune is unable to breathe. Most of the gas in the atmosphere is hydrogen, with a small amount of hydrogen and methane. The atmosphere containing methane is the reason why Neptune is blue, and it is also the reason why Neptune gets its name. These gas components are all components that humans cannot breathe, so how to ensure human safety is another big problem. You must know this mining operation, but it is impossible for the robot to help Jiang Cheng do it. Remote-controlled cutting will become extremely unstable due to the harsh weather above Neptune. Therefore, for this mission, Jiang Cheng must send an astronaut to Neptune to wipe the Alpha Knot. But how to make astronauts move safely on Neptune is a big problem. The low temperature of more than 200 degrees below zero on Neptune will endanger astronauts, and the atmosphere of Neptune cannot allow humans to breathe. In addition to these threats to the lives of astronauts, Neptune also has the strongest wind in the solar system. Before Jiang Cheng launched his probe to Neptune, someone observed the existence of Tycoon at a speed of more than 2,000 kilometers per hour on Neptune. Now, the collector once again did not make a new record. A few days ago, the detector observed the field wind, and the wind speed exceeded 3,000 kilometers per hour. Such a terrifying scenery will make you feel scared when you think about it. This style of thinking may even blow the house away. If this kind of wind appears on the water polo, the damage caused is still unknown. It is estimated that nothing can survive this kind of thinking. To know the classification of wind power on the water polo, a typhoon is considered a typhoon if the speed exceeds 100 kilometers per hour, and the maximum wind power level divided by human beings is level 18. As long as the speed exceeds 250 kilometers per hour, it is considered a kind of wind of this level. This level of strong, grace feng shui ball has not appeared a few times, and most of them appear on the ocean. This kind of wind above level 18 would be very scary to humans, but compared with the wind on Neptune, this wind speed is nothing. The wind speed on Neptune can arbitrarily exceed the speed of 2 dry kilometers per hour. Compared with the graceful wind on the water polo, it is really too mild. If the strong wind on Neptune is considered to be a true wind of thought, then the wind on water polo can only be regarded as a breeze. This is simply 2 different levels of things. There is no way to compare them together by comparing it with the wind on the water polo. Everyone knows how terrifying the wind on Neptune is. If astronauts encounter this kind of wind when mining alpha knots, it would be an unimaginable disaster. With a low temperature of more than 200 degrees below zero, the air that humans cannot breathe, and the wind beyond imagination. All of these are affecting the alpha knot, making it impossible for Jiang Cheng to easily obtain this precious rare substance. Of course, Jiang Cheng will not be overthrown by these difficulties, and thus give up this mining operation. Jiang Cheng would not back down no matter how many difficulties were in front of him. This time he had to mine the crystal of Tongrapha no matter what. Since Jiang Cheng has now made up his mind to carry out this mining plan, he must plan well. Such a difficult mining task. The conditions in all aspects are so difficult. If you don't plan everything in advance, you will definitely fail if you act rashly. Jiang Cheng didn't want any accidents in this operation, so he began to formulate a detailed plan of action. This time, I plan to mine alpha knots on Neptune. Since it is so cold above Neptune, the code name of this plan is called Extreme Cold. From the very beginning, Jiang Cheng gave this operation an action code called Extreme Cold, It seems that Jiang Cheng really knows what the ghost looks like on Neptune, so Japanese letter will take such an appropriate action code. The top of Neptune is completely like an ice hell. The extreme depth will freeze all life, and no life can survive in this environment. The operation code of extreme cold is good, and it fits the situation of the location of this operation. As soon as Peng heard the action code Jiang Cheng took, he began to agree. Jiang Cheng's name is really very good, and this kind of action code can make him think of it. Now that the action codes have been determined, it is time to discuss detailed planning. The action code has been determined by Jiang Cheng, and the next step is to draw up a comprehensive plan. Only in this way can Gu Lai be able to mine the alpha knots on Neptune. Jiang Cheng is now in an aerospace technology company, discussing with a group of people about the mining plan. After he confirmed the details of the Alpha Knot at the Space Mission Center, he immediately returned to the Aerospace Science and Technology Company with people to prepare for the preliminary work here. If you want to mine alpha knots in the environment of Neptune, you must develop some new technologies. Just how to allow astronauts to move safely on Neptune, Jiang Cheng and the others have to develop several technologies. First of all, the current spacesuit cannot withstand the low temperature, and an enhanced version of the spacesuit must be designed. There is also the kind of strong thinking style on Neptune, and some precautions must be devised, so Jiang Cheng is relieved to let the astronauts go to Neptune. Otherwise, if the wind speed exceeds 3 kilometers per hour, if the astronaut encounters it, he will not know where it is blown, and he will definitely die under this kind of thinking. Jiang Cheng asked the astronauts to go to Neptune to help him mine the Alpha Knot, but he didn't ask the astronauts to go to Neptune to die. Therefore, Jiang Cheng must prepare some high-end equipment for this operation to adapt to the harsh environment above Neptune. Basically, all the existing equipment of mankind cannot be used on Neptune. Jiang Cheng must re-research and manufacture all reliable equipment, this time to ensure the smooth progress of the operation. Since it wants to develop new equipment, Tian Technology Company is Jiang Cheng's first choice. This kind of research and development work is best placed on the side of aerospace technology companies. There are tens of thousands of top-notch technicians and a variety of high-end equipment to meet the needs of all research and development activities. Jiang Cheng can bring his technical staff here to design those high-end equipment to provide the astronauts with the necessary safety guarantees. Now, Jiang Cheng is holding an equipment research and development conference with his technical staff to discuss the equipment needed for this operation. The first thing we need to consider is the safety of astronauts on Neptune. Astronauts who can withstand temperatures of more than 200 degrees below zero are the first equipment that must be developed. The spacesuit Jiang Cheng and the others have been using was developed a few years ago. Although this astronaut has a great improvement over the previous astronauts, it is a lot stronger in porability, but it still cannot be used on Neptune. If an astronaut wears the current spacesuit to Neptune, he will instantly be frozen into a block of ice. The low temperature above Neptune is so terrifying to the point where humans simply cannot adapt. Spacesuit matters can be handed over to our team. Our team has been responsible for the improvement of spacesuits. We are sure to resolve this issue. Jiang Cheng's voice didn't just fall away, and a technical backbone volunteered to stand up, ready to take on the task of developing a new spacesuit. Designing a spacesuit that can be used on Neptune is not a difficult task for our team, so please leave this task to us by Jiang Cheng. The technical backbone who came out was a middle-aged man who seemed to be an old technician and gave people a sense of confidence when he spoke. He is so confident that he can complete the research and development of the spacesuit because his team has been in charge of related work. The kind of spacesuit used by all astronauts is developed by the technicians under his leadership. It can be said that his team is authoritative in the research and development of spacesuits, and naturally has the confidence to take on this task. Since you are so confident, the research and development of the spacesuit will be handed over to your team. I hope you can produce results that satisfy me this time. Seeing that he was so technically capable, Jiang Cheng was so confident, so he was relieved to hand over the task to their team. After receiving Jiang Cheng's order, the middle-aged technical backbone stood up. "Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang. Now the team promises to complete this task. The spacesuit problem is now being left behind, but there are many other equipment that need to be manufactured. What Jiang Cheng and the others are doing is the preliminary equipment manufacturing work. Only after they have enough good equipment can they officially start the mining operation." After solving the spacesuit problem, Jiang Cheng's work is far from over. There are also countless new types of equipment, such as a brand new drilling equipment, if they go to research and manufacture. The Tongrapha not detected this time, but under the thick ice layer, can only be seen by breaking the ice layer. According to the detailed data detected, the Alpha Knot is probably a few hundred meters below the ice layer. In other words, astronauts need to use drilling equipment to drill through a layer of ice several hundred meters thick to be able to reach the location of the Alpha Knot. The existing drilling equipment simply cannot do this, so Jiang Cheng and the others need to redesign and manufacture one. What Jiang Cheng needs now is a kind of drilling equipment that can work normally in the low-temperature environment of Neptune and has extremely high working efficiency. First of all, this equipment must be able to withstand the low temperature of more than 200 degrees under the guest, and the drilling speed must be very fast. Human beings simply cannot stay on Neptune for a long time. Drilling through the ice layer several hundred meters deep must complete the journey in a short time. This has extremely strict requirements for the performance of drilling equipment. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng also has specialized technicians who have certain experience in drilling equipment. Finally, Jiang Cheng handed over the research and development of this equipment to this experienced team. After arranging the research and development of the spacesuit and drilling equipment, Jiang Cheng then assigned many research and development tasks to the technical backbone of Zhao Zhanduo. Numerous new types of equipment were brought up by Jiang Cheng, and then they were assigned to different teams for specific R&D and manufacturing work. The mining operation carried out on Neptune this time due to the harsh environment. Jiang Cheng now has too many preparations to remanufacture. He can't accomplish these tasks alone. He can only divide all the equipment into countless teams and let this R&D team share all the R&D tasks. Now the entire R&D team under Jiang Cheng, who has free time, has been assigned their own tasks by Jiang Cheng. The entire R&D team became busy all at once, and each went on to carry out the scheduled tasks. A R&D technical team, with a scale of tens of thousands of people, worked together for one action. From this point, we can see how difficult this mining operation is. It takes Jiang Cheng so many outstanding subordinates to participate in it, to be able to complete the preliminary equipment research and development work. When the mining operation started, I didn't know how many difficulties were waiting for those astronauts. Now all of Jiang Cheng's subordinates are getting busy, developing different equipment and technologies. These preparations are all required for subsequent operations, and the technology is also served for mining operations. All his staff are busy now, and of course Jiang Cheng, the big boss, can't be idle. We must know that in Jiang Cheng's R&D team, he himself is the most powerful person in scientific research. Jiang Cheng now has about 100,000 scientific researchers who are responsible for research work in different territories. In addition to Neocean technology, Jiang Cheng has also established physics, chemistry, and biological materials science and other research institutions. These scientific research institutions have developed many different technologies and theories in the past few years. These results have improved Jiang Cheng's comprehensive technical capabilities by more than one level. Although Jiang Cheng now has so many scientists and technicians under his staff, the research fields involved also cover different disciplines of the entire natural sciences. But when it comes to scientific research, Jiang Cheng, the big boss, is still the highest. Of all the scientific research workers related to Jiang Cheng, more than 100,000 people could not find anyone more powerful than Jiang Cheng. This is not to say that Jiang Cheng's subordinates are too saving firewood, and even his boss can't match it. It's just that Jiang Cheng's strength is too strong, already so strong that others can't catch up. It can be said that among all human scientists, there are not many who can reach half of Jiang Cheng's level, let alone those who can match Jiang Cheng. The scientific researchers under Jiang Cheng are not unwilling to catch up with Jiang Cheng and even exceed the level of Jiang Cheng, a big boss. But in the end, everyone found that no matter how hard they worked, even seeing Jiang Cheng's back was a very difficult thing, let alone chasing Jiang Cheng. All scientific research workers finally discovered that Jiang Cheng was not a comparable existence at all, but was a creature of another grade. This is due to the suppression of talent, and it cannot be made up by hard work. In the end, everyone should give up comparing with their boss Jiang Cheng, acquiescing in the fact that Jiang Cheng is the most powerful. Since Jiang Cheng is the strongest person, of course he can't be free now. Jiang Cheng is now staying in his personal laboratory, doing research and development of a kind of equipment. After arranging everything, Jiang Cheng returned to his laboratory anyway. Other equipment has a dedicated person to take care of it, and he doesn't have much use there anymore. It's better to come back and concentrate on the things you have left. Jiang Cheng is still more accustomed to doing research here. Bai Jing has the environment he knows best. The equipment that Jiang Cheng is responsible for this time is the most critical part of the entire action plan. It can be said that the equipment Jiang Cheng has developed now determines the success of the final mining task. At the same time, this equipment is the highest technical difficulty among all equipment. That's why Jiang Cheng personally took charge of the research and development work in this area and solved the most difficult part. Rum, help me come up with all the previous designs for the landings. I have to take a look at the previous designs before I can proceed with the next work. Jiang Cheng gave an order to Lucy and asked her to help find some information. Good host. After Lucy finished answering, she acted immediately. Suddenly, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, and it was full of various information about the landing grab. In this mining operation, the equipment Jiang Cheng is responsible for research and development is the landing module. If you want to perform missions on Neptune, a landing pod is of course indispensable. Those landing cabins designed by Jiang Cheng before could not be used on Neptune at all. However, Jiang Cheng still asked Lucy to find out the previous research materials, preparing to find enough design inspiration among them. After reading the previous design rough, Jiang Cheng officially started this research and development work. The landing grab that Jiang Cheng plans to design is much more special than any previous landing. First of all, this landing must far exceed the previous performance, which can protect the safety of astronauts on Neptune. This requires higher robustness and sufficient low-temperature resistance. This landing base needs to have many new functions to be able to adapt to the environment of Neptune. Wind is a problem that cannot be circumvented on Neptune. The graceful wind with a speed exceeding 3 kilometers per hour will endanger the life of astronauts at any time. So this landing grab must be able to withstand such strong winds and give the astronauts a safe space. If the astronaut encounters this kind of wind on Neptune, he can immediately hide in the landing grab and wait for the wind to pass and continue the mission. This landing is like a safe room, which can be used as a temporary shelter for astronauts. This time, the landing cabin that Jiang Cheng wants to design, in addition to the functions of the ordinary landing cabin, also serves as a temporary safe house. In other words, this landing module has to do a lot of things, such as carrying astronauts to the surface of Neptune and returning to Neptune's orbit after completing the operation. It also serves as a temporary base for this mining operation and is responsible for communicating with the outside world at any time. All these things must be satisfied in the landing module. The most excessive thing is this landing module, which must be able to withstand winds that exceed 3,000 kilometers per hour. Can astronauts hide in the landing module when encountering wind to avoid injury from the wind outside? If these functions are to be performed at the same time, it is not a little bit technically difficult. This requires Jiang Cheng to integrate a large number of advanced technologies in the small landing cabin to accomplish so many different tasks. Other technologies, Jiang Cheng is not a headache. At most, it will delay him a little effort. Sooner or later, it can be added to the landing module. What makes Jiang Cheng most difficult is how to resist the strong wind above Neptune. To know the wind speed of the wind, perhaps it can exceed 33,000 kilometers per hour. This kind of wind speed is simply unimaginable. Under such a strong wind, everything will be blown to the sky, and no existence can be spared under this kind of thinking. Anyway, there was no other wind with such a fast wind speed on the water polo, and Jiang Cheng didn't know how to solve this problem. That is the strongest wind in the solar system, and it is impossible for ordinary people to touch it. Regardless of the fact that there is not much success in the wind, everyone can encounter it in life every day. However, once the wind speed reaches a certain level, it will have a great qualitative change and thus possess unparalleled destructive power. As long as the wind speed exceeds 100 kilometers per hour, it can be considered a typhoon. I'm afraid everyone is well aware of the power of typhoons. They are things that can be blown away by DA motors, and they often cause catastrophic damage to coastal areas. The typhoon of 100 kilometers per hour is a natural disaster that mankind cannot withstand. What about the graceful winds that exceeded 3 kilometers? I am afraid it is a disaster that can destroy everything, and human beings simply cannot resist this kind of thing. If the wind on Neptune appears on the water polo, you can make a city disappear on the map. This is not just casual talk. Jiang Cheng has already calculated the destructive power of this style of thinking. Finally, it was discovered that if this kind of wind appeared in a coastal city, one room would destroy all the buildings and turn the entire city into flat ground. With such a terrifying destructive power, wanting to use a small landing to resist it is a very difficult problem for Jiang Cheng. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng finally thought of a solution, which was to use a technology developed before. If the energy protection technology is used on the landing module, it should be able to resist the wind on Neptune. The energy shield Jiang Cheng developed before can be prepared for spacecraft. At that time, Jiang Cheng developed this protective device in order to allow the spacecraft to reach meteorites in the universe. The energy shield can withstand the impact of the meteorite, and it shouldn't be a big problem to withstand the wind. This kind of powerless energy shield technology is indeed very suitable for using physical protective devices in this situation, but there is no way to resist such a powerful other wind. Even if Jiang Cheng designed the exterior of the landing module to be sturdy, no matter how good the cushioning device was designed. Because even if the landing push can block the wind, the impact of siphon cannot be completely eliminated. Landing suo will definitely be blown away by siphon and will be blown away a few miles away. In the end, even if the astronauts inside were fine, the entire mining operation would have failed. Therefore, how to prevent the landing from being blown off is the most critical issue. And energy protection can solve this problem, and it will not be blown. Energy shield is an invisible means of energy defense. If a layer of energy shield is placed around the landing module, the wind will not be able to reach the landing module. All the impact of the graceful wind will be blocked by the energy shield outside, and the landing capsule inside will be completely fine. As long as the energy shield remains intact and the energy output remains stable, it can resist the wind above Neptune. Energy protection is the most suitable protection device against wind, and it is also the ultimate answer to this problem. After Jiang Cheng found a solution, he immediately plunged into the R&D work. How to install so many devices on the landing module, this problem is enough for Jiang Cheng. To know that energy protection alone requires a large energy supply, which requires Jiang Cheng to increase energy installations. To ensure the energy supply of the energy protection, a larger variable reactor is needed to power the entire landing. But in this way, the space left for other equipment will become smaller, and it becomes difficult to have so many functions. How to coordinate various devices and install them all on the landing module is a very challenging question. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's scientific research strength is not comparable to ordinary people. If someone else is responsible for this thing, I might not be able to study it for a few years. The main reason is that there are too many technical issues involved, and most people simply cannot handle them. And when Jiang Cheng did this thing, all the problems were no longer a problem at once, and all difficulties would be solved in front of Jiang Cheng. After a month of hard work, Jiang Cheng finally created this special landing capsule. Just as Jiang Cheng completed this part of his own work, good news came from other teams. They have also completed the tasks Jiang Cheng assigned to them and manufactured the equipment needed for mining operations. All the things needed for this operation are now ready, and formal operations can begin at any time. After Jiang Cheng and his technical staff have completed the preliminary equipment preparations, the next step is the specific mining operation. Jiang Cheng formulated a very detailed action plan for this mining operation on Neptune. He took all the circumstances into consideration based on the environmental data of Tongrafa's product weak area. This action plan takes into account all kinds of unexpected situations and imitates corresponding plans for all unexpected situations. As long as all astronauts act strictly in accordance with this action plan, they will be able to successfully extract the Heuerfer results. Now that everything is ready, it's time for formal action. Jiang Cheng took his team of technicians and selected the best astronauts on the journey to Neptune on the Pioneer. After a few hours of flying, the planet emitting the blue light of Yingtang finally appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Cheng stood at the front of the bridge at this time, looking carefully at the blue-jawed planet through the transparent body in front. Neptune is still the same as he saw it last time, without any change. For a planet, the speed of time passing is quite slow. If you want to make any changes to a planet, you don't need to think about it in hundreds of millions of years. Jiang Cheng came to Neptune last time, but it has only been more than a year. Such a short time is simply a trivial passage of time for a planet. We must know that the lifespan of a planet is as long as tens of billions of years. A year's time is relatively long for a planet's long lifespan. I am afraid that even a second has not passed. Jiang Cheng looked at the blue planet in front of him, but felt a little different. Although the Neptune well had not changed in any way, Jiang Cheng still noticed something unusual. Perhaps this is Jiang Cheng's problem and the difference in perception caused by it. Now this icy planet has become invaluable in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Because there are several tons of Tongrafa knots on this planet, after possessing this special material, Neptune, which was originally unremarkable, has become extraordinary. Even if it is 1,000 cold planets like Neptune, it will not necessarily give birth to a little bit of Urfa knots. It happened to be in Neptune, but there was such a precious thing. Maybe this is where the fate is wonderful. Maybe it's the ambition of the middle of the universe that gave birth to this special substance on Neptune. It is also possible that the alpha knot on Neptune was just an accident, but a small probability event happened here. However, Jiang Cheng likes this kind of accident very much, because this accident may be able to make the class civilization fly. Jiang Chengji looked at Neptune so slowly, it grew a little bit bigger before his eyes. After the Pioneer spacecraft arrived at Neptune, it also began routine reductions. When the Pioneer was in the deceleration phase, he walked to Jiang Cheng's side and said with a worried expression, "Mr. Jiang, you should think about it again. It is still too dangerous for you to go to Neptune yourself. The environment on Neptune is too dangerous. Is it a bit inappropriate for you to take the risk yourself?" Talking about Jiang Cheng painstakingly, telling him not to personally participate in this action. Originally, Jiang Cheng didn't plan to go to Neptune personally. He just wanted to conduct remote command on the spacecraft. But later, Jiang Cheng thought about the importance of this mission and how important the Tongrafa knots were to him. If he were to conduct remote command, and there was an accident during the mining operation, he could only watch from the spacecraft. Jiang Cheng's group of astronauts are certainly very good, but they have no experience in such extreme environments. If it's the relevant experience, Jiang Cheng is the richest person here. Because was for him in his last life, he visited many planets with very extreme environments. Some planets are even more dangerous than Neptune, and the environment is much worse than Neptune. The environment above Neptune in front of him is just a small scene for Jiang Cheng. He has been to places more dangerous than this, and he is not afraid to go to Neptune. Jiang Cheng has many experiences in acting in extreme environments, so he wanted to join this operation. He knows how to act on such an inferior planet to avoid danger. He also knows how to deal with emergencies in this environment. It can be said that Jiang Cheng's experience in this area is much richer than that of his astronauts. That's why Jiang Cheng finally decided to take part in this action personally, because he has a lot of experience and can make the greatest contribution in this action. But his act of committing a risk with his own body has left everyone around him opposed. Farewell is Peng, Jiang Cheng's right-hand man, who has never agreed with Jiang Cheng to personally participate in the mining operation. He was afraid that if Jiang Cheng had an accident on Neptune, he would not know what to do. Kaoru Lu could not imagine how mankind would advance into the universe without Jiang Cheng's leadership. So even for the future of human civilization, he would not agree with Jiang Cheng's risky behavior. Isn't Neptune a safe place? Even with adequate preparations, it is very likely that you will encounter some accidents. With the extreme environment on Neptune, any accident can be fatal. But how could Jiang Cheng listen to him and insist on participating in the whole operation himself? In the end, Zhao was really helpless, and only then did he recognize it. He is now making his last effort, hoping to persuade Jiang Cheng to give up his ideas before the action begins. Letter 3005 OK Y, Zhao, don't persuade me. I will go with everything this time. Anyway, the preparations and plans that should be made have been done, and the safety of this operation can still be guaranteed. When Jiang Cheng saw Zhao coming over to persuade himself, he had no choice but to comfort him. Who wants to let people care about themselves will prevent him from taking risks. Looking at Ruo Jiang Cheng's firm expression, he knew that his last persuasion had failed. He knows very well that his action this time will basically not produce any effect. Jiang Cheng is the kind of person who wants to make Jiang Cheng change his mind as long as it is a recognized thing, and Zun Peng feels that he does not have that great ability. But he didn't worry about letting Jiang Cheng take risks on Neptune, so he could only do his best in the end. Since President Jiang, you still insist on going, then I have nothing to say. But you should be careful in your actions. Know that you are not just people. Think about the people who care about you behind you. Seeing that his final efforts had failed, Peng could only help Jiang Cheng to be more careful. Jiang Cheng himself wants to take risks, but as a subordinate, he has no right to stop him. Jin made him just a subordinate, and he couldn't control Jiang Cheng's affairs. Only then did I really see my boss clearly and what kind of person he really is. It turns out that Jiang Cheng has always had risky blood in his bones, not a person willing to be ordinary. It is precisely because Jiang Cheng likes this kind of adventurous behavior by nature that he personally participated in this mining operation. This is due to the risky factor in nature, and it is not something that can be easily changed. Now, I have a whole new understanding of Jiang Cheng, just like getting to know my boss again. On the surface, Jiang Cheng is very good at scientific research and has a fanatical pursuit of scientific research. Under this kind of scientific madman as the surface cover, below is an adventurer who loves to explore. Jiang Cheng is actually a true adventurer in his bones, who likes to explore the unknown. That's why he is so interested in scientific research. This is just to explore the mystery of the universe. Now, Jiang Cheng has undoubtedly exposed his hidden nature and wants to personally participate in adventure activities. It is no longer enough to explore Jiang Cheng's thirst just to explore in scientific research. What he wants now is a real adventure. And the mining operation that will begin soon is an adventure full of crises. Not only is there a harsh environment above Neptune, but there is also a wild grace at any time. As long as a person on Neptune is not careful, he will be blown to unknown places by the wind. This kind of dangerous environment can be encountered at any time, which is exactly the feeling that Jiang Cheng wants to experience most now. That's why Jiang Cheng hopes to end in person and participate in this specific action throughout. Just as Zhao Zheng was thinking about Jiang Cheng's nature, the trailblazer had stopped completely and docked in the orbit of Neptune. This time, the pioneer could only send Jiang Cheng and the others here, and then they had to rely on themselves. The environment above Neptune cannot be docked in the Pioneer well. The Pioneer is not very afraid of the issue of low temperature. The spacecraft's thermal insulation effect is still very good. It's just those Ting-Lai winds above Neptune that made it impossible for the blazers to get close to the surface of Neptune. Under the wind that exceeded the speed of 3 kilometers per hour, the huge hull of the blazer could not withstand this impact. Even if you barely land on the surface of Neptune with the energy shield, how to take off again is a big problem. So this time the blazer can only be here. The spacecraft will stop on Neptune's road during the entire operation, waiting for Ruo Jiangcheng and the others to complete their mission and return. During this operation, the blazers could only provide some remote support to help Jiangcheng and the others detect recent situations. If there is danger, you can let Jiangcheng and the others take refuge in advance. There are very few other things that can be done for Jiangcheng and the others. Without the protection of the spacecraft, they will encounter various dangers at any time, and they may never come back if they are not careful. When the Trailblazer docked in Neptune's orbit, it was time for Jiangcheng and the others to set off. Jiangcheng put on a spacesuit special for this operation and stood in front of the special landing module. The spacesuit he is wearing now is thicker than the spacesuit he was wearing before. This is to ensure that the low temperature on Neptune can be isolated and the spacesuit has to be thicker. However, after increasing a certain thickness, this spacesuit well will not affect Jiangcheng's actions. Even if Bai Jing became a little thicker, he was not as bulky as the old-fashioned spacesuit before. Generally speaking, the spacesuit with this characteristic now has a part of its portability, thus increasing a lot of protection. This design is still very good, at least it can be used in many extreme environments. After designing this spacesuit, Jiangcheng let people produce it in large quantities. In the future, humans will have to go to many extreme environments similar to Neptune. This kind of spacesuit is indispensable. In the future, Jiangcheng's astronauts will have 2 spacesuits to choose from, one that is lighter but less protective. The other is powerful, but not so comfortable after wearing it. As for what kind of spacesuits the astronauts should wear, it depends on the specific mission environment to make the most suitable choice for the current environment. I hope everyone can come back smoothly this time, and good luck to all of us. Let's go, everyone. The extreme deep plug operation has officially started. Jiangcheng gave some encouragement to the other astronauts around him, and then gave the order to start the operation. The operation was codenamed the Extremely Deep Cold Mining Operation, and Jiangcheng was directly responsible for the command. After the order for the start of operation, Jiangcheng was issued. 3 or 5 astronauts, including Jiangcheng, entered the landing module and prepared to land on the surface of Neptune. Go with. Soon the landing module waiting to be pledged carried Ruo Jiangcheng and the others slowly towards Neptune. He stood at the front of the bridge, watching if the landing module slowly disappeared from view. I hope you can return smoothly this time. He could only pray silently for Jiangchengxi, hoping that they will have enough luck this time. When they prayed for Jiangcheng, Jiangcheng was sitting in the landing cabin, clutching things around him hard, thinking hard. Keep your body steady. The landing module is now descending rapidly, so the entire cabin is shaking violently. The violent vibration made Jiangcheng unable to take care of other things, so he could only hold on to the things around him desperately to prevent him from being hit elsewhere. The vibration in the landing module was so great. The main reason was that after Jiang had removed the shock absorber without the shock absorber, all the vibrations in the landing module would be transmitted to Jiangcheng and the others, allowing them to bear all the shock. It shook. Jiangcheng didn't install a shock absorption device on the landing module. It wasn't that Jiangcheng wanted to reduce materials on it. It's just that now the landing module is full of all kinds of equipment, and there is not much room for them, so there is no room to install shock absorbers. In order for this landing pod to realize the predetermined functions, Jiangcheng has optimized the entire design to the point where it can no longer be optimized. In the end, it was still unable to install all the equipment on the landing cabin. In the end, Jiang Cheng really didn't do it. So he had to cancel the reduction device and then barely installed all the necessary things. Compared with other necessary equipment, the shock absorber is the only one that can be canceled anyway. After the shock absorber is omitted, the vibration is only slightly larger, and it will not affect this mission. Jiang Cheng and several other astronauts have long surpassed the average human's physical fitness, and this shock is still bearable. As a result, the current situation was created. Jiang Cheng and the 5 of them all shrank in the landing cabin, enduring the shock from the surrounding area. Fortunately, the landing time did not last too long, and the landing module soon landed on Neptune. At the last landing, Jiang Cheng was about to spit out his breakfast, and the other astronauts were not much better than Jiang Cheng. They were all shocked to a great extent. Fortunately, in the end, no one was copied, and it was considered safe to land on Neptune. People who have been strengthened by genetic medicine are different. The resilience is very strong, and everyone will be relieved. After everyone returned to normal, Jiang Cheng was ready to take the people out of the landing pod. But before he leaves the landing module and descends to the surface of Neptune, he has one very important thing to make sure. Check the situation in the nearby districts and cities and see if the Zhu district is approaching us. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, there was an astronaut who began to operate the equipment that landed in the area to explore the weather conditions in the surrounding area to see if there was any wind passing by them. The thinking wind on Neptune is not a joke. If you want to resist such a strong wind, you can rely on landing to grab the energy shield on it. But if Jiang Cheng and the others leave the landing grab, and suddenly there is a wind approaching them, they may not even have time to return to the landing. They will be flown by the wind. So before leaving the landing grab, you must first check the nearby weather conditions. If there is no wind passing here within the predetermined time, Jiang Cheng and the others can leave the landing capsule and carry out the mining operation of the Tongrapha knot. This is something related to Jiang Cheng's life safety, so the astronaut in charge of the inspection is not careless at all. After a detailed inspection, no graceful wind was found in the nearby wells. Now the weather conditions in the surrounding area are very good, and no wind will pass by here. After he repeatedly confirmed that Zhu Tian did not limit the wind, Japanese letter reported what he had detected. Very well, since there will be no wind restrictions in a short period of time, let's start officially. After Jiang Cheng confirmed the safety of the neighborhood, he was about to leave and land officially. You stay in the landing. Always pay attention to whether there is any sudden wind in the surrounding area. If there is a situation, remember to report to us immediately. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng also asked the astronaut just to stay in the landing module to monitor the surrounding environment. This work is very important. If there is a sudden thought to pass through here, the astronaut will have to remind Jiang Cheng to get them back to the landing module. It can be said that Jiang Cheng and their lives were all given to the astronaut who stayed here. President Jiang, don't worry. I promise you won't give a hand. And if there is a weather monitoring instrument, I will notify you as soon as there is a situation. That astronaut was arranged by Jiang Cheng for such an important task, of course. He had to make a good guarantee. Then let's set off, take all the equipment and leave the landing cabin according to the original plan. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he opened the hatch and took the lead to leave and land. The other 3 astronauts behind, carrying the equipment they will use for a while, followed Jiang Cheng to Neptune. When Jiang Cheng set foot on the land of Neptune, he felt that the surrounding area was full of glaciers. In fact, the well described as the land is not very accurate, because there is not even a bit of soil here. It is all hard ice. The entire Neptune was covered by a thick layer of ice, and no land was exposed. Neptune looks like a frozen planet, full of glaciers and thick ice at a glance. It's easy to get lost in this environment because the surrounding environment looks exactly the same and there is no difference at all. Fortunately, the landing location of the landing module was calculated in detail. Now they are at a distance of only a few tens of meters from where the alpha crystal is. Jiang Cheng and the others performed their missions right next to the landing module, so they were not afraid of getting lost. Of course, the alpha knot is still far from here, but this distance is the vertical distance. It can be said that Tongrapha crystal is very far away from Jiang Cheng's feet. The location where the meshwork knot was detected was several hundred meters deep below the ice layer. Jiang Cheng and the others had to penetrate the ice a few hundred meters later to be able to see the goal of this operation. It is not easy to wear ice that is suitable for several hundred meters. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng brought the newly manufactured drilling equipment this time, which can easily penetrate the ice layer. Otherwise, it would take Jiang Cheng and the others to dig it for several years, just for these hundreds of meters of ice. Jai Su pointed to his left hand and raised a projection screen above his hands. This screen base can be connected to the boarding road, letting Jiang Cheng know all the data in the entire mission. He can use the holographic projection screen to control the entire landing device. This design has only recently been added to the Yurong suit, which can greatly facilitate the space missions of the East. He is now adding the specific location of the alpha knots to find where they need to drill. The video search screen in Jiang Cheng's hand shows the entire situation, and there are some other data nearby. Of course, the specific location of Bayan Urfa's knot was projected out of song. Jiang Japanese letter looked at the data on the screen, then looked up to confirm with the surrounding area, and finally found the specific location of the Tongrapha knot. The target location is 37 meters to our left. Walk slowly with Ruoi. The net arcade is not far in front of Jiang Cheng and the others, and they can be reached at a distance of tens of meters. Remember to bring all your equipment so as not to find something missing in the eastern district. After speaking, Jiang Cheng grabbed a huge piece of equipment and walked slowly in front of the ice. This time they came down with a lot of equipment, all of which were needed for this operation week. They couldn't do anything without anything else, so Jiang Chengkedun didn't want something here. Jiang Chengjai started with the equipment inside and took the lead to move towards Ruo's predetermined position. His walking speed is not very fast. Jizhai seems to be a little slow to outsiders. The main reason is that the equipment he photographed is too heavy. This equipment is a newly developed hole-making equipment, which is the heaviest of all equipment. In order to ensure that the efficiency of the hole can meet the requirements, the volume and weight of this equipment cannot be reduced at all. You know that Jiang Cheng and the others can't look forward to being here for a long time. There may be wind here at any time. Therefore, the entire operation time should be as short as possible. In the end, the drilling equipment can only be made so heavy. Jiang Cheng didn't have any good solutions to this problem, so he had to carry such a heavy object and walk to the mission site on foot. The original weight of the drilling equipment was very large, and the gravity of Shanghai Wanxing was higher than that of a water polo, which made Jiang Cheng's actions both difficult. If Jiang Cheng is on Mars now, he might be able to carry this device all the way. Gravity on Mars is easier than water polo, and here is the complete opposite. The gravity on Neptune is higher than that of water polo, and it is more laborious to do the above things here. If Jiang Cheng's body were not strong enough to be inhuman, he might not be able to walk down the tens of meters. If someone were to come and resist the drilling equipment, I am afraid that they would be stretched down, let alone pointing to walking. In the end, Jiang Cheng exhausted all his energy and arrived at the predetermined location. As soon as Jiang Cheng put down the equipment he was carrying, he began to gasp for breath. It seems that this drilling equipment is really too heavy, and even Jiang Cheng is experiencing serious physical exertion. After an astronaut and Ruo Jiangcheng came over, they found that Jiang Cheng's situation was not so good, so they asked with concern, "How are you, President Jiang? Do you want to rest first and continue the mining operations?" Now Jiang Cheng's whole person is almost exhausted, let alone maintaining the task. Even standing is very strenuous. "Don't wait for me, you need to prepare for drilling first, and I will rest for a while." Jiang Cheng waved his hand to indicate that he was okay and asked the Gouda astronaut to act first. "Our time is very tight. There will be Phoenix passing by here at any time, so we must seize all the time. Let me feel here for a while." They don't have extra time to waste. There will always be a wind coming over, making their entire operation fail. Therefore, Jiang Cheng was not ready to take a breath before taking action. Anyway, his body's recovery ability was amazing, and he could return to a normal state in a short while. When the others are ready to drill, Jiang Cheng will almost be able to get over. Jiang Cheng stood in place like this and began to regain the strength he had just lost. Others started to get busy, preparing to drill for a while. They have to wear a layer of ice that is several hundred meters thick before they can finally reach the position of the alpha knot. This is the most difficult part of the whole mission. How to penetrate the entire ice layer as soon as possible is the biggest difficulty of this mission. As long as they can reach the location where the Tong Urfa knot is located, it will be much easier to carry them later. Lifting a few tons of objects from a few hundred meters deep underground, this kind of work seems extremely difficult, but for Jiang Cheng and the others, it is very easy. At that time, Jiang Cheng would let the landing move position and lift off directly above the borehole. Then the landing module will extend a rope to directly hoist the alpha knot into the landing. After the alpha knot was obtained, Jiang Cheng and the others could leave the planet directly from the air and fly in the direction of the trailblazer, without even having to land again. This kind of action plan was planned long ago by Jiang Cheng, which can save the time of the entire action to the greatest extent. Basically, the time when Jiang Cheng and the others waived the heat was to penetrate the ice well and go down to fix the alpha knot. Other tasks don't take much time, so the focus of this action is the meeting. As long as Jiang Cheng and the others are drilling faster, they can finish all the work wells and leave this damned place before the wind reaches here. Now, Jiang Cheng is working hard to restore his physical strength, striving to restore his physical strength to a better state before the drilling work officially starts. The other astronauts are now sorting out the equipment on the ground. He opened all the equipment and carried out some debugging work. The 3 astronauts are doing the final preparations, and it will take a few minutes before the action begins. The few astronauts who are now with Jiang Cheng are all specially selected for this mission. All of them are the best astronauts, no matter their physical fitness or experience and skills. They are all the best dumplings among astronauts. Jiang Cheng must have a few capable assistants for this task. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete such a difficult task alone. Therefore, Jiang Cheng selected the best performers among all the astronauts under him and followed them to complete this difficult task. Only their strongest astronaut can keep up with Jiang Cheng's rhythm. If the kind of rookie astronaut came over, it would be nice not to let Jiang Cheng take care of them, let alone help Jiang Cheng during the action. Jiang Cheng watched the 3 astronauts make preparations while working hard to recover his physical strength. After observing the performance of these astronauts, he nodded silently for them in his heart. The performance of these 3 astronauts is very good now. At least he did not see any mistakes. Even under the extreme environment of Neptune, he did not show any panic. From the beginning until now, they are very calm, not at all like the first time they came here. Jiang Cheng was able to ignore the environment here and behave like usual. That was when he was in his last life. He often came to this kind of planet to study in an extremely environment, so he had been used to such an environment for a long time. And these astronauts have never been to such a place before. This kind of performance is really amazing. If Jiang Cheng had been to such a place for the first time, he might not have performed as well as these astronauts. Now it seems that elite astronauts are indeed professional talents, who are always able to adapt to all environments and can complete various space missions well. That's why they were able to escape from among so many astronauts. Soon the 3 astronauts completed all the preparatory work, and now all the equipment has been debugged, and the drilling task is ready at any time. After Jiang Cheng had rested for a few minutes, although his physical strength had not yet fully recovered, he didn't have much to deal with the next task. Let us act. The future of mankind depends on us before the action. Jiang Cheng cheered everyone up loudly. What he just said is true, and the future of mankind depends on the success of this operation. If the mining operation is successful, Jiang Cheng will have a few tons of alpha knots. These synergistic products are enough for Jiang Cheng to create a mecha star, so that humans will have enough confidence to communicate with them, even if they face other cosmic civilizations. The universe is full of conflicts and fights. Without a mecha force, Jiang Cheng really has no confidence to take humans out of the solar system. The lack of strength is sad at all times. Only when one is strong enough can one not be afraid of challenges from other civilizations. Jiang Cheng quickly got into action and began to operate the drilling equipment that had been set up in front of him. After this equipment was activated by Jiang Cheng, he began to make a loud noise. Then, the drill bit began to rotate rapidly and slowly moved towards the top of the ice. Makoto Jieyang tried to control the drilling equipment and drilled towards the position of the alpha knot. They have to drill a hole that can accommodate people to pass through before they can fix the rope to the alpha knot. Only in this way can the Tongrapha knots be hoisted from under the ice layer several hundred meters deep and loaded into the landing. So in the whole drilling phase, it is the most difficult part of the whole operation. It is not easy to drill a hole that can accommodate them, but also to drill a few hundred meters deep. I saw that huge drill bit spins rapidly and started to drill near the ice layer. When the drill bit touched the ice layer, a large amount of ice debris began to fly around. Countless ice scum flying scenes on Jiang Cheng's face. If it weren't for the protection of the spacesuit, Jiang Cheng would have broken the picture this time. Jiang Cheng controlled this drilling equipment and looked forward to its next performance. This drilling equipment just took Jiang Cheng so much effort before it was transported here from landing Suo. Of course, this thing must have enough good performance to be able to be worthy of the sweat Jiang Cheng just put out. Immediately, this drilling equipment showed its performance, making Jiang Cheng feel that he hadn't wasted that effort. A big hole immediately appeared above the ice, and the well continued to extend downward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bit space disappeared on the ground, and one bit went under the ice. The efficiency of this drilling is really terrifying, and in a blink of an eye, a distance of more than 10 meters is drilled. After a while, a deep hole appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at the deepening hole that appeared in front of him, and Nan muttered to himself, "This Zayazai really didn't say anything. It seems that the task this time can be successfully completed. According to the current drilling efficiency, it will not take long to reach the position of the alpha knot. As long as they have access to alpha knots, the following work becomes simpler. As long as there is no thought of going through here in a short period of time, this action will definitely succeed." It seems that there was no accident in this mission, and the alpha knot Jiang Cheng thought of siring could also be obtained by Gu Lai. President Jiang, now that the drill bit has reached the position of the Huerfa knot, the drilling work can be finished. After more than 10 minutes of drilling, an astronaut who was testing data began to report to Jiang Cheng. After Jiang Cheng heard the astronaut's words, he began to manipulate the Ruko hole equipment to let the drill bit slowly come out of the hole. Soon the drill returned to the ground, and a big hole with no bottom appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. This big hole leads directly to the location of the alpha knot, and it is also the final destination of their operation. Now Jiang Cheng and the others have penetrated hundreds of meters of ice, and the alpha knot has been exposed to them. What they have to do now is to pass through the hole above the ice layer, descend to the position of the mesh knot, and then fix the alpha crystal to the rope, and then they can set off back. Seeing the hope that the mission is about to be completed, all astronauts began to get excited. No one wants to stay in a ghost place like Neptune. It's a good thing to be able to go back sooner. What's more, if they see that they can complete this difficult task, victory is already before their eyes. After seeing that the drilling work had been completed, Jiang Cheng directly threw the controller in his hand and did not continue to manage the drilling control equipment. Jiang Cheng is not interested in moving such a heavy device back to the landing complex, so Jiang Cheng is going to directly discard the device on Neptune this time. It doesn't cost Jiang Cheng much to make this equipment, and Jiang Cheng won't feel distressed even if he loses it directly. Anyway, this device has fulfilled all its missions, and it's time to die. After discarding the drilling equipment, Jiang Cheng began to tie a rope to himself, preparing to get close to the alpha knot by rope drop. Immediately prepare to surrender and come down with me alone. The remaining 2 people are waiting above, ready to support us at any time. Due to the limited size of the hole above the ice, it can only accommodate 2 people going down at the same time. In addition, someone had to watch it, so Jiang Cheng arranged for 2 astronauts to stay on it, as long as 1 astronaut went down with him. Let me go down with President Jiang. My physical strength should be a little better, so it is more suitable for this kind of work. A young astronaut took the initiative to stand up at this time, preparing to descend with Jiang Cheng. It seems that this young astronaut is still very courageous. At least he did not shrink back in front of the dark hole. This large hole, which reaches a few hundred meters deep under the ice layer, is scary enough to look at. You can't see the bottom at a glance. Ordinary people really don't get here, especially in the environment of Neptune. The danger is too great. If you are not careful, you may stay in this hole forever. At that time, the corpse city cannot return to the water polo and can only stay on the icy planet Neptune, which is sealed by a thick layer of ice. This kind of end is terrible even after thinking about it. At this time, he is already very good to stand up. Since the young man asked to go with Jiang Cheng readily agreed to his request. Okay, just watch me down together. The remaining 2 people stayed on the ground, keeping an eye on the situation in the surrounding area and let us know if something unexpected happened. Jiang Cheng confessed as quickly as possible, and then he began to prepare for the surrender. 2 minutes later, Jiang Cheng and the astronaut were firmly fixed to the rope. Set off. When he was ready, Jiang Cheng counted down 3 and then jumped into the dark hole. Jiang Cheng was in the ice and tried to control the speed of Ryuo's fall with a cable descender. There was fierce friction between the rope descender and the rope, and the resistance generated by the friction began to offset Jiang Cheng's own gravity, making Jiang Cheng's falling speed smooth. Jiang Cheng just descended towards the bottom little by little, slowly approaching the position of the meshwork knot. The young astronaut behind also followed Jiang Cheng down. The figures of the 2 slowly disappeared at the entrance of the cave, immersed in the deep darkness. Because of the deep depth below the ice layer and the lack of sunlight in Shanghai Wangxing, it looks extremely dark inside, and it is almost impossible to reach out. If Jiang Cheng and others hadn't been for the lighting equipment on the spacesuit, they wouldn't know where they had landed now. With the help of the lighting equipment on the spacesuit, Jiang Cheng could see the situation in the surrounding area clearly. There are few impurities in the ice layer on Neptune, and it looks very crystal clear. There was a thick layer of ice all around, and Jiang Cheng and the others were now in the middle. Now that Jiang Cheng looked up, he couldn't see the top hole, nor could he see the bottom when he looked down. Being in a place like this is what makes people most afraid of. The dark and small environment around will arouse the most fear in people's hearts. This kind of environment is very depressing. People with poor psychological quality may go crazy after the meeting. Fortunately, whether it is Jiang Cheng or the young astronaut, they are all people with extremely high psychological qualities. They ignored the environment they were in now and concentrated on descending towards the bottom. After another period of darkness, Jiang Cheng finally saw the alpha knot under his feet. The volume of the alpha knot is not very large, only less than 1 meter in length. Such a small piece has a weight of several tons, which shows that the density of this special material is very high. When Jiang Cheng saw the appearance of the alpha knot, he confirmed that this was what he had been looking for. The whole piece of alpha knot under the shining of light showed a very special kind of alpha knot, which looks like illusory. The whole body appears from time to time, and it feels very unreal. This state between illusion and reality is the biggest feature of alpha crystal. This special material itself has 2 states of illusion and reality, and these 2 contradictory states appear on this crystal at the same time. It is this nature, between the illusion and the reality, that makes him the best introductory material. Only a small amount of alpha knots is needed to generate a huge momentum on the way to find a monster that killed their companions. They encountered a powerful monster Zhang. When Yan Ran faced this monster alone, she was on the verge of danger. Jiang Cheng killed the monster with her hands and feet. The outstanding sports talent and the outstanding performance in different sports fields have been hit hard. When Yan Ran was at the side, Jiang Cheng was not idle while she was silent. He seemed very interested in the monster he killed. Jiang Cheng put his hands into a knife and inserted it forcefully into the monster's body. A long hole emerged from its back. For a while, the monster's blood spewed out. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng had put a protective cover on his body. There was no wave of blood loss in the legs till Ma Ran watched Jiang Cheng's movements blankly, not knowing what she was going to do. Jiang Cheng's hand searched in the monster's body for a while. I found it, and it actually did. With a strong pull, a very thin, translucent tendon appeared in his hand. But curiously asked Jiang Cheng, who was cleaning the tendon by the river, "What's the use of this?" Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously at her. "You'll know in a while." After washing the tendon clean, Jiang Cheng shook his hand, and the tendon rang, and he nodded in satisfaction. The wise one already knew what he was going to do. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng took her bow and replaced the bowstring with the tendon. "You try?" He handed the bow to Ran. "However, the bow in my hand is a modern bow. The body of the bow is made of an extremely rare metal, and the bow string is made of a chemical substance. It has been aging for a long time, and its speed and strength are affected. In fact, although Bingren's bow is a modern bow, it can also be said to be unique. This is the only one that has announced that he will participate in the interstellar archery competition for the last time, and then will return to her hometown and no longer participate. The organizers specially prepared it for her. Crown she prize, no surprise, I got it. After changing the bowstring, I tried to pull it. Sure enough, compared with the old one, the new one is more comfortable to use. This kind of bowstring can show her extremely fast and quick aiming characteristics." Looking at the bow in her hand, and then at the person in front of her, she couldn't help but think of the scene of him killing that monster with his hands and feet, and then think about how he could travel the interstellar alone, with a thought suddenly in her mind jumped out. "Please accept me as a disciple." Jiang Cheng hesitated. It's not that he doesn't want to accept disciples. He really likes the feeling of being a teacher, and it's not that he doesn't like being a disciple. To be honest, Yan Ran has an extraordinary body, keen sense organs, and perseverance. He appreciates the spirit very much. If an excellent person like Ran is an ordinary person, then they will dance with joy, and what is more, they will be ecstatic. Then why does Jiang Cheng hesitate? Because he deeply knows that his abilities in certain areas have surpassed what ordinary people can understand. He feels invincible in these fields, so can he impart his knowledge to disciple? Whether a disciple can understand what he said is something he must first consider. However, she had obviously misunderstood Jiang Cheng's hesitation. She thought Jiang Cheng didn't want to agree to her request. With a plop, she knelt down to Jiang Cheng. "I will definitely listen to the teacher's advice." She raised her head and looked at Jiang Cheng with big round eyes full of expectation. "Get up quickly." Jiang Cheng hurriedly reached out to help Ran. Although he likes to be a good teacher, he hates these behaviors of bowing. That is, what time is it now? It is 2118. Even in water polo, this kind of etiquette is extremely rare. What's more, he is also very satisfied with Ran being his disciple. Ran's conditions are so good and he is smart. Under his earnest teaching, given time, he will definitely achieve great results. In a word of Wen Pei Kai, in other words, it would not have lost his lintel. What's more, all her companions are dead. Perhaps she still has to bear part of the responsibility for her companion's death, leaving her a little girl alone on this extremely hostile planet, and he can't bear it too. No matter when he thinks of this little station mother's tragic encounter in the future, he will never forgive himself. And when he helped Yan Ran bury Yi and her companions, he thought about this problem. If Bingren was left here alone, he would not be at ease. If he could leave this planet, in what name would he take this Zaya Zhenyang out of here? And he would do that too. Although Zaya Zhenyang, she has no sense of him, but everyone has only met by gang for a few days and is not very familiar with him. Will she agree to follow him? If she is unwilling to follow him out of here, what should I do? In short, Jiang Cheng thought a lot about this, and he even thought that if she didn't follow him, he would take her away if she stunned. Now it's all right, the little girl offered to be his apprentice, and her hard work was not in vain. Just now, against the strange Zheng, Jiang Cheng had 100 ways to kill it, but after thinking about it for a few minutes, he chose this simple, crude, and powerful method. Sure enough, Zhao Zhanyang was stunned by his super ability. First of all, when Lu's tail hits Ran, he can throw a protective cover on her. He is absolutely sure that the protective cover can protect her safety. However, he adopts a visual one by one. He grabbed the tail with his hands. Think about it in Ma Ran's eyes. That powerful murder weapon that was about to put her to death was actually caught by a hand. It was shocked, right? Then, if he could completely kill the monster with one punch, or simply with a sword to double the monster in half, but then he used a more powerful method to see the party's impact, and he lifted the monster up. That monster Lu's body is several times larger than his body. Such a huge monster is actually used by him like a toy in his hands. What is the effect? Just look at the girl's chin that is about to fall to the ground. Got it. Therefore, behind the seemingly simple, there is Ruo Jiangcheng's painstaking arrangement. Jiangcheng's appearance is cold and cold, but his heart is definitely a caring person. There is a sharp difference between his appearance and his heart. Jiangcheng faced Ruo Ran's sincere eyes, nodded, and only said one word. Ran stood up. Although she was very happy in her heart, she did not show it, but from her moist eyes, it can be seen that her heart is very moved. Jiangcheng's mood was also very moved. This was the first apprentice he accepted. Starting today, he has another identity, a teacher. The giant wolf left Jiangcheng and the others silently, and it left its 2 children behind. The departure of the giant wolf did not arouse Jiangcheng's attention. He knew that it was not easy for a creature like it to accept their care in the past few days. Giant wolves are completely wild creatures, and only nature is the place they yearn for. However, Jiangcheng had to say a few more words about the 2 wolf babies that it left behind. Raising pets is a long-term thing. Don't adopt them because of temporary effort. After the enthusiasm is over, they are tired of pets' various trivial things and let the pets end in a cold end. In particular, these 2 wolf babies are not ordinary products, and they will definitely help their owner, Ba, fight or live in the future. Although he already has the Firebird, Jiangcheng also hopes that Ba Lu can have a wolf baby. For the teacher's words, Ba Lu can still listen. She was envious of Bingren having an almost psychic pet like the flamingo. Now that she has the opportunity to have 2 wolf babies, she is still very happy. So after listening to what Jiangcheng said, she assured Jiangcheng that she would definitely treat these 2 wolf babies and would never leave them. Hearing Ran say this, Jiangcheng was very satisfied. They waited for another 2 days, but the giant wolf still did not come back. Taking advantage of this emptiness, Ran and Ba Luluo went out hunting again and prepared enough food for their pets. Jiangcheng decided to leave here and leave this snow-covered area. Planet. With a sound, the spacecraft rushed into the sky. Somewhere in the big cave, the giant who heard this voice raised his head and passed a film. After a moment, it came down again. Beside it is the place where Ba Ludi buried the white wolf. This time the space journey is much more vivid than before. In addition to completing the homework they have to do every day, the 2 of them are driving the spaceship towards the goal. The other is either busy making flowers and plants or taking care of 3 pets. When I was on the ice planet, I transplanted a lot of plants while hunting. Now there are various pots in the fly where they are. If it weren't for Jiangcheng and Ba Lu's protest, saying that Bingren had dug too many plants, and she had even used the bowls her pets used for food to grow flowers and plants, she would get more plants. From a relatively cold environment to a warm environment, those plants grew particularly lush. Seeing these inconspicuous plants add the most to the spacecraft, add the breath of life, and more importantly, can pass the time. Because of this, Yan Ran is still very proud. As for their 3 pets, now they have a headache. The blazing bird has always looked energetic since the crystals taken out of the flying dragon's body in the spring, so she has no time to rest every day. As for the 2 wolf babies, as they react to the environment, they will become more and more lively. So these 3 live treasures all use each other as their own toys, and they fight together every day. The 2 wolf babies are definitely not the rivals of the Firebirds, but because they don't understand anything, they seem fearless. Although they suffer almost every time under the malicious manipulation of the blazing firewood, they still entangle the blazing bird forever. And this is exactly what the flamingo can't ask for. This psychic bird also has an unusual odor. She used to be Ran and Ba Lu's toy when she was free, and suffered a lot from the 2 girls. Maybe the scene left her too deep, or it left a shadow on her psychology. So when she saw that these two were not only smaller than her, but also far less fortunate than her baby wolf, she treated them as toys, just as she did with Baludi. Joshi, it's no wonder that Firebird likes to play with two wolf babies so much, because she is also broken. Although she has been walking with these three humans, there is no doubt that these three are not people who can make jokes. For her master, of course, the flamingo would not be naughty in front of her. Her master combed her feathers, made good food for her, and took the place to play around. It would be too costly to make her angry. On this point, the flamingo still knows clearly. And her master's teacher, that man, he is a person with superpowers. Such a person will put pressure on her when standing in front of the flamingo. Out of her natural instinct, she knows that this person is not something she can provoke. Once when she was young, Jiang Cheng was reading a book, and the Firebird didn't know which nerve was wrong that day, so she went to provoke him. She grabbed the book Jiang Cheng was reading, and then spread her wings to fly away. Looking at the pages of the book scratched by the flamingo in his hand, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and the flamingo who was about to fly away immediately felt that a heavy object was pressing on her back. So instead of flying, she was crushed to the ground. The poor flamingo could only be crushed there, unable to move at all. Although her master often walked in front of her and saw her pleading gaze, she was suppressed by this force and couldn't even make a sound one by one. But her master always pretended not to see it. It wasn't until the next morning that her master's teacher let her go. Poorly, she was crushed all night and couldn't even flap her wings. From then on, she never let the teacher offend her master again. And the hostess's female companion is even more a prankster. Even though she has evaded her, the devil still hasn't let her go, and she often abrupts her when she is not prepared. Although she didn't cause any harm to herself, she would feel uneasy only when she saw her figure. And this kind of sensation has always been with Ruoshi, so when the Firebird saw Ba Lu, he also avoided giving it. Now, the flamingo is finally proud, and she has her own toy. Moreover, these toys are always sent by themselves, so that even their owner, the guy who loves pranks, will not blame her much. For example, now, the flamingo is lying on the back of a chair in front of the baby wolf. Of course, she will never admit that she deliberately found such a place, and she did not deliberately put her long tail on the back. It was shaking in front of a baby wolf. See, if two wolf babies crawled towards Ruo's own tails, the flamingo deliberately made them always reach by a little too close. In this way, the wolf babies would have to stand up straight and finally reach a certain angle, when the baby wolf is on the ground. In 2118, the water polo entered the cosmic era. The small planet of water polo is now undergoing severe tests. Numerous aliens from the stars are attacking the water polo from time to time. At this moment, all the water polo people place their hope on being built as a superhero. Guan Jiangcheng's body. 100 years later, Jiangcheng still looks like a hero, young and handsome and gentleman. Jiangcheng, who has an eternal life, can naturally maintain his youth. In a huge manor on the eastern outskirts of the imperial capital, Jiangcheng is leisurely sipping tea on a pavilion in the middle of the lake. "I really stole my life for half a day," Jiangshu said with emotion. As a superhero in water polo saver, Jiangcheng is busy every day. How can he be like today, can actually enjoy tea at home? "Master," the butler old Zhao said respectfully, "Master, the special envoy of the commander-in-chief of the water polo team is waiting for your reception in the living room." Jiangcheng put down his teacup displeased. "These guys, even small things like sesame can bother me. Is there no other choice? Lao Zhao, tell him that I'm not free today and don't want to see guests." Steward Zhao accompanied the smiling face and said, "Master, it would be better for you to go and see. The special envoy of the commander-in-chief has been waiting for a long time." "Then let him wait." Jiangcheng slapped the table. "Old Zhao, you know, I'm so busy every day I can't wait to split people in half. It's rare to have time today. I just picked up the teacup and drank 2 sips of tea. Come follow me again, can't I just want it? That is. Lao Zhao Zioji nodded as if eating rice. "It's just the special envoy of the cooperating commander-in-chief, which is a bit special." "Ha ha ha," Jiangcheng laughed. "Old Zhao, are you making me laugh? I, Jiangcheng, have been in the universe for more than 100 years. Is there any planet I have never been to, and there is a creature I have never seen? You tell me that this person is special." He stretched out his finger and pointed at Lao Zhao. "I will go and see what is special about this person. If Lao Zhao, you dare to lie to me, hum." In the luxurious living room of Jiang Cheng's family, there are a few people sitting in costumes. With Jiang Cheng's eyesight, they can see that these people have nothing special from a long distance. If they are special, it is probably the Shishon on their epaulets. Surgery, but in Jiang Cheng's eyes, don't say on the water polo. The most capable person in the universe is standing in front of him, and he is still not a bird. When he was about to approach the living room, Jiang Cheng felt that there was an entrance hidden in the living room. At least this person was not within his sight. Jiang Yu was faintly unhappy. Under normal circumstances, everyone who came to Jiang's house to wait for Jiang Cheng to meet would have to sit up and down. Now someone is walking around in the Jiang's living room. It's really courageous. Jiang Shu really got a little curiosity. He wants to see who this person is. Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Cheng walking into the living room, those people in costumes stood up and saluted with their hands. Jiang Fei nodded casually. With a cry, he walked to the screen behind the living room. "Uncle Jiang," a face suddenly popped out of an 18 or 9-year-old girl. "It surprised you, Uncle Jiang." That girl smiled like a smile. Usually called Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, there are few men and women, but to be honest, it is really rare to call Uncle Jiang. The girl in front of her has a beautiful face and a slender figure, and her body exudes a girl's peculiar smell. Jiang Cheng sighed in the bottom of his heart for the little beauty. But that's it. I think Jiang Cheng has traversed the universe for hundreds of years, with footprints all over every planet. Although the little girl in front of me is beautiful, but more beautiful than her, Jiang Fei doesn't know how many she has seen. Die old Zhao, Jiang Fei bitterly thought, just a little beauty, what's special? We must find him afterwards. Uncle Jiang, don't you know me? The little beauty lowered her head aggrievedly, and tears began to roll in her eyes. Jiang Cheng was most afraid of seeing the girl crying, so he immediately surrendered. Ming Japanese letter 1 by 1 I remember. You are the one Japanese letter I saw you when you were young, and I even hugged you. Jiang Chengzuo suddenly realized, but he was desperately searching in his mind, wondering who this little girl is. Uncle Jiang's high status in water polo makes it unimaginable. Therefore, the humans on the water polo do not even call him by his name, and they always use Mr. Jiang instead. There is no one who can call him a brother. Now this girl calls him Uncle Jiang, which shows that he and her father are more related. It is good. Jiang Cheng stared at the hands in front of him with his hands behind his back, as if looking at his little beauties. These eyebrows and eyes. Jiang Cheng patted his thigh. The girl asked with joy, "Uncle Jiang, do you remember?" "No." The girl's grievances shed tears. "Hey, don't cry, Uncle Jiang, I am teasing you." Jiang Cheng was in a hurry. "You are the daughter and youngest daughter of Chang Anyang, the former partner district transfer book, and Xin, right?" The little Meiwen broke into a smile and gave Jiang Cheng a white look. "Uncle Jiang, you are not ashamed, you are all uncles and you are still teasing me." Jiang Cheng laughed loudly. He has a really good relationship with Nyang, the little beauty's father. Of course, Anyang didn't dare to call Jiang Cheng a brother. He knew his identity. But Jiang Chengfei forced him, not because of Anyang's position or something. There are too many high-ranking officials who want to deal with Jiang Cheng or flatter him, and the Secretary General of a cooperation zone really can't enter Jiang Cheng. The Dharma Eye. Jiang Cheng admired Anyang's personality, so he was willing to call him a brother. Of course, that was another story. In the living room, Engsin is holding Jiang Cheng's arms and refuses to separate. It is no wonder that Jiang Cheng's reputation is well known throughout the universe, and on weekdays, Shenlong never sees the head and wants to see him. If you don't make an appointment one by one, even make an appointment. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is harder than going to the sky when it is time to see or not. Now that she has such a good opportunity to get close to Uncle Jiang, how can the little beauty easily let it go? She still wants a few autographed photos of Jiang Cheng to show off in front of her college classmates. This is more than those movie stars, bosses in a certain district, etc. Let's make it happen. Jiang Cheng helplessly let Engsin hold it in his arms. He pointed at the officer who was still standing still. Yu and Nzin came together. The leading officer broke a ceremony and straightened his body. Report to Mr. Jiang. Yes, thank you. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Everyone sits down and talks, sits down and talks. He turned his head and said, Lao Zhao, you haven't even a cup of tea for a long time since the guests came. Do you want people to make fun of me? Jiang Cheng is stingy. Waiting for customers after people have finished a cup of tea, Jiang Cheng asked, Let's talk, what can you do? The leader in charge wanted to stand up again. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand to stop. Sit if you speak. Mr. Jiang, this is the situation. The Sir began to talk about it. It turned out that Anyang, Jiang Cheng's good friend and Nzin's father, has been promoted to the position of head of the water polo team. But shortly after he took office, he encountered several incidents of killings against him. Fortunately, his bodyguards are all old veterans who can stay loyal to the station and protect the Lord, so Anyang can turn the dangers. Take a life back. While the intelligence department of water polo cooperation was still investigating clues to these assassinations, the goals of the assassins changed. They began to assassinate Nzin. Just 2 days ago, I went home from school in peace. When the local road came to a remote section, a car that was driving normally suddenly accelerated and hit it. Fortunately, a plainclothes bodyguard pushed me at a critical moment. A little imitation, no major problem, but the bodyguard died in the line of duty. The Intelligence Department of Water Polo Cooperation launched an investigation into this matter, and almost all the clues showed that this was an assassination of everyone in the Angia. Who was it? Why did the assassination of the Anyang family be carried out? The Intelligence Department was very busy, but the line was limited, but the assassination did not stop. The night before, someone sneaked into Nzin's studio in the early hours of the morning. 2 guards who were in charge of the defense were killed, and a female Jing Chang disguised as Nzin was killed on Nzin's bed. The 4 intelligence officers guarding the perimeter were on the assassin, but they all lost contact in the process of tracking and hunting. So far, only the bodies of 2 missing persons have been found, and the other 2 are still searching. Having said that, the officer handed Jiang Cheng several documents. Mr. Jiang, please have a look. This is the result of our forensic examination of the remains. Jiang Cheng took the document. The first thing he looked at was the conclusion of the forensic doctor. The document showed that by examining the bodies of several deceased who were injured and killed by the attack, the results showed that they all died by the same hand. With superpowers, he is good at using knives. When assassinating the target, he is precise and often makes a bet. Jiang Cheng took a look at the few remaining documents, which were close-ups of the fake mouth photos on the remains of the dead. The officer waited for Jiang Cheng to finish reading all the documents and said, Mr. Jiang, you know that the wife of the chief staff officer of Anyang passed away early. Only his daughter and Nzin and he depended on each other. Let us come here. Let us present your grievances. Please go to city and catch the killer who assassinates Angson. Jiang Cheng pondered and said, Since my brother invited me, I'll just go with you. He raised the documents in his hand. Your level of forensic medicine is not very high. Seeing that officer showed a puzzled look. Jiang Cheng replied, This is not a wound left by a knife. This is a claw, a wound left by a hard and sharp claw. An officer boldly asked, Mr. Jiang, please take the liberty. How did you see it? Jiang Cheng smiled. You can see it if you see it a lot. He waved his hand to stop the officer from asking questions again. Well, Nzin will stay in my home for a few days first, and it won't be too late for her to go home when I get rid of the killer. Which palace is hesitant? Of course, Jiang Cheng knew his thoughts and said coldly, Don't worry, someone Jiang's home protection ability is not worse than that of your water polo cooperation headquarters. If you want to get in and out, you can't help him. Jiang Cheng's home is large in size, in the shape of a courtyard house, with rockery pavilions and so on. Even so, it is just a private house on the right. It is actually compared with the protection of the world's highest fighting command center. The officer's face was full of disbelief, and the officer with him also showed a questioning look. Jiang Cheng got the answer, defended his hand, and let the butler Lao Zhao see him off. At this time, one of the young officials may be young and energetic, with a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He stepped forward and saluted Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, can I try your protective ability? Fu Chill flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes and disappeared. not to mention this little officer. He was the chief officer of Water Polo Cooperative, and it was no match for doubting what Jiang Cheng said. Such a lower-level officer actually suspected him. I really responded to that sentence. The ignorant are fearless. Bai Jing is from Anyang. The children don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. It's dark. What else did the young officer want to say? The older officer next to him was much more mature and stable than him, and his eyes were clear. He saw the flash of dissatisfaction on Jiang Cheng's face. He grabbed the young officer and walked out. Okay, since Mr. Jiang said, then we will say goodbye, and Xin, you stay here. When it is safe, we will pick you up again. After a salute, he took Ruo other officials away. Just out of the living room and not far away, young officer said, pretending to be a ghost, I really don't know what Mr. Anshin kept us doing so far. The older officer stopped shouting. What are you afraid of? Don't say that he can't hear him when he walks so far. What can he do if he hears it? The young officer sighed. You listen to his tone. Lao Tzu is the #1 in the world. I'm really not convinced, just his house. Are you working with us to compare protection capabilities? I haven't said ba yet. And a cold cry rang in his ears. Shame on your face, get out. A gentle force struck from behind. It was strange to say that that force swam away other people ingeniously and only aimed at the young officer. That yin force wrapped him and forced him to the ground. Then he really rolled up. The few officers next to them looked dumbfounded, but didn't come forward to help. When the young officer Liquid arrived at the gate, the smiling butler, Zhao, had been waiting for a long time. He opened the door and waited for the young officer to get out. After the young officer got out, Xiorduo gave the other officers a little bit. Bang, the door closed with a sound. The officers smiled bitterly at each other. The young officer who was squeezed out of the Jiang family struggled to stand up, but his legs didn't seem to obey the command, and he still couldn't do so. The older officer saw that he was out of the Jiang family's door, and then he helped the young officer up. The young officer opened his mouth and just wanted to say something. With a wow, he started to vomit. I want to spit out the energy of the overnight meal. The elder officer looked back at the Jiang family residence, and then at the young officer who was vomiting to death, and shook his head secretly. City A, in a remote corner of this prosperous city, the Water Polo Cooperation Bureau is located here. The chiefs who had just returned to city rushed to the executive department to report to Yang, the head of the general staff. They were a little bit ambitious, because when they were leaving, the head of the general staff repeatedly complained about the situation. Be sure to invite Jiang Cheng over. Although Jiang Cheng promised to come to City to help. When will he come? Does this time count as completing the task? Is General Counselor unsatisfied with this result? Everyone has no bottom. After they entered the officer's department, the older officer went straight to the office of the head of the Anyang General Staff. The secretary of the Xiaomi team blocked him at the door. I have an urgent matter to see Chief Counselor An, said the officer. Sorry, the head of General Staff An is meeting guests. He has passed and can't disturb them. The female secretary still replied with a smile. I must report to the head of the General Staff General and the status of the implementation of this mission as soon as possible. The female secretary digs her head with a smile. I'm afraid the gentleman inside is more important to the head of General Staff An. The elder officer had already greeted the whole family of the female secretary in his heart, and in desperation, he turned and left. That's it. Can you tell me who is the guest of the chief staff officer, An? This officer can't restrain his curiosity. It's Mr. Jiang, the female secretary exaggerated. You know, it's Mr. Jiang. The elder officer took a breath and asked in surprise. Mr. Jiang, the female secretary nodded affirmatively. Impossible. Now, when we left Mr. Jiang's house, Mr. Jiang hadn't left yet. We didn't stop for a moment, and we were sitting on the Xi's traffic flying lead. He couldn't be faster than us. He looked suspiciously the female secretary. The Mr. Jiang you mentioned is the very famous Mr. Jiang. This time the female secretary ignored him. She had to pay attention to him. The elder officer could only close it and sat on the side obediently, waiting for Anyang's call. The door opened and 2 people walked out of the room. The person walking in the front was not Jiang Cheng. Who was that? The female secretary glanced at the boss with his eyes wide open and looked incredulous, and she smiled, inwardly laugh. Lisa, you immediately book a room for me in the Xianglish Hotel. It must be a good one. Order another table for me. The head of the general staff counselor and smiled and said to Jiang Cheng, I remember you last time when I came. I said that the environment of this hotel is pretty good, and you especially like to eat sweet and sour fish made by their lishi. Did I remember correctly? Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. To a certain extent, Xianglish Hotel is a private club. Those who are eligible to eat in are all prominent officials, officials with lower positions, and even the gates of live shops cannot enter. In the hotel hall, Jiang Cheng and Anyang were tasting food while talking about some relaxing topics. On the table in front of the two of them, there were a few beautiful ones. Come on, you have a taste. This is a good wine for the Huajia district for 50 years. It is specially provided by the army. Jiang Cheng picked up the living cup and sniffed it for a while. A spicy wine filled his nostrils. He took a sip. The mouth was soft, but it was full of energy. Yes, this wine is good. Jiang Feiwen rewarded. It's the lucky dish of this wine to get your bend prize. Come to eat your favorite sweet and sour fish. Anyang stretched out his chopsticks and invited. The two of them ate and talked, occasionally making a light laugh. On a quiet small road outside the Xianglish Hotel, Jiang Cheng and Chief Staff Officer An were walking after cooking, and they were talking while walking. If my analysis is correct, the person who assassinated you this time must be a werewolf from the planet Esk. Jiang Cheng's conversation turned to the topic. General Senate and Qi Chengcheng nodded. I have the same thoughts as you. The water polo has been constantly infested by the people of Esk, so I formulated a defense plan. I haven't finished it yet. I don't know how. The news spread, and a series of assassinations against me followed. He shook his head in annoyance. It would be black if you target me. I'm a prisoner and a client, but they actually target Xin. She is a student, and she has just grown up, so humble. Jiang Cheng smiled and looked at this old friend next to Ruo. It's still a bit too upright. It's about the interests of the race, and there are more humble methods than this. Anyang let out a long sigh and said with a smile, but I don't need to worry about it anymore. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to say something, there was a gunshot. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the bullet that was directed at Anyang. Jiang Cheng sank his face and said coldly, It's really hateful that these and even this little empty space have come to harass us. He instructed Anyang's bodyguards, who rushed forward in a few moments. You take good care of Mr. Anyang, and I will come as soon as I go. As soon as the words were finished, the figure flashed, and the person disappeared. The few bodyguards in Anyang were dumbfounded and looked at each other, almost thinking that what they saw was an illusion. One of the bodyguards, Jizhai, rubbed his eyes. Another security guard asked, An, Chief Staff Officer An, the gentleman who spoke to you all the way, who is he? Anyang looked at the direction of Jiang Cheng's disappearance and said with a tone of admiration, Mr. Jiang. On a tall building next to Xianglish Hotel, the killer hated the sniper rifle in his hand, and the action failed. A small aircraft on the back of his hand jumped out of the window. The assassin's reaction was not unsatisfactory, but this time he ran into the assassin after Jiang landed and took the aircraft behind him. He walked fast in the corners and shadows behind the trees. If he walked, he found something was wrong. As a killer, he still has considerable responsiveness. Brush, the assassin still maintains the walking posture, but a hidden weapon cleverly shoots behind him. No matter who is behind him, kill it first. There was no sound of falling to the ground as he imagined from Jing. The assassin turned around, a tall, frosty young man with the hidden weapon he shot out in his hands, staring at him coldly. The assassin who reacted would not make him ask, Who are you? Stupidly, like in the movie, he hurriedly threw himself in the air, and he drew out a dazzling match, taking the young throat. When the young man with the dagger still had a swallow, the assassin couldn't help showing a cruel smile and succeeded. A heavy press on his stomach declared his dream to be shattered. The assassin's body shrank like a shrimp, and the severe pain in his stomach made him unable to make any sound. The last thing he saw was the cold eyes of the young man. In the Water Polo Cooperation Headquarters, the Intelligence Department's interrogation room, Jiang Cheng sat opposite the killer who had come over. Tell me your master behind the scenes. Maybe I will consider letting you go. Jiang Cheng said lightly while playing with the hidden weapon in his hand. The assassin smiled bitterly. What you asked for is really clear. Jiang Cheng took the hidden weapon in his hand and tapped the table gently and rhythmically, saying, "It's easy if you want to die, but even if you die, as long as it takes less than 3 minutes, I can get the memories of your life." The assassin cursed fiercely. "Go to hell." He gritted his teeth, but nothing happened. The opposite Jiang Cheng looked at Ruo with a sarcasm until the killer lowered his head in frustration. "Now that you can't die, you should tell me what I want to know." With great speed, when Jiang Cheng captured the assassin, he and the bodyguards who had been searching all the way sent the assassin to the interrogation room of the water polo cooperative headquarters, where he would interrogate him personally. When that killer was a fan, Jiang Cheng used his powerful superpowers to discover that there was a denture in his mouth. The denture was not a highly toxic drug. It was an extremely exquisite small accessory device, and the bomb, hidden in the killer's zioing. Jiang Cheng walked out of the interrogation room, and Enyang, who was anxiously outside, greeted him. "How?" Jiang Cheng laughed and patted his head. "Don't worry, just leave the rest to me." In a bar full of music, more than a dozen men and women swayed wildly with the music. Jiang Cheng went straight to the bar and said to the bartender, "Give me a glass of mineral water." The keeper, who was wiping the cup, raised his head expressionlessly and said, "We only sell live but not water." "Then give me 2 glasses of mineral water." Jiang Cheng said. The bartender looked around and lowered his voice. "Turn left and go straight. There is a basement at the end of the stairs. There is someone waiting for you in it." Jiang Cheng nodded and turned to leave. The door of the basement was quietly pushed open, and a man inside, who was playing with a gun, raised his head and looked at Jiang Cheng, who walked in blankly. "Who are you?" the man asked. Jiang Cheng was expressionless and asked directly, "Your branch in Sidia is coming." The man cursed in his mouth and suddenly raised the gun in his hand, bang quin bang. He opened fire one after another. Jiang Cheng didn't move, his upper body just dodged slightly to the left and right. Jing grabbed it casually and grabbed the last bullet shot out of the gun. He released his hand, and the bullet fell to the ground with a clear sound. "Your organization is really weird. What age are you still using this old-fashioned gun?" The gun in the hand of the man, who was completely stunned, fell to the ground with a slap. But he was shocked. Who are you?" the man asked with a shaking voice. "It doesn't matter who I am." Jiang Cheng looked at the man indifferently. "Tell me where your branch is. You go to hell." The man scolded viciously. "Even the lines are the same. You guys in the organization are really boring." Jiang Cheng said blankly, "Give you 3 minutes." A few minutes later, Jiang Cheng left the basement. The man fell to the ground motionless. Whether he was alive or dead was not important. Jiang Cheng had already obtained the information he wanted. After a while, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of a tall building. This was the branch of an enterprise in District J in Huaijia District. Jiang Chengjai started and glanced coldly at the words, Roman 20 Zheshi branch. Jiang Cheng knew that this was actually a terrorist organization in Zone J. Kimura stormtrooper, he walked into the building with his pockets wrapped in his hands for the money laundering company. But the elevator door opened, and Jiang Cheng walked out leisurely. A patrolling man in the corridor saw Jiang Cheng just about to say something. Jiang Cheng took the air and knocked the man to the ground. Jiang Cheng walked slowly along Ruo's corridor, and the people who kept throwing out from the rooms on both sides were knocked to the ground by 1 foot. Among them, a very unfortunate guy elbowed him and his forehead was crushed. Looking at the person who fell to the ground behind him, Jiang Cheng's mouth was cornered, and he climbed the stairs leading to the top floor. On the wide-reading rooftop on the top floor, a tall alien was saying something to a water polo human, only to see the water polo human bowing continuously. A cold word came. Wow, President Kimura, who is usually arrogant, would actually listen to the beasts of Esker's planet in a slavish manner. It is really rare to see that. The two turned their heads and saw Jiang Cheng's shoulders against the wall, hands in the pockets, looking at them with a sarcastic expression. With a fierce look on Kimura's face, he drew a stick-shaped object from it and pressed the switch. A light knife that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. After waving his hands twice, Kimura screamed and rushed towards Jiang Cheng. When he was 2 steps away from Jiang Cheng, he jumped up and made a new cut to Jiang Ban, who was still in his pocket. Makoto's expressionless Chawaka, Kimura ignored the new light knife facing him, his hand even stuck in his trouser pocket. At the place where the light knife was about to pick up Jiang Cheng's hair, time seemed to stagnate. It may only take 0.00001 seconds for the light knife to cut into Jiang Cheng's head, but Kimura found that he couldn't move. Worry. Accompanied by the unmatched power, he hit Kimura's fierce accent. To these brutal J-Zone terrorists, Jiang Cheng started to show no mercy. With a slap, Kimura's body fell in front of the planet Asker, and his cell was pierced. Jiang Cheng sang in a leisurely manner, pushing towards the planet Asker, his steps gently echoing in the silent night sky. Fear flashed from the eyes of the person on planet Asker, but his innate brutality made him want to resist and fight back. With a sharp scream, the planet Asker looked up to the sky, and his clothes were torn apart, showing his original appearance. Werewolves, a werewolf from the planet Esk, are different from the werewolves on the water polo. In addition to being more ferocious, they have an IQ equivalent to human beings. Jiang Cheng stood in front of this werewolf with his hands folded, his face expressionless. Only a chill was exuded from his body. The humble Esker werewolf was actually assassinating his friend. After failing to kill, he turned the target of profit to his friend, the daughter who has just grown up. This kind of scum, he will surely kill it quickly. The werewolf of Esk began to circle Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng remained unmoved, still standing with his hand quietly. Esok stabs Jiang Cheng's assistant with a claw from the backside, while his thick tail sweeps Jiang Cheng's big question. In the face of absolute strength, all skills appear so weak. Jiang Cheng grabbed the werewolf souvenir, raised it high, and threw it out if spinning. The sound was huge. The werewolf's body was ruinously on the wall, and blood flowed from its horns. Now let me tell you some secret shifts. The ferocious werewolf begged for mercy. No, I will know even if you die. Jiang Cheng pointed to the light knife on the ground, and immediately the light knife training seemed to fly over, and the werewolf fiercely nailed the werewolf in the starting area of the werewolf to fill in the Esco werewolf and circled Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was unmoved and still negative hands stand quietly. The werewolf-esque stabs Jiang Cheng's ribs with a claw from the back, while renting a big tail to sweep Jiang Cheng's thigh. In the face of absolute strength, all the skills seemed so weak. Jiang Cheng grabbed the werewolf's arm, raised it high, and threw it out while spinning. With a loud noise, the werewolf's body slammed on the wall and blood flowed from its horns. Let me go, I will tell you some secrets. The ferocious werewolf begged for mercy. No, I will know even if you die. Jiang Cheng raised his foot and raised the light knife on the ground. The light knives seemed to fly over and nailed the werewolf to the wall fiercely. Jiang Cheng looked at the dead werewolf in front of him and put his palms on its head. Slightly, he closed his eyes and began to read the memories of the wolf before his life. After a while, he understood everything. There is another one. Jiang Cheng is facing the evening breeze, watching the sky full of stars and thinking about something quietly. The grass doesn't remove its roots, and the spring breeze regenerates. Jiang Cheng said silently twice in his mouth. His figure stretched and disappeared into the vast night sky. In the outskirts, there is a row of luxurious villas halfway up the mountain, which are used by wealthy people for vacations. In one building 03, there is only the restaurant with the lights on. A werewolf is under investigation. The food of humans is irresistible to the werewolves on the planet Esker, and those exquisite foods, except for some only in the restaurant, and on the table of the rich and famous. The werewolf could not appear in public, so the werewolf focused on these areas in the outskirts. The werewolf knew that this place was where the rich and noble people lived, and it was remote enough. Sure enough, it ate human delicacies here. As for the few corpses still in a pool of blood that were killed by it, the werewolf did not take them to heart. When the werewolf, who was eating fast and eating happily, stretched out his hand to pick up the cup on the table, he was surprised to find that, I don't know when, a young human man was sitting quietly on the chair opposite him. His face was calm, but his eyes shot out a cold light, and a shiny silver knife was constantly flying at his fingertips. The light of the knife flashed, and the werewolf's extended hand was nailed to the table. The tip of the knife was deeply inserted into the table, and the handle of the knife was still moving. The werewolf resisted the severe pain, pulled out the knife that had been pierced into his hand, and lifted the table with the help of the trend, and the table full of food flew towards Jiang Cheng. At the same time, the werewolf turned around and fled. The figure flashed, and Jiang Cheng appeared in front of the werewolf. With impulse, the werewolf stabbed the knife in his hand to Jiang Cheng's heart. Jiang Cheng stood still, grabbing the werewolf's knife-holding hand and kicking it under the werewolf's leaps, where the werewolf's key lies. Ming, the werewolf let out a stern cry, clutching his hands, shrinking and falling down, his body twitching slightly on the ground. Jiang Cheng's face was as cold as ice, and the knife in his hand shot at the werewolf's head and disappeared deeply. Taking a look at the human body lying in a pool of blood, Jiang Cheng sighed slightly, and his body disappeared. In the lobby of the Fragrant Tree Leash Hotel, Anyang chief staff officer and his daughter accompanied Jiang Cheng with peace of mind. The three of them talked and laughed happily. Anyang's gentle smile and Zin's delicate and charming face, especially Jiang Cheng, who is inexplicable and unclear, attracted the attention of many people. Mr. Jiang, thanks to your help this time, I taught my daughter and me. For this cup, I respect you, Anyang, with a toast, and the words are full of gratitude. And Zin by his side also happily picked up the wine glass, but it was just a drink. Sigh, Jiang Cheng said, "It's all old friends, it's just a matter of raising a hand. What are you doing so politely?" Yes, yes, and Yang said repeatedly. If it weren't for your help this time, how could my daughter and I sit here and eat like this comfortably? Come on, have a drink. Ding, the 3 wine glasses touched gently. Putting down the wine glass, Anyang said again, "Since you are out this time, you will play in city for a few more days. I will let Zin take you around. You don't know, my girl worships you very much." And Zin's face turned slightly red next to him. "Uncle Jiang, you must give me a signed photo of you this time. You don't know, the girls in our school are so excited when they mention you. I don't know how to describe it. Some of them posted your picture on the wall, some wanted to go to your house to be a maid, and some of them suddenly interrupted the tone and aroused the curiosity of the 2 men. Anyang asked, "What else are you thinking about? Go ahead and say it." And Zin said embarrassedly, "There are still people who want to marry you." The 2 men looked at each other and smiled. Anyang lit her daughter's nose. "You child, there are too many people pursuing your Uncle Jiang. You let your classmates wait in line slowly." The 3 people joked for a while. Jiang Cheng tapped the table lightly with his fingers and thought if he said, "The planet Aches, I visited many years ago, and their level of civilization doesn't seem to be that high, and they don't even have a spaceship." This time, those 2 how did the werewolves come to water polo? Anyang lowered his voice and said, "According to our intelligence, the royal family of Aches has signed an agreement with a powerful civilization, and they have agreed to join the fight and cooperation initiated by the planet." Jiang Cheng nodded. "I understand. To put it simply, that civilization paid for it, and the planet Aches was born. No wonder they even have things like spaceships." "Yes, that's what you said," Anyang said. "Furthermore, looking at the trend of cooperation in this fight, the goal is our water polo, which is why I started to develop a comprehensive water polo defense plan." He leaned back and sighed. "The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. It is not a bad thing to be prepared." Jiang Cheng tapped his fingers gently on the table and said intently, "In this case, I want to go to Aches planet for 0.80 a week. Offense is the best defense. If we can't understand the situation on that planet, then it's an unprepared battle." And Yang seized the upright man in front of him without a trace of worry. Anyang couldn't imagine what this man could not solve, so Anyang nodded, raised his glass, and said to Jiang Cheng, "Then I will prepare it for you. You can rest here tonight. Peace of mind. Tonight, don't leave Uncle Jiang tonight." And Zin nodded and said, "I see, Dad." Jiang Cheng recognized the wine in the glass and nodded. The next morning, Jiang Cheng and Anyang got up early to prepare. Actually, there is no need to prepare. It is nothing more than Anyang telling Jiang Cheng some things to pay attention to on the planet Aches. Jiang Cheng came to the planet Aches and nodded silently to see if the environment of this low-civilized planet is infertile. Jiang Fen walked without shy, saying that being fearless is encountering, but he really didn't know what he needed to worry about for this absolute existence. But soon Jiang Cheng was discovered by the monitoring system of planet Aches. Some werewolves appeared shook the ground. They still don't know the nature of this man's existence. Jiang Cheng's absolute sensitivity had already discovered these werewolves, but he was not worried. He flashed and came behind those werewolves, and countless swords condensed with thoughts had already appeared above the werewolves, silently. The werewolves were still looking for Jiang Cheng's existence, and Shu Yi felt a murderous look. Jiang Chengjing didn't want to solve it all at once. Standing on the planet Aix, Jiang Cheng looked around blankly. He was in a green prairie and looked around. He could not see a half-person figure at all times. What's the matter? Jiang Cheng thought to himself that when he passed the planet Aix decades ago, even though this planet was civilized, it was underdeveloped, even far behind the water polo, but it was densely populated at that time, and it was not like it is now. Even half of a person cannot be seen. When Jiang Cheng's legs were tired, he finally saw the first smoke on the grassland. When Jiang Cheng appeared in front of them, it was not the people on the planet Jix who were surprised, but Jiang Cheng. Although the appearance of the 8 stars in front of Jiang Cheng is somewhat different from that of the water polo people, they did not surprise Jiang Cheng. What surprised Jiang Cheng was that almost all of the stars in front of him were the old man, and the woman are not even seen by an adult young man. In Jiang Cheng's memory, when he passed the planet Vinx decades ago, young men with spears were everywhere. At that time, Jiang Cheng also received the hospitality of those hospitable 8 stars. Although the food was far from good food in his eyes, it could only be regarded as a solution to hunger, but he still mixed these foods like 8 stars. He swallowed it kindly. The hospitable Vinx even hosted an enthusiastic fire party because of his arrival. At that meeting, the girls of the 8-star people took turns to invite Jiang Cheng to dance. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, it was not so much a dance as it was the most primitive twisting of the wave body. Even so, that day in the evening, Jiang Cheng was very fast on the planet Aix. He and the people on the planet Aix danced a simple dance together, ate the roughest food together, and had a drink full of strange flavors, but he was very happy. He feels that the people on the planet Aix are full of human touch, and this feeling has always filled his heart so that the next morning, riding in the room specially prepared for him by the askers, he has the thought of not wanting to leave. The scene before him was very different from what he remembered. With a sense of suspicion and incomprehension, Jiang Cheng walked to the Vinx. What made him even more surprised was that those 8-star people who were lucky enough to see his figure were in a mess. Some Vinx began to raise some of them and drove them into the house, while others kept the door behind. Tilde Magnetic closed with a beep, and more people turned it on. The good memories of the planet Aix still remain in Jiang Cheng's mind, but the reality in front of him makes it difficult for him to accept. The embarrassed Jiang Cheng stood alone in front of Kongli's house. He really did not expect that in front of Shuakyu people, he was an idol among many people, and here he was regarded as a beast of Flood County. Jiang Cheng was aware of the pair of eyes looking at him through the door or window of Huayuan. Those relentless eyes made him feel like a thorn on his back, but he didn't bother these 8 stars. He chose to leave. When he came to another town where the Jixian lived, the scene in front of him made him angry. A werewolf of Esk with a few nuans was robbing the people of Esk, and he kept beating them. Jiang Cheng rushed forward. For a few days in a few districts, those little ones are only for playing on the ground. As for the werewolf, there is no such good luck. Jiang Cheng first discounted one of his hands. When he wanted to fight back, Jiang Cheng unceremoniously interrupted his other hand. When encountering someone more rewarding than him, the werewolf can only ask for it. The people in the district clapped their hands and applauded, and the courageous bases went up to the little couples. Those little quarrels carried the half-crippled werewolf and ran away alone. At this time, the people of Aikiju no longer fear Jiang Cheng. They told Jiang Cheng that because the royal family of Aik wanted to join the fight and cooperation, they collected more taxes from the ordinary people of Aix. And Aix, the civilization level of the star, was originally relatively low, which was only equivalent to that of the farmer in the water polo 100 years ago. The people's life was originally suffering from hardship. This time, taxes will be increased again, and the people, of course, are not willing. As for why I can't see the young Esk man, in addition to being arrested for military service or being arrested for hard labor. Those Eskers who were rescued by Jiang Cheng talked to him about the cruelty of the Esker royal family and enthusiastically invited Jiang Cheng to be a guest at their home. They even invited Jiang Cheng to be the first one. There was a dispute. Looking at the quarrelsome Esker stars in Zhu district, Jiang Cheng's long-lost feeling came back to his heart. He rejected the hospitable people of Esker and faced these kind-hearted people. He wanted to fight for them what should belong to them. With a flash of body shape, Jiang Cheng disappeared among the ordinary people of Esker, which caused their worship. In a mine of Esker Star, young and strong men are working hard. Those low-grade werewolves are constantly beating them with their scorpions. The ore in the coolie backlog, Jiang Cheng can see at a glance. That is iron ore from which gold can be extracted. The sudden appearance of Jiang Cheng did not attract the attention of those guarding the mine chiefs. They came forward cursingly, trying to catch him in order to add another heat-free coolie. Advocate, they made the mistake of not knowing Tycoon. Jiang Cheng looked at his mine guards in the bow area coldly, and before they could do anything, Jiang Cheng sent the first shot. Jiang Cheng, who rushed into the guard group, hit his feet and brought down the guards. The head of the werewolf, who was alarmed, brought his men to teach, and Jiang Cheng, who was on the rise, happened to take them all. With a punch in the air, the huge impact blasted the rushing werewolves into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Cheng held the meat in his arms and looked down at the people who were twitching on the ground coldly. Jiang Cheng had made up his mind to show no mercy to these accomplices who were pitying tigers. The coolies who watched all this blankly let out cheers. They knelt to the ground one after another, thanking Jiang Cheng for his instruction. These young men who had been exalted by Ike, listening to the stars, regarded Jiang Cheng as the incarnation of a hero. They bowed their heads, and when they patted their heads, Jiang Cheng had disappeared. In one day, Jiang Cheng successively taught the askers in 7 mines and 3 prisons. At the same time, there were hundreds of werewolves and other warmths who died under him, but he didn't stop there. He wants to completely overthrow the royal family of Esok, not only to relieve those ordinary people, but also to make Esok no longer a threat to the water polo. He went all the way, aiming directly at the big city of the askers. On the way to Esk Star City, Jiang Cheng was almost shocked by the poverty of this planet. This planet, which is obviously still in the agricultural period, has an aggressive heart towards water polo, which is really daunting. There are countless things that make people feel unfair along the way. At first, Jiang Cheng continued to help, but there were too many such things. Jiang Cheng had to go to the big city of Esker Star immediately. The route must be Ace. The Nemesis royal family, if they are not eradicated, there will be no change in the lives of these ordinary people. Standing outside the walls of the great city of Exok, Jiang Cheng finally felt that there was a hint of tightness, which was also a big city. Jiang Cheng wanted to enter the domain, but was stopped by 2 low-grade werewolf tutors at the door. "What are you doing?" The 2 werewolves kept patrolling Jiang Cheng with suspicious eyes. Jiang Cheng looked at them coldly without answering. "I want to ask you something." One of the werewolf sergeants actually wanted to hit Jiang Cheng with a spear on his shoulders. With a light push with his hands, the 2 ruthless men drove away, and Jiang Cheng couldn't reach them on the ground. Beside, the next sentence gently, "Only you, are you worthy of blocking me?" One kick flew, and the 2 werewolves moved away. Jiang Cheng walked on the street, watching the houses and lively fields on both sides with great interest. In fact, what he was most interested in was the different lifestyles of the askers and the water polo people. Jiang Cheng's apparently different appearance and costumes from the Esker stars also caught their attention, and a group of soldiers armed with weapons occupied him. "You just assaulted our tusher?" asked the leading low-ranking werewolf. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Then there is nothing to say," the leading werewolf shouted to his men. "Catch him!" The group of elders stood in front of him aggressively. Passers-by exclaimed if. Jiang Cheng lightly touched his foot on the ground, and a sudden powerful shock wave sent the elders away. Looking at the elders who can't afford to struggle on the ground, the crowd clapped their hands and applauded. It seems that these elders usually dominate the people, bully the people, and they deserve it. Jiang Cheng didn't care about these things at all, and he walked straight to the place where the Esk Star Palace was located. Now it's all right. A large group of askers followed him, and they didn't get too close. Jiang Cheng's unique appearance, cold face, and indifferent attitude made them think he was come to find the difference. There were more and more people following Jiang Cheng's advancement, and his momentum became stronger. At first, those people only talked in a low voice, but slowly, their voices became louder and louder. Jiang Cheng still kept his indifferent appearance and walked in front of the crowd. The elders of Eskstar were really slow to react, and the elders of the brigade arrived when Jiang Cheng and the others were about to come to the royal official. Even Zai could see that the leader was Jiang Cheng. Therefore, the elders drove away the askers who were ready to watch the heat and aimed their finger at Jiang Cheng. An Esker star who was clearly different from other tutors came to Jiang Cheng and looked at Ruo Jiang Cheng, his eyes filled with hope. But Jiang Cheng's cold appearance still made him have to suppress his anger. After walking around Ruo Jiang Cheng for 2 rounds, the Asker star stood still in front of him. His face almost touched Jiang's face, and his figure was taller than Jiang Cheng, so he looked down at Ruo Jiang Cheng with his condescending eyes full of anger. He often uses this method to treat people he wants to deal with, and the effect is often very good. Under his fierce pavilion's eyes, many people will tremble involuntarily after a long time, and some people will even feel weak ground. But this time he met Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng has traversed the universe for decades. What kind of evil men and evil beasts have not been seen? He simply dismissed this Askerian's trivial skill to defeat insects. When the Asker star wanted to say something, he suddenly fell into his arms and fell down, writhing on the ground in pain, and the terrible sound made the elders feel scared. Jiang Cheng lowered his waist and said to the painful Asker star, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." The crowd in the district laughed and their hearts were very happy. This alien in strange clothes gave them a big breath. The elders who were stunned by Jiang Cheng finally reacted. Someone carried the Esker star who fell to the ground out, and then they reconstituted Jiang Cheng, and they didn't know what to do next. Seeing their stupid appearance, Jiang Cheng was a little bored, and his feet were lightly on the ground for a moment, with a bang, and the elders flew away. The effect of Jiang Cheng's exposed hand is obviously very good. Those who are standing far away not only applaud from each other, but also clapped loudly. All of them were elated and felt fortunate to see such a wonderful performance today. The gate of the palace opened, and several teams of brightly armored elders ran out. What surprised Jiang Chengsheng was the number of light weapons in their hands. It seems that this is also the highly civilized planet that gave AI part of the battle aid on the planet SKR. It seems that this is the most elite force on the planet Esk, because they are guards guarding the palace. The elders that Jiang Cheng met along the way, almost all the cold weapons they took. Now I actually see the soil holding the laser weapon. Scholar, this contrast is too great. These elders armed with laser weapons have also received advanced combat training, so as soon as they walked out of the palace gate, the elders in the front row immediately kneeled, and the sergeants in the back row stood with their guns open, aiming at Jiang Fen. Now the ordinary people of the planet Aches don't let the difference. They exclaimed that they could escape more luck, for fear that the city gate would catch fire and narrow the pond fish. Behind the elders walked out a sturdy man. This is the prince of the Aches planet royal family, Prince Charles, who is famous for his brutality and lust. Facing Jiang Cheng, he recognized Jiang Cheng as a water polo person at a glance. After all, he also participated in the fighting action against the water polo attack. Regarding what the water polo man did when he reached the planet Venx, there are constant reports that the polo man does not come. So Prince Charlie waved his hand and issued an order to shoot. A water polo person, kill and kill, what is it? Besides, Prince Charlie is already known for his brutality. With a burst of guns, more than a dozen laser guns were aimed at a target and fired together. At such a close distance, this water polo man will undoubtedly die. Prince Charlie can't wait to see how this water polo man looks like a dead body. For decades in the universe, Jiang Cheng, who has fought against creatures from all kinds of planets, would look at the dozens of laser guns in this mere sight. When it was too late, it was fast, Jiang Cheng thought. One side of the light shield blocked him, and the laser continuously shot on that side of the light shield. For a while, the light flashed randomly, but it was beautiful. After a round of shooting, the elders stopped. They looked at the intact water polo man in front of them with surprise and indescribability. The light of the weapon could not cause the water polo man to die. The ferocious Prince Charles Roman II raised his hands high, ready to order the elders to fire again. This time Jiang Cheng started to counterattack. He was not the kind of person who allowed to hit him. On the contrary, he had a strong desire to attack. With both hands opened and closed together, a powerful force gathered the elders and bumped them together. The bloodied elders screamed and could no longer question Prince Charles Roman II order. Ghost cry the wolves are scattered. As for the unfortunate elders, they have lost their lives. Seeing that the ill-fated Prince Charles Roman II turned around and wanted to return to the palace, how could Jiang Cheng easily let him go? He was the one who ordered the shooting just now. Although Prince Charles Roman II reacted quickly and did not move slowly, it was only in front of Jiang Cheng that he could only be manipulated at will. Jiang Cheng, who stepped to the back of Prince Charlie, put his foot on his topic, and Prince Charles Roman II, who wanted to run, fell to the ground and turned into a ground-gourd Tilda-Lu. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, grabbed Prince Charles Roman II by the hair, and dragged him into the palace. The maids and guards in the palace were dumbfounded by Jiang Cheng's arrogance. They had never seen such unscrupulous people in the palace, especially the Prince Charles Roman II, who was dragging him. He was often the only one who treated others like this. No one is defeated like treat him like this. The guards who reacted rushed forward, trying to save their master. Jiang Cheng dragged Prince Charles Roman II forward. As long as the guards approached him, either fists or feet would greet them. The guards who were beaten humming and lying on the ground, Jiang Cheng didn't even look at it. Has been walking towards Ruo, that looks more brilliant building. The guard had long told the situation outside to Charles I, the supreme ruler of the planet Aix. When he heard the guard report that the man outside was a water polo man, he was very scared because he knew that the water polo man had already died. Come late, but come when he participated in the action against water polo. The intention of this water polo man is obviously self-evident. It was when Prince Charles led the elite palace guard to deal with this water polo man. He didn't stop it at all. Kill it well, kill it all. Unexpectedly, a team of elders armed with the most advanced weapons on the planet Aix not only did not kill the water polo man, but was beaten to death by him, imitated, and even his most favored son was taken by him. Hostage. All that the water polo man did when he walked into the palace, Charles I saw it in his eyes. Every palace guard was knocked down and knocked into the air by him, and his fear would increase by 1 point. Seeing his beloved son by the polo man all the way dragging, he felt distressed. His precious son was motionless in the hands of the water polo man, and he didn't know if he was dead. He didn't think about it. When his son used more brutal methods to deal with other people, wouldn't the parents of those people feel sorry for their children? Fatherly love finally defeated fear, and Charles I greeted it. Seeing Charles I, who was embraced by a group of people, Jiang Cheng estimated that he was the ruler of the planet Aix. He threw the Charles Roman II in his hand at Charles I's feet, and Charles Roman II hit a few on the ground. It turned upright, full of blood, and motionless. Jiang Shu coldly looked at the road on the ground and checked his son's imitation. The powerful Charles I. Seeing that his beloved son was dying tortured by this water polo man, Charles I became angry. Your urn was built so unscrupulously in my palace, and Charles I, who was impersonating my child, could not think of saying anything. Also, his palace guards are the most sophisticated troops on the planet, and his sons are so powerful and famous. Of course, in the eyes of his father, he would never be described as cruel in his heart. Son, Japanese letter now. His son and the palace guard are being beaten by this water polo man. What else can he do? In response to the cold gaze of the water polo man, the fear in Charles I's heart continued to increase, and his head slowly lowered. Suddenly, a straw-like thought appeared in his mind. Charlie I started, aren't you afraid? Ask the planet Sek's revenge. It turns out that Tong Sek is your backer. Jiang Cheng's eyes are full of tricks if you say, I am not afraid. With nothing to say, Charles I lowered his head. In front of Jiang Cheng, he would go back unceremoniously for any toughness. What's more, the so-called toughness of Charles I was not worth mentioning in his eyes. If the hard is not good, then the soft will come. The decisive Charles I is really not the ruler of the planet Aix. He just stands in front of him without asking him. With a plop, it was on the ground. The water polo man in front of him is not easy to provoke, so let's run around begging for mercy. As for face, call, after the water polo man is gone, will he still be the ruler of this planet? Hero, please forgive us. We will never be an enemy of water polo anymore. The mournful Charlie, I burst into tears, and the performance was as wonderful as it was. It would be a shame not to be an actor. In the human world, becoming a traffic star must be. Jiang Cheng felt the hypocritical performance of Charles I. Other than that, in terms of age alone, he was an old man who lived hundreds of years old, whether he was on water polo or on other planets. I have seen too many human natures, and the world's cold. However, Jiang Cheng's goal will not be this little ache's planet, and he does not want to waste too much time on this planet. Why should I forgive you? Jiang Cheng beckoned, and a chair flew up in the air. He sat down Shuzoi, looking at King Charles I, waiting for his answer. Jiang Cheng's academy-like performance once again calmed down all the people on the planet Aches. Those who were bold enough to watch Hot Week came up again and saw Jiang Cheng all the way. After breaking into the palace, they quietly followed behind. King Charles I, kneeling on the ground, has no confidence anymore. His backer, he has never seen anyone who can play this hand among the Essex. As an old prestige with some knowledge, he does not think that Jiang Cheng is playing magic. Although he didn't understand, he knew that it was definitely a manifestation of strength. As the ruler of the planet Aches, Charles I knew what he had done to water polo, so he also knew what the powerful water polo man in front of him wanted. Charles I, who ran on the ground, looked up at Jiang Cheng sitting on the chair. I assure you, listen, the ruler of the venerable Aches planet used the honorific title, and he continued, never send any creatures on the Aches planet to the water polo, and never become an enemy of the water polo. Jiang Cheng didn't speak, kneading his fingers, making the sound of pa. Seeing King Charles, I bowed his head in fear. Also, I swear that there will be a fighting alliance initiated by ASEC. Please believe me, that's all, nothing else. Jiang Cheng asked, looking at his hand, seeing the highest ruler 410 on the planet Aches as nothing. Charles I was speechless, and he didn't know what else the water polo guy wanted to achieve. Charles I, who suddenly realized it, suddenly understood. Hero, I will offer you the treasures of the palace. Please accept it to show my little respect. Besides, the face of this noble ruler suddenly became wretched. He took 2 steps, lowered his voice, and said, there are still some beauties in my palace. Jiang Cheng looked at Charles I with confidence. This was something he didn't expect. Charles I would actually use these worldly things to buy him. Go away. Jiang Cheng's disgusting eyes made Charles I feel unhappy. Jiang Cheng sighed slightly. People are selfish. This is not false. The ruler of the planet Aches has hardly involved himself. It seems that I should remind him. Jiang Cheng stood up and looked down at Charles I. I will help you add a few more points. First, you must not treat the people roughly. Second, you must not charge more taxes to the people. Third, no matter who it is, once you break the law, you must be severely evil. He looked at Charles I, who was kneeling on the ground. Do you have any comments? All listen to you, all listen to you. Charlie I nodded and did not send it, alive like an echo worm. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and shook his head. You promised so quickly. Do you want to glue me? Not right, dare not. Charlie, I didn't know whether it's better to nod or to hold your head. I tell you, I will now pick some people I think is suitable among the people of Aches. I will leave him the current contact information, and they will secretly observe what you do. If you violate my rule, then they will notify me, you know in your heart. What will happen to you then? Jiang Cheng sneered. The laughter made Charles I feel like he was in ice water at that time. You will eagerly choose to die as a relief. The cold words contained indisputable elements. Although he was the ruler of the planet Aches, Charles I believed the words of the superb water polo man in front of him. He fell to the ground in frustration. Jiang Cheng's words were equivalent to indirectly stripping away his privilege as the ruler of the planet Aches. Of course, his family was also included. Jiang Cheng turned and left. Speaking of, he can do it. The people on the planet Aches who Tian was at the gate of the palace first suspected, and then they believed it. They believed that this human from the water polo would do what they said. Therefore, the applause rang out. It sounded like a ring, and each of them hugged forward, held their hands high, and shouted Cheng Ruo, hoping to be the person Jiang Cheng thought was suitable. In the face of Ruo, such a scene, even if he was cold-hearted as Jiang Cheng, He had to admit that he was touched by the love of the people of Aix. He felt he had to say a few words. The following is Jiang Fen's speech in front of the Aix planet people before leaving, but it is actually just a few words, dear friends of the planet Aix. You have the right to choose the life you want. Well, your life should bring joy and satisfaction to other people on the planet Aix. At the same time, you have all of this should not be treated incorrectly, including the royal family. Jiang Cheng looked around the people of the planet Aix around him and looked at the eager gaze in their eyes. His voice was full of truth and emotion. If the royal family and their children of the planet Aix, they can't do it. To the promise to me, then please tell me. The fire went out and the sky gradually brightened. It was already 0 in the morning. Jiang Cheng has already embarked on the path forward. Last night, after hearing Jiang Cheng's speech, the people of the hospitable planet of Aix were in an unprecedented high mood. They circled Jiang Cheng, the enthusiastic girls of the planet Vinx. In front of and behind him, dancing, even so, they can't express their enthusiasm for Jiang Cheng. In this case, a fire meeting is necessary and inevitable. The blazing fire illuminates the planet of Aix. They sing and dance. When their body language can't fully express their hospitality, then there is only wine. Makoto Ike believes that the planet Aix, this kind of drink with a weird taste, is equivalent to the wine that humans drink in the water polo and will be babbled and headed after one round, and those who drink too much will be more enthusiastic. What is this not wine? It's just that the name is different. That night, when Jiang Cheng was invited by the girls on Aix's enthusiasm, he also made it difficult for him to move forward and twist a few times. Of course he didn't know that, as a master in all aspects, his randomness, this action is full of power and beauty. And these movements are better than those primitive body twists on the planet Aix. Therefore, the mood of the people at the fire party became more enthusiastic. They walked around Jiang Cheng and kept toasting to Jiang Cheng. To be honest, Jiang Cheng would never drink these bizarre alcoholic beverages in water ball. But here and on the planet Aix, the people here use their enthusiasm to make up for the lack of drinks. One person, Bai Liang, can't ask too much. So when he woke up early the next morning, Jiang Cheng still had a terrible headache. At the fire party last night, he didn't know how many drinks with a strange smell he had drunk. His last memory stayed with a beautiful person. Girl, holding a far bit past a bigger glass, and drank it with him. Jiang Cheng was sitting by the bed, and the experience of last night came to his mind one by one. What impressed him the most was the beautiful girl who drank a large glass of life. Jiang Cheng smiled, that girl with a beauty different from the people of Aix. Jiang Cheng woke up very early. When he endured a headache and walked out of the room, he was once again attracted by the enthusiasm and boldness of the people of Aix. Moving. As a distinguished guest, he has his own room when he gets drunk. And the ordinary people, after drinking so much, the heaven and the earth are their quilt and bed. Now, what was shown in front of him were the people from the planet Aix who had drunk last night, and those people on the planet Aix who have not yet woken up. They sleep in different places with different sound types. A big tree. Go down, next to the well, or under the minister. Jiang Cheng saw the man who gave his room to his ministers, the bald, long beard, and fat man from planet Aix. He is now scented by a haystack, even though he is screaming loudly. The empty wine glass in his hand didn't mean to let go. The people of Aix always put their joy and gratitude in the wine. They firmly believe that the drunk will reveal his true face. Therefore, wine is the fastest way to deal with them. The kindness of the honest and hospitable people of Aix, who has no utilitarian attempts, always makes Jiang Cheng slightly moved. For Jiang Cheng, who traveled across the universe and almost every planet in the universe, the Aix planet people would always leave a deep impression on him. In a situation like this, there is no need to say goodbye one by one. Jiang Cheng, who was about to travel, once again watched if the sleeping planet Aix people silently said goodbye to them. When Jiang Cheng's figure was about to flicker, a beautiful girl suddenly ran out. Her appearance made Jiang Cheng had to stop. Zhao Shuaqiu people, are you trying to go inside? The girl enthusiastically greeted Jiang Cheng, who had great powers, and really didn't know how to answer. No matter where you want to go, you should have breakfast first, right? The girl laughed. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng to speak, she opened the bag Huey she carried with her and took out the food with the temperature inside. She gently lifted up an Ike off the planet who was sleeping on the table, in order to make him sleep more comfortable and to make more places on the table. 2 porridges cooked with unknown ingredients seemed to be full of appetite. A cage of steamed buns and 3 kinds of side dishes, namely egg, capers, and mapo tofu. Jiang Cheng stood there blankly, but his stomach immediately surrendered. As a water polo man, even if he has traveled the 5 continents, 4 oceans, or stepped on every planet in the universe, there are many reasons why his roots are still in the Huaijia district. The important reason is, of course, he is from the Hua family, but there are other reasons. One of them is his risk. It is the supernatural power and knowledgeable person like Jiang Cheng who belongs to the Hua family district, and he is really unclear about why he likes flowers so much. Meals and dishes in the home area. Jiang Cheng likes to eat the snails and foie gras in the rooster area. Jiang Cheng likes to eat the fish roe of Laozi, and Jiang Cheng also likes to eat the fish roe of the district, but deep in his heart, what he likes most is the food in Huaijia district. When he was in Huaijia district, Jiang Cheng would always take time to eat those delicious foods to the high-end secret halls and down to the Kangpu restaurants. He kept trying and hoping to find his favorite food. But the Huaijia district, which has a history of 5,000 years, does not say anything else, only talks about food. Ordinary people may not be able to taste it in a lifetime. Even Jiang Cheng, who is in the universe, has deep memories of the food in Huaijia district. And now he has stayed on the planet Aix for several days. Therefore, when the girl put a breakfast of Huaijia district on the table, he immediately felt hungry. This is a morning when the sun is first born. The mist is not yet gone, so the sun does not seem so hot. The air is fresh. The wind blows. The wind with unknown flower sounds lingers in people's nose, which makes people can't bear it. Those who live want to take a few deep breaths. The most pleasant color in the Zhu area, the prairie on the outskirts of Aix planet, the green grass, the wind blows, the green waves undulate, the unknown flowers in the green grass, like little stars, point level among them. The dining table is placed in this grassland. The girl in front of me, with a sweet-looking face and a smile like a flower, makes people feel comfortable. This portion on the table, the authentic Huaijia district food, is constantly exuding a seductive fragrance. It's embarrassing for this girl to think so thoughtfully. In this case, eating is a rare enjoyment. How is it? Can you still be used to it? The girl asked. The thick porridge is just right, and the backward agricultural appearance of Aix can produce fragrant and poppy rice. As for the steamed buns, they are authentic Huaijia district flavors. The main dishes are tasted, and meat is the main ingredient. The 3 side dishes, egg, meat, and sour beans, and mapo tofu are traditional delicacies in Huaijia district. Jiang Cheng ate heartily. 1 bowl of porridge, 3 steamed buns, and 3 dishes of side dishes almost all fell into his abdomen alone. The girl just picked a few pieces shallowly, drank half a bowl of porridge, and ate a steamed bun and persuaded him to eat more. In a while, only clean bowls remained on the table. Jiang Cheng is not a disciple. He is on the contrary. With his practice, he doesn't need food to satisfy his body's needs. Therefore, for Jiang Cheng, eating is not for the sake of the stomach at all, but the real sensory needs. This kind of psychological and physical satisfaction. After tasting an authentic Huaijia district breakfast, Jiang Cheng's mood became more cheerful, and he became more talkative. Yes, the early taste is great. Jiang Cheng praised, "Did you make these all?" Of course, this kind of authentic Huaijia district food cannot be done by people on the planet Aix. The young girl's tone is arrogant. "Which planet are you from?" Jiang Cheng asked. "I am a planetary exchange student. I have studied in Huaijia district for 5 or 6 years. This 5-year-old district has deeply attracted me, including his diet." The girl seemed to be a little bit unreasonable. "Then how can you be sure that I am from Huaijia district? As far as I know, there are more than 1 or 2 district families who resemble Huaijia district people in appearance." The girl smiled slightly. "Of course I know that there are a few district families similar to those in the Huaijia district, but this is not important." She picked up a small flower on the table and played with it in her palms. She smiled brightly. "I know you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Cheng looked at the smiling girl in front of him. She knew him. He was not surprised at all. After all, his reputation is too great. Any title is enough to kill other people in the whole water ball and the whole universe. Guardian of the water polo, miracle of the universe, and guardian of the rules are crowned with Jiang Cheng. He himself would not care about these titles, but in the eyes of others, he is simply a godlike existence. Being able to know this God, and even being able to say a few words to this God, is a very high reputation in the eyes of the water ball people. Therefore, when the smiling girl in front of him said that she knew him, he was not too surprised. But this girl made an authentic Huagia district breakfast for him. He had to say something, at least he had to ask her name. So Jiang Cheng began to ask, "Little girl, thank you for your morning. May I know your name?" The little girl smiled mischievously. "Mr. Jiang, do you want to thank me for making breakfast for you, or do you want to know my name?" Jiang Cheng said, "Of course I want to know your name. I can't finish the meal you cooked and then leave after slapped up. That would be too rude." The little girl laughed. She told Jiang Cheng that her name was Yao Mei, and she was from the planet Axai. As for why she was in the Huagia district, although the little girl in front of the station told Jiang Cheng a little bit, this time she still said something. It turns out that this little girl is a Galaxy Exchange student. She learned from the library books that Huagia district is the oldest district home in the water polo a few decades ago. There were some district homes with a long history, but the district family has either perished for one of these reasons, or it has split up, or lost its original taste of the ancient civilization with a long history. For example, a district, this is the situation. 100 years ago, a district was still one of the ancient districts with a long history and civilization. The territory of this district is not small, and the population even surpasses Huagia district. An emerging economy and many district experts in the interregional area have helped them, for example, the White District, the Third District, etc. Both economically and in struggle have given them a lot of help. It stands to reason, he said, that under this situation, the Afghan district should develop very well, but unfortunately, there are too many autonomous regions in his district, and he offended the Huagia district, the largest tribe around him. More than 100 years ago, there was a fight between the three districts and the Huagia district. Needless to say, he was beaten up by the Huagia district. However, not long after he was honest, he hugged Beiruli. Dassi, with the support of some district families headed by the White Devil, he began to get overwhelmed, and the Huagia district, which made a fortune, has been low-key. A district remembered how they were grouped by the Hua family many years ago. This is a shame. Now that there are people in the third area of the internet, and the economic development is not bad, he wants to choose the home area. At that time, Huagia district didn't want to fight with the same three districts. The big money was the last word. So when the dispute arose, the Huagia district wanted to adopt a low-level attitude, but the same three districts kept this low-key. As a weak point, their action of picking up moss became more complicated. At the same time, those supporters of a district also pointed to Huagia district in public. Q3 district saw more people supporting him, he became more domineering, and his attitude towards Huagia district became worse and worse. Forbearance has a limit. With the constant selection of a district, Huagia district finally made a counterattack. Once the counterattack, Huagia district's strength against a district made a district dumbfounded. He originally wanted to force Huagia district to make concessions on some things, and did not expect Huagia district to act with him directly. Although the same three districts have a lot of troops, their firepower is also strong enough. Water and ground flying 3 a complete range of soldiers, including the Lotus Force, but still retreat step by step under the aggressive offensive of Huagia district. Huagia district not only launched a maritime offensive against them from land, but also from the Indian Ocean, one of the 4 oceans of the water ball. At that time, the Huagia district already had a formation of 4 jellyfish, and the fighting ability far exceeded the water fungus in a district. As for the soil fungi in Huagia district can crush them with absolute advantage. Even if there are other district experts behind a district to support him, the fight launched by Huagia district is efficient and quick. When the district experts behind a district feel that they need their intervention, this time is short, but the intensity is high. Fight is over just like decades ago. The Huagia district had another meal in the same 3 districts, which also allowed those supporters of the Net 3 district to see the true strength of Huagia district. Whoever has a hard head can speak loudly. Therefore, after Kuma has rubbed his fighting strength a bit, they all shut up obediently. But a district who feels particularly shameless is not allowed. They feel that they have been defeated by Huagia district decades ago. They have been trying to get shame and revenge, but this time they were picked up by Huagia district fatty. Meal, it's simply too shameless, it's too imitative, and it blows the confidence of men in the district. So they must find this place back. It has always been a fine tradition of the Huagia district squad to beat down the dog in the water. Originally, they felt very unhappy in the fight that just ended. Now the same 3 districts automatically send themselves to the door. If you don't beat him, wouldn't you be sorry for him? So the fight between the 2 districts began again. This time, the fight lasted for a relatively long time, and all the scholars from the 2 districts participated, even including folk strangers such as Jiang Cheng, because when he was a boy, he looked down on a district and looked very stunned. Who is rich in this boneless district family? He just hugged someone's thigh, the first fight, because of the short time. Jiang Cheng was wandering in the universe at the time, when he returned to the water polo and wanted to participate in the fight. The fight was over. Now the fight between the 2 districts gave him a chance to participate. In that fight, Jiang Cheng didn't even ask the people in the Shi department of Huagia district to invite him, so he took the initiative to join the fight. Up to now, on water polo, there have been books, movies, and TV dramas using various methods to describe the story of Jiang Cheng fighting with the yoga masters of a district. A district has a long history, so their folks are really strange people, and there are many masters. But the opponent they met is Jiang Cheng. There is no such thing as the 300 rounds of fighting and fist between Jiang Cheng and those folk strangers in the district, as described in books or movies. The real situation is that Jiang Cheng suppressed the folks in the 3rd net. Kaiyern, the process was not exciting at all. Jiang Shu just moved his feet, and those people had already fallen. Anxious to teach Jiang Cheng in a district, he completed his task after 3 times, 5 and 2, which made him feel very cancerous. So he took the situation and threw all the Lotus weapons in a district on the planet in outer space. Huagia district had already grasped the absolute advantage, and the fighting situation was downside down. Jiang Cheng felt that this was too boring, so he withdrew from fighting even. As a result of this fight, the defeated district was dismembered, and the autonomous regions in other districts became independent. As a result, the original 3 districts, which were not small in size, became more than 10 large and small. District family, their 1,000-year-old history of the ancient district has also been wiped out. Therefore, the little girl said that she was because of the long history of Huagia district, and when she went to Huagia district to study, Jiang Cheng was not surprised at all, more than not surprised. It was just too natural. Knowing that this little girl's name is Yao Mei, and that this little girl is from the planet Axai, Jiang Cheng smiled at the little girl in a hug. After eating your meal, I should have to show you, but you know I am only empty-handed now. The little girl smiled. The great guardian of water polo, the defender of order, such a person, no matter where he goes, he will definitely not carry a wallet. Besides, she looked at Jiang Cheng, and Uncle Jiang saw the bright light in her eyes and started to have a headache. That's right. The little girl's face is full of that look of worship, and when people around them know his identity, it is inevitable that the same look will appear on their faces. Fame is a kind of enjoyment for some people, but a kind of distress for some people. Jiang Cheng is the latter. The huge prestige has given him too many inconveniences. For example, he wants to go to food stalls to eat some fresh seafood. If he does not hide himself a little, he will only have a short time, and the reporters of various media, they will be killed in a hurry. And long before they arrived, in the crowd of his Zhutian eating, as long as one person recognizes him, there will be countless mobile phones to take pictures or record videos of him. Jiang Cheng is really annoyed by this feeling. He just wants to eat a meal. Why don't he even eat a meal to let him live? He is not the strange Lu in the animal area. At least in appearance, he was no different from Renjing in the Huagia district around him, except that he was a little taller and more handsome. For example, recently, a university in Beidou district asked him to give a science lecture related to the universe. This university is very famous and has a high interregional reputation. Jiang Cheng himself is very supportive of education. By knowledge can change a person's destiny and tell one's own experience. If it can help some people in need, this is a very satisfying thing. Therefore, Jiang Cheng always spares time for such kind of requests related to education and science, and is happy to go there. In fact, there is nothing to say about this. A university invites a celebrity to give a lecture. When Jiang Cheng came to the conference room of this school, several professors with white hair alley were talking about something in it. They were also guests of this program. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the young Jiang Cheng and even said that they despised him a little bit. By Jing's education and technology, sometimes his age can also explain some problems. Jiang Cheng sat on the sofa in the corner and looked at the documents arranged by the organizer. At this time, the host walked in, and he was obviously excited to be able to touch the legendary figure on the water polo, so that several other teachers wondered why the host moved like this. Because the host is also from Daming Zimeng, this lecture has many people and celebrities who have participated in his lecture almost every issue. They are all top figures in academia, and they are the masters of a certain aspect. And the young man in front of him, although he is more handsome, a bit colder, and has a distinctive temperament, but he only pays attention to the school, does not look at the external springs and presses his eyes, he is just a familiar person. So they were puzzled by the host's turmoil, which was normal. When the host was so upset that he introduced Jiang Cheng to the teachers, his voice was still shaking. The next situation made Jiang Cheng once again feel the annoyance brought by his reputation. Since the professors knew who this young man was, they never sat down again. Instead, they stood in front of Jiang Cheng reverently and asked him about the universe. With this opportunity, some of their suspicions that have been hidden in their hearts cannot be answered. Zili can get Jiang Cheng's guidance. Although Jiang Cheng repeatedly asked them to sit down, we know that people who are older are more obsessive, and these teachers not only get older, but they also teach. Many teaching aides have stubborn characteristics. If they are not stubborn, they might be able to achieve great academic results. So Jiang Cheng could only let these old professors stand beside him. Although he also stood up several times, he was forcibly dissuaded. The professors claimed that they were just a student now, and they shouldn't be sitting when asking teachers. This made Jiang Cheng feel embarrassed. Although they had a very pleasant exchange, especially the old professors, when Jiang Cheng answered their doubts, the old professors felt extremely happy. But Jiang Cheng still felt that he would be happier if they could sit down. This is Jiang Cheng's view of fame. No one can imagine how much he hopes other people can treat him as an ordinary person, or just treat him as an ordinary person with a little fame, in which case he would be very grateful. It's a pity that his wish can never be realized. Therefore, when the girl named Yao Mei from the planet Tonkasai almost showed that kind of worship, Jiang Cheng felt a very headache. His first thought was to escape the election. Whether it is a great person like Jiang Cheng or other Yintang people, when he feels uncomfortable in front of someone or some people, then their thinking is often similar to that of Jiang Cheng. That is, escape. That's what Jiang Cheng thinks at this moment. Now that he already knew the girl's name, he had chatted with her, and he also expressed his proper meaning to her. He is now unable to repay her for the richness she did for him. But Jiang Cheng promised that when he returns to the water polo, as long as he is at home, this girl named Yao Mei can go to him anytime, anywhere. Jiang Cheng, who was anxious to leave at the time, didn't know how much his words had brought to his future life. Jiang Cheng is an invincible, super strong, whether in the water polo or in the universe about this, people who know him or know his name, whether it is his friend or the enemy, has to admit that Jiang Cheng is indeed an invincible existence. However, there is no omniscient and omnipotent person in this world. Although Jiang Cheng can use his strength to cross the universe first, he is just a person, a super person. He is not a prophet and can know what will happen in the future. So, when he made a promise to the girl named Yumi and refused the child to follow him in the adventures of the universe, he began to go to the next planet from Charles I, the ruler of Aix. In his mind, he read some useful information for him. One of them was the vassal planet like Aix, and the other three in the fighting cooperation led by Axi planet. In order to crush this kind of fight against water polo cooperation, he is ready to go to the next planet, Planet Sec. After Jiang Cheng, who was about to go to Hank planet, bid farewell to the little station mother in front of him, his figure gradually disappeared. After a few seconds, he left Planet Aix. There is nothing here to worry him about. The ruler of the planet Vinx, Charles I has vowed to promise Jiang Cheng that he will withdraw from the fighting cooperation led by the planet Axi, and he will never launch any action against water polo again. Even though Charles I was a fox theory, Jiang Cheng confidently believed that he was a hunter. Fox Lidu can only refer to people, and Charles I is not Jiang Cheng's opponent. Before leaving, he did choose some people among the people of Aix who he believed to meet his requirements. They secretly observed Charles I's actions afterwards. If Charles I violated his regulations, then they will inform Jiang Cheng that Jiang Cheng will go to the planet Aix to correct the mistakes made by Charles I, the ruler of the planet Aix. Of course, the cost of correcting the mistakes made by Charles I will be higher. In the universe, Jiang Cheng is completely able to travel between various planets at will with his own personal ability, without borrowing any means of transportation such as spacecraft. When we were playing with the rope, we held one end of the rope in our hands, and then shook it vigorously, although the rope in our hand was only shaken by us, and then it was held in our hand. No more imitating any form of movement, but we can see that it has been moving in a trajectory from the end of the rope to the middle of Horiko and the tip of the rope. This is called shock. When Jiang Cheng was preparing to travel freely between the various planets in the universe, his body used this theory. Of course, this is only part of it, and there are some other factors, but undoubtedly, this theory enables him to an important factor for arbitrarily traveling between planets in the universe. Jiang Cheng's body disappeared on the planet Aix, and next moment he appeared on the planet Sec. The Sec planet is also a small planet. Don't just show up on Jiang Cheng on a small hill on the planet Sec when he found a small group of people running towards him. What a coincidence! Jiang Shu looked at the crowd who were getting closer. Their faces were full of panic, and even more so. They were running desperately, and some people stumbled during the run. After quietly tailing up, they ran faster. Jiang Cheng quickly judged that these people had caught something dangerous because their running was full of desperate taste. They saw Jiang Cheng standing not far in front of them. There were a few people inside. They ran and waved to Jiang Cheng, screaming something in their mouths. When they ran past Jiang Cheng, one of them even reached out and was about to take Jiang Cheng to run with him. Seeing the anxious expression on his face, Jiang Cheng would never think he was joking. Jiang Cheng grabbed the man and asked him in lingua franca, "Where are you?" When the man saw him being held by Jiang Cheng, his expression became more anxious and unreliable. He waved his hand, and the series of words in the room spoke more hastily and faster, and Jiang Cheng didn't hear what he said. Jiang Cheng has been to many planets in the universe, and he can even speak the local languages of many planet inhabitants, but he can't know the dialects of every planet well. And the person who was caught by him spoke in dialect. The more he couldn't make it clear, the more Jiang Cheng wouldn't let him go, and the more anxious that Jiang Cheng wouldn't let him go, the more incomprehensible what was said in pain. Finally, he held his head and said, "It's over." These words are in cosmic lingo. After a while, Jiang Cheng understood the reason why these people were running desperately. The one-word flying traffic stopped not far from them. This type of airship was eliminated by various planets due to inconvenient use decades ago, and those that have been produced were eliminated to some relatively backward planets. The Sake planet is definitely a backward one. Several people got on and off the traffic airship. Seeing those people, Jiang Cheng quickly made a judgment on their image, Jinshi. The clothes were ragged, but it could still be seen that they were all uniforms of the same standard, with weapons of different shapes in their hands, and there was a guy with a wound on his arm that was bleeding out from the wound. The fugitives who come down from the battlefield will be very cruel, because they have experienced life and death in the battlefield, and if they can meet it, it is equivalent to being killed. Because of the lack of control, this makes them more cruel. Since they are in and out, it means that the Shilling cannot control them, and they are still shutting down people anyway, so the local laws and regulations cannot control them. The lawless fugitives killed and looted them, and they did more evil things than the bandits. Both are great. Those ugly-faced guys stepped forward. Jiang Cheng, who was clearly different from them in dress and appearance, made them stunned. Obviously, Jiang Cheng was not the target they were chasing, but they had weapons in their hands and they were crowded, so they did not put Jiang Cheng in their eyes. One of the gangsters who distinguished them said something to Jiang Fei in the same language. Jiang Shuxuan opened his hand and signaled that he did not understand. And the man who flees was not as lucky as Jiang Cheng. He fell to the ground with a gun butt, and blood flowed from his head. The remnants were holding him, and the tone of their mouths was very strong. It shows that they were scolding him. The beaten was rolling on the ground, holding his head, and the bandits laughed and beat him more fiercely. This made Jiang Cheng feel very guilty. If he hadn't forcibly held the escaped person, he would not have been subjected to such imitation. And now, seeing him struggling with the acid of the bandits, Jiang Cheng began to speak. "Stop it," Jiang Cheng said in the lingua franca. The bandits understood what Jiang Cheng was saying, but not only did they not stop, two of them stood against Jiang Cheng's compatriots with weapons in their hands. They dare to use weapons at themselves. Jiang Cheng is angry. He grabbed the weapon against the cavity and pulled to both sides of his body. The two soldiers staggered and were pulled over by him. Jiang Cheng's hands were patted on the foreheads of the two soldiers. The remnant was slapped to the ground at once, lying face down on the ground, motionless. The rest of the soldiers screamed, some pulled out their heads, some turned their guns, but in Jiang Cheng's eyes, their movements were too slow. Jiang Cheng seemed very relaxed to deal with these small rolls like shrimps and crabs. He went out quickly, moving as fast as lightning, bumping, knocking down these disabled soldiers to the ground. At this time, the traffic spacecraft that was parked not far started to start and accelerate, trying to escape. There was actually another one, Jiang Cheng sneered, and it was another moment in the volley. A cloud of air that was visible to the naked eye whizzed out, hitting the traffic spacecraft that wanted to escape. With a bang, the transportation spacecraft exploded in the air, and tablets flew everywhere. The person who was beaten had already stopped struggling. He sat halfway on the ground, staring at everything in front of him. When Jiang Cheng stepped forward to pull him up, he woke up like a dream. "Do you speak universal lingua franca?" Jiang Cheng couldn't understand the squat in his mouth a little bit. The man replied. 600, then tell me what's going on, Jiang Cheng asked. So the man stammered and told him something in the universal lingua that he was not proficient in. The planet Sek is a backward planet. Although the level of civilization is a little higher than that of his neighbor, planet Aix, it is not much better. The planet is now in a state of fighting. Fighting is everywhere. People are not living, and the people are suffering from the tea poison of fighting. Life is very difficult. These desperately fled people lived in a village not far away. On this day, dozens of elders who had fled from the battlefield suddenly appeared in their village. These maidens were very violent. They just saw people. They opened fire, entered the room, and robbed their belongings, then set fire to their house. In this situation, they had to escape. I found that the disabled soldiers they chose to run obviously regarded them as imitations. They drove the traffic and drove them slowly behind them. They laughed and knocked out the slowest runner. In this way, everyone can only run desperately, and no one in Beijing wants to die. Having said this, the man's expression became anxious. He told Jiang Cheng that there were still some villagers in the village who had not had time to escape, and he didn't know whether they were alive or dead. He looked at Ruo Jiang Cheng with thoughtful eyes, and it was self-evident what he wanted to say. Of course, Jiang Cheng understood what he meant. He patted the person's shoulders, asked the person to tell him the location of their village, and then disappeared. The remaining person fell into a dull state once again. Zhu Jing in the village couldn't stand Jiang Cheng, who had seen many fights. Almost all the houses were burned, and the air in Zhutian was scorched by the burning fire. There were many people on the ground, and some with large sacks. Among these houses, some of them knew at a glance that these people had been abused before they died. The anger in Jiang Cheng's heart is like those digging and burning fires. He walked briskly in the village, searching, hoping to find those who initiated the crime and the villagers who were not killed. Very reluctant, he did not see a living creature. At this time, a group of escaped people came back. They looked at everything in front of them. Some were crying, and some knelt on the ground, silently begging for something. Jiang Cheng told them that he had not found any living villagers. A villager told Jiang Cheng that someone must have been taken away by the disabled. He asked Jiang Cheng in the lingua franca, hoping that he could go to them. The villagers who were taken away were destined to be very sad, subject to some inhuman abuse. Jiang Cheng believed that what they were telling was the truth about all this before Shi Ruo's eyes. But they have a lot of people. One of the villagers said, they have weapons and a bomb. Although they hope Jiang Cheng can teach their companions back, it is obvious that it is very difficult to teach others, and they also don't want Jiang Cheng to be harmed. Jiang Cheng just asked them to tell him where the disabled people were. When he turned and was about to leave, he was surprised to see that the villagers were holding sticks in their hands and wanted to follow him to teach their companions. Jiang Cheng shook his head and asked them to put out the fire, to see if they could rush to teach something useful, or to see if there were any living wounded in their bodies. As for teaching others, let him go alone. All right. The villager who had gambled on how Jiang Cheng killed the disabled also discouraged his partner. When Jiang Cheng was about to turn around and leave, he saw the villagers bending over and raising their hands, doing a weird prayer analysis. And he, the object of their analysis, wanted these simple villagers to let them God bless Jiang Cheng to teach their companions safely. The soldiers were in a small town, but now it has become a hell. Jiang Cheng watched as he walked. The air was filled with a difficult, weird smell. Sporadic gunshots kept ringing, and dozens of bodies were hanging from the trees on the roadside. Walking forward, he saw some bodies tied to wooden posts. It was covered with gun holes. Obviously, these were the targets used by the remnants to shoot. Not far away, people's shouts were heard from the house, accompanied by the sound of laughter in front of him. Not far away, disabled people were even in public. The disabled people in the audience stretched out their hands and pointed and looked at their expressions. It seemed like a wonderful performance, and they were the audience. Jiang Cheng is no longer an ordinary person. In a sense, he is otherworldly, but all this in front of him has made him uncontrollable with a murderous heart. His complexion is getting colder and colder, and his body is completely covered, surrounded by the white chill. Jiang Cheng picked up an axe in his hand. He felt that at this moment he had to use some tools to deal with these beasts. They were not worthy of being beaten to death by his head. Soon, a senior officer found him, and after a few words in his mouth, he raised his gun and prepared to shoot him. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and the axe in his hand was spinning, whizzing, and piercing his head deeply. The disabled soldier plopped down without a word. Jiang Cheng hooked his foot, and he held a wooden stick in his hand. Other disabled soldiers who discovered the situation started shooting at him. Jiang Cheng continued to move forward, blocking his front with a light shield, and at the same time, he threw the wooden stick out. With a scream, a disabled soldier's head was smashed in and out by a wooden stick. Jiang Cheng casually drew out the head of a disabled soldier and used it out ruthlessly. Japanese letter shu run pierced the fierce voice of a maimed and continued to fly with a benevolent sound deeply inserted behind him. Trunk. He lifted the body of a disabled person and slammed the disabled person hard, blurring the disabled person. Jiang Cheng at this time is like of murder. His complexion was calm, even his eyes were calm, his movements were unpleasant, and even full of the taste of leisure. It's just that as he raised his hands and feet, there were continual soldiers falling to the ground and dying. Panic appeared on the faces of the disabled, and in their hearts, Jiang Cheng at this time was a murderer. The faces of the elders whom Tian Ruo Jiang Cheng shot at him showed panic on their faces. They shot back while shooting. Want to escape? A sneer appeared on Jiang Cheng's calm face. He stretched out his foot and kicked, and handed a metal object hard to the face of the disabled soldier, with such force that the metal object was embedded in the face of the disabled soldier. Jiang Cheng casually smashed the on the ground at the disabled, seeing what was used and what was used, even a mop, but in Jiang Cheng's hands, even a piece of paper can kill people, a hard wooden stick, and even more so. a weapon for murder. The mop nailed a disabled soldier to the wall, deeply inserted into his mop handle, as if it were part of his body. The group of disabled soldiers in front of them was killed by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng did not stop. When passing by the group of disabled soldiers, he picked up their weapons easily. A disabled soldier shot at him in the room. Jiang Cheng reached out to hold the bullet and used it smoothly. The left eye of the disabled soldier was pierced, and he died without a word. A disabled soldier slipped quietly behind Jiang Cheng. He smiled, raised the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and started aiming. Jiang Cheng didn't even turn his head back, but shot a backhand, hitting the disabled soldier's head not far away, and a bullet appeared. The barrel was being depressed, and the target was Jiang Cheng, who was moving forward. With a boom, the ball opened. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the turret of Dank. As soon as he stretched out his hand, C opened the door of Dank. An explosive bag was stuffed in by him. There was a loud noise, and the projectile was blown up, torn apart. Jiang Cheng walked out of the gunpowder smoke. Behind him, the residual acid of Dank braved the blazing fire. Jiang Cheng kept searching among the houses. How many disabled soldiers died at his hands? He couldn't even remember. He picked up the objects around him and kept killing those who were worse than beasts. In the same way, he did not know how many people he taught. His face is as deep as water, his eyes are quiet. It's just that as soon as he makes a move, there will be a disabled cultivator called Ruo Dai. No, there are no more survivors in the town. The people being taught looked at the corpses killed by some strange monsters. And then at Jiang Cheng, their eyes were full of fear. The next thing is simple. Jiang Cheng used the universe to tell these poor people that they can go home now. People Saijing left. Before they left, they tried the hands of Makoto Jiang. They didn't know how to express their gratitude. Perhaps tears and tears were the best gift they gave to Makoto Jiang. The last to leave was Jiang Cheng. He looked at the dead and quiet town before him and turned around. He couldn't figure it out. The Hank planet, which was constantly fighting, was reflexive. He actually joined the fight and cooperation initiated by the Kesai planet. He wanted to fight with the water polo. Is the head of the power in power filled with transport? In the following days, Jiang Cheng kept appearing in every corner of the planet Sek. His children, those who had been oppressed, had a lot of cruel elders who died in his hands. What he didn't know was that his reputation had already spread on the planet Sek. The bitter people regarded him as a star and regarded him as the patron saint of the people, while the disabled elders regarded Jiang Cheng as the existence of horror, their chief executive, and gave up Nijiang. Mikong held a meeting. At this meeting, they reached an agreement. That is, their current unanimous goal is to eradicate this unknown source Shikyu people. But how can they feel? Jiang Cheng is still running around on the planet Psyche. His face is still so calm, no evil or joy. His hands are still so clean, but the white shirt he wears is stained with all kinds of dirt. Red blood, black smoke, green grass juice, and other weird colors. Jiang Cheng has no time to care about this. He is killing people and people. Every time he kills a bad guy, he can save more good guys. The bad guys deserve to die. In the process of homicide, frightened elders kept begging him. They knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, and kept repeating their begging words from him. Shuang hoped that he could give them a way out. They apparently forgot the wish they had committed, maybe even in gang. They shot and killed a villager without, or robbed a small town, or they bullied a woman. Jiang Cheng didn't let it go. Whether it was the rebels or the begging elders, one by one died in his hands. He is not moving. Jiang Cheng's reputation on planet Psyche is growing. Of course, the people of Yintang are very happy. For them, in such a time of fighting, such a person who can protect them and save them, how lucky they are. This is simply their gods. The coming messenger, no, he is God. Jiang Cheng didn't know that there are really many ordinary people, not just those who were rescued by him, inviting painters or sculptors to paint his face image on paper or carved into statues and put them on the devout worship in the family. And some poets or writers wrote his name and his heroic and caring deeds in the book. As long as there is a crowd gathering place, this person from another planet may really be is always a topic people talk about. People talk about him in a warm tone, praise him, and at the same time he was given several new titles by those enthusiastic people: the protector of the planet of sick and peaceful defenders, and so on. Since someone loves him so much, there will be many people who hate him to the bone. They don't know the name of this person from another planet, so they call him Death, and their hatred for him is so strong. Get rid of it quickly. Jiang Cheng's reputation has shocked the rulers of this planet. They are a Shi organization. In order to get more help from Axai planet, they can obtain a greater advantage in the fight. Planet KR allowed them to join the League of Fighters. There were even different opinions on Planet Axai, because Planet Psyche is too poor. Planet Aix has at least many people, and Planet Psyche even has a population. There are few. Years of fighting have reduced the birth rate and increased the death rate. But the ruler who returned to Kesai finally allowed Planet Psyche to join their fight and cooperation. Jiang Cheng's actions on the planet Psyche aroused the hostility of the Shi Lords on the planet K. They formed a cooperation against Jiang Cheng and wanted to put Jiang Cheng to death and then hurry. Jiang Cheng has no idea about this. He is busy every day to destroy and save. He destroys those evil forces. At the same time, it saves the people on the planet Sek who are suffering and living in dire straits. He received 2 distinct titles on the planet of Care: Guardian of the Planet and Reaper. It can be said to be full of great irony. Although as a party concerned, Jiang Cheng didn't care about these things. Originally, he was not eager for things like fame. This was definitely not pretending to be low-key, but because of his natural character. In a larger village, Jiang Cheng was patrolling everywhere. He taught a lot of people at the beginning. After he eliminated the cruel prisoners, he let those people go home. As a result, after those people went home, was killed by another chieftain. Therefore, while eradicating those cruel prisoners, Jiang Cheng gathered the people he counted together. Moreover, he asked the adult men among these people to take up arms to defend the people around them. At the same time, he let these people started doing some farm work, plant some crops or blue vegetables to feed yourself. This village is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more people in it. In addition to the people rescued by Jiang Cheng, there are also many people nearby. After knowing that there is such a place, they all rushed in and compared with other places. There is no safer place than here. That day, Jiang Cheng fought outside and walked into the village. A very small girl, holding one of their local fruits in her hand, stood in front of him timidly. Her eyes dodged, her hands slowly raised, and the fruit was sent to Jiang Cheng in an instant. Jiang Cheng obviously stayed for a while. Ever since Jiang Cheng first became famous, it was very early when he became famous. No one has treated him like this anymore. When people see him, bad people have fear in their eyes, good people have worship in their eyes, and bad people are alienated. He, a good person, wants to get close to him, but no one like this little girl can make him feel a heartfelt warmer. He leaned down, stretched out his hand, and touched the little girl's hair. At this moment, there was already a person beside him. They watched the gods in their hearts approaching their little friends and smiled on their faces. It turned out that their Shenjing is not aloof. At this time, a person said in the blunt universal lingo, "Clean." The people next to him nodded one after another, and they realized what he said. Jiang Cheng understood what he meant. He reached out and picked up the fruit the little girl gave him and broke it in half. He held half of it in his hand, and he pushed the other half back into the little girl's hand. The little girl raised her head and looked at him with wide eyes. Jiang Cheng gulped the fruit and raised his mouth happily. He motioned to the little girl to do the same. The little girl understood what he meant and stuffed the fruit into her mouth, but she just took a small bite and then mouthed up. The people on the 4 sides held their breath and watched if they were both, and as the little girl slowly showed a smile, the applause also smelled, and gradually cheers joined. The simple people are the purest. They can tell who is good to them and who is bad to them. Although the alien in front of them is very different in appearance and clothing, but his heart for them, they are guarded. At this time, another girl with a big rice size came over. She silently began to unbutton his tree shirt. Jiang Cheng stood frankly and asked her to help him untie and take off his clothes. He did not refuse her, nor it's not that he likes the feeling of being served by others, but he understands the thoughts of people like them. The alien in front of them took their lives and provided them with a stable living environment, but they have nothing to do with him. Now they want to do something for him. After the girl took off Jiang Cheng's shirt, a girl came over and silently pulled Jiang Cheng's hand, pulled him to a basin, told him to sit down, and started washing his face and hair. Jiang Cheng has powerful superpowers, and such superpowers must have a different body to bear me. From Jiang Sha's upper body, people who observe him can see that Jiang Cheng's body doesn't even have a trace of scars, and the complexion exudes a healthy luster, not to mention the slightest dirt. And his hair and face, probably because they are always exposed, do not look very clean. When the girl who washed his hair and face stretched out her finger to trace a piece of grass from his age, the people in the district laughed kindly, and the embarrassed look on Jiang Cheng's face was even more so. Make them feel kind. After cleaning Jiang Cheng, another girl walked up to him silently. She held a strange style in her hand, a bit like the clothes worn by a monk on a water polo, and it was white and snowy. She cooperated with the girl to dress Jiang Cheng. The people around him watched silently. Jiang Cheng, who had washed his head and face, looked even more radiant. His white clothes gave him a touch of sacredness. At this moment, Jiang Cheng is more in line with the image of the gods in these people. I don't know who started it in the first place, but the people of Orduo has started to lower to him, muttering to himself and worshipping him. Gradually, their voices became louder and more tidy. Other people who heard the sound joined them one after another, so more and more people who were kneeling began to speak loudly. Jiang Cheng stood calmly, without sorrow or joy. I don't know how long it took. A gunshot broke the peace here. People raised their heads in surprise, panic appeared on their faces, and they turned their heads to look at Ruo Jiang Cheng. When they saw Jiang Cheng's calm and composed look standing in front of them, the strong emotions felt them, and they quickly became calm. The one who fired the gun to show the doctor was a guard standing guard. Although his face was a little flustered, after seeing Jiang Cheng approaching him, he calmed down and sentenced. At this time, Jiang Cheng was standing on a small hill. His vision opened up, allowing him to see the scene before him. 2 bullets, 4 or 5 transportation spaceships, densely packed with more than 1,000 elders. Some of them carry weapons like rocket launchers on their arms. The 2 bullets have stopped advancing, the turrets are rotating, and the muzzle is gradually raised. 4 or 5 traffic spacecraft are lined up on both sides, and the machine guns on them are also beginning to rotate. More than 1,000 sergeants have dispersed and prepared to attack, and the chiefs began to arrange small artillery similar to mortars on the ground. It seems that those Shi-lords have found their hiding place. When Jiang Cheng appeared in front of the enemies who were ready to attack them, they had already set up an offensive formation. The elders had already dispersed. All kinds of heavy weapons were ready, and the bubble of the bomb was aimed at their hiding place. Wearing a white robe, Jiang Cheng was so conspicuous that the enemy soon spotted him. The turrets of the 2 bullets were rotating, and the muzzles were aimed at him. If Jiang Cheng was indifferent to this before, but now he understands that there are those on the planet sick beside him, they are vulnerable. Dan Carey's hand is ready, waiting for the commander's command. The captain looked at Jiang Cheng, who was dressed in white, in the camera through the periscope. When he was about to order the shot, he found that the alien from the alien planet slowly opened the pair. He was confused by the strangeness of the alien from this planet. What do planet people want to do? Do you analyze prayer? A cruel look appeared on the face of the captain. I was afraid that you would not be able to make you, he thought viciously. While looking at Jiang Cheng and Ruo's periscope, he began to order, prepare. His words are coming. So far, including his life. Standing on the hillside, Jiang Cheng opened his arms and stretched out his fingers. 2 swimming drowners suddenly appeared in the air. That was because he quickly threw out his fists and stirred the flow of air, bringing out the 2 vortexes. Just as the captain, the sound of the word put just arrived from the camera, he saw a cloud of tangible gas rushing toward his bullet, and his thoughts ended here. With 2 beeps, 2 bombs that were about to fire were hit by Jiang Chengyao. There was an elder who had a better-eyed approach near the bomb. He saw the front of the bomb and the place where the bomb was the most advanced. Each air mass smashed a large one, and the air mass penetrated into the bomber's cab. With 2 loud noises, the bomb exploded. Flames and thick smoke emerged from the place where the system was broken, and more than a dozen elders in Ryuzangshu area were also destroyed. Jiang Cheng folded his arms together, and an unmatched air current forcibly brought more than 1,000 elders together. Those elders staggered, cried, and struggled. In this room, they didn't see it. Jiang Cheng in midair, they just felt the danger in front of them. Jiang Cheng, who was in midair, looked uncharacteristically and became fierce. He doubled, and a big ball of light quickly became bigger in his hand. He pushed the huge ball of light down to make people's ears tremble. Accompanied by this sound is an extremely powerful explosion. The smoke of gunpowder gradually dissipated, and it was revealed in front of people that there was a flat and wide land at the foot of the original hillside. Now, a large pit with a radius of more than 100 meters and a depth of tens of meters appeared on it. The remaining elders have disappeared. They were in an explosion room. They were evaporated by the scorching temperature. There was no bones left. There were only some metal residues twisted into various weird shapes. It seemed to show that something appeared just now. This place. This is Jiang Cheng must kill the killer. To these enemies who hit his doorstep, he will never be a woman. Because he knew that if he had a little compassion in his heart, then the thousands of people on the planet Sek behind him might have even greater difficulties. Therefore, the people from planet Sek who stood beside Jiang Cheng with no mercy. He didn't know what words to use to describe their shock. People on this alien planet definitely came to rescue them when they saw their suffering. If someone is still dubious, then let him take a look at the big hole in front of him. This is definitely not something a human being can make. Of course, Jiang Cheng wouldn't care about their thoughts. He just felt that the big hole he created had a great use, and it really can be said to kill two birds with one stone. The planet Sek has little wind and rain, and the climate is dry. Dry stars will threaten the lives of many Sek people from time to time. The big pit in front of you can obviously be used to store rainwater if it is slightly repaired. The Sek people who firmly believed that Jiang Cheng was their god later called this big pit a miracle in their books and stories. The faraway Sek people who came to worship the miracles, and other strangers who came here admiringly. There is an endless stream of people on the planet, and those people who were by Jiang Cheng's side and witnessed how this big pit came into being, they became Jiang Cheng's most devout believers. They have been waiting in this area around the big pit and are coming forward. People with miracles, in the truest tone, whispered through the scriptures. Obviously, this is more convincing than speaking loudly. To tell them how God created this big pit with the power of one person, if they, the target of the promotion, is also sincere enough, so they will tell him the deeds of God on the planet Psyche. They take the promotion of miracles as their only mission in their lives. This is something Jiang Cheng didn't expect. Those she-lords who secretly cooperated to control Jiang Cheng to death, they think that this time they have assembled enough armed forces. Even if the people of this alien planet are strong, they will not escape death this time. Among them, Jai Jai has the people also proposed to capture people from this alien planet alive, and then slowly torture him to death in front of those he protects, so that those who treat people from this alien planet as gods know that there is still not theirs opponents, hit them psychologically, and then destroy their bodies. Those Shiyuan people have enough reasons to hate Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yu attacked the Hank planet. As long as they encountered the elders or any fighting base, they would all deal a devastating blow. In the past month, the elders who died under Jiang Cheng's hands, probably tens of thousands of people, and the various weapons and equipment, fortifications, and road fighting materials destroyed by him are even more difficult to count. Fighting power. This is simply unbearable for the Shymen who are interested in fighting and killing. What's even more frightening is that people from this alien planet gather those people from planet Sek together, give them weapons, train them to fight, and instill their spirit of resistance psychologically. If this continues for a long time, I am afraid that they will step on the heads of the Shis. On the contrary, these untouchables and ants who they can't afford to look at, this is absolutely unacceptable to them. In a fighting base on the planet Sek, next to an oval long table, there lived a dozen prisoners. The difference was their uniform style, and the same was the ferocious expression on their faces. At this time, these people were silent. Only the cigarettes in Zaya Ali kept emitting bursts of smoke. Fighting is no longer able to beat the people of this alien planet. They know from the mouths of other people how powerful the people of this alien planet are, and he has no mercy. There has never been a living place where he has been destroyed. A few Shijai even said secretly that people on this alien planet are actually more terrifying than them, and they will at least treat some of the Sikh people who have been captured by them as slaves, and people on this alien planet will only kill them. The air in the meeting room was dull until one of them opened his mouth. Jiang Cheng destroyed the first large-scale fighting action against him by the Shi Lords. He left a huge pit in the battle arena at that time. This was witnessed how he created this big pit. As a miracle, I will propagate it to other people later. But at the same time, he also made the Shiyuan realize that he is a difficult opponent to deal with. The Shiyuan gathered together to find a way to eliminate Jiang Cheng. They were so impatient because they, in the eyes, people on this alien planet made their existence meaningless. If someone stopped them so that they could no longer fight, then they were his mortal enemies. Obviously, they regarded killing as their only interest in life. In the meeting room of the fighting base, the dull air was broken by a Shi valve. He patted the table with his hand. "Everyone, we have been sitting here for a long time. Is there no good way?" Everyone looked different. An adjutant standing behind him coughed. The Shi sect was very impatient because the adjutant gave him the idea last time. The adjutant asked the Shi to send someone to contact the alien on the other planet, trying to win him and them. Stand together and wipe out Gu Yu's Shi valve together. The benefits they promised to the people on this alien planet are more than the benefits to Axai planet. They promised to imitate the highest fighting commander to the aliens, give all their money and treasures to the aliens, and give the aliens many beauties. They even promised that the aliens would just help them, even he could. Get a large piece of land and build a district family on it. In a word, as long as he can stand with them, they will give whatever he wants. When the person in charge of the message stammered and explained all this to Jiang Cheng in non-standard universal lingo, he raised his head and secretly glanced at the alien in front of him. His face was calm, only a trace of anger in his eyes, but only that's it. Jiang Cheng was irritated by the actions of this sect. He was really ignorant. He didn't even know who his opponent was. Actually, till he dared to buy him. Jiang Cheng drove the person who spread the word, and then he used more powerful means to destroy the more subordinates and more fighting bases of this sect. Jiang Cheng remembered their costumes. The adjutant was funny if he said, "Since we don't fight, we'll talk to him." So one day, a person sent a message to Jiang Cheng, saying that for the well-being of the people on the planet's sake, and for the peace of the planet's sake, they were willing to hold a meeting with the people on this alien planet. Of course, Jiang Cheng knew that this was a conspiracy, but he didn't take it seriously. He wanted to see it. What can these readers do? To talk about playing closed classes as a Huagia district person, even if you have not personally participated in it, the Huagia district has a long history. In thousands of years of history, dozens of dynasties have been given away. The two words of yin class are always different. With the appearance of the stop, countless large and small cases or things related to the Ming class are recorded in the book, and the variety of tricks is dizzying. Jiang Cheng is a native of Huagia district, and he is a history lover. He has always had a strong interest in learning about Huagia district's long-standing civilization, and because of his diligence and studious, he has seen it in history books. There are more things that others have not seen. Some books he even read repeatedly, playing with their meanings. In addition, Jiang Cheng himself is not a bitter person. While possessing powerful superpowers, he also has the same a strong body, including memory. No matter what books he has passed or the things he has experienced, he can never forget and engrave these in his mind. In the historical records of Huagia district, there is such a famous yin class, which is the same as Jiang Cheng's situation. In the ancient times of Huagia district, there were two monarchs fighting for the hegemony of the world and became each other's opponents. However, they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to win each other in the arena. So one monarch invited the other monarch to a banquet. His class minister suggested that he kill the monarch. He felt soft for a while and did not adopt this suggestion, so the monarch was able to escape. Later, the monarch defeated the opponent and won the world in the fight. In today's water polo era, no district family has as many shady lessons in the history of Huagia district. As for the various trivial things in life, they are everywhere, and they all have a taste of shady lessons. So when Jiang Cheng learned that the Shaman of Sek asked him to participate in the meeting, he laughed dumbfounded. In front of a person like him who knows what yin class is and is very powerful, he played with this kind of bug trick. It's a shame. It's not that Jiang Cheng did it himself. People who lose in front of him and play yin lessons will often die very much. He looks down on people who play yin lessons. So for these people, he will often start harder or on the yin lessons, and water polo on the planet of sick people are different. After all, everyone is on a different planet. Sometimes, even on the water polo, the conspiracy of the two districts is different. Although Jiang Cheng felt that these idiots on the planet Sek had come up with some fresh conspiracy, he decided to take a look. He didn't have any hope for this peace talk, just wanted to take a look. That's it. The location of the meeting was of course chosen by the Shi. It was a small town. The people who spread the word had already said that the town was absolutely safe, and no one would carry weapons. Therefore, they would guarantee Jiang Cheng's absolute safety. Jiang Cheng never thought that one day his safety would need someone else to guarantee. He decided to treat this as a joke and tell his friends around him at the right time. He wanted to see the reaction on their faces. As you can imagine, he failed to guarantee that the expressions on their faces would be wonderful. When the people of the simple planet Sek knew that he was going to talk to the Shisha, their faces were filled with despair and sadness. What's desperate was that there was going to negotiate with the demons, even if there was very powerful. But there is a place for the evil followers, and there are so many demons. The tragedy is that there does not listen to their persuasion, insisting on going, and the result is simply predictable. So when Jiang Cheng was about to leave, the expressions of those who saw him off, the people of Sek Planet, seemed almost to send him ye, which made Jiang Cheng laugh. Especially on that day, the girl who gave him the fruit to eat, she pulled his hand and didn't let go. The tears in her eyes flowed badly. This little girl is an orphan. She was also taught by Jiang Cheng. That day, the elders killed her parents. When they laughed and wanted to hang her, Jiang Cheng showed up and he held her in his arms. He didn't let her see how he killed those animals. In order to wipe out Jiang Cheng's people on this alien planet, the Shi Gardens on the planet Sek no longer block their interest in killing. They do everything they can. They have sent quite powerful troops, but Jiang Cheng is raising their hands. Eradicated. So they are ready to play yin lessons in front of people on this alien planet. For Jiang Cheng, a powerful native of Huagia district, he simply ignored the so-called yin lessons of Hank planet Shiyuan, but he still decided to go to Yichao because he also had his plans. Stepping into the meeting place designated by the Psych planet, Jiang Cheng observed the surroundings for a while, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The air still smells of pungent, indicating that a big fire has just burned here. The surface of the town's buildings, bullet holes and various shells caused damage can be seen everywhere. Although the blood on the ground has been cleaned up by April 17, it can be clearly seen that the glue not far away emits a bad shoulder odor. Jiang Cheng counted. It is definitely the odor of the body. Before he arrived, it must have been a hellish place. Jiang Cheng was not afraid. He had been to environments worse than this, but it made him feel sick. The Shiseks have not yet arrived. Only a person who claims to be an adjutant received him. Jiang Cheng doesn't like this guy with strong eyebrows, but he doesn't show up on the surface. The adjutant was fluent in universal lingua franca. He roughly introduced Jiang Cheng to the participants of the meeting, expressed his eager hope to sign a peace treaty with Jiang Cheng, and hinted that his superiors were very interested in the meeting. Full of confidence. But when this guy spoke, his words flickered, and his eyes were undefeated to face Jiang Cheng. Obviously, this guy is not worthy of trust. In fact, the adjutant was shocked. He didn't believe that the alien who was similar in size to him was the opponent his boss and his allies wanted to deal with. The person in front of him could not see even a trace on his face. The expression on his boss's face, but this person from a different planet, made his bosses feel exhausted. When he thought of the terrifying methods used by people on this alien planet, he felt a little overwhelming. Think about how many elders died in his hands. People on this alien planet never kept alive. As for those fighting bases, after taking the necessary supplies, the adjutant didn't know Jiang Cheng took it. All the things are for the people on the planet Sek. He himself doesn't need anything. He wants to completely destroy the base, which is more ruthless than his boss. However, from today onwards, he no longer has to be afraid of the aliens in front of him. The adjutant smiled secretly in his heart. The people who joined the talks were all there soon, and they were also shocked that the aliens in front of them were actually their opponents who wanted to get rid of them quickly. Without more cold, they started the talks. These guys have a somewhat personal demeanor. As soon as the meeting started, they asked Jiang Cheng to stop helping those untouchables in their eyes. If Jiang Cheng joins them, more benefits are waiting for him. Jiang Cheng didn't answer at all. He just dug his head coldly. Jiang Xixi yelled in a language that he couldn't hear, but he could understand the dangerous expression and was very angry. Jiang Cheng was indifferent. After their complex calmed down, Jiang Cheng put forward his request to them in the universal language. Never violate the common people anymore, ensure the safety of the ordinary people, and ensure that they live and work in peace and contentment. This invites a third party to monitor what they do. Jiang Cheng hadn't had much hope for this meeting, so when he just said his first request, the Shisha looked at him with hatred. There is no need to say anything. Jiang Cheng knows that the so-called peace talks do not exist in the first place. When he comes, he is only dealing with it. Now he will see what kind of shame they are going to use. The adjutant presiding over the meeting signaled everyone to take a breath, drink some water, and chat. Everyone is obliged to sit in the conference room. The Shi-valves on the planet Sek are delaying time, waiting for their deployment to be further improved. And Jiang Cheng wanted to see what tricks those Shisha players could play. Maybe they could have any new tricks to open his eyes. To be honest, for this, Jiang Cheng is still happy. After the adjutant waited for everyone to feel relieved for a while, he stood up and announced that the talks would continue, and he went to the next room to get the documents needed for the second half of the meeting. Then he got up and left. Jiang Cheng listened to his footsteps and walked into the next room, then walked out again. The pace quickened, and in the end, he was running desperately. Jiang Cheng sneered. The adjutant slipped away. Other unknowing gangsters started to become anxious, and they became obviously impatient when it took so long to fetch a file. Jiang Cheng told them that the adjutant had left here. They were shocked. He started to swallow again and wanted to leave here anxiously. As if responding to them with a loud noise, theirs exploded immediately. Seeing the scene here, the few shymen standing far away and the adjutant laughed wildly. It turned out that they had arranged this. Those Shi-runs who participated in the talks were all dead ghosts. They pretended to be their superiors to negotiate with Jiang Cheng. However, a large amount of explosives had been planted in the ground of their meeting place. Compared with weapons and other fighting materials, the shymen who know never think that Jiang Cheng can escape in such a strong explosion. As for the dead ghosts, the aliens who died with them are not a disadvantage. When the gunpowder smoke cleared, they began to walk down the hillside in the distance. However, these people who thought they were smart were more cautious. They first sent a team of chiefs into the explosion site. It was the adjutant who was instigating the plan. He did have some horrible ideas. When planning this conspiracy, he was really thoughtful. In addition to arranging for the dead ghosts to have talks with the aliens, he planted a lot of explosives at their feet. A large number of elders and heavy weapons were also used. The reason for this arrangement was that the adjutant thought that maybe people on this alien planet also have their own subordinates. Although intelligence shows that all actions against them only show a person from this alien planet, who can guarantee him is there no other companion. The Shi-lords of the planet Sake arranged a meeting. They arranged for the dead ghosts to plant a large amount of explosives under their feet. For the sake of stability, they also arranged a considerable number of elders and heavy weapons. At that time, the adjutant who planned this conspiracy thought that even if the people on this alien planet are only alone, but he has a large number of believers who worship him, at that time, no matter what, there will be his followers with him. If we can kill, we will never let it go. Therefore, he is thoughtful and arranges a large number of taxi teams in the weekly area of the town. just in case. He did not expect that this daring alien from a different planet would come to the meeting by himself. Thinking of his thorough examination of loyalty, but failed to kill too many enemies, this adjutant couldn't help but feel wronged for his IQ. What about so much fuss? Explosives can completely destroy the aliens on this planet. He left no trace on this planet. Since the alien had no other helpers, the adjutant issued an order for troops from the outer area to garrison the town. There was still some thick smoke passing by at the explosion site, which was the inevitable cause of the burning of the building. After a squad of captains entered, they never came out again, which made the shymen feel very strange. One of them took a telescope from the adjutant. Everything he saw in the lens almost made him believe in his own eyes. A stranger sat there. Even the chair under his was not damaged. There was a huge pit in front of him, which was obviously the result of this intense explosion. The alien from the planet was sitting on the edge of this pit. The telescope, she picked it up. He wiped his eyes and looked at it again. Yes, he read it right. The alien from the other planet sat there gracefully, clinging to nothing, as if not even stained with dust. The other people around him looked at him like this and passed the telescope in his hand. Of course, they saw the same result as that she valve. At a critical moment, the adjutant responded quickly. He immediately told Paushi where Jiang Cheng was and asked them to fire at that position immediately. All the heavy weapons fired, and the tutors began to assemble and prepare to fight. All kinds of dense shells continued to fall into the middle of the town. The place where they met, the fire and smoke, turned the town into a hell. When the artillery ceases, there are almost no buildings above the ground in the middle of the town. The Shivalves who picked up the telescope again were relieved this time. In their lens, the strange alien from the planet did not appear again. At the beginning of the bombing, Kelleran entered the town. More than a dozen spacecraft were faster than their speed and took the lead to enter the explosion site in the middle of the town. Everything was normal. A signal sent to them by a senior. What do all these normal expressions mean? The adjutant thinks a lot. Is it the death of the alien or what's the matter? Dao, let him mention his bosses or look at the outer zone first. The adjutant was walking in front of his superiors, leading the way for them, and when he wanted to go back and tell his superiors, he couldn't stand still. The county officials found it weird. One of them seemed to be anxious, but Jijai stretched out and immediately slammed the adjutant. But more Shivalves turned their eyes to the direction of the adjutant. Jiang Cheng, with a sneer on his face, was standing not far away from them, with a murderous look in his eyes. The first thing that reacted was the adjutant. It might be that he was caught in the green. His first reaction was to run away. Although he didn't think much, he instinctively told him that this large-yield explosive can't be killed, and it has been bombarded by various heavy weapons for more than 10 minutes and still intact. They can't beat them, and escape is a choice. The reaction of those siege was not as fast as that of the adjutant, and some of them started shooting at Jiang Cheng. When the figures flashed, Jiang Cheng came to them, and a wooden stick in his hand swung out a Shivalve. If others were still in the mood to look at the Shivalve that flew out, they would find that the she's only the remaining half of the head. The body is still in the air, blood, brain plasma, and broken tissues dripped all the way. The Shivalve was stunned by Jiang Cheng Kaiyingwei. The bullet in the gun was shot out, and he was still holding the machine. Jiang Cheng snatched the gun in his hand and stuffed the whole gun from his mouth. That she wrapped his throat, the blood in his mouth leaned out and fell to the ground with a plop. At the same time, the stick in Jiang Cheng's hand was still flying. When she was beaten by him, the bag was almost indented in his stomach, and another was hit hard by him, and his head was almost knocked off. The last one finally got a chance and ran for a few steps. Waved, the stick whizzed through his body. After solving the Shi clan, Jiang Cheng vented his anger on the heads of the elders. His body shape was as fast as lightning, and his body shape only flashed slightly, and he was in the middle of the elders. These students were not worthy of his head. Therefore, he grabbed the elders and regarded it as the weapon was thrown out, and the two bodies smashed into one piece. He stretched out a gun, and he kept flashing in the crowd. His elders fell one by one. Finally, some elders began to be afraid and ran away. Almost at the same time, several bullets not far away started firing. The bombing didn't have any effect on Jiang Cheng. It was only for the elders who were around him. After one round of shelling, the flesh and blood of those elders were everywhere, and Jiang Cheng has appeared on the turret of Dank. The arms were opened and then gently closed. A large group of light appeared in his hand and was smashed into the bullet by him. The turret exploded and a fire started. He leaped and came to the side of another stanker. Jiang Cheng opened with a lunge and forcibly overthrew the bomb. The elders who bombed Carrie showed up from the security gate in a panic. They were greeted by tiles, which were embedded in their bodies. It seems to be an alternative performance art. Jiang Cheng kicked a transportation spacecraft up, and he wanted to report to another bomber and made a huge blast. Jiang Cheng came in the smoke of gunpowder, and at that moment, he seemed to be a demon coming out of hell. In order to get rid of Jiang Cheng, the She-Lords of Kelvin specially invited Jiang Cheng to participate in a peace meeting. Jiang Cheng knew that this was just a shameful lesson, but he was still happy to go because he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill all these She. The She gangs really took Jiang Cheng to the meeting place, and Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to kill the She gangs and their men. Seeing that the situation was not good, the traffic spacecraft turned around and wanted to escape. Jiang Cheng picked up the grenade on the body of Elder. Without even pulling the lead, he touched it with his hand. The traffic spacecraft spun down and fell apart with a loud noise. The elders of the planet Sek began to flee, and these businessmen and students who dazzled the martial arts in front of ordinary people would also feel scared. Thinking about the cruelty of their killings and their various methods of abuse, it is simply cruel. Violent to the extreme, and now they ran away because of fear. Shisu didn't let them go. He had seen it with his own eyes and had heard countless times how inhumane these elders were. Fight violence with violence. The fleeing soldiers thought they could escape Jiang Cheng's sanctions, but Jiang Cheng answered them with practical actions. They were wrong. Jiang Cheng's body shape resembles lightning, flashing continuously among the fugitives. Anything in his hand is a sharp weapon for killing people, such as the branches he holds in his hand, and those branches have turned into arrows. They can always accurately penetrate the vital parts of the elders' bodies, sometimes in the back of their heads, and sometimes directly through their hearts from behind the elders. Pieces of rubble on the ground are even more powerful lethal weapons. Cheng kicked out the gravel and knocked down each Jinshi to the ground. This is simply a kill game no one can escape, because Jiang Cheng is aloft, the who rules everything here. The wind blew and the land was silent. Jiang Cheng calmed down. The light in his eyes slowly became calm. He turned around, facing a bunch of elders, and said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to drag you out?" One body started to move. He climbed out of the pile and looked around. His face was as gray as death. "Don't kill me," the adjutant begged. When the other elders started to flee, the adjutant not only disappeared, but got into the body pile. Of course, all of this couldn't escape Jiang Cheng's eyes, but this guy could analyze the situation under such tension. Choose the most correct escape. The route really made Jiang Cheng a little bit reminiscent. Jiang Cheng did not speak, but looked down at him coldly. Forcefully from Jiang Cheng's expression, the adjutant well couldn't judge whether Jiang Cheng would kill him or not, but the survival instinct still made his brains turn faster. "Don't kill me. I can do things for you, do many things." The adjutant kept talking. "Now, there are no leaders in the squad. I can gather them together and let them." He looked up at Jiang Cheng. "Let them, let you do it." What the adjutant said is not unreasonable. The elders have now lost the leader. If they disappear in a rush or go into hiding, should Jiang Cheng chase every inch of the planet Sek to dig them out? But it's a long-running job, and Jiang Cheng really doesn't have this idle time. After this time, his goal is to initiate the leader of cooperation on water polo invasion, the planet Psyche. What the adjutant said really moved him. Seeing Jiang Cheng's expression loosened, the adjutant knew that his life was at least alive. He told his plan. Although there are still many loopholes in this plan, it is in this situation after all. If you give him more time, this plan should be more complete. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and pointed, and the adjutant's heart ached. He looked at Jiang Cheng for unknown reasons, thinking that Jiang Cheng was still killing him. "Every 5 days you have to come back and find me, or you will die. Jing Kai will die." Jiang Cheng waved his arm and motioned him to look around. "You have seen my methods, of course you know that I am not intimidating." Jiang Cheng left, and the adjutant fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng, who returned to the people of Sek, was warmly welcomed by them. When Jiang Cheng saw that many of them looked desperate, and some even covered their faces and wept bitterly, Jiang Cheng thought that something imitation had happened. And when those people jumped up happily when they saw him return safely, he knew that they were worried about him. When he was moved, he did not sigh. If these people's minds could be half as smart as that of the dramatist, then that would be great. These 6 were simple and enthusiastic, but he didn't know that the flexibility was also true. They talked eloquently, and with Jiang Cheng's ability, they couldn't understand the dialect they were speaking. Of them, only 2 or 3 could utter the most basic words in common language. On the contrary, the adjutant can communicate with him smoothly in the lingua franca, and next time he must have a good talk with the adjutant. It's time for dinner, and those Sekastars brought a kind of tree fruit. To be honest, this is not unpalatable, has a sweet taste and a good mouthful. Jiang Cheng knows that this kind of fruit is very rare. After being processed into a period, only he can enjoy the letter 3005 tribute. This makes Jiang Cheng very difficult to accept. Jiang Cheng was holding the quetchow and found that it was a bit less than yesterday. He raised his head to look at the girl standing next to him and waiting for him. Although Jiang Cheng's expression remained unchanged, the girl knelt down with a plop. On the ground, Jiang Cheng hurriedly helped her up, but had a headache because he couldn't understand her. At this time, a person who knew a few simple universal lingo came over and said to Jiang Cheng with gestures, "Finally, let Jiang Cheng understand that it is not that the girl is happy to eat because there are fewer and fewer fruits as raw materials. So it's gradually becoming less." Jiang Cheng was extremely depressed, and he didn't know how to explain it. He only had a few mouthfuls to drink up all those things and then left quickly. Jiang Cheng's residence is far away from the people on planet Sek. This is also one of the ways that those people show respect to him. They are afraid to disturb him. In short, those people regarded him as and obstructed his worship. Today is leisure. Jiang Cheng reached a circle in the camp area, the shadows of the trees on the hillside, the breeze, a burst of unknown floral fragrance, refreshing. What a peaceful world. Jiang Cheng looked at the people on the planet. At this time, they were working hard in the fields under the hillside. They were chatting with his unfamiliar words, occasionally making bursts of laughter, and the children were happy around them. To play, they are full of joy at this time. Jiang Cheng thought of their panic in front of the cruel elders and couldn't help sighing. What he did for them is worth it. It has been 3 days, and Jiang Cheng has not been idle for the past 3 days. He can't bear this kind of peaceful life, constantly running around and constantly wandering. This is what he wants. In the past 3 days, Jiang Cheng was still looking for the elders and their fighting bases, but he found that these elders were already very difficult to find. Perhaps it was because he wiped out too much joy last time. Perhaps it was those elders who hid, and it was more likely that his company's blows caused their numbers to decrease continuously. Jiang Cheng of the Wandering Universe also knows a little about this planet. The population of this planet is not that large. I don't know whether it is caused by them or by perennial fighting. Jiang Cheng's judgment is that their fertility rate is not high, coupled with constant fighting. Fighting is a meteor machine. It keeps running, stuffing living people in, and then coming out to become minced meat. It is ruthless and efficient. It seems to be a follower, and it always asks, big and difficult to satisfy. But some people like this machine. Their genes contain the stubborn, blood-sucking factor. They hate peaceful life, they hate life, and they are keen to start this machine to keep it running, see. They can only be satisfied if no life is invested in them. It is a kind of pathological psychology, but unfortunately, whether in water polo or other planets, there are many people with such a pathological psychology. These people are tumors of the planet. They are the natural enemies of people who love peaceful lives. If they don't get rid of them, people don't want to have peace or happiness. The Shiwarts on the planet Sek are such a kind of people. They keep fighting and take pleasure in destroying each other. In their eyes, life is worthless. Trampling on life and the dignity of this life makes them happy. The source, if there is no killing, their lives will be meaningless. Killing is the only goal of their existence. They do not produce and aim at destroying everything. They fight and keep sending them from the body. In the process, the unarmed, ordinary people are the first to suffer. Their lives are trampled on, their production is terminated, and they are driven out of their homes, was wandering around. Jiang Cheng is not a kind-hearted person. Sometimes he is even ruthless and cold-blooded, but he doesn't like killing or destroying. He still respects life, not only humans, but also other races. He likes seeing all kinds of life thriving in food. He likes to see people's comfortable and peaceful life, which makes him feel good. And when someone wants to destroy this beauty, Jiang Cheng will stand up and stop it without hesitation. Jiang Cheng feels that this is the mission of the strong, including him, and when the destruction of beauty is very bad, then Jiang Cheng will have great power to counter them, even exceeding those of the saboteurs. Jiang Cheng feels that when they raise their personal swords, they should understand what will happen to them. Kashiba is such a chaotic, poor, and lifeless place. Such a planet actually joined the fight against water polo, which is really impressive. Perhaps they are in order to obtain more and more advanced weapons for faster killing. Now it seems that Jiang Cheng's handling method on planet Sek is correct. You cannot reason with those who are unreasonable. They are violent, so you must deal with them forcefully. They like Xianjian, then you have to use kill them to fight back. They will destroy everything, then you will destroy everything about them. Jiang Cheng Daoning rules, but he is not the kind of rigid ethics. When the rules are unfair, he will take the lead to fight against this kind of rule and break it. This is Jiang Cheng's creed. Standing on the hillside, Jiang Cheng looked like the most beautiful in front of him, and his unbearable thoughts were dry. On the fourth day, a divinely moved guest visited the place where Jiang Cheng was. His dress was no different from ordinary Sek planet people. It was not until he used the mask at the beginning to reveal his true colors. He is the adjutant. This adjutant was really a bit savvy. After he returned, he summoned the leaders of the other factions and told them that their bosses were dead, but not because of fighting, but because of Yin class. They were fighting on that other planet. When people talked, the insidious alien planted explosives at the peace talk site and then killed their boss. This is indeed true, but the adjutant adjusted the position of the incident, and he cried he wanted everyone to take revenge. After being imitated, he followed those enemies and secretly figured out where they were. He wanted everyone on the alien planet to destroy them when they were not prepared. Whoever kills a lot of people, he will lead everyone to push him to the position of leader. Think about it, this is a two-kill thing. It not only satisfies their desire to kill, but also can get tangible benefits. If anyone doesn't go, the adjutant's blood-red eyes and the blue veins on his son belong to Lao Gao. And if the person shrinks again, then he is everyone's public enemy. There are some details, but Jiang Cheng didn't ask much. The adjutant said that the day after tomorrow, he would take everyone he could call to the place designated by Jiang Cheng, of course not here. What if the shells don't have long eyes and blow up the people? However, he will be there at that time. When it comes to this, he looks at Jiang Cheng with pitiful eyes. Others are not absolutely relieved of him, so they require the adjutant to be present. Jiang Cheng assured him that he would guarantee his safety. Seeing that the adjutant was dubious, Jiang Cheng didn't pay attention to him for the time being. Instead, he started a few other things with him. To be honest, Jiang Cheng hasn't spoken for a long time. These ordinary people only speak dialects, and he cannot talk to them. He asked the adjutant why among the people he came into contact with, he was the only one who could speak the universal language. The adjutant gave a wry smile. It turned out that the adjutant's father was a businessman. Once he took him to the planet Akenk. Once there, the adjutant was attracted by the civilization of the Asek planet. He didn't want to return to the planet Ki, the planet's sake at the time. It was fairly stable. The fight was something that happened later, but it was true that it was not as civilized as Asek. His father agreed. So he stayed on planet Asek. Jiang Cheng looked at him and waited for him to continue. Sometimes it's really good to have someone chat. Jiang Cheng waited for the adjutant's arrival, and the adjutant promised him that he would lead all the elders that he could gather. After all the discussions were completed, Jiang Cheng and the adjutant started his affairs. The Asek planet is highly civilized, so the adjutant wanted to stay. In fact, he also stayed. He lived and studied happily there. The universal language was learned at that time. The adjutant grew up slowly on the planet Asek. At this time, the situation on the planet Sek began to change. Although the planet Asake had been mediating, the good times did not last long and the fighting would reignite. After repeating this a few times, planet Asek also lost interest in planet Sake. Anyway, it is a small planet with low level of civilization and no resources. I told you not to fight you, but you want to fight. It's none of my business. As a result, the Sek planet fought more and more weeks, so that the current situation was formed. However, the fight on Sek did not affect the adjutant. He was a young man at that time, and he would definitely not return to the Kick planet. It turned out that he had no interest in the subject, and now he is even more uninterested in the fighting on Sek. He thought that he would never return to the planet Kick again. He didn't expect that life made a joke with him. Of course, in the eyes of the adjutant, this was a tragedy. Speaking of this, there was a look of false hatred on the adjutant's face. It can be seen that even though it was many years later, he was still brooding about the things that year. Jiang Cheng didn't urge him, but quietly waited for him to speak. And that adjutant may have been buried in his heart for this period of time and has never talked about it with others. Once he mentioned it today, he opened the conversation. Adjutant fell in love with one of his female classmates when he was studying with Planet Sek. This girl has a beautiful appearance, a sturdy figure, and her speech and demeanor. In order to attract her attention, the drama officer studies earnestly, and her grades are often in the class. Ranked among the best, finally on the day they were about to graduate, the adjutant mustered up his courage and confessed his love to the girl, who smiled and agreed. The adjutant gave a wry smile. Although Jiang Cheng has guessed the ending of this story, he did not interrupt him. Jiang Cheng is a person with universal support, and it is polite to listen to others carefully. The drama officer at that time couldn't express the joy in his heart with ecstasy, especially when the girl asked him to attend her friend's limited meeting. He cleaned himself up for a long time at home. He knew that he was ugly, so tried to make his clothes more decent. He even bought men's cosmetics and perfumes. When he finished preparing to go out that day, he also looked in the mirror. He found that the boy and his son looked handsome and handsome. This makes him unconfident. When she arrived at the agreed place, the girl acted in the presence of more than a dozen of her friends. She used a thin language to kill him, regretting him, saying that he was just a foreigner from the planet Sek, the offspring of a small businessman. She was also pursuing her, a lady from a noble family. This lady's words, full of knowledge, caused her friends to laugh. The adjutant at the time was ashamed, but that was only the case. He stood still and wanted to wait. After the young lady finished her anger, he left again. Who knows, that young lady's boyfriend came, and that day when he knew that the guy in front of him was actually pursuing his girlfriend, he used more precise language to write about him and pushed him, which aroused after the adjutant's anger. He could endure the young lady's ridicule, but her boyfriend couldn't do it. They were in love at first, let alone that boyfriend even acted on him. Then they fought song. A young lady was afraid that his boyfriend would be imitated, so she screamed and beat him together. As a result, she didn't know that she was going in and pushed Miss Yue off the teacher. The young lady died and her neck was broken. Needless to say about the latter, he was sentenced because he was from a foreign planet and had no connections or money in the local area, so the conviction was quite heavy. Fortunately, he was not sentenced to death. After serving his sentence, he was deported. With nowhere to go, he could only return to planet KR. At this time, the planet of Croc was in a fight and the people were not living. How could he be willing to be slaughtered by others? So he joined the army, because he had read books. His mind was sure it was enough. Plus, he didn't look like a good person from the outside, so he improved quickly in the army, and after a short time, he became the most powerful man of the Hank planet. And because, even if you look at the entire Sek planet, those who are more culturally advanced than him are not in the army, and he is not as clever as he can write and paint, and he can write and paint better than he can speak and speak. Soon, he has not only become he was the adjutant in the Shijian, and he was very informative. Jiang Cheng believed what the adjutant said, not his own vision. Although Jiang Cheng was powerful, he was never blindly complacent. The information he had read from the play's mind proved that he did not speak. Moreover, this guy who has been miserable by his ugly and extravagant life, to some extent, Qiang is a good person. Jiang Cheng read a long-lasting memory from his mind. First time this guy killed someone was to deal with a fight, but he cried in the back for a long time after shooting the prisoner. Jing Kifa must be civilian officials. Although this lieutenant will inevitably do something against his conscience in his future career in the taxi team, Jiang Cheng still understands him better. After all, in such an environment, following the crowd is the choice of most people, and there is no need for any more. It is not easy to ask him to survive. What's more, from the memory he read, this adjutant really didn't commit any serious weapons. This idea slowly formed in Jiang Cheng's mind, but this matter obviously has not yet reached the time to say it. The adjutant explained the reason why he could speak the universal lingua franca, and by the way, he also told the secrets he had buried in his heart for many years. Jiang Cheng could see that after telling his story. The adjutant's relieved expression also became relaxed a little. He once again mentioned whether he would have dangerous things among those elders. Jai Su ignored him. He never repeated some meaningless words or things. He just told the adjutant that if he could do what he asked for, then he would help him. In fact, this sentence was equivalent to answering the adjutant's question, and the adjutant was a smart guy. The two confirmed the location and time again, and the adjutant left in a hurry. It turned out that the adjutant of the planet Sek was also a person with a story. Jiang Cheng learned about this person from his narration. He found that this adjutant was not a bad person and had some abilities. After Jiang Cheng had further conversations with the adjutant, he learned more about this man and trusted him more. Well, he is now waiting to see the performance of the adjutant. When he arrived at the agreed time and place, Jiang Cheng was condescending, watching the captain coming from afar. There are indeed a lot of people coming this time, with more than a dozen artillery pieces, more than a dozen transportation spaceships with more than a dozen bombs, and it's overwhelming. Jiang Cheng looked coldly and couldn't help but shook his right hand secretly. This time, after all these enemies, the armed forces of Planet Sek will definitely be hit hard, don't even want to run. As for the adjutant, since Jiang Cheng's 780 promised him to save his life, he will definitely do it. Not only does his speech count, but he also has this ability. To be a joke, if Jiang Cheng in the universe doesn't even have this ability, the grass will grow taller. Jiang Cheng has fought violently with many power and terrifying existences in the universe, and some of them are even better than Jiang. The power of sincerity, but what about it? Isn't it just being trampled on the soles of feet by Jiang Cheng? The people on Hank Planet are just ordinary people, and their weapons are equivalent to the water polo 100 years ago, but their brutal methods are more powerful than the water polo people. For these beasts that cannot be called humans, destroying them is responsible for ordinary people, and for the future of Sek Planet, it is also our own responsibility. After the taxi team from far away reached a proper distance, the artillery stopped advancing first. More than 10 cannons lined up, and the other teams continued to advance. Slowly, the enemy got closer and closer. Zhang Fen could even see their faces and walked away for fear that the enemy would discover his existence early. Today, Jiang Cheng specially dyed all kinds of clothes similar to the surrounding environment. Color, at this moment, he was sitting on the grass waiting for the enemy to arrive. After this fight, he was not going to stay on the planet Sek anymore. He had been on this planet for too long. On this remote planet, the contact with the water polo had long been interrupted. I don't know a sigh. Jiang Cheng is still a little worried about whether the other enemies of Kadaushi cooperated with the water polo to launch the Lun gun against the water polo. After all, Ake's planet sent 2 werewolves to the water polo to assassinate his good friend Enyang, and he does not know that time. The enemy sent a total of many people to the water polo. Last time, I panicked and wanted to kill Asek for the water polo and did not search much. Thinking about it, it's not true. The enemy was approaching and the bombardment stopped. The chieftains split into a formation of warriors. The traffic ship was a little behind the chiefs. Jiang Cheng could see that the enemy wanted to shell out first and then charge. It seems that the enemy is also afraid of being beaten by himself and becomes more cautious. Where is the adjutant? Jiang Cheng took his head and looked in the crowd. There were too many enemies and his face was almost the same. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. This is also the case on the water polo. For example, the people in Huagia district looked at those white people. The species are almost the same, and those people look almost exactly the same as the celestial beings, and this is also the case on the outer planets now. Jiang Cheng's eyesight is very good, and his memory is also the same. Finally, in a crowd with a large number of people, he found the adjutant. The reality is, as he said, he was held by a group of enemy flags standing a transport flying along the side. You can't use the range attack when you fight later. Jiang Cheng can protect the adjutant. The problem lies in how he attacks. If it is a large range attack, the safety factor of the adjutant will be slightly lower, but you can quickly end the fight. If you don't use the range attack, the fight will end in a while, and the safety factor of the adjutant will be much higher. In fact, even if the adjutant is dead, Jiang Cheng will always pinch him to resurrect him if he is not the kind of distracted words. If the adjutant reveals something broken or looks uncertain, let Jingren discover that the enemy who finds that the situation is not good will kill him first, or to vent his anger. This Jiang Cheng looked at the adjutant again. Fortunately, the enemy was only confining him. Looking at the expressions of the elders, it seemed that they didn't mean to kill him. Hey, let's not attack the area. Jiang Cheng took care. Boom, a cannon fired a shot. This was a test shot. Immediately after that, those cannons went into a free-fire state one by one, and the bullet group also fired, moving the mountains for a while. Don't say it, it is a long-term combat force, and the artillery fire is very accurate. But these have no effect on Jiang Cheng. His body is protected by a colorful protective cover, not to mention that the mud, stones, and shrapnel that are blown away by the bombs cannot imitate him. You are a laser cannon, a lotus weapon, a pulse cannon, and an electromagnetic cannon. He is equally invalid. After the artillery fire was prepared, the enemy's bullets and sergeants began to charge, and the artillery fire began to extend. Jiang Cheng coldly looked at the elder who was moving in the distance. His figure flashed and disappeared. Jiang Cheng appeared on the gunner's position. After the gunners finished firing the cannons, they sat there chatting in groups, some of them were blowing. When Jiang Cheng appeared, they were dumbfounded. Jiang Cheng would not. He cared about their situation, and didn't even think that killing the unresponsive person was a humble one. He started to do it. A long sword condensed with powerful mental power appeared in his hand. With a wave of his sword, the heads of the few elders were separated. Before those broken limbs landed, Jiang Cheng's chief chopped the next sergeant into pieces. At this time, some of the elders who had reacted wanted to run, and Jiang Cheng was around. Killed in Jianshan. He approached Dank quietly, his figure jumped into the air, and his lightsaber fell in the air. Nai Long said, that bomb was split into two at this time. Some elders discovered Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng did not resist, leaped close to the second bullet, cut it in half, and then threw the sword. The lightsaber lightning 5.7 seemed to be inserted into another bullet, and after a while, several people wow. The shouting chief blasted into the sky. Jiang Cheng's face was like water. His eyes were quiet, as if he was not facing his enemy, but just a stranger. His figure was disturbing like a ghost, erratic, and his shots were even more varied, thundering and hooking. And in an instant, all of more than 10 bullets were destroyed by him, and dozens of elders were also killed. Those faster traffic ships are his next goal. During this period, some spaceships have already begun to accelerate and are preparing to escape. How can Jiang Cheng let them go? His feet repeatedly kicked the stones on the ground. Those ordinary stones have now become deadly weapons under Jiang Cheng's feet. A spaceship that had just left the ground crashed with a bang, and other slow-reacting spaceships were caught by Jiang. Honestly smashed or chopped into two pieces. Jiang Cheng has entered a state of wantlessness. When the adjutant induced a large number of enemies to enter Jiang Cheng's ambush circle, Jiang Cheng began to kill the Tibetans mercilessly. Several dozen artillery pieces and bullets were destroyed one after another. Although the fast but poorly protected transportation spacecraft were destroyed under Jiang Cheng, every part of his body and every item in contact with his body changed. Become a killer weapon. The light that kept flying, the air ball hitting casually, stone raised under the foot, even a piece of wood, all ruthlessly took the lives of the elders. Jiang Cheng's heart is like well water, and he can't afford it. If someone can see his face at this time, he will find that his eyes are only slightly opened. At this time, Jiang Cheng's body seems to have lost his soul. In fact, his spiritual speed is not only in his body, but has been scattered in any part of his body. Jiang Cheng at this time is just a killing machine. No matter how far the elders ran, whether they were begging on their knees or stubbornly resisting, as long as Jiang Cheng passed in front of them, and when Jiang Cheng flashed past, they had become a dead body. The battlefield gradually became calm, and Jiang Cheng slowly returned to normal. Those elders who were so majestic and prestigious before they were alive, they are now just like those who were tortured and killed by them. They are also randomly abandoned in the wild. They will also become smelly and rot, slowly buried by the soil, and finally become the fertilizer of nature. Maybe the only good thing they did in their short and brutal life. Jiang Cheng turned to look at the officer. The protective cover on the adjutant body had not disappeared. Not long after the fight began, Jiang Cheng found that someone in the chief beside the adjutant was holding his head with a gun. Except for using a series of small stones in addition to the chief striker, he also threw a protective army on him. His approach was not superfluous. If it were not for this protection measure, the adjutant would have been shot to death several times or by several rockets. The adjutant was very grateful to Jiang Cheng because a wave of elders rushed forward and tried to kill him as a traitor in various ways. If not, the adjutant was very grateful to Jiang Cheng. This protective cover, the adjutant was scared even thinking about it. Jiang Cheng looked at the adjutant, and the adjutant also looked up at him, but there was a big difference between the eyes of the other. Jiang Cheng in the adjutant's eyes is undoubtedly a murderer, a devil, and a non-human existence. No one knows how many elders are there. He has worked hard to gather so many elders together. Using all his brain power and relationships, he was afraid that Jiang Cheng would kill himself if he was dissatisfied. He was in the small town that day, although he did not witness it, or when he felt safe and wanted to hold out his head to take a look. The chiefs are all dead, and the scene still made him very shocked. But Bai Quan did not see him with his own eyes this time. The impact was stronger, and more shocking. Jiang Cheng in front of the adjutant, his face was calm, his eyes were peaceful, and he looked incontrovertible. However, the adjutant wanted to look around, and there were no people alive. Although he didn't hear any moans, he still wanted to confirm. Thousands of elders will be bombarded with artillery for a while, right? Besides, there will always be fish slipping through the net no matter what. But now, these people are all dead, and they were killed by one person. If in the past, someone told this adjutant that when a person could kill a few people, he would either not believe it or wonder if this person was crazy. But now, the facts before him have completely convinced him. He watched this man with his own eyes and destroyed dozens of artillery and bullets. He only used stones to destroy the spaceships. The lives of the few soldiers were harvested by him alone. Thousand Jingjing, and in the fights he has experienced, sometimes dozens of people will die in a fierce fight. The adjutant was pale, his body shivering uncontrollably, and the trial sun didn't even know he was wet. What will this person do with himself? Will he die miserably? Is it the way to end his life? Jiang Cheng frowned. He looked at the adjutant's wet stall, and an unpleasant smell emanated. Did you frighten him? It turns out that these guys are all the same, and they are always very good at dealing with people who are not as good as them. They are not afraid of death. When the disaster strikes, they will be frightened. The adjutant did not respond. Doesn't it scare him? It's not good to be an idiot. Jiang Cheng frowned and stretched out his hand to tap him gently. He didn't expect that this action would make the adjutant react. Wow, the adjutant called out all of a sudden. Jiang Cheng's face sank and the adjutant knelt down with a plop. Please don't kill me. He said, no, I will not kill you. Jiang Cheng asked him to stand up, please. Adjutant kept begging as if he hadn't seen Jiang Cheng stretch out his hand. Stand up, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly. The adjutant, who was startled, quickly stood straight. Just let me go. Jiang Cheng walked away after speaking. If according to the adjutant's intention, he would follow the devil and would not want to follow Jiang Cheng, but he would not defy Jiang Cheng and could only follow him step by step. What he saw along the way made him scared. Although he had seen a lot of bodies with lack of paths and legs, he still frightened him with so many corpses at once. So he clings to Ruo Jiang Cheng, afraid that he will leave him. This road is so long, the adjutant felt that he had walked for a long time. In the gathering place of the common people on the planet Sek, the people who saw Jiang Cheng's return greeted him with joy. But when they saw the adjutant behind him, they showed a frightened expression and stopped coming forward. Jiang Cheng looked back at the adjutant, who stood awkwardly. He is a wicked person among the common people, and the common people are so afraid of him, even if he is only one person now. And even if they are in front of his eyes, there are already 100 or so, but they are just afraid of him. But in front of Jiang Cheng, he was scared to pee. Jiang Cheng asked the adjutant to interpret for him, and the adjutant could say that not far from the local dialect and universal lingua franca, there was a battlefield that needed bold adult men to clean. The common people are in a daze. In the past, they followed Jiang Cheng to clean the arena, but only adults are required, but they are not as detailed as they are now. The adjutant couldn't help saying, many bodies. Everyone looked suspiciously at the adjutant's soaked pants. The adjutant lowered his head. Really, a lot of. In order to convince everyone that he is not a husband, he nodded as he spoke. Come back if you are not used to it. Jiang Cheng is like this, everyone. With the cooperation of the adjutant of the planet Sek, Jiang Cheng wiped out most of the remaining elders of the planet Sek. After seeing the adjutant, Jiang Cheng gradually developed a new idea in his heart. The adjutant is not a bad person, and he is clever. See, he passed away and possessed considerable leadership skills. Jiang Cheng wanted this person to be the leader of planet Sek. He was not a member of planet Sek and could not stay here for a long time, but Jiang Cheng wanted to test the adjutant. If he looking away from the adjutant, he will undoubtedly push the people of the planet Psyche into again, so he must act cautiously. Then Jiang Cheng had to think deeply about how to test the adjutant. First, he asked the adjutant to clean the arena with others. When the adjutant heard Jiang Cheng's expectation of him, his face turned pale at the time. It was not that he was timid, but that he would think of Jiang Cheng's horror when he saw the battlefield. His weak heart couldn't bear to do it again. Such a blow was because he sucked it, but he didn't go right there. But he didn't understand Jiang Cheng and rejected Jiang Cheng. Joking, the shock Jiang Cheng gave him has not disappeared. The wet pants have not yet dried. Besides, his life is still in Jiang Cheng's hands. He had nodded Jiang Cheng on his heart, and then his heart would be aching. He thought it was just a kind of witchcraft. I thought about whether he would ignore it, just because he also hated the flurry of fighting fire on the planet Sek these years. Seeing that those who hate those who constantly start fighting, what kind of planet are they doing? The adjutant thinks a lot. Even if one of these she beats the others to unify the entire planet, what will he gain? The most basic production tools are not available, and there are no people who know how to use them. The vast majority of the people are illiterate and sparsely populated. Years of fighting have almost wiped out the people on the planet of Sik. If it weren't for them, those Shisha Nida elder, they kill all the people. This is definitely not a joke. Adjutant has seen the cruelty of the Shi gangs with his own eyes. It's fine to shoot the captives. Those scumbags are a good one. They don't have blood debts on their hands, so it's best to stop fighting and kill the people. The adjutant killed him himself. Although he felt thoroughly afterwards and vomited, he didn't regret it at all. He thought he had done the right thing. He doesn't feel too cruel to those scumbags. See if those scumbags are crying under the gun and begging for mercy. Their bodies are shrinking, and some people have all their urine and bowels. But what's the use? Those who executed the shooting the elders laughed wildly. These dying prisoners are still the objects of their entertainment. They beat them and tortured them. In the end, the prisoners should be eager to eat a bullet and die early. If killing the due prison adjutant would feel excusable, those scumbags deserve to die anyway. But killing those ordinary people would make the adjutant feel too much. If all these ordinary people are eliminated, how can these troops survive? Is it that the heads of the Shiseks are all defecate? No, the adjutant thinks it should be righteousness. With ordinary people, they can have food and clothing and can have a steady stream of scholars. These elders are also human beings. They need to wear clothes, eat and drink, and need people to feed them. Now it's good. They see the ordinary people. I was happier than seeing the elders. At first, the adjutant didn't know why those elders were so excited when they saw the people. Later, he realized that the people were more timid than the soldiers, and even those soldiers were fighting. Stop. After all, they have seen death, so although they are also afraid, there is always a bottom line. This makes those who like to abuse the painful face and heart-piercing cry of the abused object. The elders who get more and more prosperous in the game find it more fun. The abnormal psychology leads to abnormal people, and the abnormal people further make the psychology more abnormal. This is a vicious cycle. This is a dead knot, no solution. When the people were caught, they were like finding some treasure. It is true that under their guns, under their inhumanity, the people are getting fewer and fewer, and most of them died from the guns of fighting, or die from the byproducts of fighting, die from famine, die from disease, etc. The surviving people tend to hide in the deep mountains and old forests. Although life on the mountains is bitter, there are no such brutal elders. There is no scary gunshots. If they are lucky, they can sleep all night, listen to the chirping of early morning birds, and see all kinds of creatures running around them. These creatures are very cute, at least much cuter than the cruel elders. These ordinary people can't figure out how to make why those who look like them will become so cruel and inhuman when they hold a gun in their hands. They are afraid of those with guns in their hands. They are afraid to see the expressions on their faces. They are afraid to hear their terrible laughter, and they are also afraid of the sounds of Nai Zuo's vehicles. In the mountains, they will be much safer. They can always find something to eat in the mountains. Although the fruits or tubers of those plants are not very tasty, they can still be used for fruit. In short, they will not starve to death, although there will be some diseases. Surprisingly lose their lives or some sudden dangerous situations, such as mountain torrents, but it is better than living a life of fear every day, so they would rather stay in the mountains. Let those with guns go and hit each other. Maybe they all die is the best result. In this way, no one will harm them anymore. Those people deeply resent those elders and those who initiate. Fighters, sometimes the common people look at the fertile fields not far away. They are now barren, there are no crops, and the fields are full of weeds. If this land is planted with crops, it can feed many people. It's a pity to be left alone. If they can, if they agree, and if they can be safe, they are even willing to give them half of the food that comes out of it. No, they only need to leave it to them and let them live. Food is enough. If it doesn't work, they can take all the food. Only if they don't come to harass them, they are willing to serve them. But these people know that this is impossible and absolutely impossible. In order to escape into the fighting and avoid the scourge of the elders, the people of Hank have left their homes away from their homes. They would rather hide in the mountains and live a life of poverty. In this way, the production of the planet Sek almost all stopped. The adjutant was very dissatisfied with the actions of the She-Lords to kill the people. He believed that the people were definitely not used to kill for pleasure. No matter from which aspect, the people were the most basic. However, others speak lightly and can only hold back the behavior of the elders to harm the people, but they can do nothing. Now, Jiang Cheng asks him to clean up the arena with the common people. He is extremely indifferent, but he dare not defy Jiang Cheng's order. He clearly knows how terrifying Jiang Cheng is, so he grinned and didn't want to go to the place that made him feel bad. In fact, he misunderstood Jiang Cheng's good intentions. Jiang Cheng wanted to see if he had a certain level of leadership to the people and asked him to clean the battlefield. It was also because he could integrate with the people faster. If the people don't recognize him, Jiang Cheng had to find another way. So he was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the adjutant Mo Morui. Seeing the cold light in Jiang Cheng's eyes, the adjutant knew that Jiang Cheng was going to be angry, so he took the people away with him. When the adjutant brought those people to the arena, the ordinary people were stunned by the scene in front of them. At first glance, there were bodies everywhere, and the destroyed Yamato bomb was still smoking. Looking at the distorted and disfigured residual rocks, the adjutant sighed deeply. He directed the ordinary people to start cleaning the arena and was bold enough to turn over the households and gather the useful things on them together. The timid was responsible for carrying those supplies back to the place of residence, while he resisted the nausea. Everything is all. With the coordinated command of the adjutant, those people did their jobs in an orderly manner. Although the battlefield was large, they cleaned it quickly. Piles of materials piled up like hills. Put the food together, put some daily necessities together, and then gather all kinds of guns and ammunition together. Those people are more repellent to guns and ammunition. After all, they are deeply mutilated by these things, and there is a deep shadow in their hearts. Adjutant tell them that only with these things can they better protect themselves, so whether they want it or not, they have to transport these things back. The intact machine gun on the bullet was taken down by the adjutant, and he kept wandering the arena, which made him so scared at the time. He now feels nothing terrible anymore. He stopped in front of a house. He recognized a deaf face. This face was known for being bold and brutal before his life. He once cut off the head of prisoner and held it in his arms with a smile. He had eaten common people's meat. According to him, it tasted good. Now, this cruel person is just a concrete, quietly here. When he was alive, he was not afraid of the sky, and now his face still has the horrified look that was before his death. The adjutant glanced at him and searched his body blankly. Jiang Cheng waited for them in the residence, or waited to see the performance of the adjutant. So when the first batch of people brought back food and drink, he was slightly surprised. In the past, these people cleaned the battlefield and always gathered all the materials together and then shipped them. In this way, some people hold a tarp in their hands, some hold a few guns, and some hold a few bottles of cans in their mouths. It's so messy, Jiang Cheng can't communicate with them, and they say, to be honest, he didn't like to accept these things. He didn't have the capacity to do this kind of life, so he just opened his eyes and closed them, and fold away the people on the Sec planet. Now, those people sort all the materials according to different types, and order these materials back to the place of residence. Needless to say, they must be under the command of the adjutant. Especially when the last group of people brought the weapons back, Jiang Cheng was a little bit the officer in Ufu knew how much these people rejected these weapons. There are many people among them who have witnessed these black guys who have lost the lives of many people. They don't know them or their relatives. When they see people like Silver and theirs, they become like this. No, Zhang, these bird black things are too evil, so they reject it and don't want to touch it, fearing that it will imitate themselves, and fearing that they will become the devil after magnetizing it. Jiang Cheng has nothing to do with this. Words can't communicate. He can only take the risk, so that they can pick up those weapons and return to the place of residence. After he forcibly stuffs the gun into the hands of a few stronger men, they reluctantly accept it. However, unless they are on duty, they won't touch those guns, let alone learning how to shoot. Now that the adjutant could make these stubborn guys pick up the gun, Jiang Cheng was very happy. You know, Jiang Cheng is a godlike existence in their minds. Even if he survived their lives and saw his strength more or less, even so, they are still very reluctant to accept guns. The adjutant has only been in contact with them for a short time. It can be said that they have just met, and he can let these people carry back these guns that they don't like to touch, which is considered very good. Unlike other planets, on this planet, violence is rampant. To resist them, you must have the means of self-defense. Then, guns and ammunition are very important. Is especially important. Jiang Cheng stood by, watching the adjutant distribute all kinds of supplies to those people. The food and drink are distributed according to men and women and ages. For those adult men, the adjutant will give them a little bit more, and in the end, the portion he left to himself is only slightly more than that of the children. Jiang Cheng was indifferent. Then there were some daily necessities, cups, kettles, and some slightly clean clothes, which the adjutant distributed one by one. It can be seen that those people are fairly satisfied with the distribution by the adjutant. Then, if it is a gun, the people of Tian Ruo dispersed in a rush, but the adjutant couldn't be troubled. He slowly took out all kinds of cookies, candies, and even cigarettes from his pocket. Now, the eyes of those men brightened up. Jiang Cheng was very surprised. He didn't smoke himself. He didn't know that cigarettes had such a great charm. Jiang Cheng cannot be blamed for this. How attractive is cigarette competition? For ordinary people, everyone knows that cigarettes can cause people to get all kinds of strange problems, and some people may even die because of smoking, but they are still happy to spend money to buy cigarettes that can let them the body becomes worse or even shortens the life. There is a saying in Huagia district, spend money to buy sins, which can't be more appropriate. Although the district says smoking is harmful to health, on the outer packaging of cigarettes, people who smoke still turning a deaf ear go its own way. This is the charm of cigarettes or temptation. In order for the adjutant to take up the gun willingly, the adjutant came up with a good way. When he was cleaning the battlefield, when he found a pack of cigarettes in a concrete place, his party was bright. He thought of using cigarettes to lure these people. When he came with the army as one of the officers, he knew that other officers of the army brought a lot of cigarettes. Sometimes it is difficult to imagine how big a person's cigarettes would be, especially those of soldiers. It is even more incredible. There was a story on water polo in the past. It was about a warrior who stood guard at night and had a hard time with cancer. He smoked with other people. When the fire of the first cigarette lighted up, it attracted the attention of the opponent's sniper. The second time the fire was lit, the sniper started to be accurate, and the third time the fire was lit, the sniper fired. You see, on the front line, when on duty, I still want to smoke, but I know how big the smoke trail is because they are on the front line, and the shadow of death is always with them. If they can live a day or a day of course, every day can't be for nothing. They want to enjoy, and cigarettes are one of the things they want to enjoy. There are also prisoners. They also have a desire for cigarettes beyond ordinary people. In many prisons, cigarettes are hard currency. Cigarettes can be used as coins. For example, a book, 5 cigarettes, an apple, and 3 cigarettes. To respect the boss, the best thing is cigarettes, and when some people have finished smoking their cigarettes, they will pick up cigarette butts on the ground to smoke. This also shows the importance of cigarettes to people, especially men. As for the water polo shots of many years ago, some beggars, after eating and drinking, face up to the sky and smoke cigarettes in pain. People will certainly see them. Therefore, when the adjutant took out the cigarette, the men felt that their eyes lit up. It makes their lives unsafe, and they live in trepidation every day. Even if they don't have enough to eat or wear, sometimes it's hard to find fruitful food for almost a day. When the weather is bad, it's almost for them. It was a disaster, but these men, still have an extraordinary passion for cigarettes. Sometimes they find some trees in the forest, dry them, roll them up, and smoke them as cigarettes. Jiang is not Yanjiang. Apart from the pungent pyrotechnic taste, they will only utter their throats. Smoking this so-called cigarette is not enjoyable at all, but they still enjoy it in their free time or after eating. During the meal, 1 cigarette of this kind is brought to the table. Even if their eyes cannot be opened by the smoke of this cigarette, even if they are coughing repeatedly, they still regard this as a rare treat. Now, they saw the cigarettes in the adjutant's hands. Some of them had smoked, and the saliva in their mouths was about to stay after seeing them. The taste of cigarettes is so wonderful that they are unforgettable. Now they see what they didn't even think about before was right in front of them. How could they not be ecstatic, especially after the adjutant gave each of them a cigarette? Some people took a deep cigarette, closed tightly. Do not let your mouth breathe, for fear that the smoke in your stomach will run out prematurely. More people have not smoked for a long time, and they smoke more luckily, so their heads are straight forward. They can only sit on the ground and wait. The strength of the cigarette is gone. Jiang Cheng stared blankly at the side. Of course, he was calm on the surface. This, how can I say, his friends are people with status and status. For the sake of health, many people do not smoke, and some people, who are by Jiang Cheng's side, or the occasion Jiang Cheng is about to come, are invincible to smoke. In this way, Jiang Cheng is surprised by the power of cigarettes. It is understandable. The adjutant looked coldly if these smokers did not smoke, and he hated the smell of cigarettes. When he was serving his sentence in the Asek Planet prison, he was puzzled by the fact that the prisoners had such a big smoke cancer. He had seen a prisoner blackmail another prisoner. In the end, the prisoner was beaten with a blue face and a few cigarettes under the quilt. Looking at his expression, it seemed that it was not cigarettes that were handed over. It's just like a treasure. And the adjutant himself, because he doesn't smoke, no matter how hard he is in prison, he can send some pocket money. After seeing that the cigarette has such a big power, whenever he has money, they were replaced with cigarettes, and then either filial piety to the boss in the prison, or when the wind was released, Nemo came out 1 or 2 to invite friends to smoke. Seeing them were overjoyed, seeing them taking a cigarette in turn, each other watching. In case anyone is greedy, the adjutant can't help but want to laugh. He clearly remembered that there were a few times when those guys with big cigarettes took out a cigarette for a long time, and apart from being beaten up, no one ever shared cigarettes with him. While in the army, he was even more involved in a murder caused by cigarettes. In order to pay for a pack of cigarettes, the two elders used a convincing way to protect themselves. Some elders killed all the family members in the grocery store just because of a pack of cigarettes. I went to a small town to buy cigarettes. I don't know how other elders knew that the elder's family was on the side of the road and the cigarettes on his body didn't fly. There was another time when an officer took a cigarette to him. The smoked Longshi tattoo died. Things like this are never uncommon in the army. Therefore, the adjutant knows the power of cigarettes. He is fundamentally different from Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng has a strong power. He is the target of various districts and even many planets. Money is of no use to him, as long as he's speaking Japanese letter once, he just said in response. The housekeeper Zhao used money like water, and the money in the account seemed to be running low. Immediately, the people around him motioned to their transfer books, assistants, etc., to take out various cards or checks and let Jiang Cheng use them. These were all human spirits. Of course, they knew that once Jiang Cheng owed them this favor, they would wait. When they needed his help, and what they asked Jiang Cheng to help was extremely important. It was very important to their lives. No matter how much Jiang Cheng took, they were willing to talk about it. Of course, Jiang Cheng has never done it once. These people are human spirits, and he can only be smarter than these people. Of course, he knows that once he owes favors to these people, when they need him to come forward to repay them, it is often an extremely handy matter. Although Jiang Cheng has almost nothing that cannot be solved. Jiang Cheng is also a matter of low-cost performance. Won't do it. Jiang Cheng can be described as a noble birth, and the adjutant is just a businessman's child. He understands humanity better than Jiang Cheng, especially when he has served his sentence in prison, where it is a place where dark humanity gathers. If you are not careful, being beaten is considered to be okay. It's not surprising to lose a small life. Of course, there are feelings between people, but more often, if feelings do not have certain benefits as a pretense, and feelings will not be too strong, then the benefits will be more or less large and small. This only depends on the other person's worth. Up. For example, for the same banquet, celebrities are invited to join in. The famous ones have higher prices, and the less famous ones have lower prices. The price of the two cannot be mistaken. The adjutant was once fortunate to attend a noble event on the planet Asik. At the observatory, the front seat was for distinguished guests. People like him did not have seats for 953, but he, in order to save face in front of his sweetheart, at least not to stand there with a shabby appearance, he spent a sum of money, the amount is not small, and bought a seat with a young nobleman who happened to be in a hurry. Go, so everyone is happy. Therefore, adjutant knows that if you want people to do things and listen to you, you can only pay the corresponding price. The price can be feelings or money. Here, on the planet of Sick, in front of these people, then, that is cigarettes. The price for these people to pick up a gun is so low, just a pack or even a few cigarettes. The adjutant was not in a hurry. He stood there quietly, waiting for the smoke of those people to pass. Some people smoked the cigarette in a few puffs, and then stood upright on the ground, enjoying the dazzling fragrance of the head, but it seemed to be rising to the clouds, while some people smoked in small sips and experienced the smoke. In and out of the mouth, slowly enter the body to prepare an organ. In short, they all enjoy the happiness that cigarettes bring them. Finally, their smoke passed, and those people stood in front of the adjutant, staring at the cigarette in front of him unblinking. The adjutant slapped the cigarette in his hand, and the eyes of those people kept moving up and down following the cigarettes, and some people were swallowing 4 mouthfuls of water with their throats. In fact, it's no wonder they, although safety is guaranteed to a certain extent, enjoyment is the innate instinct of all living things. Here, although they have a bite to eat, they have no enjoyment at all. Now they see cigarettes. Blame it for being indifferent, the adjutant said. Want. Those people nodded hesitantly. This is mine. Including the one I gave you just now, it's all mine, the adjutant said while observing the expressions of those people. Some people began to uncomment them, and some people looked at the cigarettes fiercely, as if they were about to engrave the cigarettes in their minds. There is no problem thinking about it. The adjutant's words stopped the people who wanted to retreat. They stopped, while other people's eyes became quieter. They could not think of such a good thing. Bad luck accompanied them for too long, and even they jiping forgot the word good luck. Do you like checking the smell of cigarettes? The adjutant seduced them. They nodded. Now I can give you cigarettes. He slapped a hand that reached out for the cigarette with a slap. This guy was impatient. When you finish this pack of cigarettes, where do you get the next pack of cigarettes? If you want to smoke again at that time, what should you do then? The adjutant continued to be seduced, but his expression was serious. He picked up a gun. Some people flinched and took a step back, but more people were indifferent. The adjutant put the gun and cigarettes together. With this, you can have more cigarettes. Jiang Cheng looked on coldly and found that some people's eyes were full of desire. Pick up the gun, this pack of cigarettes is yours, and there will be more you want, such as this. He threw a biscuit into one's arms. You can also have what you want, only if you follow your God. He gestured to Jiang Cheng. Pick this up, you can serve him better and follow him. You are his most devout believers. Those people's eyes became hot. Think about it. As long as you pick up the gun, not only can you better serve your gods, but you can also get the things you want, such as cigarettes. In fact, there are more good things waiting for you, and even you can serve you revenge for the dead relatives. Those elders who killed your relatives, what is the difference between them and you? Someone pointed to the gun in his hand. Yes, this is the biggest difference between them and you. Why are you here and they live so comfortable? Why are you hungry and cold, but they can enjoy all kinds of food and even cigarettes at will? Why are they so cruel, treat you like you, and you only have to keep avoiding? At the end, the drama officer was almost there. Because they have this one, he raised the gun in his hand. If you pick this up, no one will drink that to you. You are the masters of this planet. The cigarettes were robbed, and the gun was taken away. The adjutant leaned weakly against the table, legs almost unable to support his body. Jiang Cheng walked over with a smile in his eyes. Not bad, better than I thought. He turned and left. Before leaving, he said, the rest must be arranged. When Jiang Cheng left his sight, the adjutant sat down with a plop, nervous. In fact, he was very nervous. He knew the meaning of the terrible aliens. If he could not unite these people, it means that he would not have much effect on him. A person who is close to waste, and this person is still good to other people. There may be a threat. What the alien will do with him, the result is self-evident. The official 04 did not forget the actions of people from other planets in the county. How did he destroy the elders and fighting bases in the past? How did his nickname Reaper come from, and why? We have to cooperate to deal with him. And what kind of fate will those she have, especially that Jufei is not wrong, it is Jewel. That chasing body, that broken body, everything is enough to show how terrifying people on this alien planet are. And his strength is so powerful that it is desperate. In front of him, all you can do besides surrender is to die one by one. However, to die or not to die in the Emperor's way, death is easier or more painful. It depends on the mood of the alien. The official showed his mind on the matter of inspiring the people on the planet Sek to pick up the gun. A pack of cigarettes that is common in daily life, through his clever tongue, made it play a role in the process of inviting the people. Important props. Counting that the ordinary people were tempted to pick up the gun, the drama officer was cold and sweaty, because he knew that the alien standing next to him was a kind guy. If he couldn't show his abilities in front of him, then a dead end is inevitable. Fortunately, the adjutant felt that he was doing pretty well. A sneer slowly emerged from the corner of Jiang Cheng, who turned and left. The adjutant really has a bit of head, knowing what he should do, and how to do it well. If it is not like this, then what does he need such a person for? This adjutant himself has a fighting situation. If a person is too kind, it is difficult to gain a foothold in such an army. This shows that this adjutant is not easy, but Jiang Cheng 03 also knows that a troubled world requires heavy codes. In such a chaotic environment on planet Sek, it's no use for a person to be indifferent. It's useless to have a woman's benevolence. If you let such a person lead, you can only kill the people he has taught, and you will be high. Peng, the sentence in Huaijia district has been tested over time. Is it still circulating today? Doesn't it explain the essence of the problem? Not afraid that this person has the means, Jiang Cheng doesn't care at all. When it comes to playing methods, Jiang Cheng sneered. There are quite a few people who have played tricks in front of him, but it's not great to see what those people fate. However, this adjutant did not let himself down. He still had some ability. It's just that Zilly didn't want to re-enter the path that she took. Zilly's ambition was not that big, and he hoped that he would not be so cruel and could carry the people on the planet Sek live a comfortable life. After all, those people are living too hard. Give them a quiet environment and let them live a better life. This must be what their leader does. Jiang Cheng is not a sorrowful person, but peace is what he pursues, or a series of titles, such as the Guardian of the Water Polo, the Guardian of the Rules, and the most powerful existence in the universe. It fell on his head. The adjutant slowly got up from the ground. It was good this time. He didn't have urine-warming pants, and he was afraid of Jiang Cheng from the bottom of his heart. What does he want to do with himself, this alien? Does he want to take these ordinary people to destroy the remaining elders by himself? Why is it so troublesome? As long as the aliens go out on their own and destroy the planet, Sek, it's only a matter of time before the remnants of the elders. The last time I saw how he used to buy those thousands of elders, the dramatist felt that on this planet, no, even if it's the same as the one he lived in. On the ball, there will be no more powerful existence than him, and even if this alien planet wants to, he can completely destroy the same planet. The adjutant is a relatively smart person, and he can also see that Jiang Cheng has expectations of him. For example, today's distribution of supplies. The alien wants to make himself more prestigious in front of these ordinary people and can better lead them. At least I did a good job today, but why is the alien from this planet like this? Sigh, I still don't want to. I have been folded for so long, it should be a while. There is no bed for the adjutant in the residential area, but the weather is just right now. It's not cold or hot, so let's sleep overnight. The adjutant and ministers are turned on his bed. There is no bright, sudden, and a thought jumped into him. Mind he is an alien from a different planet. With his ability, he will never stay on the planet Sek for a long time. In other words, he will never be the ruler of the planet Sek. Thinking of this, the adjutant's heart throbs. Then, after the aliens of this planet leave the planet, who will be the leader of this planet? Is it yourself? The adjutant Ting sat up from the bed. The fighting on Sek has been going on for decades. The common people live hard for the people. Although they are in the same galaxy with the same planet, their level of civilization is almost the same. The difference between the sky and the sky is the same as that of the same planet. Presumably the people on the planet will dismiss it and smile coldly. Indeed, comparing the planet Sek with the planet Sek is an insult. Kelvin compared with the neighboring planet Aix, which is about the same size. The Indian ambassador has a low level of civilization. However, the people there can finally fill up the resident. Although the life is very depressing, it is not necessary. Like them here, they are in panic all day long, can't eat, don't wear, there is no decent city, even ordinary people can't produce daily necessities. Compared with the planet, the people of Aix are simply happy. Is crying. The official didn't know the neighbor of Hank's planet. Planet Aix was the first stop of that alien planet's trip. The king of that planet, the ruler Charles I, had already rectified the alien planet, and let him he set up 3 regulations, and the specific content need not be mentioned. In short, it is the most basic to let the people live a stable life, and let them live daily without fear. If he let himself be the ruler of the planet, the adjutant would not be fascinated. He returned to the bed and looked at the broken stars in the sky, and couldn't help thinking that if he was the ruler of the planet Sek, first of all, just to quell the fighting, it does not necessarily have to be quelled by means of fighting. It can also be suitable for peace talks. Of course, it also depends on which team is worthy of peace talks. I have been in the army for a long time. The situation is still a little understood. Some troops are fighting bravely, and the elders are more cruel to the means of fighting, while the elders of some troops are simply natural enemies of the common people. If you kill 10 people, 9 of them must be killed. It is the common people, such troops, such elders, and it is not worth negotiating with them to eliminate them, which is the most correct choice. Once the fighting ceases, you should ask for help from neighbors in the surrounding area. If Zyanki can agree to it, of course it's best. If you don't agree, then at least tell the king of Aix so that they can do something against the planet. With immediate hands, I am afraid that I can provide a little grain of seeds or send some workers over to teach some skills to the people on the planet Sek. Gang Guan was so excited that he couldn't sleep well, and many things kept appearing in his mind. At this moment, he thought of Jiang Cheng. He felt that Jiang Cheng was the most suitable and best listener for him. Early in the morning, when Jiang Cheng woke up, he unexpectedly saw the adjutant really wandering outside his tent. When he looked back and saw Jiang Cheng brewing, he greeted him with excitement. "My lord," he said to Jiang Cheng respectfully. It was really hard for him to think of this title. Jiang Cheng didn't know this was a habit retained by the adjutant when he lived on the planet Asek. Jiang Cheng raised his head, quietly waiting for the adjutant to speak. Seeing his excitement, Jiang Cheng was also a little strange. "My lord, please assign me today's task." The adjutant asked for instructions. "Do you want me to tell you what you should do?" Jiang Cheng replied lukewarm. The adjutant didn't care. In the presence of such a fear of means, he was not dissatisfied at all. "If the adult allows, then I want to report my schedule for today to the adult. Please see if there is any correction." "Sir, how do you think?" Jiang Cheng nodded irresponsibly. Treating this clever and slippery guy can be soft or hard. If it is too soft, he will crawl on your head or can't afford you in his heart. On the other hand, if it is too soft-hard, then it will frustrate his enthusiasm and damage his self-esteem. A person who can't exert his own initiative is not suitable for being a leader. How to use people so that subordinates can give full play to their abilities and levels and are happy and still maintain consistent enthusiasm. This is very important. A good leader must have a deep understanding of his subordinates. Jiang Cheng is a history lover. He likes to read history books. He has learned many things and realized many truths. In the history of Huaijia district, there is a story about not having a full understanding of the subordinates, which led to a disastrous situation. In ancient times, in Huaijia district, there was a prime minister who was very good at using scholars. His story has been mentioned from time to time in the mouths of people in Huaijia district. Novels, movies, and TVs often have descriptions of him as the protagonist. The prime minister once fought against his opponent. For some reasons, the prime minister's troops fell into a passive position. When it was most needed to hire people, he found that all his generals had been sent out. At this time, there was an important place that needed people. Come guard. When the prime minister was embarrassed, a person stood up and wanted to guard that important place. The prime minister is very embarrassed because he knows that although this man reads scholarships and says everything is correct, but Jing has no real talents, so he is very Judean. After the man saw what the prime minister meant, he gave a generous statement and asked the prime minister to give him this opportunity. He wanted to prove to the prime minister that he was an outstanding general. The prime minister was moved by his enthusiasm and words, so he let the leader go. Needless to say, that person not only lost what he was guarding, but almost completely returned it after a big defeat, which directly led to the defeat of the prime minister. Although in the end this person was renewed by the prime minister, what's the use? This is the importance of knowing people's responsibilities. Jiang Cheng knew this deeply. This adjutant is capable, he knows this, but whether he can meet his requirements or not has to investigate more. If because of his negligence, he chose the wrong leader, and the people on the planet Sek were plunged into dire straits, then he would not forgive himself. Now the adjutant's mood is very high. He obviously has some ideas, and he knows what Jiang Cheng's plan is for him. Such a person, if he can't keep him a certain high mood and enthusiasm, he will give up on himself. So he would not encourage him because of the adjutant's high sentiment, nor would he deliberately pour cold water on him. The adjutant continued to report to him. "I am going to organize the adult men here today so that they can learn more about robbery." Jiang Cheng asked, "Then you?" I pointed them on the side. After Jiang Cheng affirmed his opinion, he pointed out his shortcomings. It's right for the adjutant to organize the common people and teach them certain fighting training. But the first thing to do now is to carefully observe whether you can find someone who can serve as assistants to the drama officer among these people. These assistants must be loyalty test. He needs to know who he is serving, and he needs to know whom he should be loyal to. He must also brave the enemy. A coward can't serve as an official assistant, otherwise he will bring great hidden dangers to the adjutant. This concealment may be multifaceted. In addition, this person must also have a certain mind, at least more mindful than most people here, so that he can better understand the intentions of his superiors and execute them almost perfectly. When Jiang Chengyi explained to the adjutant that the assistant he was about to select must have the necessary qualities for these points, the adjutant listened to Jiang Cheng with a face of confession. After he finished speaking, he immediately followed Jiang Cheng, said to choose the right talent. The people are really crazy. The adjutant finally gathered the men together and forced them to pick up guns, barely standing in a formation. The adjutant began his work. The selection process is long and full of drama. Those guys had a stunned expression. It was really difficult to find a suitable person in a short time. The adjutant had to do some tests. Jiang Cheng, who stood by and watched silently, also opened his eyes because the adjutant tested it. The subjects of the questions are more suitable for kindergarten children, but despite this, there are still many people who are puzzled and puzzled. It is hard to pick out two barely qualified people. The adjutant directed Jiang Cheng's hand with a helpless expression. Jiang Cheng also shook his head slightly. In fact, it's not that these people are really stupid, but that they are completely uneducated. Fighting fire completely destroyed the people on planet sake. Whether it is mental or physical, they are already far behind other planets. Then there is a simple formation drill, and then aiming at the training minister. Those people either couldn't report the number, or they couldn't distinguish the left leg and the right leg. The scene once caused Jiang Cheng to collapse. I thought to myself, it's no wonder that these people were shooed by the siege, but didn't know how to resist. If you think about the ancient history of Huaijia district, let alone small-scale resistance, all kinds of uprisings are surging. The ancestors of the Huaijia district were on the planet sake, and the grasses of the Shilords could grow into grasslands. Look at the frustrated adjutant and tell him not to be anxious. After all, everything is difficult at first, so take it slowly. In fact, isn't he calming himself? I won't say much about the universe. It was the water polo 100 years ago. No, the water polo 200 years ago had no people like this. He has to think of a way to come out, or he has to stay on the planet to accompany these people. If there is nothing wrong with Jiang Cheng, if the adjutant is training the ordinary people, he increasingly suspects that these ordinary people are not civilized yet. They are the kind of people in the chaos. So Jiang Cheng, who really can't stand it, found an excuse to leave. The residential area. The adjutant looked pitifully. If Jiang Cheng went away, he couldn't leave, and there were a lot of things waiting for him to do. Quasi, the adjutant ordered. Jiang Cheng went to the planet Aix. He found Charles I, the ruler of the planet. He just sent away Jiang Cheng, the young Charles I, when he heard that someone from another planet was waiting for him in the conference hall of the palace. His soul flew away, wondering if something extraordinary happened to him, which alarmed the alien on this planet, walking on the road. He was sweating like rain, thinking about why the alien came to Aix suddenly. He waited until he trot all the way to the conference hall, and after Jiang Cheng said his intentions, his heart fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng wanted to borrow some people from planet Aix to go to planet Sec to serve as a teacher. What could he hesitate about asking Charles I? He not only agreed, but he immediately asked his minister 040 to do it. Efficiency is high under heavy pressure. Japanese letter LL. The teachers requested by Jiang Cheng in the small meeting were selected. On the one hand, the pressure was too great, and Charles I had to do his best. On the other hand, he was also eager to send the Buddha away soon. In front of people on this alien planet, he always couldn't help but think of the scene he had taught him, and his legs would tremble involuntarily when he thought of it. Various teachers are readily available. There are all kinds of knowledgeable people in the palace. As for the fighting instructors, just select a few people from the royal guard. The aliens only require 3 to 5 people. Charles I is happy and generous, gave 5, but there was a small disturbance in the middle. When the selected people heard that they were going to be a teacher on another planet, everyone was happy. Someone would invite people from the planet Aix to be a teacher. This is something that has never happened before. So when Charles I, after the clerk announced the order, almost everyone was vying to go, and several people actually fought, and the scene was almost out of control. When those who have been selected look proudly at the unsuccessful, their mood must be extremely happy. This is the official tour guide, Why not make people happy? And when they knew that they were going to Planet Sake, they all got their eyes and went to Planet Sake. What can I do to go to that place where birds don't shit? That uncivilized planet, the key is what's not delicious, yet not fun. The most important thing is that wars are going on there all the time. Sometimes when the officials of Aches reprimand ordinary people, they say that you are still not satisfied. You are happy enough to live on Aches. Look at those people on the planet of KR. Hey, if they can live, I'm afraid they don't even think about your days. When these officials were speaking, they didn't look at the ordinary people in those clothes at all. Except for the planet Aches, there was no war, in fact. It was not much better than the planet Sek. However, it is true that no one wants to go to a place where wars have been going on all year round. Just imagine, what is the use of going to a place where life is not guaranteed? No matter how good the treatment is, what's the point? However, in order to send Jiang Cheng away as soon as possible, Charles I made great promises to these people on business trips. As long as they can satisfy the aliens, they will definitely give them a great reward when they come back. In addition, he is really serious. Said that the aliens have promised to protect their safety. God knows when Jiang Cheng said this, but it is true that he will protect them, and Charles I's words can be regarded as a blind cat and a dead mouse. In this way, Charles I finally settled, add the candidates for the teachers, and then he asked Jiang Cheng to come over and take a look. In fact, there is nothing good about them. After all, those teachers are all elders. Interested, he just asked Jiang Cheng to see how fast he is doing things, so as to please Jiang Cheng and pat his ma. When Jiang Cheng saw these teachers, he found that Charles I, in order to please him, did not choose the right people for him. For example, there are a few old men with white beards who have to stop for a moment after walking a few steps. This is still a situation where someone is supporting them. What do you want such a person to do? The Sek planet is neither suitable for elderly care, nor will it be better if Feng Shui comes, nor is it suitable for non. So Jiang Cheng had to repeat his request. He only needs basic teachers, such as those who can count children and can read words. He doesn't need such a high-ranking mathematics teacher with white hair. Of course, some craftsmen can have a higher level. As for the fighting instructors, Jiang Cheng has already asked them that they had used weapons on the planet Sek when they were trained in fighting on the planet Asek. Haste is not enough. Charles I did not express his heart failure. He hurriedly followed Jiang Cheng's request to do it. The hero was asked to wait for a long time. After a while, I finally gathered the selected teachers together again. This time, Jiang Cheng was very satisfied. There is almost nothing in places like Sek. People there need to start with the most basic things. Therefore, they only need teachers who can teach them basic skills. The knowledge imparted by these teachers is enough for those on the uncivilized planet of Sik to learn. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was very satisfied, Charles I also happily wiped the sweat from his forehead. He is now honest. Even his naughty son is not keeping him by his side and has been sent to Tongsai. He went to Planet Aches to serve as the ambassador of Planet Aches there. At least there, people from this alien planet won't care about what he is doing. Charles I has been by Jiang Cheng's side, on the one hand for the purpose of flattery, and on the other hand to accompany Jiang Cheng, so as not to let anyone have the opportunity to give Jiang Cheng a small report. As expected, he is an old treacherous. But how could Jiang Cheng not understand what he was thinking? Before he went to the Aches Planet Palace, he had already contacted his informants. Those informants were ordinary people, and the wealthiest were nothing more than men. Little merchants, according to their thoughts, since Jiang Cheng taught Charles I, he really became more honest. He sent the idle prince out of the planet Aches and reduced the collection of many taxes. It is said that Charles I is an old fellow. Now he has become a miser. He has to check whether his income is enough for expenditure every day. It is said that his sleep has become poor as a result. This is something Jiang Cheng didn't expect. Jiang Cheng saw that the people on the planet Psyche were really hard to save. He didn't want to spend a long time with these people. If they waste time, Bai Jing has more important things to do. Of course, it's not him if he doesn't ask about it halfway through. The style of doing things, therefore. He went to the planet Aches to find a group of useful talents. It was not enough to only count on the adjutant. Fortunately, with the enthusiastic help of Charles I, the ruler of Aches, his request was quickly met. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was about to leave, Charles I, who led many ministers in line, secretly he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the drums of the guard of honor and the horns were beautiful and beautiful music, but in the past, these sounds would only make him feel excited. The plague was about to leave, and Charles I was in a very happy mood. Suddenly, the alien stopped again, as if Yiping thought of something again. The heart of Charles I mentioned Zian again. Did he remember anything? Charles I hurried forward and asked respectfully if there was anything else that needed the service of his humble servant. Jiang Cheng really remembered that he needed some basic tools, such as saws and axes, and some more professional things that craftsmen only knew. Charles I fully agreed, claiming that these things do not require Jiang Cheng to consider. He will ask the craftsmen what tools are related to their industry, and ask them to take them to the planet Sek. Jiang Cheng can travel freely in the universe, but ordinary people can't, but they can also travel in this interstellar space. All of this is due to the existence of the interstellar shuttle, which is the generous dedication of the planet Asek. She just wanted more talents to flow to their planet. It's just that it's not easy to board the interstellar shuttle. It must have the autograph of the supreme ruler. Later, planet Asek did not agree to this approach, because then only the senior officials or their children can board the interstellar shuttle, ordinary people. Is it so easy to get the signature fan of the supreme ruler? What's more, even if the rulers are not playing, they are on the way to play. How can they have the intention to serve an ordinary person? Finally, under the pressure of Asek Planet, it was changed to signed by relevant departments. Asay Ki Xuen did not say much. There is one exception, however, that is the planet Sek. Because this planet is constantly fighting and fighting, there is no long-lived organization on this planet. However, there is an organization in history, but it is claimed by other opposition forces to be illegal. Did not have the qualifications to represent the planet of Sek, and was quickly overthrown. So for many years, no one from the planet of Sek could board the interstellar shuttle. The reason why the adjutant was able to go to Asek was because that happened a long time ago. The rulers of Acre completely ignored the life and death of the people on planet Sek. Once, a large group of people fled to the interstellar station, trying to escape the raging planet Sek, but they didn't know that the interstellar shuttle was a computer. Control, as long as you do not have a valid certificate issued by the organization, you cannot board the car, even if you die in front of the car. As a result, the group of fugitive Sek people really died in front of the interstellar shuttle, and they were still dead. It is said that the ruling authorities on the planet Huike were very dissatisfied because the walls of the interstellar shuttle were full of blood, and a lot of it. They hope that all parties on the planet will guarantee that similar things will not happen again. Otherwise, the anger of the planet Asek will be vented to them indiscriminately. Those cruel and fearless Shis on the planet Sek have never killed people in the station since then. In fact, they will never go again, because since then, everyone knows that there is no safer than any place. Therefore, on a certain day, the people on the planet of Ike took the interstellar shuttle bus, carrying all the necessary tools. This is also the generous promise of Charles I to Jiang Cheng to go to the planet of Sek one by one. At the appointed time, Jiang Cheng took the adjutant with him and asked him to drive to the interstellar station one by one like a transportation spacecraft, ready to pick up people. But his own figure flashed and disappeared. The road to the interstellar station is very safe. This is the result of Jiang Cheng's sweep. In fact, the current planet Sek is better than ever. Since he came back from planet Esk, he hasn't been idle at all. He has been haunting every place on planet Sek, especially some deep mountains and old forests. Since ordinary people can stay there, of course the elders do too. Sure enough, there are places he didn't go. After all, he just teleported randomly, but it's okay for him to have been to most of the places on the planet. Jiang Cheng is so diligent, and there is no way. On the one hand, he has stayed on the planet Psyche long enough, and he is anxious to leave. On the other hand, he really does not want to stay with the people who seem to be uncivilized. When he saw their clumsiness, he would silently sympathize with the adjutant, the poor guy, who often ran to a place where no one was alone after training those people. Once Jiang Cheng inadvertently saw that adjutant face up on the ground, Daryuo, kill me, in similar words, of course. No one would kill him, so he had to face those people all day long. However, until the next training, the adjutant will stand in front of the ordinary people vigorously, which makes Jiang Cheng feel a little admired. When the adjutant arrived at the interstellar station, Jiang Cheng was already there with a lot of people from planet X waiting for him. One car was obviously not enough to ride, and Jiang Cheng had to go back personally and drove another one. After those people got on the car, the desolate and dilapidated scenery along the way silenced these people from the planet X. Although the planet X was not well developed, they did not fight there. Fighting is more destructive to the human world than any natural disaster, and the destruction is more thorough. However, the road was very safe. Not only did they fail to see the scene of the fight, they did not even see a sergeant, but they were a little disappointed. The spacecraft came to the place of residence very quickly. Now the number of people in the place of residence is much more than before. They watched the visitors curiously, and those people from planet X silently watched them as they did. People like this. However, when they knew that this was Jiang Cheng's own efforts to gradually calm the fighting, and gathered a large number of people together to protect, they also confessed Jiang Cheng's ability and kindness. And all this won the planet's sake. People are so prosperous, they quickly merge into one. Under Jiang Cheng's command, all the work was carried out in an unacceptable manner. During the day, several instructors train adult men in fighting skills, and those who don't, the people who picked up the guns. Some went to work in the fields, some learned some basic skills in life, and those children were not idle. They did some light work with some old people. There are many things that need to be done immediately, but the most important thing is those men with guns. Those who come from the planet X are not like the adjutant. The half-daughter adjutant knows that 3 points are in a line at best, but these fighting affairs officials who have just arrived have studied in a sec, and one of them is actually in a Sai. The Shi school of Kashiro's bitter name has studied, and their teaching level is much higher than that of the adjutant. For example, marksmanship, those instructors will not waste bullets in vain. They take the men to the forest, on the one hand to train their off-road ability, on the other hand, they also learn some knowledge of fighting and survival in the wild. Every time they go to the forest to train, everyone knows that they need to improve their food today. They don't blow at all. The marksmanship of these instructors is very accurate, and they can bring back a lot of game every time. At the same time, the purpose of showing the gun is comparable to that of the adjutant. The verdict is more convincing. For example, when they were training, they suddenly ran out of a small animal. The instructor put the gun at one end and said to the Hank planet nearby in simple cosmopolitan terms, "Eat." Then the Sake planet smirked. Answer, "Good. Bang, there will be meat tonight." As for the adjutant, he was just a civilian official, and he was also a bit resistant to guns. How could such a person's marksmanship be good? He knew that 3 o'clock in a line would be good. Therefore, under the leadership of these officials, those men with guns no longer resisted guns, and more people began to regard guns as their partners. Jiang Cheng saw with his own eyes that many people put their guns next to their pillows when they sleep at night, and they often carry their guns on their backs during the day. And just before the arrival of these instructors, these people only threw their guns aside after the training was completed. Although the adjutant said that they were several times, they also got angry, they still went their own way. Fortunately, those men have made great progress in marksmanship under the training of the instructors. At least in a certain range, they can hit human bodies. As for the others, the teachers who brought seeds to plant various crops and blue vegetables to the people of Planet Sake discovered that the land of Planet Sake is simply too suitable for the development of agriculture. The land here is fertile and the climate is also good, suitable for the growth of various plants. Those agricultural teachers have regretted that such a good land has left them deserted. These fields are much better than the land on the planet Esk, and they are more suitable for farming. So they lead the women to work in the fields for a moment. During the period, there are also some men to help, so their efficiency is even higher. When it came time, everyone didn't go to bed as soon as it got dark. there was a teacher who specialized in counting their words. The first thing he learned was the universal lingua franca. This was specially taught by Jiang Cheng. He still has a headache. It's the native language, so the universal language has become their first and compulsory subject, followed by some very simple counting. There are 2 classes every night, and after the end of the word recognition is some basic skills classes, such as carpenter work and so on. Jiang Cheng found that the faces of the people on planet Sek had changed, and their faces had smiles from the bottom of their hearts, and they began to pursue them. The men in the army began to test marksmanship. Jiang Cheng saw more than one time that some men on the planet Sek told the officials what they were explaining. Those people were also competing with each other. Once there was a man on the planet Sek. To a creature resembling a pig, his level of excitement has infected almost everyone. It is worth mentioning that after roasting, the first piece of meat taken from that creature should also be the best. It was held by the archer in both hands and sent to Jiang Cheng respectfully. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised at the time, because the people they took the most recently were their instructors, and those instructors trained them. At that time, the people around the fire were all smiling. Jiang Cheng liked this feeling very much, so even though he didn't like to eat large pieces of meat, he still ate a little. Life is full of hope. The liukai planted in the land also sprouts quietly after a rain. The fields are no longer lifeless khaki, but now they are fresh green at first glance. The population in the place of residence is increasing, and some remnants of the prestigious elders also sneak in. One morning, an early riser from planet Psyche screamed. Almost everyone was startled by her shouts. A body fell to the ground. It was an agricultural teacher from planet X, Dangjiang. When Cheng arrived, the observant people gave him away. Someone is killing someone in front of him. Jiang Cheng was angry. He stretched out his hand and stroked the hair of the deceased, but the observers did not know that he was reading the memory of the deceased. Jiang Cheng was even more angry because after reading the deceased's billions, he found that the murderer had not left yet, but was actually in the crowd. When the title of Death God in Jiang Cheng was circulating in every elder's mouth, he was still killing people on his turf, and he even pretended to be like a okay person. What a stare of him. Although Jiang Cheng was angry, his face was very calm. He beckoned to call the fighting officer and asked him to lead the planet Sake people to check the people in the residential area. He must hand this matter to them, because similar things may happen in the future. This time he can directly find the murderer. The next time, he might still help these people on planet 5. 7 Sek, whether it's the fighting instructor from the planet Aix or the adjutant on the planet Sek, this adjutant feels that he has lost his function. He can't shoot, can't farm, or has no life skills. He wonders if he's about to be killed. Hai Tai, this kind of thought has always been with him. If he hadn't had a deep fear of Jiang Cheng, I'm afraid he would have gone away. The adjutant recognized the murderer first and caught him together with several officials. He also wanted to run away when he saw the situation, but was also caught by the men on the planet Psyche. The way the adjutant recognizes the murderer is very simple. Look at your hands. Because they often use guns, some parts of their hands will have calluses or crusty, and the hands of the 2 murderers are like this. From the memories Jiang Cheng read from the minds of the 2 murderers who were caught, they knew that they belonged to a medium-sized army. They were in a rare place and not too far from their residential area. Obviously, they observed the situation in the residential area one day, so they decided to attack here. They knew that the Reaper was here, so they didn't dare to act rashly, so they began to send the elders, disguised as ordinary people, into the residential area, looking for opportunities to assassinate those they could easily assassinate. And that unfortunate agricultural teacher on the planet Aix became their first victim. The 2 murderers were executed, and those who were executed were the prospective tutors on the planet Sake. This time, the prospective warlords did not hesitate, because they knew that someone wanted to destroy their just starting happy life. As elders, they have the responsibility to protect their homeland and defend their lives. As for the enemies who are not far from them, this time, Jiang Cheng has no one to destroy them. After discussing with the instructors on the planet Aix, of course, there is also the adjutant. They decided that Jiang Cheng was responsible. Reconnaissance, and then the fighting instructors command their prospective officers to conduct the first fighting. Jiang Cheng set off. He regrets the death of the agricultural teacher from Planet X because he has been living in the residential area for a while, and he has seen a lot of death, fighting, and physicality on Planet Psych, although Jiang Cheng has no idea about these. It's tuned, but it still feels uncomfortable to read more of these things full of negative emotions. At this time, the residential area is full of vitality. If you listen to people's laughter and look at their radiant faces, they are even more and more like men on the planet's sake, or the land grows higher and higher. All these fruits and vegetables gave Jiang Chengxin the feeling that he stayed in the residential area for a long time. Therefore, he was a little careless. The enemy was not wiped out. They were still at home in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. How can these naturally cruel elders endure seeing those who used to tremble, cry, and beg for mercy under their guns, and now have such a happy life? So it may be jealous or resentment, and they started to fight back. And all this Jiang Cheng should have known earlier. He shouldn't take his enemies lightly. In a dense forest not far away, Jiang Cheng found the old fruits of the remnants of the elders. These elders' clothes were yellow and thin. It's really boring, just torturing the common people over there, or Gu Ling was caught by them. They look like a bereavement dog now. If you don't know the crimes they committed before, you will find them very pitiful. However, even under such circumstances, they still have to send out killers to harass those who are only worthy of kneeling at their guns and begging for mercy in their eyes. Therefore, they look pitiful now, but their hearts are still so fierce. There were many sturdy sticks in the forest. Jiang Cheng picked up one at random and walked into the place where the bandits gathered. With the stick up and down, an unsuspecting elder screamed and mourned. When the other elders did not respond, several elders died under his stick. Some of the elders who reacted started shooting, but more people started to run. There were 2 bullets parked in the forest and a few acid traffic ships. They were too late to board, just trying to escape. The elder who shot Xiang Jiangcheng died under his stick, and the elders who did not run towards the ambush were stoned to death by him one by one. Similarly, there was no stone in the forest. Slowly, the elders all fled in one direction, which was exactly where they were set up in the ambush circle. Although some elders feel that this is not a big deal, as long as they deviate from the direction, a large or small stone will accurately hit their heads. Whether to die immediately or die later, elders both made the same choice. The Jinshi of the chaotic gang ran into the ambush. The fighting instructor fired the first shot. The rush was the signal. With the sound of the gunfire, one after another grenades flew into the enemy's cluster. The Jinshi who only wanted to evade Jiang Cheng were caught off guard and were blown up to a large group of people. Bai Jing and the others are regular elders, so after the panic, they found a suitable cover and began to fight back. The gunshots kept ringing. Jiang Cheng looked coldly in the distance, without a trace of expression on his face. He knew that the elders in the residential area also had imitation. It was not that he was indifferent, but that he was a key person. This was their only way. They must face the enemy, take up the guns in their hands, and fire at them. At the same time, they must face death. It may be the enemy or their own, including their own friends. Jiang Cheng calmly watched the situation of Daodu. Although the enemies here are all regular Shi, their number is very small. It is estimated that there are about 100, and there are about 400 elders in the residential area, and the number of elders on both sides is too different, so, except after the initial resistance, the enemies were basically crushed. Duguo is increasing a little bit. Although both sides have imitation death, it is obvious that the enemy's imitation death is even greater, and the gunfire on their side has quietly become rare. A small group of elders from the residential area touched the enemies back from the side. The fighters in front of them fired fiercely, beating the enemy out of their heads. At this time, the elders in the residential area got up, took up their guns, and rushed towards the enemy lying on the ground. At the same time, under the leadership of the instructor, the fighters in front of them took up their sharp swords and rushed over. The enemy collapsed. Some of them raised their hands to surrender, while others waited for opportunities to pass. But in front of these people who have been abused, played with, and treated inhumanly by them, They have only a dead end. Full of anger burned in the mouths of the fighters in the residential area. They found that enemies who were once invincible in front of them would now beg for mercy under their guns. There are thousands of people in the residential area, but who has never seen the brutality of these elders? Now, it is a good opportunity for revenge when the enemy is crying, twisting, and falling down. The former killer has now become the undead of others. The battlefield was swept from the bottom, and hundreds of elders did not leave a living mouth. Jiang Cheng knew that from the beginning of this battle, they became the real people. This fight is the first fight for the rebirth of planet Sek. The surviving enemies sent killers to destroy the residential areas of the people on the planet Sek. Although they killed a teacher from the planet Aix, they did not have the eyes of Makoto Jiang. Jiang Cheng used what he read from their brains. Memories, I found the enemy's old man. This time Jiang Cheng did not go alone and launched a devastating blow to them as before. Instead, he used this opportunity to train the prospective fighters in the residential area. Under control, the enemy got into their map. After a fight, although there were casualties on both sides, the fighters in the residential area won. This fight is of great significance. It represents the first fight in the rebirth of the planet Ryuok. After the fight was over, and after the battlefield was cleaned, the fighting soil in the residential area had different performances. Some people were silent, while others were ecstatic. Especially, there was a fighter who actually killed his own important son. It can be said that Skynet's murderer was so sparse. After the ecstasy, the tutor who had avenged his hatred and cried, but he never put down his gun. After this fight, they became the real fighters. The memories read from the minds of the dead Tuss showed that this captain was already the number of people they could gather after searching for a long time. From this point of view, the number of elders remaining on the planet Sek is no longer large, so Jiang Cheng will feel relieved when he travels far. Life in the residential area slowly returned to calm, and those who have died should be kept in their hearts. People still have to look forward. One thing happened at this time that Jiang Cheng did not expect. Those teachers from the planet Aix, they decided not to leave. When he heard this news, Jiang Cheng felt that he had heard it wrong, because if it hadn't been for the many benefits that Charles I of Aix had promised, they didn't want to come to this desolate, salt-pained, and constantly fighting planet Sek. But after thinking about it a little bit, Jiang Cheng understood. Now the planet of Krishna is gradually restoring calm, fighting fire is moving away from them, and the biggest safety hazard is removed. Here is a waste of time. It is really a good opportunity for these people to show their hands and feet. Besides, the planet of Aix is nothing but fighting. The planet of Ki is much better. There is the same backwardness, thinking, and despotism. But on the planet of Psyche, at least there is no oppression here. The most important thing is that they feel the taste of being respected here. This taste is simply wonderful. Therefore, not only did they not leave, but they also wanted to take the family over, and Jiang Cheng had to do this. This is a good thing. These Asker people have a great effect on the reconstruction of the planet Sek. The more such people come, the better, and they have lived on the Aix planet, so they might as well come here. Jiang Cheng decided that he would go to the planet Esk and talk to Charles I. Needless to say, Charles I fully agreed that these most ants were nothing but waste to him, and it was really worth it to be able to use these things to win Jiang Cheng's favor. Therefore, more people came with the interstellar shuttle this time. Not only did they have their families, but also more artisans came. They can be said to be the people who are most in need of planet Sek, and, in order to express their own generosity, this time also brought more supplies. In fact, Charles I wished that Jiang Cheng would never return after he left this time. Now, the reconstruction of the planet Sek is only a matter of time. There are people here who have supplies, and more, they are passion and yearning for a better life. Everyone here hopes to stand up from this waste. Everything is slowly moving towards righteousness, and it's time for Jiang Cheng to leave. Imitation pervades everyone's heart. People on this alien planet are finally leaving themselves. People from another planet are like gods. Without him, they would still be struggling in the fear of fire. It was this person who wiped out the shining flames and put out the flaming, fighting fire. It was this person who brought their lives back to normal, and he guided them to a bright future. Many people on the planet Sek cried. Their gods are about to leave them. Jiang Cheng's figure slowly disappeared. So far, Jiang Cheng has solved 2 accomplices in the fight against water polo, and his next target is the planet of Senna. It's also a small planet and one of a Sek's accomplices. Jiang Cheng's figure gradually disappeared in Sek's ball. This is his movement between planets. He has a spiritual coordinate on the planet Senna. In fact, he has it on many planets. This is the fundamental reason why he can move freely in the universe. The universe is vast, and Jiang Cheng's spiritual coordinates are like a lighthouse in the sea. Without a lighthouse, ships sailing in the sea cannot find a port. Similarly, if there is no spiritual coordinates, then Uncle Jiang can only wander in the universe. Therefore, whether it is a superpowered person like Jiang Cheng, or a variety of flying devices that transmit long distances between the universe, they must have coordinates like a lighthouse. If there are no coordinates, it is simply unimaginable. From wandering in the universe, it takes time, and at the worst, it uses up all the materials, and then slowly wastes and eats in the universe. There used to be such a thing on the water polo. When the water polo mankind explored the universe on a large scale, there was often a spacecraft. A dozen scientists in various fields, and more than a dozen fighters guarding them, went to a coordinated one. Unknown planet, perhaps the coordinates set up by the staff in the early stage were out of order, or the coordinates were destroyed by certain creatures. There are various types of creatures living on different planets in the universe, and some of them are almost impossible for all other creatures. There is a strong aggressiveness. In short, the spacecraft lost its coordinates, and because of the distance, they couldn't communicate with the headquarters on the water polo, so they could only wander in the universe, good money, good. Finally, when the power of the spacecraft was about to run out, they chose a planet nearby to land. Unfortunately, apart from insects, there was no civilization similar to humans on this planet, and those insects were full of strong influence on other creatures. Aggressiveness. In this case, it is conceivable that, in the end, almost all the personnel on the spacecraft became among the creatures. After the last pilot staying on the spacecraft saw all this, he chose to leave the planet. Ningguang died in the universe and became a garbage. After he wiped out all the supplies, he had to send out dozens of things like Yuan Liu, bottle, which preserved his experience, and then no one knew of his existence. Therefore, the importance of coordinates in the universe has played a decisive role. Supermen like Jiang Cheng must have coordinates when they are teleporting between the universe. For these supermen, they often set up their own mental coordinates. This spiritual coordinate is absolutely different from other people's, with strong personal spiritual characteristics. This is their unique symbol. Even in a vast space such as the universe, it is also unique. It is absolutely impossible. I am afraid that there will be a high degree of similarity. The coordinates exist. Jiang Cheng's next target was the planet Senna. After reconfirming the mental coordinates, he began to teleport. Jiang Cheng, who was teleporting in the universe, was suddenly held by a sudden electric benefit wind. The power of this electromagnetic wind was very powerful. Even with Jiang Cheng's energy, it would be difficult to stay quiet after being trapped in it. He could only release a protection after protecting himself. He was carried away by the yin electromagnetic wind. Undoubtedly, Jiang Cheng is a superhuman being. He can indulge in the universe and face various opponents, but this does not include those powerful natural phenomena. To put it simply, Jiang Cheng can't stop an earthquake from happening, nor can he eliminate a volcano in the shape of a volcano. Just like now, he can't get out of the electromagnetic wind. After he released 030 protections to avoid all kinds of sudden injuries, all he could do was to keep his clearance. The power of this electromagnetic storm is constantly strong and long-lasting, and almost all of Jiang Cheng's induction in it can't work. After all, I don't know how long it took before the power of the electromagnetic storm weakened. When passing a small planet, Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to get out of the electric storm. This is a desolate planet, and the scenes in it are probably reminiscent of the Jurassic on the water polo many years ago. Jiang Cheng stood in the middle of the sand now, looking up. There was almost no other color except yellow. The sand dunes in the desert have different shapes, ups and downs, and the sand chasing the ground forms waves like waves, extending from the front to the invisible distance. Jiang Cheng tried Ruohao to find his own mental coordinates. Lu Wei was a little surprised, but he didn't respond. He tried to find it again, and the situation remained the same. Now Jiang Cheng is gone, which shows that all his spiritual coordinates are so far away that he can't find it. I don't know if this is a corner of the universe, a corner of Atk. Jiang Cheng is headed, since there is nowhere to go, let's explore this planet. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to move forward, he suddenly felt a slight movement under his feet. Immediately afterwards, an ugly bug with a huge head and a cruel appearance waved his paw and swept towards his lower mold. Jiang Cheng's figure flashed and started the attack of this insect. Before he could stand still, two huge insects appeared. Passive hitting is not Jiang Cheng's style. With a picture of his toes, the two pebbles on the ground shoot at the two ugly insects. As a result, he calmed his breath. One stone shot on the back of the bug made a noise, while the other one was not so lucky. It was shot in the head by the stone, and a lot of horrible body fluids flowed out and then struggled a few times. Not moving anymore, two insects were constantly attacking Jiang Cheng, and when he was 4, one after another, large and small insects emerged from the ground. The inside of these worms made noises and moved quickly. Jiang Cheng already knew how hard the outer shell was, and those two claws looked absolutely bad. The two red-shaped eyes on the head resemble the constant movement of the gap. On the whole, this kind of bug is full of aggressiveness. Out of human instinct, Jiang Cheng didn't want to team up with these bugs, especially the dead bug of Jukai, which released disgusting body fluids, and now it gave off an unrecoverable smell. I want to get out early and stay away from these bugs. After adding protection to himself, Jiang Cheng punched out and a shock wave hit the bugs. As expected, some of the body fluids of the dead bugs were directed towards him. If it weren't for protection, he wouldn't be thinking. Elephant, with a flash of his figure, Jiang Cheng disappeared, leaving behind a dead bug. After all, this planet is not all sand. When Jiang Cheng appeared again, he appeared beside a big river. Jiang Cheng raised his eyes far, and the waves of this big river stretched straight into the distance. The shore is green with green grass. Unknown little wild flowers are in full bloom, dotted with dots among them. The unknown planet at this time looks very peaceful. It was a pity that it didn't take long. When Jiang Cheng was walking slowly along the riverbank, a snake-shaped monster with 4 heads came out of the river with the sound of splashing. The snake-shaped monster's body stood upright, 3 or 4 times taller than Jiang Cheng, and its round body was 2 or 3 meters in diameter. After the monster came out, a piece of green liquid pointed towards Jiang Cheng. The taste was difficult. Jiang Cheng would certainly not be sprayed, but the flowers and plants he dropped were not gone. In the blink of an eye, the flowers and plants were withered. Jiang Cheng was a little gloomy. Just walking on this planet, monsters kept attacking him, but all the monsters that attacked had troublesome body fluids. This kind of Jiang Cheng, who had always loved cleanliness, was unbearable. These monsters Jiang Cheng will naturally not look at him. If they put a protective cover on him, their body fluids will not be able to hit him, but as a human, he is very resistant to that feeling. It is as if you stomped a caterpillar to death under your feet, and sometimes you even hear a slight wave. You lift it up, but you will never be in the mood to fight for the fruit of poverty. This snake-shaped monster should also be an extremely difficult opponent for other creatures. It is not only huge in size and flexible in rotation, but also 4 of his 4 heads can spray that giant green liquid, which is a kind of venom. He is very strong. In the process of Jiang Cheng flashing credit, after the plant sprayed by it emit a dark smoke, the vitality quickly disappears, all withered, and they become dry in an instant. Obviously, this is a monster with strong attack power. After spraying the venom stored in its body, it starts to attack with a powerful tail. The ravines are densely covered. The monster kept attacking with its tail, sometimes spewing venom, and sometimes opened its mouth to bite Jiang Cheng, as if to show off its powerful and complicated attacks. Jiang Cheng was also aroused by this high student who didn't know good or bad. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. A protective shield enveloped his body. He jumped up, dodges the venom from one mouth, and tore the other mouth oncomingly. The long sword in his hand waved like lightning and passed by where the monster's neck is. The snake-shaped monster that came out of the big river kept attacking Jiang Cheng, making him angry, so he used a long sword made of mental power to cut off the head of that monster with one sword. The monster doesn't scream, it just makes a chewing sound. Its body is constantly twisted in pain. Its upper body beats the ground, and it sweeps the grass and wild flowers on the ground completely. Jiang Cheng, who was in the air, looked coldly at the monster that was quietly stuck on the ground. Just about to shoot the long sword in his hand, the monster slid back into the river with a sound. The river slowly returned to calm again. Originally, Jiang Cheng, who had a great deal of yaxing, wanted to see the scenery by the river. Now that he was disturbed by this snake-shaped monster, he suddenly lost his interest. His figure flashed and he disappeared again. This time he appeared in a forest. As soon as he appeared, he was attracted by a bird in front of him, which was a beautiful bird with colorful feathers. Obviously, it was very interested in Jiang Cheng, who suddenly appeared. Perhaps it had never seen such a creature before, so it tilted its head at him. Seeing if it looks good, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but stretched out his finger, trying to tease it. The finger hasn't approached the cute bird, just like something flew over his fingertips, and with a beep, it shot into the tree trunk beside him. Jiang Cheng looked back. It turned out to be one which had been deeply inserted into the trunk, and the front and tail were still moving violently. Jiang Cheng was not surprised and rejoiced. Since someone shoots arrows, it means that there are humans or creatures similar to humans. He turned his head again, and a young girl in a green dress stood not far away, with an arrow in her bow, aiming at him. As soon as Jiang Cheng arrived on this planet, he was attacked by monsters one after another. Moreover, those monsters were ugly, and they all had body fluids that were unpleasant. This made him inevitably feel disgusted with this planet. Now, he actually found a beautiful human girl. No, after looking at it, Jiang Cheng revised his opinion. Although the appearance is very similar, the girl in front of him is a real girl. A race that existed in legends and myths actually appeared before his eyes, almost making Jiang Cheng not believe his eyes. In the water polo 100 years ago, the elves often appeared in Western novels or movies. For example, there was a movie, Lord of the Rings, which had a very high box office at that time, which described in detail the life and fighting scenes of the elves. The elves in this movie once again attracted the attention of archaeologists and explorers. In their diligent exploration and research, they finally discovered the migration of the elves. These creatures not only exist in novels and movies, but they have indeed lived on the water polo. These creatures once established their own imperial districts on the water polo. Moreover, according to the data found by archaeologists and explorers, the elves have extremely high IQs. The human ancestors of water polo at that time may not even be temple monkeys. They are good at making tools and have a pair of skillful hands. According to investigations, water polo, some of the famous buildings, the incredible construction methods, are the masterpieces of elven craftsmen. Some people have speculated that the Great Wall in Huagia district, the Pyramid in Camel district, and some buildings that made people exclaim that it was impossible to build with the level of craftsmanship at that time were all guided by the wizards. Or else, with the backward technology, transportation, and architectural heritage of mankind at that time, how could these majestic buildings that people breathe and think about? As for the sudden disappearance of the elves on the water polo, some people speculated that the environment was deteriorating, and some people guessed that they died of a rapid and terrible disease. In short, this race disappeared silently on the water polo, only in novels and movies. And now, this living girl of the elf race was standing in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. She doesn't have pointed ears like the description of water polo people. She loves to be clean, even a little clean. The elven girl in front of her has a very beautiful appearance. Her ears are no different from those of ordinary water polo people. Her body is slender, full of strength and beauty, and she is dressed in green and rough. If Jiang Cheng doesn't tell her mistakes, she will live on it. Stained with blood, the color of the soil and various green grass juices is really not as clean as described in the legend of human water polo. Facing Ruo, the young girl's eyes, and the open arrow in her hand, Jiang Cheng tried Ruo to talk to her in cosmic language. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't understand the language of the elves, and he didn't have the hope of this girl that she could know the universal language. He just subconsciously said something in the universal language. Unexpectedly, the elven girl answered him. What Jiang Cheng said is that this little bird is very good, isn't it? And the elven girl replied, stay away from it, don't touch it, as long as you can communicate, it's much easier. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and left the cute bird, but the bow in the girl's hand was still pointed to him. This made Jiang Cheng feel a little unhappy. He had done what she said, and she was so hostile to him. Isn't trust between people the most important? The girl obviously didn't feel that way. She aimed at him with a bow and arrow and kept him backing in the compartment until he retreated far enough. Jiang Cheng's face became cold. He didn't like the girl in front of him treating him like this, but he didn't want to conflict with this girl. The girl in Bai Liang just pointed at him with a bow and arrow instead of attacking him. The elven girl didn't get close to the cute bird. It seemed that she was not afraid that Jiang Cheng would take the bird as her own. Jiang Cheng just wanted to ask, why? The change came. With a slightly call in midair, a huge fireball came towards him, and the girl exclaimed, quickly go. Then he rushed over and took Jiang Cheng's hand and started running desperately in the forest. In the past, when faced with various challenges, Jiang Cheng would never have the idea of running away. But now that he is dragged away by someone, it is a different matter. The voice of Lixiang from behind made him unable to help turning his head back, and the place where he and the girl were standing was now a sea of flames. Not far above their heads, a huge bird covered with a layer of red feathers chased after them. From its mouth, huge fireballs were continuously ejected to chase them. The county girl is obviously very familiar with the environment here, and La Ruo Jiangcheng kept walking through the forest, attacking by the big bird. But she didn't notice that there was a layer of transparent protection on top of their heads to protect them. If it weren't for light shining on it, it would show a multicolored light, which is really hard to detect. Jiang Cheng found a cute bird in the forest. When he wanted to tease the bird, he met a young girl who pointed at him with a bow and arrow. Just when Jiang Cheng felt inexplicable, a big bird struck them suddenly. The girl dragged him to run desperately in the forest. After the big bird drove them out of its territory, it did not continue its attack. It wailed twice in the air as if it were triumphant, and then flew back to the side of a stream where the sound of water was murmured and clear. The girl lowered her body, and the cold stream washed the sweat from her face. After a long exhale, she smiled and asked Jiang Cheng, who was standing not far away, "Don't you want to wash it? Voice it sounds nice." Jiang Cheng turned around. "No need." The girl looked at him. "I have never seen a person like you. 983, are you human?" Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Then you are an elf." The girl's expression became wicked, and she asked Jiang Cheng, "Elves, what is that?" "That is." Jiang Cheng was speechless for a while. After all, the name elf race was the name given by humans to the girl in front of him, and as for how they called themselves, no one knew. Jiang Cheng is not prepared to tackle this issue. He turned the subject off. "What kind of bird is that? The attack power is very powerful." The girl left the stream, and her hand wiped the watermarks on the plate. "I don't know the real name, but we all call him the flamingo. The name is quite appropriate." In the process of escaping just now, Jiang Cheng could clearly see that the flamingo can not only emit fireballs from its mouth, but also produce a little firelight under the flap of its wings. But this is not something Jiang Cheng cares about. Although this big bird is powerful, it is not in his eyes. If it hadn't been for the girl Lario she entered just now, he would have given this big bird some color. But he was not going to kill it. This big bird must be the cute little bird's mother or father. He didn't want that little Wu to lose his relatives while still in Wuzhang. Jiang Cheng's heart was not like his appearance, being so cold and uncomfortable. He is full of heart, just like a bitter man, for all the beautiful things. What he noticed was what the girl had just said. "We, so you have other people of the same kind?" Jiang Cheng asked. The girl's expression became melancholy, and it was obvious that Jiang Cheng's words touched the imitation marks in her heart. After disturbing the glands for a while, she said, "If I have been out for a long time and don't go back, my partner should worry about me." She watched Ruo Jiang Cheng said, I don't know you are from here, but I don't think you are safe here. You can go with me. This is exactly what Jiang Cheng hopes. He doesn't want to be alone in a place where monsters are everywhere, and it is always good to have someone to chat with. Besides, he is also a little bit about this girl and her friends. Curiosity. Before the sky went dark, they finally arrived at the girl's place. In the middle of a high mountain. There was a mountain, and the girl took him into it. This cave is undoubtedly a very safe place. Rungku is very small. Jiang Cheng must be careful not to be rubbed off by the mountain wall when he goes in. After walking for more than 10 steps, the cave mouth is bright, and what is displayed in front of Jiang Cheng is a cave with a wide space. At this time, a warm fire was burning inside the cave, and more than a dozen people were sitting around the fire. When they saw the girl coming in with a strange human being, they all stood up in surprise. Piccolo has been around for many years, let alone human beings similar to them. Just other, they have never seen a new creature. Shisu discovered that the conversation between the girl and her companions was in a language he didn't know, and it seemed that none of her companions spoke universal lingua franca. The girl asked Jiang Cheng to sit with them by the fire. An elderly man handed him a piece of dried meat and a bowl of water. Jiang Cheng discovered that the girl's companion seemed to be older than her. To describe it as a human, then this girl's companions are all her grandfather, and she is their little granddaughter. Although Jiang Cheng does not need food to replenish his body's energy, he will not refuse other people's kindness to him. He took a mouthful of water, treated the dried meat, took a small piece, and put it in his mouth. An old man spoke to Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng turned to look at that girl. The girl translated for him. Master Doll asks, "Where are you from?" Jiang Cheng replied, "I'm from the solar system, water polo, and I am a human being on the water polo." The girl said to them, but looking at their expressions, they obviously didn't know that the water polo was in the county. Although the temperature is very low, it is undoubtedly a good place for conversation beside the warm eye. As time passed, Jiang Cheng gradually learned their ins and outs. Let me introduce the girl first. Jiang Cheng noticed that when the old people called the girl, the syllables that came out of their mouths were similar to the pronunciation of the word Ran in Huaijia district. This name is used to describe a beautiful girl. It couldn't be more appropriate, so Jiang Cheng privately used Yuan Ran to help this girl's name. Later, he told Yanran about the incident, and Jing Kai explained the meaning of the word to him. She liked it very much. However, the planet on which it was located was originally a satellite of a certain planet. It used to have a pleasant climate and beautiful environment. There were all kinds of humanoids living on it, including their race. Of course, the number of their races at that time was far greater than they are now, much more. The civilization of their planet is also quite developed, but they have been to their planets to learn knowledge. When talking about this, Jiang Cheng noticed that the bow placed next to her was definitely made with modern technology. In addition to the materials used, this bow is actually equipped with a tracing device 4. However, if the arrow of this bow is matched, it looks very thick. Obviously, it is a temporary work. The people of this planet are peaceful and indifferent. They never thought that one day they would fall from the sky. One day, a group of asteroids hit their planet, not only knocked their planet out of the original way, separated from their planet, let them wander in the endless universe, and almost wiped out the creatures on this planet. That beautiful planet no longer exists. Desolate is a new pronoun for this planet. What's terrible is that those creatures that haven't died are mutated because of the intense shooting. For example, the giant insects Jiang Cheng encountered in the sand were nothing more than ordinary worms, but the snake-shaped creature that Jiang Cheng encountered by the river was really just a snake. Jiang Cheng met an alien girl ran on an unnamed planet, and Jing Kai met her companions. At their campsite, by the warm fire, Jiang Cheng learned about the past and present of this planet. The fire was burning, and the occasional sound made the people sitting by the fence talk about sex. However, his companions are also races with superpowers in a sense. They have an extraordinary lifespan, which allows them to witness all kinds of things that happen on this planet. After having passed the radiation in an extremely painful period, they went out of the mountain, trying to find a companion for the rest of their lives, but obviously, the luck of others was not as good as them. The asteroid's attack is sudden, and many creatures on this planet have no chance to hide. However, he and his companions were hunting in the mountains at the time. When the asteroid hit their planet, it was nighttime, and they, as they are now, were talking in this cave, preparing to sleep. The sudden impact and roar alarmed them. The need to move was so violent. Several of them fell to the ground, and the Hall of Fear caused them to run out of the cave one after another, and some of them broke their heads. Blood flow. When they got outside the 03 cave, Xing now faced them with a scene like stalks. There was heavy smoke outside. The flames filled the sky. People were crying, calling the city, screaming, slamming the flames on their bodies, running around, trying to find refuge. There was fire everywhere, smoke everywhere, and violent vibrations continued to spread from afar come. There was another deafening impact, and a powerful shock wave rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, those who were still running disappeared. Bingren and the others greeted Shan Run, panicking, making their bodies tremble. They have never seen the most like this. When the outside became calm, some of them wanted to go out. After only one night, the outside world completely changed its appearance. Thick smoke and flames were still everywhere. Large tracts of trees were blocked and broken. In their vision, there was not a complete building, and there were fragments everywhere. The ruins, the bodies of various creatures, are all over it. Perhaps they have different physiques. When they were in the cave, relying on the food they brought and what they obtained after the initial period of time, and had to go out to find food, the effect of radiation on them, it doesn't seem to be obvious. But it's just a certain imitation of their appearance. But their body is basically an old man reaching out, and it was he who was responsible for the task of finding food at the beginning, and his hands were full of scars. They are not walking far from the mountains. They are just looking for food or hunting nearby. But as time progresses, they find that hunting becomes more and more difficult, and those suffering animals have become more and more aggressive. Come to Zhaoqiang, and even among their companions, some of their lives are under the claws of those creatures. The instinct to survive makes them stronger and stronger. Gradually, the environment becomes more stable. They also try to explore far away, but they always return halfway. Various aggressive monsters make them stop moving forward. However, the new ones grew up, and those people grew old gradually, and the task of hunting gradually fell on Bingren. Fortunately, Guoren was once an excellent archer. She has a good archery skills and has won the title in the pre-shooting event of the Interstellar Games. Moreover, she is agile and quick to react, and she is far more fortunate than others in terms of strength and endurance. In this way, with her excellent physical stamina, keen response, and fine archery skills, Ma Ran can always hunt down enough fruit, and she has to expand her hunting area because of the reduction in prey. This is what she is today, one of the reasons for meeting Jiang Cheng. After their story was finished, Jiang Cheng groaned and did not speak. According to their description, he felt that it was not a scene of an asteroid impact, but rather an attack like a lotus weapon, but maybe he was wrong after all. The description is not detailed enough because when the attack came, they were hiding in the cave. Similarly, those people are full of great curiosity about Jiang Cheng. Traveling in the universe alone is an amazing ability. At least in their long lives, they have never encountered such a creature. This also shows that the alien on this planet is a powerful existence, and for the problems he is facing now, they have no way. Jiang Cheng was originally an open-minded and optimistic person. He never despised all kinds of problems, but he didn't let the puzzle diagram bother him. Since he can't go now, then stay here for a few days and see if he can find it in a few days. Any solution. When it was time to go to bed, they arranged a hammock for Jiang Cheng. Seeing this hammock, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but said that although the hammock made of strong bark is not so exquisite, it is a special relief. Clothes. Of course, after translating Jiang Cheng's virtuous words about this bed to an old man, the old man couldn't help but say that this is really ordinary. If he has the right tools, he will make more and better. Things come out. Of course, the hammock is far away from theirs. It was late at night, and everyone started to calm down. Early the next morning, Jiang Cheng accompanied ran out to hunt. The 53 little girl was obviously very happy because there was a companion who could accompany her to walk and chat, and her hunting distance is very long now, so she would not be on the way. Feel lonely again. The hunting road was not peaceful this time. Not long after they walked, there was a dog-like creature, one but much larger than a dog, and with sharp teeth suddenly rushed towards them. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted to do it by himself, but he pushed him behind, perhaps to protect him, or he might think he was not this fierce opponent. However, Jiang Cheng was amazed by his archery skills and skill. When the monster suddenly appeared in front of them, with a low growl, and eager to rush, Yan Ran had already shot the arrow out. Jiang Cheng's quick response and quick action made Jiang Cheng also sincerely admired. As for the accuracy of shooting, it is really a hit. Between the sparks and flints, two crudely crafted arrows have respectively hit the monster's eyes, and when the monster opened its mouth, the third arrow shot into its mouth. The point of the arrow came out from the back of the monster's head. The monster lay motionless on the ground. The little girl didn't feel very proud. She stepped forward and pulled out the arrow from the monster's body. This time, she once again let Jiang Cheng see her superb skills. Jiang Cheng met an alien girl named Ran on an unnamed planet. She knew the past of this planet from her companions. Since she can't leave this planet in the short term, let's stay here temporarily. During the hunt with Yanran, Jiang Cheng discovered this girl's amazing archery skills. Of course, when pulling out the arrow that shot into the monster's head, Jiang Cheng found that the two arrows that shot into the monster's eyes were just right. The arrows just shot the monster's eyes blind and shot the one in the mouth. Arrows are powerful and can be described as one shot. When the incident happened suddenly, he was able to react quickly and make accurate judgments based on the situation. He swiftly draws the bow and shoots the arrow and uses the right arrow force. It is indeed an interstellar archery crown. If she uses a better quality arrow, I am afraid that only one arrow can kill the monster. The two talked and laughed and continued to move forward. Almost to the spot where the bird was found yesterday, she observed first and found that Dawu was not there before she and Jiang Cheng approached the bird quietly. To be honest, the monsters on this planet are ugly enough, but the little bird in front of you is indeed beautiful and cute. Although its mother is aggressive and terrifying, it's nothing to describe it as beautiful. Over, and this little bird in front of me has obviously inherited its mother's beauty gene. Although it is only a bird, it has dazzling red feathers. There are a few feathers on the top of the head. The flexible eyes blink and blink. No wonder it is natural. Let Jiang Cheng move it. Such a beautiful creature is almost unique on this planet. However, she told Jiang Cheng that since she discovered this little bird, she has passed by here every time to look at it. If its bad mother is not there, she will tease it, stroke its tender feathers, and even the little bird hugged her arms and affectionately. Jiang Cheng understands her very well. A girl, accompanied by some old men, and no companions of the same age. The environment in Zhu district is extremely bad. Now that she has discovered such a cute little thing, it is no wonder she will love it. Jiang Cheng watched Yanran teasing the little thing for a while, reminding her that hunting was important, and she left without love. She told Jiang Cheng that if the little things grew up and attacked her, she would be very impersonal. Jiang Cheng is not a person who refers to words, and he has no experience in comforting girls. He just listens to her silently, perhaps only an audience is needed. Today's harvest is good. They shot and killed a deer-like animal in the forest. In the past, they could only remove the best part and take away. Now it's different. Jiang Cheng can help her take all the loot, go back. The task was completed and they started to go home. Then he came to the little bird again. Its mother hasn't come back yet, so she should be eating outside. Then he cut off the meat from the prey's legs and sewn the meat into strips and started feeding the little bird. Fresh, blood-stained food is really the bird's favorite. The little guy is not big and has a lot of appetite. He waited for it to satiate and scream, and then reluctantly left. When approaching their camp, Jiang Cheng felt that something was wrong. He keenly felt that the party had an unpleasant smell. Following this smell, they came to the cave. An old man's body was lying at the entrance of the cave, but if he rushed forward with all the exclamation, the old man should have just died. But the scene of Yan Ran putting down his body and returning to the cave made them speechless. There were several concrete pieces lying on the ground. Those old men were obviously killed by the same monster. Jiang Cheng went up to check and found that none of the concrete pieces was intact. All the heads were broken, and some bodies were still incomplete. With these imitation mouths, Jiang Cheng estimated that some monster attacked them, that is, the four-headed basilisk whose head was cut off by him. Jiang Cheng didn't know that this monster had a very strong vengeance. It was waiting for an opportunity to follow Jiang Cheng that day after being hit hard by Jiang Cheng. Finally, it followed Jiang Cheng's smell to the place where it stayed. Although it did not find its enemy, it's still attacking those old men. How could those old men be opponents of this fierce monster? Although they resisted vigorously, they still died under the monster's venom and tail. After swallowing a few details, the monster left with satisfaction. Although grief-stricken, Jiang Cheng was in a bad mood next to him. The monster didn't come early or late. It happened that they were attacked as soon as he arrived at them. It may be a coincidence, but Jiang Cheng still subconsciously thinks that he and himself can't get rid of the relationship. The deceased is dead, and the living will continue to live. With Jiang Cheng's help, Bingren buried the bodies of the old men in one place. These people spent so many years with her day and night, treating her as a granddaughter and would take care of the ground. She grew up, and I'm afraid she won't be there anymore. When she thinks of this, tears keep flowing down. After packing up the necessary items, they left the cave, where there is no righteousness except to increase Bingren's grief. Even though he turned his head one step at a time, the old land gradually disappeared in Rand's eyes. Jiang Cheng took it seriously, using his special sensory abilities, and started to trace the trace of the murderer. The special smell of the monster is still obvious at first, but as time increases, the smell gradually fades. Especially after a rain, it becomes more difficult to detect the library. She was silent along the way, as long as she stopped. She would create arrows one by one, and Jiang Cheng could see her hatred for that monster. That monster killed her who was not a relative better than a relative, leaving her alone on this planet. How could she not hate this murderer? The flame of vengeance was uncomfortable in her heart. Only Jiang Cheng knows that whenever they start to rest at night, he can always hear the low sob from Yanren, the strong girl during the day, and at night, he will look at the imitation outside. Pretend, change back to the original appearance, soft and sensitive. This is her true face. Except for her, all the other clan members are now dead. Physical loneliness may be nothing, but spiritual loneliness is the deadliest. Those people who used to accompany her can feel more of their care but their own care when they are lost. Now they, sleeping in the cold tomb, will never accompany her again and do all kinds of things for her. The little things of will not lean on the entrance of the cave when she hunts, worry if she is in danger, hope that she will come back soon. But leave her alone, alone in this hellish world. Jiang Cheng saw the loss and sadness in his eyes, and he sympathized with the little girl, but she kept all her emotions in her heart and basically didn't show it in front of him. He didn't say much. In the early morning of the next day, after they got up and finished a simple wash, Jiang Cheng sighed silently in his heart after looking at their red and swollen eyes. The best way to think about her now is to find the monster early and let Yan Ran kill it by herself, so that her talents will be reduced a little bit, the tragic imitation in her heart. After eating the dry food, they went on a journey to find monsters. On their way to find the monsters, it was not peaceful. Various strange monsters jumped out to attack them. When this time came, there was no need for Jiang Cheng to do anything. They shot them one by one every time, one so as to make her anger a little less fluid. Jiang Cheng understands her feelings very well, so he has no choice but to imitate them. Fortunately, these monsters are not powerful, and he does not need to act. About the fourth day, they encountered a monster that could be regarded as fierce. It was an adult, strange Lu similar to Ma. The monster was dark green all over, with strong limbs, a red tongue in the big mouth of the blood basin, which kept moving, sharp teeth and claws, and a thick tail dragging behind it. This monster was biting a prey that it had captured. The dead monster was huge, bribed like a small hill on the ground, and looked like a photo. The dead monster must have been with this one before his death. The monster had a fierce fight. Its body was dripping with blood, and its body was wounded all over. A deadly imitation mouth cut its body apart. The internal organs of the sound flowed out, and the scene was in a mess. The rusty strange Lu who found them no longer gnawed at the body of the dead monster. It turned around, licking the blood at the corner of its mouth, while turning away from them. This is a fierce and cunning strange Lu, who who is looking for an opportunity to attack as he moves around. Faced with this obviously more fierce monster, Yan Ran also looked serious and became serious. The arrow was already on the bow, and then it turned slightly with the monster. Jian Yu observed its every move. The monster still circumscribed them, stopping and roaring occasionally. Suddenly, the Blame Lu launched an attack. It made a loud sound, and its body slammed toward their side. Bingren shot out the arrow that was already ready to fire. Jiang Cheng knew at a glance that it had been fooled. That monster was undoubtedly very cunning, and its slap was just a bravado. Sure enough, Ran's arrow shot into nothingness. Seeing a strange monster, he turned sharply in midair and opened his mouth to bite and attack it. But when he rolled over on the ground, the man was still half kneeling on the ground. Without looking, he shot an arrow with his backhand. That Blame Lu was obviously not as powerful as its opponent, and that arrow accurately hit the weakness under it. The monster well that hit one did not become a madman. It fell to the ground and moved around in front of Ran again. This time, it focused its attack on Yan Ran. Although she did not get up, she was still half kneeling on the ground. Looking at the strange Zheng, she slowly drew an arrow from the quiver behind and threw it on the bow. Jiang Cheng watched coldly. He was sure to kill the monster before Ma Ran was imitated. Yilu was still a beast after all. Seeing Bingren's indifferent appearance, he lost his heart, his body vacated, and his two claws quickly grasped Xiang Ran. Bingren made a foreplay, slipped past Wai Lu's question, and shot out at this time. With a sharp roar, that branch was deeply inserted into Guai Lu's stomach. Bingren was overjoyed. This shot hit its key, but that wild had suffered. After all, he still lacks fighting experience and underestimated Guai Lu's strong vitality. Bingren, who had slipped to the tail of the monster, just wanted to stand up. From the corner of his eyes, the monster's thick tail was swept away, and at this moment, her power had just been exhausted. The horrified expression didn't even appear on her face. Yan Ran knew that she would not be able to dodge the blow anyway. The monster's tail well was not swept away. The thick tail was held tightly by one hand. In Bingren's disbelieving gaze, the hand that grabbed the tail of the monster just lifted up the huge monster, and then, left to right, kept beating on the ground. The monster, whose body was swung in the air, once made a huge roar. But it was a pity that it had no way to break away from its powerful hand. The voice turned into a stern voice and then gradually weakened. With a sound, the body of the monster was thrown to the ground by Jiang Cheng, and the one killed by it, the monster's body is together, and its body is still pumping slightly, as if full of unwillingness. What can you do if you encounter someone stronger than yourself, even if you are unwilling? Isn't it just letting others play and then calling for life? The monster killed by it was like this, and so was the monster that died in Jiang Cheng's hands. She didn't know to close her mouth until Jiang Cheng came to Yan Ran and mentioned that she was not a lady at all with her open mouth. You, it turns out, you are so tough. Her voice was as low as a whisper. No wonder she was a little frustrated. During her planetary training, the teacher who trained her praised her as a rare sports talent with their star coefficient for 100 years. If she is willing and there is a suitable teacher to train her in a scientific way, then, except for a few other limited sports events that are not suitable for her, she can get the interstellar crown for everything else, and she can more than one area dominates. In fact, she is indeed a sports star in their interstellar sports events, and her name keeps appearing in various newspapers and magazines or in new TV rooms. Privately, Ma Ran also thinks that she does have a superhuman strength in sports. No matter what kind of sport she studies, she is indeed faster than others. She clearly remembered that she went to the gymnastics training hall and saw that there were gymnasts in class. She stood by and watched after a short meeting. Not only did she remember all the essentials of the movements, but also those difficult movements with the help of excellent physical fitness. She can make it easily. When she learned to swim for the first time, she was pushed down by her classmates who made a play. After a few splashes in the water, she mastered the basic principles of swimming, and when she left the swimming pool in the evening, none of the professional athletes trained there are as fast as she has. She clearly remembered the desperate and grateful expressions on the faces of those teammates. She knows what they mean, and what is desperate is that she can easily crush them and make them beyond the reach. Fortunately, she is always only interested in those projects, and she will not compete with them. Surprised by Jiang Cheng's powerful strength, she decided to ask Jiang Cheng to be her teacher, and her request was in line with Jiang Cheng's ideas. Both of them are very excited at the moment. Jiang Cheng's excitement is because for the first time in his life, he truly became a teacher of others. He has always respected the profession of a teacher. After he has achieved today's achievements, he has also been along the way. Many teachers gave him serious teachings. A good teacher can not only teach and educate people, but also light up the ideal torch for him and point out a bright path for him. In the process of Jiang Cheng's growth, he was very fortunate. He has been surrounded by these excellent teachers. These teachers have been constantly spurring him, correcting him, and guiding him on the road of his growth. Their painstaking efforts and honesty teaching is the last step he climbs up the ladder, and his teachers are pleased to see 610 if he stands on top of certain fields. They are proud of him. One Jiang Cheng is also eager to become a teacher like them. He will expedite the explanation and use the greatest enthusiasm to pass on his gains and insights to them, so that they can follow their own specialties to follow a path that suits them and reach the peak of glory. For example, Yan Ran, the first female disciple she just received, since she loves archery, Jiang Cheng decided that she would show her a path that suits her hobbies, Bai Jing, and her interest is the best teacher. It began to appear in the mouths of educators more than 100 years ago. Even now, this sentence is still the motto of many educators and scholars. Of course, how to give instructions on archery is something to be considered in the future, and what we need to do now is to strengthen her mental power. The human body is divided into body and spirit. Personal physical development is limited. For example, if he wants to be a strong man, even if he has excellent teachers, scientific training methods, a balanced diet, and a perseverance, there is no doubt that he will achieve enough his progress. But if he cannot break through the shackles of his body, his lifelong achievements will be limited, and his mental power is infinite. A human being, if he can master the use of spiritual power, then all his physical abilities will be developed rapidly, so as to surpass other people and even become a top existence in certain fields. To put it simply, a strong will is a kind of spiritual power. Among the achievements of human beings, there is no success that is not related to spiritual power. A strong will is only one of them. Others, such as hard work and sleeplessness, and so on, are all manifestations of mental power. That's it. The most inferior, extremely ordinary mental power can make people achieve extraordinary achievements. Then, what height will they reach for those who have mastered the powerful mental power? It is simply unimaginable. It's just that the spiritual power of Shudong people can only reach this level. If you can learn the mastering methods of spiritual power and practice diligently, then the benefits of spiritual power to mankind are unexpected to many people. Huaijia district, with a long history of several stems, has always had methods for cultivating spiritual power. They have been in existence since ancient times. They are divided into various sects. At the same time, there are also many types of cultivation methods. Of course, most of them are Bai. The essence has always been in the hands of a handful of people. It is secretive. It is almost impossible for Yingtang people to obtain this kind of cultivation method. And teachers who can guide the cultivation of spiritual power are even rarer, and they are rare. Begging. To cultivate spiritual power requires an extremely strong will and a broad mind, so that it is possible to step into the door of spiritual power cultivation. As for future achievements, it depends entirely on the person's talent and acquired effort. And Jiang Cheng is a combination of the two. Of course, he has to pay more. In addition, luck is also very important. Therefore, today's Jiang Cheng can stand out in water polo. There are many titles that belong to him, such as Guardian of Water Polo, Guardian of Order, etc., all of which are his extremely powerful spiritual power. The superpowers that he brought to him, Japanese letter can get these honorary titles. As for his ability to wander freely in the universe, he is not afraid of all kinds of powerful beings and can defeat them, all relying on his strong spiritual power as a backing. In the eyes of an ordinary person, he can't understand the power of this kind of mental power. So they often use words such as magic and miracle to describe the kind of entry with superpower. Jiang Cheng deeply knew the benefits of cultivating mental power, so for his disciple who had just entered the room, his initial training method for her was to let her master the most basic spiritual training. The training of mental power is too important. He failed to conclude that once she cultivated her mental power and incorporated it into her own technique, she would definitely have a completely reborn change. If she can go further, she will be more diligent. Cultivation makes her mental power stronger and stronger and becomes a part of her that she can use at will. Then her achievements will work day by day and eventually become a powerful existence. But at the moment, what I want to teach her is simply practicing oral reading and posture, which is the most basic way to cultivate spiritual power. He didn't doubt how outstanding his first disciple would be. She would become his pride because of this. However, the stirrings belong to girls completely. She is not the kind of finding a famous teacher, earnestly training, and then becoming a celebrity under his guidance. The first thing that excited her was that she had another one. Relatives, in Rand's eyes, the word teacher is equally important, but what she values more is the teacher's attitude of being both relatives and friends, and the feeling of treating students like a spring breeze. In a word, what she values more is the kind of feelings between teachers and students. As for whether she can learn anything, in her mind 2, feelings seem to be less important. This is entirely from her female perspective. So the philosopher sighed, women are really strange creatures. Rand's eyes are red again. This sensitive and weak elf feels lucky that he is no longer an Arc-Zero person in this world. Having a teacher means that he has someone who cares about her. She also thought of the old people who cared about her. It was them, who had always been with her, loved her, and spoiled her, but she did not protect them well. Whenever she thought of the painful expressions and screams before they were killed by that strange Lu, she couldn't imitate herself. I will kill that monster and take revenge for you. But silently in my heart, Jiang Cheng became Rand's teacher. He was going to start by improving Ma Rand's mental power. As a person with superpowers, he deeply knew the importance of spiritual power. If you want to become a strong person, cultivate your spirit strength is his only way. And he is convinced that once mastered the use of mental power, the changes brought about will surprise her. And if she has enough sky and extremely tough will, she will become a powerful existence. And Jiang Cheng, he is convinced that he has all the excellent qualities he wants. He is full of confidence in his disciples. At present, the most important thing is to find the monster that killed Bingren's companion. Fortunately, he felt that he was not far from it. The two people cleared up their moods and went on the road again. On the road along Duo looking for the monster, more and more traces appeared. The monster swallowed a few old men's bodies. Now, among its drains, human bones were found. At first, it was a tibia. As they retreated closer to the monster, they found human bones. Skulls, at this time, they were already close to the wide river. After turning around a cluster of woods, they saw two monsters fighting fiercely. Flying in the sky, covered with dazzling red feathers, constantly spewing hot fireballs from their mouths, it was the fiery crow that chased them that day, and the object of its fight was the one whose head was cut off by Jiang Cheng, four-headed basilisk. The flamingo flies in the air and has an innate advantage. The large group of flames, the little sparks sprinkled by the flapping of its wings, plus the powerful wings, sharp beaks, and sharp claws make it all got the upper hand. The four-headed basilisk must attack the sky first, and it does not move as quickly as the flamingo. Whenever it sprays venom from its mouth, the flamingo can attack by gently flapping its wings, and it can also be used as its weapon. The head and tail are basically useless, perhaps aware of this. The four-headed basilisk shrank up and pressed its body tightly like a spring, trying to lure the flamingo to fly low to facilitate its attack. Obviously, the flamingo is more spiritual. It always flies above the four-headed basilisk. As long as the four-headed basilisk is within its attack range, no matter what posture its body adopts, the flamingo will not accept it. Regardless, it is just in midair, pouring the fireball down to the four-headed basilisk. Occasionally, it will attack a few times with its sharp beak and claws, and when the four-headed basilisk starts to fight back, it swings again. Fly high in the sky. Such a dominant attack made the four-headed basilisk only have the power to parry and only passively take over. The two people are coming closer and closer, and you can clearly see that one of the four-eyed basilisk's eyes has been caught by the flamingo, and it is not known whether it was caught by its claws or by its bird. It has now become a deep one. The deep black hole is still bleeding out. The body of the four-headed basilisk is also scarred, and the skin is flared. But the strange thing is that even in such a passive situation, this four-headed basilisk still fights to death. But Jiang Cheng has fought against this monster. At that time, after he dropped ahead of this monster, it fled hastily. Based on the current situation, Jiang Cheng judged that if the four-headed basilisk doesn't run, it can withstand the fierce attack of the flamingo for another 10 minutes, which is pretty good. Although the flamingo is also a stranger, it is the mother of the cute little bird. Although it has attacked them, it wants to help the flamingo because of its love for the house and the crow. The ugly four-eyed basilisk is just it was their long-awaited target. Killing it and avenging their dead companions is its only ending. Of course, when he took the bow quietly and hit the arrow, Jiang Cheng stopped her. Seeing the full-hearted look, Jiang Cheng's heart moved slightly, and 3 arrows condensed with his spiritual power appeared in his hands. Although in the process of walking, Jiang Cheng briefly introduced the role of mental power and simple ways to get started. But it was clear that she was still used by Jiang Cheng's superb methods. Jiang Cheng placed the 3 branches next to Ran and moved slightly, but there was no sound. But in the bottom of Ran's heart, the content automatically emerged. I will go behind the four-eyed basilisk to prevent it from seeing back in the river when the situation is bad. Be careful. After nodding, Jiang Cheng's figure flashed and disappeared silently. Concentrated, drew a bow, and cleared the four-eyed snake path. Jiang Cheng told her that the skin of this monster is very strong, and it will not be affected by her kind of rent. Damage, and if you want to cause greater lethality, you have to shoot its vital parts. Bingren held his breath, and the bowstring in his hand was slowly pulled apart. At this time, the four-eyed basilisk was already fighting and retreating, approaching the river, and the flamingo that was in sight of victory launched a more fierce attack. It knew that once the opponent in front of him got into the water, there would be no way to use it. Up, and Jiang Cheng, who was hiding behind the four-eyed basilisk and preparing to cut off its retreat, was also prepared to attack it when it was done, so as not to let it retreat into the river. At this moment, something that no one could think of happened. From the grass on the shore, another basilisk suddenly emerged, except that it had 7 heads. The cooperation of these 2 snakes is extremely delicate. The flamingo in the sky is pursuing the four-headed basilisk wholeheartedly. When it swoops down and wants to attack with its sharp birds and claws, the four-headed snake is running away. Guai suddenly sprayed liquid on it, and just as the flamingo was about to spread its wings and evade the past, the 7-headed basilisk that appeared from behind it used its hill-like head to hit the flamingo's back hard. The attack was successful, and the blow that the 7-headed snake gave to the flamingo was undoubtedly fatal. The flamingo in midair only had time to sing before it hit the ground far away. Almost when the four-headed basilisk opened and spewed venom to the flamingo, the arrow in Yanren's hand also shot out. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who reacted more quickly and moved more quickly, rose up. The long sword in his right hand was spinning like a 7-headed basilisk. At the same time, with a swift blow from his left hand, a ball of light turned towards the same. Hit a target. The 3 killing mimics made by Jiang Cheng's spirit are not trivial. Yanren shot at its vital parts again, so she played with 1 blow. The four-headed basilisk twisted on the ground, painful, constantly beating Zunba, and slowly died. As for the 7-headed basilisk, Jiang Cheng hated its humble base, and with a full blow in his anger, how could the 7-headed basilisk be able to withstand it? Jiang Cheng and the flamingo who walked towards Hao's death, Jiang Cheng and Bingren hit the four-headed basilisk and its kind, a 7-headed basilisk, after a fierce fight with this airborne beast. The mother of a cute little bird, the flamingo was dying after being attacked back and forth by 2 cunning basilisks. Seeing the 2 people approaching it, the dying flamingo opened its mouth and seemed to want to attack them. But it was a pity that the blow from the 7-headed basilisk was too heavy, and the blow almost shattered the whole body. Part of the bones and internal organs. The body of a bird is inherently not strong. Even if it is a flamingo, although it is very fierce, it refers to its attack, and it is still a bird itself. How can it block the vigorous power of the fierce seven-headed Silisk Japanese letter HIT it? Seeing Ryuoli Firebird dying and struggling, she suddenly ran into the forest as if remembering something. Jiang Cheng knew what she wanted to do. He put his palms close to the raging fire, and his mental energy was softly released, adding a little energy to its beating heart slowly. As if knowing Jiang Cheng's kindness, the aerial beast no longer tried to attack him. Now it has no previous demeanor. Blood is constantly flowing out of its horns, and its eyes are slowly closing. After the meeting, Ma Ran came running out of breath, holding the cute little bird in her arms. The little bird was obviously unsuited to leaving its nest, and kept beating and flapping its wings as if it were immature. Struggling. When the dying flamingo heard the call of the bird, its eyes opened up with vitality, as if it had returned to it. Then the little bird was placed in front of the flamingo's eyes. The little bird didn't know that its mother was about to die, and the chirping sound became cheerful. It leaned forward and lightly pecked with its small beak. The flamingo's face seemed to remind its mother that it's time to feed, then he choked on the side. The flamingo's wings moved slightly, as if it wanted to protect its children under its wings again, but it was obvious that it couldn't do it at all, so it reluctantly rubbed its child's beak with its own. Next, he died. Day by day, the fledgling little flamingo now has the appearance of its mother, and it can already fly, but no matter how far it flies, it will always return to Ran. At this time, Yanran was sitting cross-legged in a cave. Jiang Cheng guarded her outside to prevent all kinds of wild people, and more to prevent the little flamingo from hitting her. However, Jiang Cheng was also very happy to understand the spiritual power of cultivation. His first disciple was really talented, and she also had enough patience. Jiang Cheng silently looked at Ran in the meditation, and there was already a faint gasp between her Ryuoli palms. That was a manifestation of mental power. If time, Xiao Zhanyang's achievements will surely be rapid, and let people belongs to the head. Now, of course, she has been able to increase the power of mental power in her shooting skills, which makes her faster and more powerful. If she could shoot 3 shots in one flick, she can now shoot 4. Don't underestimate at arrows, you know. If you don't practice mental power, she may only shoot 3 arrows at a time, even in a poor life. But now she can add 1 after only a short period of time, which is already very valuable. Jiang Cheng was also happy for his disciples. He occasionally imagined that one day, the emperor's loss, which was condensed with spiritual power, would shoot like rain. However, she woke up from Ying's thoughts, and after a long exhale, she ended her practice today. She made rapid progress, which made her very happy. Her teacher said that her current archery skills are even strong, single theory is not her opponent. Jiang Cheng was grilling meat outside and walked over silently. Jiang Cheng, who took his hand and took the opportunity to walk aside. He hates food, maybe every man hates it. Although he has not found a way to escape from this planet, it seems that Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry. Despite the monotony of his life, hunting, pointing, and cultivating spiritual power, luck with the little flamingo, even though this little guy doesn't like him. I just like it, but he just likes to tease it. Anyway, it can't help him. And Jiang Cheng likes to see that others can't help him. Seeing Ruo Jiang Cheng's leisurely appearance every day, but she seems to be living on this planet for a long time, Bing Ran really can't get her teacher's thoughts. She is an incredible teacher. In the process of imparting spiritual power, he is better than all the teachers Yanran has seen. Bingren has studied there on their planet, and she has also had a teacher or a number of trainings. Cheng not only knows how to speak, but also can do it personally, which makes it really unbelievable. The little flamingo came back too late today. It usually came back long ago at this time. Could it be that it didn't see anything? Now the little flamingo has become a powerful helper for their treatment and hunting. Every time it is flying and using, it will always catch the rampant. This little guy is not as hot as its mother, but its sharp bird and the paw is getting stronger and stronger and is gradually coming in handy, so that every time it goes out, it always gains. When eating on weekdays, they would ask Jiang Cheng about the problems she encountered in her practice. They would discuss them while eating, but today, because little Flamingo did not come back on time, they lost the interest in the conversation. They ate the barbecue in silence and then kept looking at the sky. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng turned his head, but after listening intently for a while, he also grabbed the horror beside him. In midair, the little flamingo flapped its wings in panic. Not far behind, 2 spaceships were chasing it closely. Seeing Jiang Chenghuren, the little flamingo pierced down from the air, and the 2 traffic spacecraft also landed, raising the dust in the sky. She had to protect the little flamingo, good Zhao Zhao, behind her back. In the process of raising the little flamingo, her feelings for the little flamingo gradually deepened. She liked it originally, but now she takes it as her own. Children come to see. Looking at this situation, it goes without saying that it must be the people on the 2 transportation spaceships who wanted to do something unfavorable to the little flamingo that made it so panicked. Someone was treating her baby like this. Yanren gritted her teeth and thought she wanted to see who it was. As Ruo Yanren's mental power gradually strengthened, she became more confident in her skills. Hunting for various monsters was already a breeze for her, and she eagerly wanted to challenge a stronger existence. However, after making a few cuts with Jiang Cheng in her spiritually blessed archery, in order to maintain sufficient self-confidence, she felt that she had better not make an axe in front of her teacher. Although Jiang Cheng spends his days fighting leisurely on the unnamed planet and looks like doing nothing, he still has some thoughts in his heart about how to leave this planet. Without the spiritual coordinates he set up on various planets, he would not be able to move through the universe freely. The universe is vast, and if he wants to find his mental coordinates by hitting a blind cat and a dead mouse, it is less likely than finding a needle in a haystack. Think about it, in the Sea of Laiaru, if there is no lighthouse and a ship is delusional to find a port by luck, the chances are so slim. What's more, this is the universe, a vast and endless universe. I don't know how much bigger it is than the sea and how much more dangerous it is. In the universe, there are countless large and small planets. Most of these planets do not have any higher creatures. For example, a planet he once visited has only one type of creatures, that is, reptiles with countless heads. Huge exhibit worm. Similarly, among these planets, there are many powerful existences similar to Jiang Cheng, and some are even stronger than him. Jiang Cheng has always been a calm person. He is full of confidence in his abilities, but he is not so arrogant that he is the number 1 in the universe. What's more, the universe is full of many unexpected dangers. Some dangers can be recognized at a glance, and some dangers are secretly lurking. Once you neglect 687, it is possible at any time. Causes fatal damage to you, just like the electromagnetic storm Jiang Cheng encountered in the universe last time. There are also various spaces with different properties that exist on different levels. Jiang Cheng was late for this kind of thing, and until now, thinking about it, he was very grateful that he was able to escape from that space and flourish. At that time, Jiang Cheng was walking through the universe and was suddenly attracted by a space with a powerful attraction. It was an endless, like a universe in miniature. Jiang Cheng kept teleporting in it, but he couldn't get out of that space. In the same way, he couldn't find his mental coordinates inside, so he couldn't escape. I don't know how long it took, 1 month or 2 months for half a year, and finally, Jiang Cheng caught his AD sign emitting a weak signal before he escaped that space. Whenever he thought of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel scared. He later deduced that the space should be constantly moving. Perhaps in the process of moving, he approached the planet with mental coordinates, so he could capture him. If the space is immobile, then he may only be able to transmit in that space continuously, day after day, year after year. Now he has lost his spiritual coordinates and is trapped in this unnamed planet. Jiang Cheng thinks that the most reliable way for him to leave this unnamed planet is to start a careful search of this planet. Since people on this planet can contact with its planets, then there will be some contact methods for devices with similar functions. Even if this planet is hit by an asteroid, humans are almost destroyed, but those machines or equipment are less likely to be wiped out than humans. Even if they are damaged, they will have to leave behind all kinds of debris. And now, the two cosmic transportation spacecraft suddenly appeared, which made him excited. It is impossible for these two transportation spacecraft to fly longer distances in the universe. They are now able to come to this unnamed planet, indicating that they descended from their mothership, and the mothership must be able to find coordinates with stronger signals, no matter what their purpose or their motivation to come to this planet. Zijai, the possibility of leaving this unnamed planet has increased infinitely. Seeing the people coming out of the two transportation spacecraft, Jiang Cheng felt that they were not good people. Although Jiang Cheng had already passed the age of judging people by appearance, the faces of these people in front of him still made his judgment correct. With a hideous face, a face full of flesh, a fierce light shot from the eyes, the gestures between the hands and feet with the energy of just getting into me, or no one is afraid, and various weapons on the shoulders which are swaying, walk towards them. Jiang Cheng's judgment is not wrong. These people are smugglers in the universe. In order to avoid being searched by the law enforcement of the universe, they set the location of the intersection on a remote planet to ensure safety. Coincidentally, it was the unnamed planet where Jiang Cheng and Bingren were. Originally, these smugglers had already finished their work. When they were about to pat the Nepalese stock to leave, they found the little flamingo. This beautiful and peculiar bird immediately attracted their attention. If you catch it, there will definitely be buyers who will pay a big price to buy this bird. The smugglers can also be said to be knowledgeable. Their footprints have appeared on many planets, but they have never seen a flamingo. Think about it. The flamingo is originally a product of radiation and wants to find its kind. It's really not easy. Then, after they have completed the transaction and made a fortune, wouldn't it be more beautiful to catch a rare bird and find a suitable buyer to sell for a certain amount of money? So the eager smugglers began to catch the little flamingo. In order to be able to sell for a good price, they decided not to imitate this little bird. Although they did not have a suitable bird-catching tool in their hands, they decided to drive and chase the bird. When it was tired, it had to fall. Come on, at that time, if you grab it slowly, it will be safe. The little flamingo is a spiritual animal. After it saw strange things flying towards it out of instinct, she began to feel fleeing. And this happened to be in the arms of the smugglers, so they just chased the little flamingo until it landed. They found Jiang Cheng and Yanren on the transportation spacecraft. Although they were a little surprised, they did not take these two people to heart. They were crowded, and they were not in the hands of those two or beside them. Found weapons. Those smugglers swaggered towards Jiang Cheng and Bingren. They completely ignored the two people in front of them. If these two people were acquainted, then they would happily hand over the little flamingo hiding behind them. Otherwise, humph, they are bound to win. Although when they were about to approach the two people, they found that the woman was holding a bow in her hand. This discovery almost made them laugh out loud. What age is this? There are people who use this primitive weapon. Let them rest assured. In the hearts of these smugglers. In any case, bows and arrows cannot be compared with the laser weapons in their hands. A group of smugglers who came in accidentally found the little blazing firebird. They wanted to catch the little blazing fire and sell it for a good price. Who knew that their unintentional actions made it easier for Jiang Cheng to leave the unknown planet. Now, the smugglers found Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran, but they didn't take these two men to heart, especially Ma Ran's still holding a bow. This primitive weapon made them feel more at ease. The little flamingo behind them, they are determined to win. Looking at the group of fierce and evil people approaching, if you are not afraid of emotion, Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran did not speak, and the little flamingo hiding behind them seemed to be afraid and screaming. Just when the group of smugglers saw their faces clearly, a leader suddenly walked a few steps quickly, eyes widened, and looked at Ran standing in front of Jiang Cheng. Obviously, what he looked at was obviously not the bow in his hand that made them feel ridiculous. OMG, the leader suddenly yelled, "Look at it," and Aurori Boothbeer, a woman of the Forgus clan. Someone answered him behind, "Old bit, you don't think women want to be crazy, do you? What kind of race you are talking about has been perished for many years. I told you to read more books." Egg Green. The guy named Old Bit yelled at him, "You are not only Sidon, but you are also ignorant. Are you doubting my vision?" The guy behind was scolded by him. Tilda dare not say anything. The guy named Old Bit turned his head, and he saw Ruo Ran's eyes appear more eager and greedy. "Oh my God, she hasn't been married yet, she is still a girl." The group of guys burst into laughter. Old Bit, young women are the same. When did Old Bit become an expert on women? This old dog is only interested in certain parts of women. What kind of fart expert is he? There were filthy words in the mouths of those rough guys, and Old Bits fell on them. "Stop it." Old Bit waved his hand and scolded Ruo, his companion, redly. "A young girl? This is a girl of the Aroribus Bill Fergus clan who has never been married before." "Fools, do you know what this means?" Old Bit watched his companion quietly with satisfaction, and everyone's eyes flashed with "don't know." "She means..." Old Bit suddenly interrupted his words. "Forget it, I can't tell you guys clearly. Anyway, she means a lot of money." "A lot of money?" someone asked suspiciously. "Although the woman in front of me is very young and beautiful, apart from these, she is no different from other young and bright women." The people around him nodded in the same way. Old Bit digs his head. "You ignorant guys are worth a lot of money for this woman alone. An unmarried Aurori, a girl from the Busble Pigs family. Ed, the governor of the planet Reese, issued a notice several decades ago that he was looking for a girl like this to be his third important person." Another guy asked again, "Is this woman more expensive than that strange bird?" Of course, old than with characteristics. He has more than that little bird." "Then, what are we waiting for?" After saying this, the few people started to walk towards Yan Ran. The guy named Leabit didn't forget that he belonged to them. "Please pay attention. Don't imitate that little beauty, even if it's not a bit of it. And the little bird, don't imitate it either." Their conversation seemed to be ignored, and they didn't pay attention to the man standing behind the girl of what race. Although the appearance and clothes were different from them, in their eyes, the man was not worthy of attention. They were all talking in the universal lingua franca, so Jiang Cheng and Heron heard the King Zhao. In Jiang Cheng's ears, the guy named Leabit was vague, as if there was something secret hidden in her. For son-in-law, those guys' conversations are tantamount to insulting her, but as a girl, she doesn't like killing people, but it is necessary to teach those guys some lessons. Yan Ran put down the bow in her hand, and the smugglers obviously misunderstood her meaning. "Old Bit, is this why this woman you said is worth a lot of money? She is really smart. Little beauty, you are right to do this. Your ridiculous weapon is of no use to us. Yes, like this we will not imitate you." Those guys looked extremely relaxed. They regarded Ran's bow down as she gave up resistance. When they were speaking, they had already come to the front of Ran. Two of them took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab Bingren's bones. "Isn't it obvious that 2 strong men deal with a poor lamb?" They were wrong this time, and they were so wrong. What stood in front of them was not a little lamb, at least a little goat. Bingren didn't move his upper body, and his right foot separated between the 2 strong men like lightning. The movement was so fast that the group of people behind could not see clearly. It wasn't until the 2 burly men fell to the ground, holding the painful fluid movement on the ground in their hands, that they realized what had happened. "Catch her!" Old Bit screamed. The smugglers rushed forward. Jiang Cheng didn't step forward. He knew that these people weren't opponents. He has scanned the 2 transportation spaceships through induction, and there is no one inside, so he doesn't have to worry about someone driving the transportation spaceship to escape. Sure enough, those people can only be called the 1-in-1 generals under Murin's men. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she beat the smugglers to their noses and feet, and the blood flow was more than 1 or 2 in her. Under Lu's head, the rest of the people fell to the ground. Yanran herself is a rare sports genius in the entire galaxy. She has extremely outstanding sports talents, especially her body. When a teacher praises her, she is the best in the entire star coefficient in 100 years. Plus she is smart, it's extraordinary, so Jiang Cheng only taught her a few fighting moves. After a few days of practice, she beat these guys all over the floor. Even the little flamingo hiding behind Yanran also took the opportunity to beat the dog. She jumped out, scratched a few times on the face of a guy who fell on the ground, and pecked another guy's feet with her pointed beak. This situation was obviously beyond the expectation of Old Bit. He did not expect things to develop into this way. A group of smugglers who were hunting down the little flamingo realized it in the process of hunting down. The The leader of the guy named Leabit recognized Yanran as belonging to a legendary race that had been extinct, and girls of this race could sell a lot of money in the current world. They thought they were lucky this time. They not only found the peculiar Wu, but also found an exotic girl who can live in strange goods. This time, they made a fortune. But the result was different from what they thought. When Old Bit, standing in the outer area, saw that his companions were easily knocked to the ground by the girl, and the man stood still not moving, he knew something was wrong. Seeing that the situation was not good, Old Bit made a decisive decision and ran to the spacecraft. But as soon as he took a step, he found that the man who didn't take them seriously was standing in front of him. A face with no expression at all, a pair of eyes that shot out cold gazes. I don't know what, Old Bit was full of fear for the man in front of him. This man has no cruel face, no sturdy figure, not even the murderous look on his face. But Old Bit is afraid of him. However, as a ruthless character, he also snatched goods and killed people. Fighting hard has almost become his instinct. A short knife appeared in his hand, and Old Bit had a fierce light in his eyes, and he slammed the man in front of him. Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to pierce the man's cell, Old Bit found that he couldn't move anymore. He could only watch the man slowly split his fingers, then slowly took down the knife in his hand, and then slowly raised his hand. Time stagnation with Jiang Cheng's ability, he can only control time for a few seconds, but this is enough. Jiang Cheng slapped Old Bit in the face fiercely. Old Bit cried and flew out, the blood in his mouth and his teeth spit out in midair. Old Bit fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and stopped moving. However, she caught it again. She saw clearly just now that the guy named Leabit held a short knife sharply to Jiang Cheng and paused for a few seconds. She was pretty sure she had absolutely no dizziness. Tian revealed that her teacher, although she knew he was very powerful and could even be described as very powerful, but she did not expect that he was a person who can manipulate time. She was still proud to do it just now. She used her teacher to teach a few simple fighting moves after only a few days of practice, knocked down the big guys in front of her, causing them to turn painfully in the mud soldiers in front of her, and just now they were so arrogant. Pin, a look of invincibility. Now, they can only groan under her feet. However, this is not the whole reason for her arrogance. What she arrogantly did is that the combination of the actions she gave Jiang Cheng to her was perfect, and the effect was very good when used in the actual combat. When she didn't want to kill her, she controlled her strength very well, and the strength of the hit was light and free, just right. After all, she is a girl, and she is very good. If it were not for survival, she wouldn't even want to kill a beast, except for the basilisk. This was her first real fight. In the fight just now, she stretched her legs, flashed left and right, and pitched forward and backward. It can be said that she has used all the fighting techniques taught by Jiang Cheng and can use it freely in dealing with different attacks. And her teacher, with almost no action, controlled the Old Bit. The distinction between superior and inferior is simply self-evident. She was ashamed of what she had done just now. Jiang Cheng walked to Old Bit, who was motionless on the ground, and kicked him. Don't pretend to be dead. The voice is indifferent and ruthless, but it is stronger than that loud and rude scream. Old Bit got up quietly. Although he didn't intend to pretend to be dead, the slap was really heavy. Of course, he wouldn't think of putting his fists on other people's bodies, beating them to death and vomiting blood. Now he was really scared of the man in front of him, and the rebellious man who was in his bones before didn't know that he had flown into the corner of the universe. Say, how many of you are there? What kind of transportation do you take? The Old Bit said that he didn't have the slightest concealment, and he would never forget the scene that happened before him. A person who manipulates time when he was young, he once heard a thing that he didn't know if it was true or not. Long, long ago, there was a man who manipulated time. No one knew his words. Everyone called him the god of time. Horror, even people at the time did not dare to record what he did and could only pass on word of mouth among a few people. Although he had heard of this, it was obvious that this matter or this person was exaggerated and manipulated the time. He listened to this as a joke at the time. But now, he doesn't let go. In front of him, there was a person standing alive who could manipulate time. Compared with the person called the God of Time in the story he heard, he found that the person in front of him was more terrifying because of the God of Time. He can only perform his abilities in specific places. Although he has been manipulating for a longer time, it is clear that he does not have the ability to manipulate time as he wishes. Old Bit and the others are a group of smugglers. Their transportation is a retired space gunboat. There are 30 people in this gunboat. They will go to Delva after the transaction is completed here. Obviously, Jiang Cheng has never been to this galaxy. He is not familiar with the planet Delva, but being able to leave this unnamed planet and go to Delva is undoubtedly a big step forward. The question now is whether to use the Temple of Force to take the gunboat, or to intimidate these smugglers into a gunboat and take them to the planet Delva. Jiang Cheng decided to ignore the two. 5 smugglers in front of him, and wait until they entered the gunboat to see the situation inside, and then deal with it. If the hands of these smugglers are not full of blood, it is not a heinous crime, then Jiang Cheng decided to let them go and let them take themselves to the planet Delva. On the contrary, if they are full of evil and crimes, then this nameless planet is their place of exile. As for whether they have such good luck as their own, then he doesn't care. After Jiang Cheng discussed with Yanren, it was decided that Bingren would guard the prisoners in place, and Jiang Cheng would go to the boat that Lao Bit said. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng repeatedly urged that he must be careful. No matter what tricks these smugglers play, don't ignore them. After destroying the weapons of those smugglers, Jiang Cheng flashed and went to the gunboat. Jiang Cheng and Yanren defeated the smugglers who wanted to capture them. In the confession of the leader, Old Bit, Jiang Cheng knew that the vehicle they used to move in the universe was a gunboat. Except for a few of them, there were more than 20 people on the gunboat. After Jiang Cheng discussed with Yanren, he guarded the smugglers, while Jiang Cheng went to the Poujing to decide what to do after seeing the specific situation. As soon as Jiang Cheng left, the smugglers started thinking. The man who made them feel terrified is gone, and the little girl in front of her is an angelic existence compared to the man who left. Although she is very powerful, she is only a girl, and she only has a bow and arrow in her hand. Although his weapons have been destroyed, the self-defense pistol and laser sword are there. They want to move. The first person who spoke was Old Bit, under Jiang Cheng's strapping. His face had almost lost all his teeth. The corners of his mouth were also cracked. There was only one eye and foot, and his face was red and swollen, not to mention. Jiang Cheng made a heavy hand because the old guy wanted to catch the 03 sentence on the left and right and take the money. How dare someone treat his disciple this way, or in front of him, without a lesson? How can he still be qualified to be a teacher of others? Miss, Old Bit called weakly. Please help me, can I drink some water? Yanren just raised her head and stared at him coldly. Old Bit thinks it well, first courtesy and then scholars. Murin is a girl and must have a sympathy that is unique to women, so he decided to make good use of this first. If you can catch this girl, then their ending will be reversed. They can take this girl as a hostage, so that not only can they find the man who scares them to the bone, but their desire to make a fortune using Yanren and that strange bird has not disappeared. Human hearts are greedy, even for people on other planets far beyond the water polo. Of course, Old Bit knew in their hearts that the girl in front of them was not that easy to deceive. They can only take one step at a time. Miss, kind lady, please, give me some water. Old Bit continued to beg Ruo. He was lying on the ground. His face was covered with mud. Mixing Ruo with the redness and blood on his face, it really made people feel pitiful besides being ugly. Alice, but staring at them, there is a little flamingo called. Little Flamingo flew to her side and then added, "Look at them, if they dare to move you call me." Little Flamingo listened to her. Although Jiang Cheng repeatedly dinged when he was leaving, these smugglers who traveled between various planets hardly had a good thing. Even if they died in front of them, it was not worth a pity. Even if they killed them personally, it was not worth guilt at all. Jiang Cheng often travels between the various planets in the universe. Regarding the smugglers, they have too many bad deeds. Although their main business is smuggling, they actually do part-time jobs like pirates, such as murder and overproduction. Compared with the sea, there are more and larger places to hide in the universe. Therefore, these smugglers have always been the object of scrutiny of various planets, and they often have nothing to do with what they do. This further increased their arrogance, and their actions became more cruel. Yan Ran went to a small stream not far away to fetch water. Old Bit talked softly with those companions who pretended to be dead on the ground. Although the bird would see all this, it couldn't speak after all. Several of them have their own opinions. Some people want to take the opportunity to escape. Some people think like Old Bit. They want to hold this little girl as a hostage. Obviously, those who hold the idea of holding this little girl as a hostage, the number has the upper hand. So they established a unified view. Yan Ran fetched water with her hands. The little girl is still not deeply involved in the world. The Old Bit is Old Bit, indicating that his age is really old, with white hair and a round chin, which is reported by Jiang Cheng with a slap. He almost knocked out his energy and spirit, and he lingered on the ground. Indeed, he looked dying. This pitiful appearance touched Ran's sympathy. An old man, although he is hateful, has already been punished, and now he is begging for some water on the ground. This request is really not excessive for Ran. The most important thing is the appearance of Old Bit, which reminded her of the old people who had accompanied her. When they were sick, she would take care of him like this, and every time after she fed him food and water, that the old man will show a few smiles, hug herself to trouble her, and appreciate her careful care. Bingren came to Old Bit's side, went down, and carefully approached Old Bit's jug, and Old Bit drank gulpedly. He was indeed thirsty. Yanran kindly persuaded him, "Drink slowly, slowly, there is plenty of water." Old Bit drank a full drink. He wiped the water glued to his beard. He smiled and nodded slightly, as if to say a word or two of thanks to Yan Ran. After walking away in a daze, Old Bit lifted his head slightly, his mouth sprayed vigorously towards Bingren's face. The incident happened suddenly, but instinctively turned his head to avoid. A smuggler who pretended to be on the ground suddenly got up from behind her, and Tingdi rushed towards her. Turning his head, Bingren only heard movement behind him and just barely jumped forward half a step in time. His legs were already hugged. Bingren tried hard, and the person who had recovered was reopened by her. But in this short period of time, other people joined the team to attack her. They had just negotiated a countermeasure secretly. They couldn't beat Yanran. It was because their skills were not as good as hers, but their strength was definitely better than her. So they make good use of this. The smugglers who pretended to be dead on the ground didn't fight Bingren at all. They would rather get close to her for a while or try their best to catch Yanran. Another smuggler rushed up from the side. He firmly grasped Yan Ran's arm and struck Bingren, but did not completely break away. In this very short period of time, the smugglers cooperated tacitly. Several people grasped Ran's hands and feet separately, and 2 others pressed her body firmly. Ma Ran couldn't move at all, and she was overwhelmed with breathless attention. Jiang Cheng left to look for the smugglers' gunboat, leaving Bingren to guard the prisoners. Sure enough, as soon as he left, those old and cunning guys had luck with Yan Ran. They took advantage of the sympathetic characteristics of a natural girl and used his poor appearance to pretend to drink water to lure his son-in-law into the bait. Sure enough, Yan Ran, who was not deeply involved in the world, was fooled. In the process of feeding the Old Bit water, these wicked guys still acted on her. They made full use of their own strength characteristics and pressed Yan Ran to death. Ha ha ha, Old Bit got up and laughed triumphantly, whereas the old and dying looked just now. He watched as he was firmly suppressed and snorted coldly, "What can you do for the mindless things, no matter how powerful they are?" He took off his belt, asked his 2 accomplices to stubbornly hold Yan Ran's hands behind him, and then tied her up. They did the same, tied Ran's legs and feet, and finally blocked Ma Ran's mouth with a piece of cloth. Then they can relax. After a long exhalation, those guys started to relax. They praised him by telling him how old he was, and they kept boasting that he was scheming. He was so big and so on, making him blush like a certain part of a monkey. He kept laughing back while holding his beard. Lying on the ground with her face up to the sky and unable to move, Ran, her face flushed. She deeply regretted her recklessness. When Jiang Cheng was leaving, "Be careful that these guys want tricks." Why didn't he expect that their humbleness was so deep? If the smugglers were talking next to her, she would have liked to die. Just when those guys wanted to take Yanran away, a whining sounded. The smugglers raised their heads in surprise, and the little flamingo flapped the wings of the young boy in midair angrily, swooping down, and the sharp beaks and sharp claws relentlessly grabbed these humble fellows. In a blink of an eye, the smugglers became a mess. The little flamingos kept attacking on their faces and heads, pecking with their claws, and occasionally making angry calls. The smugglers did not have weapons in their hands, and under the sudden attack of the little flamingo, they became a mess. For a while, screams, flaps, and curses rang out. Many of them had their heads and faces because of their smallness. The attack of the flamingo made a lot of fake mouths, and the blood was flowing all over his face. One of the most repaired guys had his eyes blinded by the little flamingo. He was covering his eyelids and was rolling on the ground. The smugglers scattered and fled, and the little flame went down, and it began to use its paws to tie Rand's belts. But those belts were relatively strong, and the little flame bird would open them newly for a while. The smugglers who ran away ran back, and they wouldn't give up a lot of money. Maybe this girl is the first-class yard for them to keep alive. Although they can run away now, it is still unknown whether they can survive and return to the spacecraft. If they have more chips in their hands, then they will have an extra advantage in the initiative. It can be seen that the man who made them cared for the girl in front of them very much. Men bargaining is the most important thing. So they are back again, but now each of them is holding a wood in their hands. They rushed up. The little flamingo was forced to fly into the air this time. Because these smugglers have many weapons in their hands, even the simplest weapon, a wooden stick. But the body of the crow is so weak, even this simple weapon may cause fatal damage to it. Yanran, who couldn't move on the ground, had her mouth full of panic, but her eyes were full of panic. She was not worried about herself, she was worried about the little flamingo, and she was afraid that her baby would be copied for her sake. Because these sticks have more weapons in their hands, the attack of the little flamingo can no longer effectively imitate them. These guys waved the wooden stick in their hands to drive the little flamingo over, so that it can only hover in midair. Some guys even picked up the rocks on the ground and threw them at the little flamingo flying in the air. One guy has a very good head. He hit the little flamingo's wing with a stone and made her scream, but it still flies over the heads of those guys and refuses to leave easily. Now, the smugglers have formulated a strategy. Several of them specialize in dealing with the little flamingo, and one of them went to Yanran on the ground and wanted to carry her up. It seemed that these people wanted to take Ryoran aboard the transportation spacecraft and then return to their mothership. Seeing that they were about to take away their master, the little flamingo's call was especially modified, and the imitation mouth on its wings kept dripping blood. She couldn't move. She saw all this in her eyes. Anger filled her whole body, and anger kept burning in her body. She felt that she was about to explode, but she was motionless. The world in front of him became awkward, and a chaotic voice echoed in his ears. Rand's consciousness was coupled, and the anger burned her consciousness. She felt that she was about to fall asleep. The sad cry of the little flamingo reached her ears again, so clear. The wound on the little flamingo's wing was bleeding badly, and some of it happened to drip on Bingran's lips. Yanran suddenly widened her eyes. Originally, her body was full of anger. If she became conscious of sleep, the anger in her body gradually calmed down, but the angry money pairs did not disappear, but concentrated somewhere in her body. As her eyes opened, the anger gathered in her body suddenly exploded. Those smugglers are still concentrating on dealing with the small blazing firebirds, and their tricks will get the mark, so their attacking moves seem to be more intimate. The guy who wanted to pull Yanran up stared blankly at Ryoran's amazing changes. He made excellent look at Ryoran, so that he forgot what he wanted to do. Rand's face blushed as if he was about to bleed, and the flame in her eyes seemed to cause substantial damage, and her hair had no wind. Of course, her mouth was blocked tightly by the cloth ball, and there was no sound, but through her expression, we could see that she was making a clear call. The one closest to Yanran, the smuggler, flew out. Yanran, unable to move, looked at her beloved baby. In order to protect her, the little flamingo attacked the smugglers bravely, even in the face of the weapons that the smugglers wielded, although those weapons may cause a deadly imitation to her. Harm, but she will never back down. After witnessing all this, the emotions of worry, anger, and regret were concentrated in her body, constantly circling, and finally, these emotions condensed into a burst of anger. This anger burned her body, burned her spirit, burned her consciousness, and constantly impacted her body. Zio Lihuo let out a miserable cry, which made the anger in marriage reach its peak. Following the bang, the smuggler closest to Ran flew out. The sudden movement behind made the others who were attacking Little Flamingo turn their heads in shock. The alien girl who was tied to death by them is now standing in front of them, and all the things that once tied her are gone. The alien girl in front of them felt so unfamiliar to them. Her eyelids were pale, but her eyes were flushed. The angry gaze shot from her eyes 950 made them feel terrified. This alien girl clasped her hands tightly on her head, staring wildly at them, but in the eyes of these smugglers, although the appearance of the girl in front of her had not changed, they felt like death standing in front of them. They stopped the attack in their hands, staring blankly, not knowing what to do for a while. A guy suddenly screamed. It turned out that the Little Flamingo had an opportunity to take advantage of it, and immediately rushed down and scratched the guy's face. The screams awakened the dumb guys. They shouted and rushed towards Yanran with a shout. The main business is smuggling, and the side business is robbers. These guys have also seen many scenes of blood and fire, and fierceness is their will. If they lack the fierce will, then they will not be able to wield the sword in their hands against innocent people. If there is no fierce will, they will not be able to win in the process of black and black. If there is no fierce will, they can't even guarantee their lives in that cruel underground world. Therefore, even though Bingran's changes made them feel scared, they still rushed to Song with the crazy idea of either you die or I live. This is also when these smugglers are at a disadvantage many times, relying on the spirit of fearlessness and fear of death to turn defeat into victory. It is a pity that this time, they are far from the girl in front of them in strength. However, after a few backflips, she just stopped beside her bow. She didn't look inside. She stretched out her hand and grasped the bow in her hand. She shot the arrow as fast as lightning. With cold eyes, the charge of the group of bad smugglers who were aiming at her with the bow in their hands came to a halt, and they hurriedly stopped. At this time, Ran, half kneeling on the ground, with the bow in his hand open, and an arrow with a cold light on the bowstring. The bowstring pressed against her face like a white jade. Slender but powerfully propped the bow into a full moon. Her complexion was calm, and all her movements were still, like a victorious image of life. The smugglers communicated with each other with fearful eyes, and their footsteps were slowly shrinking. Although they are not afraid of death, it is not that they regard death as nothing. On the contrary, they value their lives more. It's just that they are used to using violence to decorate their fear of death. The alien girl in front of her eyes lost her arrow with cold light, and the breath of death radiated from her body made them cringe and had the idea of escape. The old bit who stood behind them deserved to be considered a cunning old man. After seeing this, he knew that if they didn't fight back, none of them could escape this ADF. An arrow in the girl's hand, if you fight her hard, say there may be a chance to survive. So he encourages those companions. Don't be afraid, she can only shoot one arrow at a time and we have so many people, what are you afraid of? Suddenly he was big, charge, kill this woman. Following his voice, the group of robbers waved the wooden sticks in Ryuo's hand, shouted in Ryuo and rushed towards Yanran. Old Bit is right, this woman has only one pin. She can only shoot one person to death at most, and they are only a few steps away from her. When she shoots the arrow again, they have rushed to her side. Up, but they were wrong, they were very wrong. The bowstring flashed, and Jane and Bingran's hand shot out like lightning. A smuggler who was rushing forward suddenly fell to the ground, and a pair plunged deep into his throat, blood and tears gushing from his imitation mouth. As if Baikai's arrow had never been shot, another arrow lay firmly on the bowstring. Although the smugglers saw their companions fall to the ground and saw another bow appearing in the girl's hand, they had no chance to retreat. With the voice of Chen Lin, the smugglers fell to the ground one by one, sticking one by one into their throat. The smuggler who was closest to Ran Jizhai had already raised the stick in his hand. If he could harden Mu Cheng's mind, then it must be this alien girl who fell to the ground. Unfortunately, he did not have this opportunity. Although she didn't dodge in the same place, she, who was half running on the ground, now leaned backwards, forming a perfect angle with the ground, and the bow in her hand was facing the smuggler who had already raised the stick. At such a close distance, two eyes met. Son-in-law's eyes were still calm, as if what she had shot was not a living person, or even the prey she often shot, but just for her practice. The smuggler's eyes were desperate and fearful, with a trace of final cruelty. After all, the wooden stick held up high did not have time to fall, and Yan Ran shot her arrow between the sparkling and flint. The arrow shot in from under the smuggler and plunged deep into his head. The powerful impact carried his body away. With a sound, the wood fell to the ground, and after rolling it a few times, it stopped moving. Then stood up, the bow and arrow in his hand traced Old Bit. This old treacherous guess, he urged his companion to come forward to attack his son-in-law, but he stayed where he was, and when the smoke shot his companion, he thought about it when he saw the bad situation. Escape, but he didn't expect that his companions would die so fast, so that he had no time to run away. Facing the bow and arrow in Ryuo's alien girl's hand, Old Biter fell to his knees. Facing Ryuo Ran's opened bow, Lao Bit knelt to the ground in a question. He never thought that he was also an old river and lake who had experienced ups and downs and decades of licking blood with a knife head. He has never experienced bloody, intriguing, and deceitful experiences, and what kind of strongman has not seen ever? I actually lost to this weak little girl today. Also caught the lives of several companions. Yanran stared at him coldly, and the bow in her hand did not let go. It was different from the situation just now. Faced with the crazy smugglers just now, she had to resist in order to protect herself and protect her beloved little one. Flamingo Tilda. But now, to the Old Bit who was kneeling in front of her, she really didn't know what to do, although she knew that the man kneeling in front of him was slyly like a fox and as cruel as a wolf. This is the person, leading his companions, who wants to catch her beloved little Flamingo. This is the person who wants to catch her and sell her for a good price. This is the person who uses her sympathy, almost put her to death. If it weren't for the coincidence just now, her spiritual power and cultivation had been further improved, and she was able to break away from them. She couldn't beat her imagination what kind of result she would encounter now. Just now, when her beloved little Flamingo was attacked by them, she wished to kill them all, and when faced with their frenzied attack, she did so. Those people are more than dead, but not to be regretted. But now facing this person kneeling in front of her, Yan Ran looked like once again. Now he ran in front of her, indicating that he had surrendered, and he no longer resisted, so it would be really difficult for her to shoot a prisoner or someone who did not resist. Although she is not a barbarian, on the contrary, she has received the influence of high civilization, and as a young girl, she has the characteristics of all women, hates killing and hating blood. At the same time, compared to all the weak creatures, she has different degrees of compassion. Although she has different talents and abilities far beyond the average person, this is for her body. If it comes to the heart, then she is no different from an average woman. Therefore, even though she opened the bow, even if she loosened her hand, the person in front of her who hated her would be killed. But in this situation, she could not shoot the arrow anyway. Facing the hesitation, Leobite's heart began to move again. As a person in a world where the weak can eat the strong, the Old Bit has experienced several times when he was at a disadvantage and counterattacked through the Jedi to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. He also reflected on it afterwards, and the result of the reflection turned out to be man-made. Old Bit knelt on the ground and raised his head. The power he used was so great that his forehead was broken and the blood flowed away on his ugly face again, if the deep lines on his face slowly covered his entire face. "Miss, I was wrong." Old Bit wept bitterly. "I shouldn't use your compassion to deal with you. You are such a kind person, as amazing as your appearance." Old Bit Sulfur said to himself, "And I, my veteran, didn't believe you, thinking that you and that man would kill us." Old Bit pointed his head, his eyes filled with tears of regret. "Miss, I shouldn't guess you like this, but if you know my experience, if you know what I have been going through for decades, you know why I resisted you like this." Old Bit began to feel uncomfortable. He told that if the world he lives in is a world of cannibalism and blood, it is full of darkness and mistrust among people. When the disaster strikes, even if it is close friends will blame each other, betray each other. A good friend who just smiled at you, when you turn around, he may take out a knife against you. Simply put, the reason why Lao Bit used his compassion was not because he thought about her, but because his experience made him not believe that the alien girl in front of him was really helping him, but changed the way he wanted to torture him. Yan Ran wanted to refute him. He had just asked Yuan Shui's request, but he made it himself, and she didn't want to use this method to break him. She just wanted to talk, and Old Bit stepped forward on her knees. However, the police tightened the bow that had just been slightly relaxed in his hand. "Miss, you kill me, old bastard, I damn. Old Bit is in tears and pain. His strong request then killed him, and his desire to die was so strong. As if he shouldn't live in this world, even though he had lived in this world for decades. Sometimes he was virtuous and sometimes slapped his face, making his red and swollen face become flesh and blood. Sometimes he talked to himself, sometimes opened his hands to the sky to confide his crimes and confide his regret. However, I have never seen a person like this. It is not so much Poe's words, his expression, and his body language that are moved by his body language, but she is more surprised, however. The wonderful performance of Old Bit really paid off. Through the tears in her eyes, she noticed with joy that the bowstring in the hand of the alien girl slowly relaxed. This discovery made him very pleased. However, his goal has not been achieved yet, and this is far from enough. Although his appearance looks very crazy, his language sounds full of idiots, and his fierce stuttering movements fully express his regret. But under this seemingly crazy appearance, Old Bit clearly knows what is he doing, what to do, what kind of purpose can he achieve. Old Bit took another step on his knees this time, but did not tighten the bow in her hand. Old Bit's tears kept waiting, and Bingren's surprised party was very difficult to understand. How could a man have so many tears? The request of Old Bit also made her feel incredible. He first asked Ran to kill him. There will be one less old in this world, and this world will have less darkness and more light. He wants to die. He wants to be like these dead companions in front of him, and can no longer do evil in this world. After he saw that Yan Ran didn't intend to kill him, he then asked again. He begged Yan Ran to let him go, exiled him in this barren land where birds do not shit, let him die here quietly, and let the monsters here eat it. He said that this is the retribution he deserves. Facing the alien girl in front of her, facing the open bow in her hand, the instinct for survival prompted the smuggler Lao Bit to perform the most exciting performance of his life, because it is a matter of life or death. Why is he not showing off his full body skills? Mobilized his expression, mobilized Ryuo's own language, mobilized his body, and devoted himself to this wonderful performance by himself. Obviously, whether it was out of trust or surprise, the alien girl in front of her had already been moved by him. Even he himself is proud of his wonderful performance. If Jiang Cheng is here, he will definitely think that with his wonderful acting skills, in the water polo Huaijia district, more than 100 years ago, he can definitely become a traffic star and can be frequently searched. A woman is a woman, and Old Bit sneered in his heart. Just because she believed that he had suffered a lot, she was lucky enough to escape. Now, watching her actions, she began to believe in herself again. Yanran had put away her bow and sat on a rock. She was supporting her head with her hands. Her heart was very annoying. She killed the indecent old guy in front of her. In any case, she couldn't do it. Although she knew this cunning old guy might be acting, but he begged for mercy now. Then let him go. She is wrong. She doesn't know what consequences will be caused by letting the old guy go. Her teacher has not come back. If she let the old guy go and her teacher's actions fail, then it's too late to regret. Jijai thought, if that old guy just stretched out and walked away, would she have the courage to step forward to stop him? Yanran had never experienced anything like this before, and she was constantly calculating and worrying about gains and losses. Bingren was born in a middle-class family, and her parents loved her. Not long after she was born, her first teacher discovered her amazing sports talent. She never encountered setbacks and failures in her growth, if she is always with applause and smile. Jijai, no opponent can threaten her, if it were not for the sudden historical disaster. I am afraid she now has a beautiful family and loves her husband. Even in that disaster, she lost her parents and family, but she still has no shortage of care and love. Those who accompany her have become the old people, but they still encourage her with smiles and praise, to cheer her up. Although the days later became monotonous and life became miserable, it also became simpler. She just goes out hunting every day, making food into food to share with the elderly. After eating, they chat together and sometimes do simple games. Those elders came from a young age, and I was afraid that the monotonous and bitter life in front of her would stun her, so they tried their best to make her more happy. Thinking of the past, son-in-law's corner smiled involuntarily. They play games and stand up to sing a song, recite a poem, or tell a story if anyone loses. The ingenious elders make all kinds of ingenious gadgets, such as a chess skill that was once popular on their planet. Those who have been punished very badly, he has to dance. She grinned and laughed secretly, as if she was right now in front of the old man who was jumping, and she remembered clearly that the old man's face flushed with shame. They specially reserved a small cave for her. It was her own private space. In that cave, there were a lot of furniture made by the old men and various small ornaments. They wanted to give her that small space. With a more feminine atmosphere, I specially collected various flowers and plants for her to decorate her room. Rand's eyes were wet, and a tear dropped on the face of Lu Zion's skeptical hand. The scene of that day was clearly displayed before her. When the old people with mysterious smiles let her close their eyes, they took her to her room, and they laughed happily after seeing her surprised expression. She remembered that she hugged some old people in the county one by one, and they laughed happily. But Rangan noticed that there was a trace of bitterness behind the happy smiles of the old people. She knows the reason. They can only do this for her, but she should have enjoyed far more than so much when she was in the bean years. Some of these elders are businessmen, some are clerks, and some are just craftsmen. They don't know anything about hunting and guessing, so they provide daily food. They also know how dangerous this is. Once Yanran magnetized a ferocious and quick-acting cat. Although she shot it in the end, it was a wild beast that also injured her. When the beast's food struggled to return to them, their expressions of heartache, self-repair, and pity made her unable to be herself. Since then, although there have been other imitations, she has always carefully concealed the wounds so as not to worry them. Involuntarily immersed in the memory, Rand seemed to forget that there was a smuggler who was in danger. And this person, just not long ago, wanted to put her in a situation where she was beyond the reach of death. Shijijai didn't notice that the dangerous old guy had reached out and touched her shoes. The little flamingo squeaked, and the screaming scream returned to reality. She was taken aback. Before she knew it, the dangerous old guy had come so close to her. Old Bit, who was observing his opponent, looking for his opponent's weakness, and knowing how to take advantage of it, soon discovered that the alien girl in front of him quickly became energetic after following him for a while. He secretly observed her expression. 9. If he is right, this alien girl should be immersed in some warm memories, which can be seen from the smile on her face. This makes Old Bit happy. Facing an opponent who has relaxed his tin sex, his chance of winning greatly increases the possibility. He moved quietly like his knees. He was talking to himself. His head was still low, but occasionally he lifted up secretly and observed through the corner of his eyes. In this way, he approached Bingren. His hands were already able to touch her shoes. Calm. The Old Bit liked to mention Cheng Ruo himself, decades of life experience, and countless times of swords and swords, are constantly reminding him that being calm and never let his opponent discover his intentions is extremely important. The cunning and dangerous smuggler. Lao Bite made full use of Bingren's weakness as a female, and through her wonderful performance, slowly let her relax her spouse and approach her quietly. The ringing sound of the little flamingo interrupted her thoughts. She was taken aback and didn't know when the dangerous old guy had approached her like this. His hands had touched his shoes. Just when Ma Ran wanted to stand up, guessing that Old Bit was a little bit faster than her, he stretched out his hands and held her shoes. Old Bit lowered his head and began to take Ruo Ran's shoes with his mouth. His humble and respectful actions made him overwhelmed. She withdrew her foot, but Old Bit took her other shoe and touched it with her mouth. She wanted to stop Old Bit's behavior. She was really not used to someone being such a slave in front of her. Stop. Then he scolded Old Bit. Stop, you 03, stand up, Yan Ran said in disgust. Only then did Old Bit let go of Yan Ran's feet. He stepped back 2 steps, slowly, struggling to stand up. I will not kill you if you can keep yourself safe, Ran said. I will move to my teacher and let him not kill you. However, I think he will let you spend the rest of your life in this place. Yan Ran looked around and said, although it is desolate here. If you are more diligent, there is absolutely no problem in living." Bingren, who was just talking, didn't notice. There was a fierce light in the eyes of old Bit standing in front of her. This kind little girl knew that her teacher would never take this person away and could not kill him. Her teacher is most tolerant. So, out of pity, she started to give some pointers for Lao Bit how to live here in the future. Bai too has lived here for many years and she has a profound experience. Walking along this stream, there is a cave on the halfway of the high mountain. Then I turned my head and pointed to the distance. In that cave is where I used to live. There are some daily necessities. Then she sighed, and she thought of the dead old people again. Those of hers are not relatives better than their relatives. I hope they can no longer suffer in another world. Old Bit didn't listen to him at all. He was deeply desperate. Staying in this uninhabited place is tantamount to letting him die, and even more terrifying than death. The cannon they were riding in just arrived on this planet, and when they wanted to land, a huge monster launched towards them. In the process of their journey, monsters will continue to harass them. They even died of 2 people. When he thought that this place was full of all kinds of aggressive monsters, big and small, she shuddered uncomfortably. He is already very old, his physical strength is not as good as before, and he does not even have a weapon to take advantage of. Let him live in such a bad environment, let him face the monsters alone. It is really better to let him die. Old Bit deeply knows the horror of loneliness and loneliness. 10 years ago, he was imprisoned by opponents because of a failed action. In order to prevent him from escaping and to prevent his partners from finding him, his opponents locked him in a cell more than 10 meters deep underground. Afterwards, Old Bit kept telling his companions how powerful he was. In that dark place where even a bug was not easy to see in that small space, he did not actually become crazy. Old Bit was imprisoned in that cell for nearly a year. When his partner came out, his eyes had already deteriorated. During the first period of time, he didn't even look at the faint light. Fortunately, his gang values him very much. Old Bit has read more books than any of them. In his decades of life in the dark world, he has not been wiped out. Apart from luck, his experience has a certain meaning for other people. Some people suspect that Old Bit is the oldest old fellow among the smugglers who fight on the front line. Of course, there are also older people who are older than him, but those people will only be behind them and give them lessons. For the above reasons, his accomplices found him a skilled doctor and restored his vision. God knows how the Old Bit passed that unbearable time. In the dark cell, in addition to normal eating and drinking Lazar, Old Bit is seriously thinking about his decades of dark career every day. What are the successes worth borrowing? What lessons can be learned from what failures? In order to pass the time, he is always thinking about his enemies, how to avenge him after going out, thinking about his previous happy times, and thinking about what he will do after going out go for fun, in order to make up for this lost time. Even so, the dark environment really almost made Old Bit sick a few times. He hit with his head, hit with his head, hit with his feet, and even opened his mouth to bite. There is something here. The boundless loneliness of the wall will indeed drive people crazy. Even if this planet is much better than the cell where he was previously imprisoned, it is much more dangerous. The Old Bit will never live like this again. Old Bit gritted his teeth to see if this alien girl, he does not need 510 to ask her to be sympathetic. If she really sympathizes with him, she should let him live, instead of leaving him alone on this terrible planet. Facing countless ferocious monsters here, let him die miserably. The cry of the little flamingo is once again said to be Yanran. This very spiritual bird has been watching what is detrimental to her master. With innate keenness, she does not understand the meaning of that person's gaze. But the dangerous breath emanating from him made little flamingo think he should lift her master. Almost at the same time when little flamingo issued the ring, Old Bai jumped madly. He had already thought about how to deal with this alien girl in front of him, grab her, and use her as a hostage to threaten that terrible man. They had already implemented this idea. The facts let Old Bit know that it is absolutely impossible to do it. Things. Baikai, they are 7 or 8 people, and those who are entertained are murderers who are not afraid of death. He is only one person now. What's more, there is a fierce bird beside this alien girl. Old Bit suspected that Totter's fierce bird could not be dealt with. You can't beat it, you can't run it, so the only way is to die together. When Old Bit knew that although the alien girl in front of him would not kill him, but was going to exile him on this human planet, he was desperate. His previous experience has taught him how terrible loneliness and loneliness are, and let him be alone here. It is better to kill him directly. However, as an old guy who can live blood with both hands and survive for decades in the dark world, he wouldn't be willing to die like this. Before dying, he would have to pull a backing anyway. Thinking of the sad look of the man who once made him feel terrible after the alien girl died together, he couldn't help but laugh. Old Bit has always been like this. He is a sinister guy who likes to base his happiness on not suffering. It is impossible to beat this alien girl. The facts just now have proved the terrible aspect of this alien girl. Old Bit has walked in the dark world for decades and has never seen a previous technique like this girl in front of him. He suspected that those guys with many evil spirits under their guns, even with the most advanced weapons, were not the opponents of this alien girl with ridiculous bows and arrows. Right now, his side was still very specific, and the front arrow stuck in their throats confirmed his conjecture. What's more, he is alone now, so grab this alien girl and use her as a hostage to intimidate that man without even thinking about it. Run away? Old Bit smiled bitterly in his heart, not to mention that he can't run fast. No matter how fast he runs, he can pass the bow in the hands of this alien girl. Just now, as a bystander, he witnessed this with his own eyes, the swift and precise archery of the alien girl. I can't beat, and I can't run away. The Old Bit has one last way, and that is to die together. Ever since he came out of that dark cell, Old Bit has been thinking about what should he do if he is caught by his opponent next time. Sometimes, death is not the most terrible. Old Bit had seen and heard about how his companions or opponents dealt with the unfortunate prey that fell into their hands. Old Bai is convinced that those who have been tortured to death slowly must have analyzed and wanted to die quickly before they were alive. But the people who killed them would not agree with their ideas, listening to those extraordinary screams, watching the flesh and blood fuzzing the imperfect family body. Old Bit was very thankful that he was still alive, but since he is walking in the dark world, although he has not encountered such a thing so far, but who knows the future, Old Bit is old enough. Although he has the idea of living a day and earning a day, the older he is, the less he wants to die, and he doesn't want to be tortured to death. Therefore, Old Bit thought of a way to avoid being buckled. He planted a bomb in his body, and the switch of the bomb was hidden in his necklace. As long as a light press, he would be relieved. Of course, his opponent will accompany him to death. He doesn't care if his opponent wants him to do this. And now, it's time to use this bomb. The necklace was secretly hidden in his hands. As the little blazing bird ring screamed, Old Bit pounced. Of course, he didn't need to fear anything at this time, so his violent face was completely revealed. Yan Ran, who was caught off guard, was hugged by him. It is said that the strength of the dying person will be particularly strong. Anyway, Ma Ran did not break away from the Old Bit. You want me to die, and I won't let you live. Old Bit's distorted face because of hatred and despair made Bingren feel sick, and she struggled to escape. Seeing this alien girl with a panic and struggling look in front of her, Old Bit felt a sickly joy and satisfaction. Click the button in your hand. Boom, a loud noise. Old Bit's broken body sprayed with blood foam on the protection in front of Bing Ran one by one. Not dying in the catastrophe, she turned her head back in shock. Her teacher, Jiang Cheng, was standing not far from her, frowning at her. She stood up, but she didn't rush over because she knew that her teacher would definitely not be satisfied with her performance. In order to hide her embarrassment, she hugged the little flamingo beside her. Yes, she should also be grateful for this cute little bird. If it weren't for the little flamingo, she would not stand here. It is conceivable that she would be absolutely depressed after retreating. The cute little flamingo is obviously not accustomed to such a warm hug, struggling to get away, but after a few quiet times, she may feel that this feeling is not bad, so she takes it calmly. In return, she rubbed Yanran's snow-white face with her pointed beak gently. Jiang Cheng was really not satisfied with Ran's performance. In fact, he had returned a long time ago, but he did not show up. He stood aside and watched silently how his first disciple handled this matter. When old Bit asked for some water, and Yan Ran actually obeyed his request and got up to the stream to fetch him water. Jiang Cheng became dissatisfied. It was obviously a temptation, and his female disciple was actually credulous. Up. Then if the smugglers started to attack Ma Ran, he also didn't come forward. This was not related to his powerful ability, but came from his deep understanding of human nature. Although she may suffer a bit, the smugglers will try their best to avoid harming her, because she is not only their bargaining chip, a bargaining chip with themselves, but if it is possible to take Ran away, then she is equivalent when a large sum of money. If you break something, it's worthless. And if those smugglers hurt Murin, they won't get that large sum of money. They will definitely be careful and control their actions to an acceptable level. Sure enough, the smugglers just slapped Yan Ran, and apart from laughing at her, they did no further action against her. Jiang Cheng continued to watch with cold eyes. But what surprised him a little bit was the little flamingo. He didn't know that this beast, because the little flamingo didn't get close to him, he didn't have a good impression of her. He would maintain Yanran in this way, after all. They are two different species of creatures. What Jiang Cheng didn't know was that shortly after Zhao Lihua Wubi was born, Yan Ran knew her, fed her food, and teased her. Sometimes she even hugged little blazing bird from Naya Ali when the mother bird was away. Come out, put it on the ground, and watch her walk slowly. Jiang Cheng didn't know that the relationship between this person and bird could be so deep. When the smuggler Old Bit knew that he would spend his entire life in this barren land, he was extremely vicious and finally revealed his original cruel face. Under the circumstances that he could not beat or escape, his choice and Yanran would die together. Although he seized the opportunity and led the bomb buried in his body, he was the only one who died. Jiang Cheng, who had come back a long time ago and stood by and watched, put a protective cover on Ran's body in time and saved her life. Therefore, the poor and hateful old biter's wish was lost, and he could only go to on his own if there was in their world. That would be the best place for him to stay. Jiang Cheng didn't expect that the little flamingo could sacrifice his life to protect the Lord in order to save Yanran. This made him think that this viewer was still a bit useful. When he saw that Bingren got rid of those who tried to arrest her and moved quickly to start counterattack, he secretly exhausted his color and commented on Yanran's actions in his heart. Calm emotions, quick actions, handling appropriate. However, he didn't take the initiative to shoot arrows, but waited for the smugglers to start attacking her before starting to counterattack. He had some disapproval. The benevolence of a woman. Why should there be so much consideration for these smugglers and robbers who are full of blood in their hands? 427 is not an exaggeration. And the archery skills Yan Ran showed to those thugs who tried to attack him really made him sigh. Even if he did it himself, except for being faster, more accurate, and more powerful, he couldn't handle it better than her. In other words, in terms of skills, what he can outperform is just a stronger power. But in time, he will get closer to him. And when Jiang Cheng saw that Ran was once again moved by the pitiful appearance of the Old Bit, and he was too late to let go, he felt that his disciple was no longer a problem of sympathy and love, but full of corruption. It's pedantic like fake replacement. Does it have to be like just now? Have to wait until the smugglers wield their weapons to rush towards you, and their lives are threatened before they start to fight back? Jiang Cheng felt that when he had time to spare, he would have to give his female disciple a good lesson, telling her a saying in the Huaijia district on the water polo that was circulated in the Kyangu district. Drive. This seemingly simple sentence actually contains a deep truth. This sentence fundamentally tells the importance of timing. Jiang Cheng felt that it was necessary for him to do this. Of course, he must also tell her something about the benevolence of women leading to a complete defeat and the destruction of a district family. There are many such stories in the long history of Huaijia district. I believe she will be interested. When he saw the pitiful look of Old Bit begging to Ma Ran for his life, he was so happy with that old guy. Tears come just as they say it is. This is not easy to do. As for his words, actions, expressions, etc., Jiang Cheng feels that Lao Bait's performance is too crooked. At best, he can compare with those traffic stars in Huaijia district more than 100 years ago. He can't stand it at all. But his stupid female disciple actually believed it, and Jing couldn't decide what to do with this poor but guessed old guy. Jiang Cheng took control again. Although her female disciple possesses superhuman sports talents and amazing physical qualities, he is skeptical that someone praises her for her bright mind. If it is excusable to be fooled by the old bit for the first time, then be fooled by the same person again. And this person just lied to you just now. It only shows that you are stupid. It's not possible it is necessary for Jiang Chengdeng to test the IQ of his female disciple. He doubted whether it was because of the bad environment that had any effect on her. Little Flamingo once again won Jiang Cheng's reward. Looking at this bird, even she knew that old Bit was uneasy and kind to her master. He tweeted twice to remind her, but her master was still taken by the cunning old guy. People are not as good as birds, but Jiang Cheng still didn't move. He wanted to see the scene when it was over, so he just pressed the button and shot the dose that was about to explode, protecting Yanren in the protection he released in time. Of course, it also includes the little flamingo. He is full of a certain degree of goodwill for the supporting role of the scene, the little blazing firebird. He believes that the existence of the little blazing firebird has a considerable guarantee for the safety of his female disciple. He, Jiang Cheng, the owner of titles such as Protector of the Water Polo, Universe Miracle, and his first disciple, actually needs a black one for the safety of his first disciple. Although this bird is also incredible, it is just a bird for protection. If someone knows it, I don't know if I will laugh to death. In short, he can only give his female disciple a score of 59 points through the incident. Just treat it as a trial. Let's go. He greeted it. If he doesn't call, his female disciple doesn't know how long he will hold with the bird. Teacher, how long have you been back? Of course, I asked Jiang Cheng enthusiastically, but she was a little pretentious. By Jing, she was not a passionate girl. On the contrary, she was not good at talking. On this point, she was in harmony. Her teacher is very similar. For a long time, did you see everything? Why didn't you save me? Yan Ran preempted. Jiang Cheng had to explain, he asked. Is there anything else you want to take away? What else to clean up? Ma Ran looked back at the cave where she had lived for a long time, and the things that should be taken up have been cleaned up. She took the delicate decorations made by the old men as a souvenir. No more. Murin said with a grudging smile. The sentimental girl thought of the old men again, hoping they could sleep in the ground. Then, let's go. Jiang Cheng finished speaking and led the way to the 2 transportation spacecraft. You can drive it? Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something and pointed to the transportation spacecraft. Yes, I learned to drive it when I was on the planet before, and I still have a driver's license. Yan Ran replied. Jiang Cheng said nothing and walked to the transportation spacecraft. Yan Ran quickly picked up the little flamingo and followed. By the way, teacher, have you settled the mothership? Yan Ran suddenly remembered and asked. 0 hum. Jiang Cheng answered briefly. Bingren stuck out his tongue playfully behind Jiang Cheng. The 2 transportation spacecraft took off one after another. Through the cockpit of the spacecraft, the little flamingo saw the forest where she was born and screamed, quack. The scene of Yanren fighting with the smugglers Jiang Cheng was all in his eyes. He was not very satisfied with Yanren's performance. However, this may be her first actual fight and the first time she killed someone, even though she did. She is a bad person, but she is a girl, so she can be soft-hearted. After everything was cleaned up, Jiang Cheng and Bingren took the traffic left by the smugglers to fly along to their space gunboat. They were about to bid farewell to this unknown planet. Jiang Cheng didn't care. He was just a traveler on this planet. And Yanren has lived here for decades. Although the companions who accompanied her are now asleep in the ground, she still feels reluctant to give up. The same feeling as her was that her little pet, the little raging fire crow, was full of spirituality. When he saw the forest where it grew from the transportation ship, he couldn't help but quack, as if she also knew that she wanted to say goodbye to her hometown. Jiang Cheng knew the location of their mothership from the smuggler Layabit, and after knowing how many of them there were in total, there was no delay. Based on the information provided by Layabite, he immediately went to find the whereabouts of the mothership. At the southern end of the nameless planet, the mothership that found, it stopped on the ground. If there are a few people at Zhauk Station with weapons in their hands, some are chatting, while others are constantly yelling. Has this old thing been eaten by monsters? I haven't come back for so long. A smuggler next to him spoke for old Bit. You are also scolding him behind your back. You have the ability to scold him in person and try it. The person who scolded Layabit still had a stiff mouth. What's wrong with me when I scold him? After going for such a long time, if you delay the business and the boss gets angry, everyone is not unlucky. Another smuggler came over to complete the battle. Don't you guys, you still don't know what you are doing? He must have found something strange or someone. After all these years, when have you seen him delay things? Those two people stopped talking. There was someone guarding the gunboat's hatch. Jiang Cheng felt that it was not a solution to it. He was not afraid of these people, nor was he afraid that the gunboat would attack him or something. What he fears is that if he destroys the planetary coordinates in the gunboat in the chaos, he will lose more than the gain. Whether it is a human or a tool, when navigating in the boundless universe, there must be coordinates on each planet, and the smugglers in front of them, they will not fit so well. They must leave their own on each planet. Coordinates, of course, they are just ordinary people, but there is no way to leave their mental coordinates. The coordinates they can leave may be some mechanical equipment. For example, a small instrument that can continuously send out special signals indirectly, and this special signal is unique to the forces in the dark world. In the dark world of the universe, there are countless large and small groups. These groups have their own different planetary coordinates. Even within a group, the coordinates left by the various departments of the various factions are not the same. What Jiang Cheng was worried about was the coordinates of the planet. Once it was destroyed, the gunboat would lose its meaning to him. So how can one enter the gunboat without disturbing the smugglers at the door? Jiang Cheng turned and left. The smugglers who were guarding the gate of the gunboat suddenly discovered that not far from them, a few huge monsters were running towards them. These monsters are huge, move fast, and look like werewolves. They have pointed teeth and sharp claws. The smugglers immediately started firing at the werewolves, shining lightly at their targets. Someone ran into the boat in a panic, apparently to inform the people inside. Sure enough, more than a dozen people rushed out of the gunboat, some of them still carrying small lasers on their seats. Although these smugglers are scheming and cruel when fighting their kind, they believe that they are not good at fighting monsters, especially monsters on unknown planets that have undergone a lot of radiation and have produced huge mutations. Lu is not only strong offensive, but also rough and aggressive. Originally, the target of these monsters was not the smugglers. They just happened to be seen by Jiang Cheng and used them. Facing the smugglers who were at the gate of the gunboat, Jiang Cheng didn't want to go in forcibly, so he thought of a plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. In the long history of the ancient Huagia district, strategies have run through almost the entire history. Among them, there are some well-known examples of battles, all of which are combined with various methods to achieve brilliant results. Therefore, not only in Huagia district, but also among other human beings in Shui Polo, counting lessons also play a very important role. And just in Huagia district, the most famous people have been circulating until now, and there are still people who are constantly learning to count the 36. 36 strategies includes many types of courses, not only in Huagia district, but also by other humans on the water polo team. As a member of the Huagia district, Jiang Cheng, who has a profound experience of history, how can he not learn the 36 strategies? Now, the trick he uses to tune the tiger away from the mountain is one of them. The so-called strategy of turning the tiger away from the mountain is to think of a way to mobilize his goal, let him leave his original position, and then think about him. Now that the group of smugglers are tigers, Jiang Cheng must figure out a way to move them away from the door so that he can take the opportunity to live inside the gunboat. This is the strategy of turning the tiger away from the mountain, which is simple to say, but the effect is indeed very good. Jiang Cheng used that group of strange lusts to successfully attract the attention of most smugglers. At the gate of the gunboat, the smugglers formed a temporary position. For a while, the guns were bombarded, and it was really very lively. Unexpectedly, their violent reaction aroused the monsters' oldness to a greater extent. These monsters would have taken the initiative to attack. Now these smugglers are firing on them, especially the two werewolves who were injured. They were even more fierce, and they roared and rushed towards the people who imitated them. After successfully narrowing the distance between the two of them, the werewolves entered their attack area. When they pounced on the attackers, a werewolf was killed, which made them even more violent. The smugglers broke up and they started fighting on their own. Some drew short guns, some held their heads, and some danced with laser swords. But at close range, they are not opponents of the werewolves. What they have done is just a dying struggle. Jiang Cheng successfully used the monsters to attract the attention of the smugglers and successfully implemented the strategy of turning the tiger away from the mountain. Originally, he just wanted to use the group of monsters to attract the attention of the smugglers, but he did not expect that the attack power of those monsters was very strong. Although the number of smugglers was relatively large, it seemed that they were not the opponents of the werewolves. Jiang Cheng would not be like Ran. He would not have a little bit of sympathy for these guys whose hands are full of blood. Every one of these smugglers was doing smuggling, and they were still working as robbers. Robbing and killing people was nothing unusual for them. Especially the vast universe, countless large and small uninhabited planets, has expanded the space for their activities. And by using these, some of the just cooperative forces of the universe have nothing to do with them. This makes these smugglers even more unscrupulous, and their methods are becoming more and more cruel. Jiang Cheng had seen people from a certain planet go on interstellar travel before, but unfortunately they met these smugglers. The spacecraft they were riding was forced to stop on a nearby desolate planet by the smugglers' guns. After robbing these people, the misfortune of these unfortunate people has just begun. By the time the investigation department in Zizhu found the scene, the smugglers had certainly left the field, but the scene they left behind, even if it was a veteran who had served in the medical investigation department for many years. Never I have seen that. As for the younger people, it is even more vomiting. In that disaster, the smugglers killed a total of 370 people, and no one's household was intact. Although this was only a tragedy caused by some of the smugglers, none of these guys had blood on their hands. The number of people killed was just a different number. There are absolutely no smugglers who have no blood on their hands. A certain newcomer who has just joined the smuggling organization must kill someone. If the newcomer doesn't start or can't bear to start, then his accomplices will kill him. In other words, as long as this person is a member of a smuggling organization, then he must have killed someone. There is no need to question this. Therefore, Jiang Cheng watched those nasty guys fighting with the werewolves and dying under the fangs and claws of the werewolves, howling and howling. He was completely indifferent. Picking up a mess at the door of the gunboat, Jiang Cheng quietly felt inside the gunboat. This is a retired space gunboat. It is said to be a boat, but there are still some other heavy weapons on it, such as rocket launchers. It is called a gunboat because its main weapon is a large caliber ion cannons. Although these boats have been retired, they are faster and stronger than ordinary civilian spacecraft. They are a favorite means of transportation for people in the dark world. There seemed to be no one in the gunboat. Jiang Cheng was familiar with the sour-fighting spaceship, so he didn't stop for a moment and walked directly to the command room. When passing by the cab, he walked inside and took a look. Sure enough, on the large display in the cab, a graphic representing a planet flashed and flashed. Jiang Cheng saw that it was marked Delva. Planet, a blue dotted line represents the route of navigation, connecting between two planets. Jiang Cheng continued to walk towards the command room and heard the sound of running inside before reaching the door. Where is the old bit? Now the werewolves are attacking us. Jiang Cheng poked his head out quietly. There were 3 or 4 people in the command room, and an instrument inside showed the chaotic scene at the door of the warehouse. Zingran's smugglers died under the hands of the werewolves. There were more than 10 people, but those werewolves were almost killed by them. When Jiang Cheng saw it, the smugglers were holding weapons against the last remaining one. Only the werewolf was firing, and the werewolf was piercing through dozens of large and small mouths. After all, the flesh and blood couldn't withstand the attacks of modern weapons, and the werewolf fell to the ground with a plop. The remaining smugglers screamed, cursing these werewolves while cursing their luck. Some people put down their weapons and sat on the ground exhausted, while more people began to look for alive accomplices. The people in the command room asked if the display screen, "How many people have we died this time?" A voice reported to him. 5 died, 10 were copied, 2 of them were seriously injured. The guy in the command room scolded. "How come a few werewolves suddenly come out? Haven't we killed all the nearby monsters before landing?" There was no voice to answer him because they didn't know where the werewolf came out suddenly. The guy in the command room sat slumped in a chair. "This has been repaired. Originally, this task could be completed very well, but because of waiting for the old bit, we killed so many brothers." A guy helped him speak. "If the boss asks, you will put the deceased on the old bit's head. If it weren't for this old guy, maybe we're here now. It's all on the planet Deval." The guy touched his head in pain and didn't say a word. Maybe he remembered how his boss would deal with him. Several guys in the command room were all busying themselves. One guy looked up by accident and found Jiang, who was standing at the door. He screamed, "You are!" His scream alarmed the others in the cab. "Asshole, kill him!" shouted a guy who was obviously the boss. How could Jiang Cheng give them this opportunity? His figure flashed. Among the people who Jiang Cheng appeared, the guy who spotted him first was slapped into the air by him and landed heavily on the ground. Then, if he dodges to avoid another guy stabbing him first, never even turned back, Hu Rui, Zhang, the small part of that guy B who attacked. That guy fell down with his stomach in pain. All small heads were horrified. "Who are you?" Jiang Cheng looked at him coldly. "You can't control who I am. Tell me if you are going to do or plan it. What do you want to do?" Little Two did not answer his words. "Say it, go to hell." Little Two tossed the cup on the table at Jiang Cheng and turned around and ran. It's a pity that he just turned around, something, whistling and hitting the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. At this time, other guys who heard the movement from the communication device ran up. It was not convenient to shoot in the small room, so they wielded various weapons and pounced on Jiang Cheng. Why would they put these people in their eyes? All these people were knocked to the ground by him. Jiang Cheng carefully searched the entire gunboat and found that all the smugglers had been knocked down by him in the command room. After finding a small room that seemed to be used to detain prisoners, Jiang Cheng stuffed all the fainted people into it and then locked the door. Then he left the gunboat and went to pick Ma Ran. The traffic spacecraft driven by Jiang Cheng and Yanran brought Zhao Lihuo to the gunboat. Using the coordinates left by the smugglers, they are about to head to the planet Irma. The vehicles of this era are completely controlled and driven by computers. In an acid situation, as long as the coordinates are determined and the route is set, no human intervention is required. Just before taking off, the two of them checked the gunboat again, and when they walked to the room where the smugglers were detained, they heard constant shouts and shouts coming from inside. The sound and the constant tapping of the door. Jiang Cheng is a cruel and ruthless person, but he is not a person who likes to kill indiscriminately. Although he can kill all the smugglers without any effort, he thinks that it is correct to let them undergo a fair trial. If everyone thinks that they are the incarnation of justice and can exercise their power unscrupulously, then the world will be chaotic. Therefore, Jiang Cheng believes that sending these smugglers to court and allowing them to stand trial is the correct way. Of course, if these smugglers dared to resist, then he would definitely not hesitate. The detained smugglers cursed loudly inside 03, threatening, saying that Jiang Cheng and the others provoke people who shouldn't be offended, and they don't want to spend the rest of their lives in peace, etc. Jiang Cheng was annoyed by their words. He turned back to the weapon room and found a few gas bombs, flash bombs, and the like. Sackate threw them into the room where the smugglers were detained, and then he seemed quiet. Everything was ready, and the spacecraft began to take off. At Yanran's request, Jiang Cheng drove the gunboat around the planet at low altitude. Seeing some familiar places, although it is desolate and full of many monsters, it is after all the home where I have lived for many years. And then he and little Firebird looked at the unnamed planet on the monitor and followed silently. It bid farewell. The spacecraft broke away from the orbit of the unnamed planet and began to fly towards the planet Delmer. About 10 minutes after takeoff, the communicator in the cab suddenly rang, "Old bit, you old thing, only come back now." At the same time, on the radar instrument in the driver's cab, it showed that 2 red dots were rapidly approaching their gunboat. Old bit, have you drunk too much? Seeing us flying so fast, the voice continued to yell. However, he looked up nervously at Jiang Cheng, who sat there blankly. Reply, immediately reply. Obviously, the two spaceships found something wrong with their gunboat. Give you 10 seconds. If you don't reply, we will attack immediately. The two flew down the ultimatum. What to do? Yan Ran looked at her teacher anxiously. In the universe, transportation is the basis of their survival for ordinary people. Once their transportation fails and cannot be repaired in time, then their fate will be very sad, or they will be sucked in by the black hole. Either it is endless wandering in space. It's okay. Jiang Cheng is not worried at all. He stood up and went to the gunner's position. Play with them for a while. I haven't used these weapons for many years. Suitable. The gunboat had been locked by the enemy, and the defense system issued an alarm. Jiang Cheng asked Bingren to take over the autopilot. Of course, he said nervously that when she had never piloted a Daodu spacecraft of this kind, Jiang Cheng asked her to drive at will. As long as you don't hit the planet, the control platform in front of Jiang Cheng is big or small. The traffic lights flashed. He reached out and pressed a green button, and the voice sounded. The protective cover is ready. He pressed the red button at the same time. The master is ready and ready to shoot. On the display, the red Wenzhui locked one of the enemy's two spaceships. Just as Jiang Cheng fired, the enemy fired at them first. Their spacecraft was hit and shook, and then screamed. The gunboat used a large arc and deviated from its course. Jiang Cheng's shot missed. Their gunboat was shot by the enemy, and the display showed that the defense value of their gunboat was declining. Shen Ruo Zuruo's Jiang Cheng didn't think about these at all. His operation became more and more practiced, and various buttons were kept pressed by him. The ion cannon is loaded. The standby protection is ready. The cellular missile is ready. Voices kept ringing in the cab. However, seeing her teacher's fierce calmness, she became calm. After she had piloted a transportation spacecraft before, if there is any difference between the transportation spacecraft and the gun in terms of driving, it is just a simple one. One point, while the other is more complicated. The principle is the same. Ma Ran is also an extremely smart person, so she quickly learned how to drive a gunboat. She can already control the gunboat in a different way, but it lacks a little bit of ignition. Don't deviate from the course, no matter what actions you do, but you must fly towards the target. Jiang Cheng exhorted. The fight is still going on. The enemy's two spaceships have separated behind their spaceships, and they are in close pursuit. The continuous beams and rockets form a crossfire. Fortunately, the unruly driving has no rules to follow, making it difficult for the enemy to lock them. It is not easy to hit them, which is also a kind of luck. It is a pity that their good fortune cannot be with them for too long. With a bang, the gunboat trembled violently, and the quick voice rang again. The port side airtight cabin is broken. The camp. The port side airtight cabin is broken. Yanran turned her head and looked at Jiang Cheng and saw that he was indifferent and stopped talking, still focusing on driving the gunboat. A cold voice sounded in the communication device again. You have been hit by us. Immediately slow down and land on the nearest planet according to our instructions. This voice is filled with an indisputable power. This is your last opportunity, go to hell. Jiang Cheng sneered and pressed the red button in front of him again. While Ma Ran turned around an S-shaped bay, two successive waves of cluster missiles flew towards the enemy gunboat. Hit accurately, the starboard side of the enemy's acid gunboat was damaged and a large hole was exploded. Thick smoke continued to erupt from it, and the speed also dropped. Yan Ran waved her head secretly. Jiang Cheng smiled. This little girl is really childlike. Forcibly, they hit an enemy spaceship, but it hasn't lost its fighting power yet, and the enemy's other spaceship is still intact. Daodu. And there is no end. Jai Su and Yan Ran drove the smugglers' gunboats away from the unknown planet. During their journey to the planet Delmer, they encountered a gunboat driven by the smugglers' accomplices. After Sanamia spoke, they began a fierce exchange of fire. Jiang Cheng's ground boat was shot by the enemy, but he also hit one of the enemy's gunboats, and the other enemy gunboat was intact and was chasing them mercilessly. Although their driving skills became more and more proficient, although their gunboat was hit and the speed slowed down, it would be more difficult for the enemy to lock them with her proficient skills. Just now, when the enemy's gunboat locked on them again, I said it was too late. It was fast, and Murin made a sharp turn. The gunboat used a perfect arc, and a beam of light emitted from the enemy's spaceship was tightly against it. Fly by with their hull. After sticking out his tongue, it was really dangerous just now. If the enemy's main gun hits the center of the gunboat, even if the gunboat will not explode, it is certain to withdraw from the fight, and under the enemy's pursuit, a ship that cannot fight, what does the gunboat mean? The two enemy gunboats still chased them. After pressing the button and launching a missile, Jiang Cheng asked, "How far are we from Delmer?" Ran raised her head and looked at the monitor. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. She confirmed. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and watched the danger signals flashing continuously on the big screen. The energy of their gunboats was rapidly consumed, and the protection had disappeared. Judging from the current situation, can it support the planet Delmer? Still unknown. The machine is still unreliable, and it seems that you still have to let yourself go for super. You continue to drive, I'll go out. Jiang Cheng said to Bingran, "Where are you going?" Bingran asked nervously. Jiang Cheng ignored her and stood up for herself. "I will be afraid if you are not here." The strong girl looked at her teacher. Pitifully, Jiang Cheng comforted her. "It's okay, I will kill the enemy, otherwise our spaceship will not last long." But however, I wanted to say something and stopped again. Jiang Cheng smiled at her and walked out of the cab. Their gunboat was severely imitated by the enemy's gun. The bubble boat was filled with smoke. Coincidentally, the enemy's gun happened to hit Jiang Cheng, who was detaining the smugglers, and gave a sneer. "They are unconscious. If they still have a chance to speak, I hope they will curse the people who hit them." The enemy's shot overtakes, and a bald head is standing in front of the big screen. "Who is Jing Jing, who has the guts to hijack our boat?" he said coldly. Another man with a shaved figure was standing next to him, and he was constantly touching his chin. "I can't think of anyone who is so bold. Didn't they see the black dragonfly pattern in front of our gun?" He sighed. "Anyway, Old Bit and his men must have finished measuring this time." The bald head lowered his arm and sighed. "I guess it's the same. This time our loss is not obvious. One gunboat was hijacked by them, and the other gunboat was destroyed by them." The bald head said, the more angry he was, "There are so many brothers." He shook his fist and said loudly, "Whoever it is, this time I must kill his thin and stiff man," and suddenly made a gesture to stop him from speaking. "Quick, look at the monitor." The thin man stared at the big screen. "What do you think it is? Is it a person?" When he said that, the bald head went forward and looked at it carefully. "Impossible, the robot is almost the same." The bald head pondered. "What do you send a robot out at this time? Begging for mercy?" The thin man groaned, then turned around and said, "Aim at that person, hit me." His intuition made him feel that this humanoid object has a tendency to be unkind. Jiang Cheng was in space, and he looked coldly at the gunboat in front of him. He preferred to use his head to control a machine. Now they are still some distance away from the target planet Delmer. If the ground they are riding on is shot down by the enemy and loses their fighting power, then they will lose their coordinates in the vast universe. It doesn't matter, but can they? He can't guarantee it. Now it seems that transportation is obviously more suitable for her. It's better to let her stay on the spacecraft, Jiang Cheng decided. The enemy's main muzzle gleamed. Jiang Cheng avoided it in time, and a beam of light passed by him. The enemy in the gunboat was stunned. As the distance got closer, they found that the person they faced, although the appearance was different from them, was really a human being. There will be humans who can avoid the attack of the ion cannon. The shaved man immediately ordered, "Turn the bow of the boat and leave the battlefield quickly." The bald head beside him still didn't understand what was going on. He didn't know that they had the upper hand now. Why did they want to run? There is no time for the county man with a good figure to blame him. The dead bald head is not minded. He is different from him. A human being can be alone in the boundless universe, facing the two kinds of gunboats. He doesn't even have a sense of fear, and even the ion cannon can't cause him harm. Is that human being? Don't run in this situation, waiting to die. Under the urging of that son, the gunboat that was intact at that time made an arc. Underground his friend, and the other gunboat ran away alone. Shidao saw this situation in front of him. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of a famous saying on water polo more than 100 years ago. "Facing Y, I don't care how fast I run." Now, I just need to be faster than my teammates. The spacecraft that was hit by Jiang Cheng and the others ran away without such good luck. Although they also understand that since the person in front of them appears confidently in front of them, they must be confident to deal with them. Letter 3005 Fight, call me one. The commander of the gun was crazy. Ion cannons, rockets, missiles, lasers are all shot out. This is their last madness. At this moment, the smugglers don't know if they are in the mood. Think about the people who were chased by them before. If they are still in the mood, they will know how desperate they are at the moment. Jiang Cheng's figure flickered and disappeared. The commander in the gunboat kept calling, "Is that person? Find out, find him immediately." When they found Jiang Cheng standing behind their gunboat, it was too late. A light knife tens of meters long appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand, and as the light flashed, the knife moved to the boat at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The Earth boat suddenly made a loud noise. It was split in two, emitting fire and falling in the endless universe. Jiang Cheng stared coldly at the falling gunboat. With a flash of light, Jiang Cheng appeared in the spacecraft that Ran was driving. How far is it from the target planet? His return was easy, 5 minutes. Ran answered. A smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's face. Jiang Cheng Heron was attacked by fellow smugglers during his journey to the planet Delmer. The gunboat they were riding in was destroyed. In this case, Jiang Cheng stepped forward and faced the two enemy ships alone. Gunboat, the enemy's bubble boat found that Jiang Cheng in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he quickly escaped, and the remaining gunboat was shot down by Jiang Cheng after a short and dying struggle because of the greens they destroyed. Now, their destination, the planet Delmer, is already in sight. However, they did not notice that not far behind them, the gunboat that had escaped from the battlefield returned. They hung far behind Jiang Cheng and the others. In the enemy's gunboat, the thin body Ren and the bald head stared at Jiang Chengheren's figure on the big screen, and a vicious and cold expression appeared on his door's face. The degree of civilization on the planet Delmer is still quite high, and the people here seem to be quite hospitable. Jiang Chengheron discovered that in the small town where they are now, people from other planets can also be seen from time to time. They sat on the roadside table with people from Delmer and drank a drink, chatting and laughing, and burst into laughter from time to time. However, it has been a long time since I have seen such a scene of warmth and harmony. The little girl has lived on the unnamed planet in that barren land for so long that she is full of curiosity about the present. The nature of her girl was completely revealed because of the change of environment, and she kept talking beside Jiang Cheng in a roar. The clothes, exquisite accessories, and even the scented baked goods in the roadside store filled her with curiosity. She has not been exposed to such a life for many years. However, she was somewhat uncomfortable with the gaze of people watching her, not because of her beauty. Although Bingren was also a little beauty, it was obviously the little flamingo resting on her shoulder that made those people more interested. That little thing may have arrived in a new environment and discovered a lot of things that are peculiar to her, so she should not be held in her arms anyway. The little guy is now looking around. The various birds flying in the sky and the various heights on the ground make her unable to control herself with excitement. She keeps quacking to express her inner feelings. Jiang Cheng's performance seemed a lot more plain. Although this planet was relatively unfamiliar to him, everything in front of him felt a fuss. The universal language is the official language here, which allows them to communicate well with the locals. At the door of a hotel, Jiang Cheng peacefully stopped. After running for so long, they didn't have a good physical life. Although they could stand it physically, they had experienced it even harder days, but psychologically they also pursued it. That kind of comfortable life. They want to take a good night's rest, and this request is not too much in any case. However, they encountered a problem. Jiang Cheng's reputation in water polo is so high that wherever he goes, people are vying to invite him to visit different places. However, he has been living in a double-suffering environment, filling his stomach every day. If he can eat, she's a little bit better. She's satisfied enough. So now they have encountered a problem they had never thought of. That is one-by-one money. Jisoo has no habit of bringing money, and Ma Ran doesn't know the use of money. So if they want to stay, they need money. When the hotel owner smiled and asked them to pay, the two were dumbfounded. although the boss was very kind. He saw the difficulties of these two strangers and said that even if they didn't have money, they could stay in his hotel. But the issue of money is something that must be resolved. For example, for the most basic diet, Jiang Cheng can skip meals. In fact, if it is not for enjoying the taste, his body does not need to eat anything, even water. But it must be inferior to him. Eating is a must. Of course, it doesn't matter if I eat 2 less meals. When Bai Jing is on an unknown planet, she often gets hungry. For example, one day she was unlucky and didn't hunt for food for her feet, or she didn't have dry brains. It might also be affected by bad weather that prevented her from hunting. At this time, enduring hunger is inevitable. Both of them can skip or eat less, but the little flamingo is different. They have all seen the little flamingo's mother. The flamingo in the year of Baikwudao. Vip is quite big. Although the little flamingo is not big, there is still one as big as the old one. And she is now in the growth phase. She has an amazing food intake every day, and she is mainly meat. The two of them can bear it. But if you don't let little flamingo eat her full, she will definitely attack the merchants who walk around on the ground and even grab the meat sold in those butcher shops. But it's not surprising at all. When little flamingo does this kind of thing, she will definitely not be blamed by the locals. But Jiang Cheng, the owner of the hotel, is an enthusiastic person. He saw Jiang Cheng's peaceful tolerance. Therefore, he proposed that the two of them use their expertise to make a little money first. The owner of the hotel said this because he saw the bow Ma Ran was carrying. Such weapons are rarely seen on the planet Delmer. It is not so much a weapon, it is more suitable to perform a certain talent. Therefore, he suggested that Jiang Cheng and Yanren could perform archery in the square of the small town. Now it is when people have dinner and come out of Abu. There are a lot of people in the square. There are also many people doing business there. If their performances are exciting enough, then not only the money for staying in the hotel can be no problem, the remaining money can also allow them to have a good meal in the local beauty box. Jiang Cheng had never done such a thing before, and he had never thought that he would do such a thing in one day. Street performers. If someone suggested this to him before, he would definitely think that person had a bad head. Just kidding. Don't say anything else, just talk about the manor where he lives in the Golden Capital. His village is as big as an 18-hole golf course. What is this concept? Let alone the buildings above, the price of this piece of land alone is staggering. That is definitely a heavenly text. Moreover, this is not something you can buy with money. Jiang Cheng sighed that it was really a penny that forced the hero Hana. Jiang Cheng, who has a net worth of hundreds of millions, is really going to be sold on the street for the accommodation and food expenses. Sure enough, as the hotel owner said, there are many people playing in the square of the town at the moment. Some people are walking there, and some people are sitting on the chairs next to the flower bed and talking with friends. It's those little kids. Now is the time for them to enjoy themselves, because in every corner of the square, they can see art performances. When Jiang Cheng and Yanren came to the town square, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Although their different looks from the locals are one of the reasons, the people on the planet Delmer welcome other humans from different planets, as long as they are not Song Jiang Chaos. So they were only surprised by the looks of Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran, and attracted them more. Of course, Zio Lai Tilde Huo Nio. Especially those children, they have already formed a group and live in Jiang Cheng Heron, and the little flame bird is their target. I have to say that Zio Lihuo Wu is really crazy alone. Seeing so many people pointing at Ryuoshi, some children even feed her with Ryuo-scented food. Little Blaze Crow should be extremely happy. She kept screaming, although her voice was not very pleasant, but her bright red feathers attracted the attention of the children. They were vying to stretch out their hands to touch the feathers of the little flamingo. It was beyond Jiang Cheng's expectation. They wanted to stop the behavior of those children, because in essence, the little flamingo is still a fierce bird. They are afraid that the wild flamingo will be untamed and will imitate these children. That would be embarrassing. However, their worries are obviously redundant. The little flamingo gently let the children's little hands touch her, and occasionally she would use her sharp bird to peck those children's fingers. The kind of slightly stinging, but more itchy feeling makes the children kept screaming and then laughed happily. More children came up, and their parents stood outside the crowd smiling, if looking at this little bird that brought a lot of fun to their children. But they didn't guess that the two aliens actually came to perform their talents. After Jiang Cheng asked the children to step back a little to explain why they came to this small town square, Jing promised that after they were over, these children could still play with the bird. Then they started acting Jiang Cheng disturbed Yuo. In the history of Huajia district, the most famous one is the buskers in a place. When they are described in books or movies, these buskers always say a few scenes. What brothers, when you first arrive at your place, what is the money to hold a money field, but the money to hold a personal field, etc. His party has to say whether he should say such a sentence or two, but he finally gave up this idea. It's not that he feels shameless, but he thinks that these people on Delmer may not be able to figure out what he means. Jiang Cheng would not do things that were wasted. Of course, if he could let her perform archery, it would be fine, but how to perform it? She didn't understand this, so she looked at Ruo, her teacher, with a look of advice. Jiang Cheng pondered, and he walked to the little child, watching and discussed with him whether he could lend him a few of the cheeks in his hand. The child happily agreed. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this strange-looking alien from the planet could use grapes to make. They have already selected the venue, and there is a wall opposite Ran, in order to prevent her arrows from causing unnecessary imitations on other people. Jiang Cheng stood far away from Yanran, his palms stretched out, 3 grapes placed in a row. The people standing near Yanran couldn't see clearly what Jiang Cheng was holding. They didn't believe that the weak girl in front of them could shoot such a small target. With the bow in her hand and the arrow carried in the quiver behind her, she stood quietly for about a few seconds. This attitude of her was in obvious contrast with the hot surroundings in the Zhu district, and the people in the Zhu district looked at her as if they were so beautiful. Suddenly, Yanran started to move. Although she deliberately slowed down a series of actions such as taking arrows, shooting arrows, drawing bows, shooting, etc., it still made them feel too fast for the people in the district, which surprised them. Endless. The 3 sounds were made almost simultaneously, and when the audience turned their eyes to Jiang Cheng, there was nothing in his hand. There was no applause, no cheers, because the audience didn't understand what happened. Yan Ran stood awkwardly in place. Jiang Cheng came forward, whispered a few words to her in a low voice. She nodded, and then began to perform. This time, the distance between her and Jiang Cheng was relatively close. Jiang Cheng stretched out to clamp grape, then first put Jianya on the bow, and then shot Jinya out. Everyone in her movements, I can see it clearly. The arrow in his hand accurately hit the grape in the man's hand. The people in the district applauded. They applauded the wonderful archery performance of the alien girl in front of them. The sparse coins were thrown into the field. The 2 of Jiang Cheng and Heron hit the iron while it was hot and continued their performance. Jiang Cheng stood in front of Ran, and with a very slow speed, he tossed the coins in his hand one by one into the air. In this way, the audience can clearly see that the coin in midair is always accurately hit by the alien girl. If a man's coin is fast, the girl will shoot fast. If it is slow, the girl will shoot slow. However, every coin hit her. The audience applauded again. At this time, an enthusiastic audience came out and took up his hat so that the enthusiastic audience could put their rewards in his hat. Finally, they started another round of performances. Jiang Cheng held up a piece of paper in his hand. His plate was behind the paper, and his son-in-law wanted to shoot at a small sign on the paper. This performance seems simple, but because the man is standing behind the piece of paper, it is obvious that a thin piece of paper cannot stop the arrow. Then, after passing through that piece of paper, the arrow is not, for did it hit that man in the face. They held their breath again. Some women even blindfolded their eyes as if they would see some bloodshed. With her back facing Ruo Jiang Cheng, she still kept her standing. 2 or 3 seconds later, the alien girl in front of the audience suddenly turned and shot an arrow. In the exclamation of everyone, the one passed through the mark on the paper, and then it quietly stopped moving. The women's hands were wrapped around their mouths, and their uncles would scream in surprise. Bingren walked over and took off the piece of paper covering Jiang Cheng's danger. That arrow was bit by Jiang Cheng. The enthusiastic applause was once again warmed up. This time, the duration was extraordinarily long. Jiang Cheng and Ma would actually worry about money issues. Fortunately, both of them are people with special skills. They passed performing art in the square of the town. They got a sum of money to settle their meals and accommodation. The crowd in the district view dispersed. When Jiang Cheng had counted the money, the two of them exhaled. The amount of money is quite substantial. Just as the hotel owner said, it can be used not only for accommodation, you can also feast on the local food. As the sky darkened, the two of them returned to their hotel. When she walked to a shop, Bingren was attracted by the bright clothes in the display window, and she couldn't help taking a few more glances. Jiang Cheng saw it in his heart and said to her, "Now that we finally have money, you can buy a set of clothes." Rand shook his head and said, "Our money is only enough to eat and stay. If we buy clothes, the little 580 Firebird will have no food to eat." After speaking, she touched the little flamingo lovingly. The little flamingo on her shoulder didn't say a word. She played with the group of children on the square in the town for so long and ate a lot of food that the children fed her. Jiang Cheng and Yanren didn't expect that she was not picky at all. The children fed her various foods, biscuits, various fruits, and dried meat and fish. She always refused. Now she was full, and after playing for so long, she was a little tired. She was lying on Zion Rand's shoulders. Little Blazing Bird closed her eyes slightly, just a little bit sleepy. When passing by a bakery, he walked in, and after a while, a big bag of bread and other food came out. The little girl happily said to her teacher, "Teacher, look." She raised the big bag of food in her hand and showed Jiang Cheng. "This is the bread that the bakery can't sell. The owner of the bakery gave me a special discount. Also gave me 2 cakes." Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he is not a person who is very particular about food, clothing, and enjoyment, he has never thought that one day he will eat discounted food that others cannot sell. She was so happy that these foods were 100 times better than the food she had eaten on the unknown planet. She almost forgot the taste of bread, not to mention the creamy cake. Come and see, sportswear is on sale." A loudly shouting from the side of the road attracted their attention. Seeing customers coming to the door, Sleepy Moo was even flying from the ground. "Miss Sir, look at the clothes I sell, except that the style is a little outdated. You can feel the quality." The boss of the Badger put his clothes into Rand's hands. "Miss, look at how wide the dress is." The boss is really not exaggerating. The quality of the clothes he sells is indeed good, and the sportswear is suitable for Yan Ran. After a little movement, she looked up at Ruo Jiangfen. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded to her, but he didn't feel happy. However, the dress she was wearing could no longer be called a watch suit. It was basically a waistcoat made of monster skin with patches on her sleeves. Jiang Cheng blamed himself deeply. Some girls didn't like new clothes. Why did he forget about it? With Jiang Cheng's permission, Bingren started happily choosing clothes. However, she is tall, because the environment on Wuming Planet is too bad and food is lacking, which has a certain effect on Bingren's figure. She looks a little bit simple, but because of her good proportions, the clothes are worn on her. She still looks very nice. Japanese letter THE little girl bought a set of black sportswear. Jiang Cheng refused. She must let her buy another set. Yanren had no choice but to choose a gray set. The price is very real, and the boss is anxious to take back home. The little beauty in front of him bought 2 more sets at once, so he became particularly talkative. The 2 sets of clothes were sold at a lower price, and both buyers and sellers were happy. "Since I bought a coat, underwear is also a must." So when he walked to an underwear shop, Jiang Cheng ran in. He is a great man, but he is not suitable for entering such a place. After a while, the little girl blushed, took a small pocket, and walked out to the hotel where they were staying. The owner of the hotel is a good person. When they have to pay for their accommodation, the owner only accepts half of them generously and takes care of them. Every morning, his hotel provides guests with a free breakfast. The taste is good, so he reminds them that they have to get up a little earlier in the morning. If they come late, he cannot guarantee that he will have something to eat. When they entered the room, they dazzled. Maybe the owner of the hotel was too enthusiastic. He thought they were a young couple, so he arranged a room for them. If you think about it, you can't blame the boss. Maybe he thought about it because they didn't have much money. After all, a room for 1 person is definitely more expensive than a room for 2 people. After standing stupidly for a while, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth first. A room is not a good place to live, so live together safely. He looked around the room. Yes, there is a sofa, I can be on it, your bed is ready. However, he insisted that she should sleep on the sofa because Jiang Cheng is a teacher, and students should respect the teacher. The two argued for a long time. In the end, Jiang Cheng put on the appearance of a teacher and fell asleep. There is a toilet in the room where you can wash. Jiang Cheng thought about it, but it might have been a long time since he had hot water, so he walked out of the room and let Yanren take a good bath. In the lobby of the hotel, Jiang Cheng watched the pictures hanging on the wall past time. At this time, a person walked in outside the gate and asked the owner of the hotel, "Boss, do the two aliens who performed archery in the square live with you?" The boss raised his head and pointed to Jiang Cheng, who was watching the painting. "No, he is." The man walked to Jiang Cheng overjoyed. He introduced himself first and then made his request. It turned out that he was the owner of a local archery hall. After dinner yesterday, he witnessed Bingren's amazing art in the square of the small town 5-9. As someone who knows a little bit about archery, he was deeply impressed by Rand's art. Stunned, he had never seen such superb archery. When he woke up like a dream, the two aliens who performed archery had already left here, so he inquired about Guo all the way and touched the clan hall where Jiang Cheng and Guo Ran were under. After introducing myself, the owner of the archery hall asked Yanren to go to their archery hall for a lecture tomorrow morning. According to the boss's words, if such a superb technique can't let more people feast for the eyes, it is simply too sorry. Moreover, he assured Jiang Cheng that he would provide a certain amount of money for the hard work, which is exactly what Jiang Cheng needs, so he happily agreed. The owner of the archery hall left with satisfaction. Bingren's amazing archery performance on the town square attracted magnetism from the archery hall owner. He rushed to the hotel where Jiang Cheng and Heron stayed overnight. Please go to his archery hall tomorrow morning to give an archery lecture, and promised to give them a considerable fee. Jiang Cheng, who is currently annoyed by the money problem, happily agreed, sleepless all night. The next morning, when Jiang Cheng saw Bingren, who was so energetic, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Standing in front of him, Bingren, wearing a black sportswear, looked very energetic. The black color reflected her Baiji's skin even more dazzlingly. The little girl pulled her long hair out and out, slender neck. Coupled with the charming and moving face of the little girl, she is indeed a peerless little beauty. Girls always love Yuan Liang and hope that someone will be beautiful, so seeing Jiang Chengzi's sigh, the little girl smiled embarrassedly. "Let's go, it's getting late. The owner of the archery hall should be anxious." After speaking, Jiang Cheng took the lead and walked out of the hotel. They found it according to the address left by the archery hall owner 03 last night. The owner of this archery hall is really not a bargainer. Now it can be seen that his request was really out of appreciation for her archery, not just for making money. There are many people waiting for them in the archery hall. When Bingren walked in, warm applause rang out. Some of them were people who witnessed archery skills in the town square last night. They couldn't see cancer. Today, they learned that the shooting hall had invited this alien girl to give a lecture on muscle surgery, and they rushed over excitedly. Although she is a very little weekdays, as long as she mentions arrowwood, she will become a godlike fruit. After all, this is her best sport and also her favorite sport. Before the lecture started, the owner of the archery hall asked Yanren to perform her tendons. After all, some people here did not see Duran's performance on the town square last night. The boss said that everyone was very happy. Even the people who watched Ma Ran's performance last night were also very excited because the light was a bit dim yesterday evening, and they didn't see clearly, and the town square, it's a public place, so I can't let it go. Jiang Cheng said a few words in Bingren's ear, then nodded slightly. Then he stood aside. The block archery was placed far in front of who ran, but the left hand was holding the bow, and the right hand was on the side of the body, and the fingers were slightly moving. The audience gathered around her and said nothing. Suddenly, Rand started to move. It is daytime, and the light in the archery hall is very good. The audience can clearly see the action of this alien girl pulling arrows, shooting arrows, pushing bows, and pulling strings. With a sound of Lin, the arrow stuck in the heart of the archery target. There was applause. However, she didn't stop her hands. one after another arrows shot out continuously in her hand. At this time, the audience was shocked again. However, every time an arrow is shot, it will knock down the arrow that was originally inserted on the archery heart. However, this arrow will accurately hit the heart. The layman looks hot, the insider looks at the doorway. The owner of the shooting gallery and the archery enthusiasts who often exercise with him are really surprised and speechless. Needless to say, the quasi-head of the alien girl's archery, her grasp of strength has reached the point of being able to retract and release freely. For example, Bingren used just the right amount of force to insert the rib on the heart without falling down or deep into the heart. And then the second rib used a slightly larger arrow. The strength is just enough to shake the first arrow down and insert it into the bullseye. Anyone who knows the way feels too shocked. They couldn't even think about this ability to be able to retract and release force freely, but this young girl who looked like an alien could easily do it, which was really amazing. Only the last arrow was dropped, Murin let go, and the arrow shot at the handle like lightning. With a sound, the archery target was cut in half by the powerful force carried by that arrow. The needful applause sounded again and continued for a long time. The owner of the archery hall is too excited to say anything. As a senior archery enthusiast, he is deeply proud of this. His small archery hall was able to invite a master of art that shocked him beyond description to perform. He felt that seeing this kind of artifice is really worthwhile. After the performance, she bowed to the applauding audience and thanked her for her demeanor once again. The audience, whose curiosity was satisfied, retreated in satisfaction, and Yanran's Zhejian lecture officially began. In addition to some adults, there are also many children who have just witnessed Mom's amazing archery skills, and now they are very humbly asking her various questions about archery. Yanran is a person who has won the championship of the Galaxy Games archery project. Not only does she have superb archery skills, but she is also proficient in the theory of archery. If she has achieved master's training in archery, the level, even the second to none, is not exaggerated. Therefore, for the questions raised by these archery enthusiasts, she can give just the right guidance one by one. If necessary, she will even teach those art lovers hand in hand, giving careful guidance in all aspects such as aiming and drawing the bow. Among them, there is a little Zhanyang who is not an adult, but she gave a lot of guidance. This little girl is tall and tired. Her appearance is not good, but she is a little famous in the local town. When she asked Ran whether to shoot arrows with eyesight or feeling, Ran answered her like this. At the beginning, of course, it depends on eyesight. After you shoot thousands of times, you will have a certain feeling. Of course, the formation of this perception is related to the shooter's talent, whether his movements are standardized, and his long-term hard work, training related. After listening to Yanran's words, the little girl happily said, Yes, I have this feeling. I told my companions. She reached out to the archery hall owner and others. I told them I shoot. They weren't aiming at the bullseye when they were muscular. They didn't believe it yet. Ran also felt a little surprised. After all, this little girl is too young, but asked her, Can you describe the feeling? She said. The little girl said that her feeling is very simple. That is, when she is facing an archery target or other shooting targets, she feels that there is nothing between her and her target. Her whole mind, the whole both body and mind are involved. The little girl is relatively young, and she cannot accurately describe her unique feelings. But she understood that if this little Zhanyang could be down to earth, step by step, over time, she would achieve extremely amazing achievements in archery. Talent is a must-have for a top athlete. Yanran's archery skills alarmed the owner of the local archery hall. He enthusiastically invited him to give an archery lecture in his archery hall. In the archery hall, at the request of the boss and the audience, Ma Ran performed her again. His archery skills have been affirmed by everyone. After the lecture, the owner of the archery hall did not break his promise. He paid a considerable fee, and after he saw that Bingren was using the kind of crude arrow he made, he gave it a low price. She has a dozen standard arrows. As for the bow in Ran's hand, he was very knowledgeable and knew that this was not an ordinary bow. Otherwise, he would definitely send another bow to Ma Ran. This Zhao, Jiangcheng, and Yan Ran can be regarded as returning with a rewarding experience. This person, once he became famous, He couldn't be idle. Jiang Cheng and Yanren just returned to the hotel after eating. There was already someone waiting for them in the lobby of the hotel. After introduction, it turned out that this was a local owner specializing in sports goods. However, since the amazing archery in the square of the small town attracted everyone's attention yesterday evening, I showed off a little in the Jianjian Museum this morning, and my popularity in this small town is even higher. Because the boss himself sells sporting goods, and the scale of his business is relatively large, he has chain stores in several towns in Ju District. He also knows a little bit about mainstream sports. Today and last year, when he saw Ran's performance in the archery hall with curiosity, he felt that if he could let this alien girl speak for his store. Great. She is a young and beautiful girl with a beautiful face, a slender figure, and amazing archery skills. Based on this, she does not know where to use those female celebrities who only rely on beauty to eat and are delicately fabricated. The three of them suffered a slight chill. The owner of the sporting goods informed them of his intentions. He wanted to ask him to be the spokesperson for his shop. This can ruin Yan Ran. She hasn't been a model since she grew up. Is there any girl who doesn't like to show her beauty in front of others? But she was afraid that she could not do well. Bai Jing had never done the same job before. The boss assured Bingren that he didn't expect much from her. He just wanted to ask Shuren to show off his style in his store and his sportswear. The cost is easy to say, and we will not let them down. Then he agreed with one bite. The owner of sports goods really has a vision. In the past few days, the business in his shop has been particularly good. The sales volume is several times to 10 times higher than before. The sportswear of a certain brand that he wore has been sold out. He is urging the manufacturer to send it out. Goods. In the past few days, many people come to his store to buy bows and arrows. Jane shooting was originally a relatively unpopular sport, but now because of Yanren's talent show, it has become popular. The boss has to say that he has his own uniqueness in doing business. After seeing the fire, he decided to hit the iron while it was hot, so he spent a lot of money, hired a special advertising agency, and also hired a professional makeup artist. He wanted to be a model and took a few groups with health, sunshine, beauty, one lie as the theme of the promotional film. Of course, he also explained to Jiang Chengheron in advance. In his planning, Ran appeared in a positive image, and he would definitely not make people think of anything bad after watching the commercial. Jiang Cheng and Ran agreed, especially Yan Ran. She was anxious to try the feeling of walking in the light. These sets of commercials, including some photos, show the demeanor from different angles to the utmost extent. Of course, when wearing sportswear and opening the bow, the expression of concentration that only professional players can have, the indifferent gaze, coupled with her sassy and heroic posture, really attracted the attention of most people. Commercials began to be broadcast on major TV stations, and at the same time, Ran's posters began to spread overwhelmingly. For a time, not only in the small town where they are located, in their surroundings, and even in the big cities, these propaganda films and posters have had a sensational effect. The topics that people are vying to talk about are all this sudden emergence of Jane. Skilled genius, young and invincible beautiful girl. Over time, I don't know how many young men consider Bingren as their dream lover. They are everywhere asking about which planet the star came from, family background, education, etc. Of course, they found nothing. No matter how the paparazzi dig and inquire about this alien girl who has suddenly caused a sensation, they can't find any information about Ran. This, on the contrary, deepened the sense of mystery. For a time, in the entertainment section of major newspapers, or in the headlines of new entertainment broadcasts, words such as sheni and lie were often used as selling points. Some TV stations even wanted to do an exclusive interview. They wanted to ask Bingren to talk about her life and archery, or ask her to talk about her feelings about her sudden fame, etc. They were all rejected. She shoots commercials or endorsements just to satisfy a curiosity. Jing doesn't want to be famous. Now the place is famous. Even if she walks in the small town, passers-by will pay attention to her. This made Yanren very uncomfortable. Xia Zhenyang was curious and wanted to try it out, shoot an advertisement, and what effect would be on TV, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly become popular. Now, she felt a lot of inconvenience brought to her by fame. In the past, she and Jiang Cheng could eat wherever they like, but now they can't. As long as they show up in public, either someone will come up and ask for an autograph, or a paparazzi reporter will surround them and take pictures of them. You can't even eat a stable meal. Jiang Cheng was tired of this feeling a long time ago, and he no longer goes out with her now. This made the little girl very regretful. Originally, she didn't want to be famous or make money when making advertisements and publicity. She only thought of enough travel and food expenses. By Jiang Cheng, and she won't stay long in this small town or even this planet. Here is just the place where they happen to pass by, not the place where they want to live long. The most funny thing is the sporting goods boss. After he discovered that Ran became popular, he was ambitious to control Yan Ran, his cash cow. He even wanted to push Yan Ran into acting and let her be an actress or singer, and he will be her agent. After Yan Ran rejected him several times, the boss still didn't give up. After the bitter request, but to no avail, he actually used a crooked mind, trying to find some innocent society to intimidate them. In the end, of course, he didn't get his wish. After Yan Ran beat those people to a blushing face, he knew that the alien girl in front of him was not only an amazing first hand. As for his teacher, he never said anything from beginning to end. However, she did not expect that she made a few commercials and became popular. Faced with the harassment of fans and paparazzi, their lives have lost peace. Jiang Cheng has long known that reputation is not necessarily a good thing. It will also bring endless annoyance to normal life, especially if they are like them. He feels that they are the same kind of people as him. I like to be followed by the eyes of many people, and I don't want many people not to talk about them. They just do what they want to do. Now he was watching the troubles met with cold eyes. He didn't go to enlighten the place. He, Zilly, a young girl who has not been involved in the world, can get out of this vortex by himself. Through this incident, it may be possible to see whether she can achieve enough achievements in spiritual power training. After Jing, too much interference from outside will cause unnecessary fluctuations in her heart, which in turn will affect her spiritual power training. The owner of the hotel is also quite annoying recently. He originally only wanted to spend his old age peacefully. As for how much money the hotel makes, he doesn't really care. When a man is old, it is not a way to be idle every day, so he opened this hotel to pass the time. What this boss likes is that when there are few guests, sitting under a sun umbrella outside the door with a glass of red wine, quietly watching the crowd and some beautiful scenery outside. He likes to live this life. But now, his life is all disrupted. Since the alien girl who came to stay here took a few advertisements, many strangers came to his counter to inquire about the alien girl, and even some reporters took pictures of him and his hotel without his permission. Put it on some entertainment newspapers. Although he didn't have any information to provide to those people, they were always chasing after him. They waited until the hotel owner started the fire and they happily walked away. But no, the next wave of people will come again. If it weren't for this boss, who is a very kind person, he would definitely not rent the house to them again. Ma Ran has also felt the indifference of the hotel owner these past few days. Apart from feeling very hug in her heart, she doesn't know what to do. Especially her teacher. Recently, he didn't want to go out with her at all, which gave her a feeling of being alone and didn't like it. So the little girl wants to have a good talk with her teacher tonight. She thanked him for taking her away from the nameless planet. She thanked him for being her teacher. He Japanese letter, Chinese letter helped her resolve the distress situation, and he was kind to her. In a short period of time, Yan Ran felt that she owed too much to his teacher. Teacher. It's called Ruo Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is neither cold nor hot. Teacher, let's leave here tomorrow morning. We already have enough travel expenses. Jiang Cheng turned his head and examined Yan Ran. Is what you said true? Of course. Yan Ran is very calm. Do you don't want to live here? Jiang Cheng said. To be honest, I also think life here is more suitable for you. He stood up and said as he walked. People here are relatively indifferent by nature and more enthusiastic to outsiders, and you have already gained a certain reputation here. If you stay here, even if you open any store in the future, I'll live well even if I want to come. Bing Ran looked directly into Jiang Cheng's eyes. but I want to follow your teacher to continue practicing. Jiang Cheng also looked at her. Don't you regret it? Bingren shook his head. Never. Okay, then as you said, let's leave here tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng agreed to Yan Ran's proposal. The little girl relaxed completely. Her teacher did not abandon her, nor Jiang Cheng, who gave birth to her, looked like a mother and said, "You may not understand. When a person comes out of a poor place, if he suddenly comes a relatively affluent place, then he tends to sink there." Then listen to his words attentively. Obviously, her serious attitude satisfied her teacher. Jiang Cheng went on to say, "You come from an extremely desolate planet, where you can't even get the most basic safety and food. Now in this small town, you can also see the life in this small town. Very rich, life is relatively comfortable. I am very worried that this kind of ease will destroy your enterprising spirit, make you depressed, and even let you fall." Jiang Cheng stopped Bingren from speaking. "Since you have asked me to be your teacher, then I have to tell you something. To achieve enough, you must have strong mental power, and spiritual power is not so easy to cultivate. Its greatest enemy comes from your heart. No matter what environment you face, if you can't maintain a normal heart from beginning to end, I advise you to stay in this small town. Here, it is suitable for you to enter life. I advise you to think carefully and not rush to give me an answer. Don't think about it." But the answer was very dry. "I would rather follow the teacher to continue practicing." Jiang Cheng has nothing to say. Then he made a grimace and smiled at Jiang Cheng. "Teacher, don't you want to drive me away? I'll follow you." In the evening, Ran had packed their luggage for the two of them. Jiang Cheng said in her eyes she would go out to buy some drinking water and save it for drinking on the road tomorrow. When Bingren finished buying water and wanted to go back to the hostel, a little kid ran over in a letter. "Miss, your little black was taken away by the bad guys." Did not say, threw down the water in his hand, and ran towards the town square. On the square in the small town, people were talking about what happened just now. A few children stood aside. 2 of them were crying because of fear. When they saw Ma Ran, they started to tell Yan Ran what happened just now. Since the little flamingo has benefited from the little children in the town square, she may also be intoxicated by the surprised eyes of those children who saw her. As long as the little flamingo has time to play in the town square, by the way, order a kid's snack. This has almost become a place she must go to every day. Later, except for going to the hotel to go to bed, she spends all day soaking in the town square. There are always all kinds of food, not only the children, but sometimes those the adults will also feed it. I didn't expect that little blazing bird was such a greedy guy. When we were jumping today, the little flamingo was with the children on the square in the town as usual. It has been more than 20 days since we arrived on Delmer Planet. The little flamingo grows at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she now looks like her mother. Gorgeous red feathers, golden beaks and claws, and a few long male hairs growing on top of her head make her look exceptionally different. However, this spiritual bird has never noticed and has a gloomy look behind her back, always watching her wings. Ma Ran's little flamingo is a genuine foodie. Every day, in order to make those children delicious, she always runs to the square in the small town, and sometimes even stays there all day long. When Yan Ran decided to leave the town tomorrow and last year, a child ran to her and told her that little flamingo had been taken away. Ever since the little flamingo was waiting, she kept sneaking to see her. When the little flamingo's mother went out for food, she would also carry the little flamingo out to play. The flamingo taught her twice. Little flamingo is not only her childhood playmate, but also her benefactor. Therefore, the little flamingo has an extremely important position in Yan Ran's mind. When Yan Ran learned about the little flamingo being tied off from the children's narration, the sky had already begun to post.